who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Oh, November. We're going to bring you to your knees, November. We're going to bring you to your freaking knees, November. You don't even know what's coming at you, November. November 1. Happy post-Halloween, everybody. And that's not Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. That's my man Brooksy, Rod Brooks, finishing up a sold-out stint at the Enormo Dome all week here, dude. And by the way, so good we're bringing you back for an Encore Monday.
Yeah, buddy.
How you doing? Good morning, Rod.
Good morning to you, my friend. I want that hat. I love that hat. The ethos and the message of your hat, I am 100% down with across the board.
Yes. So Rod has seen the Friday tradition, the Run the Damn Ball hat. Now, even worn on a bye week because, as I told Rod, it's not football advice. It's life advice,
Absolutely.
Rod. It's life advice.
Yeah.
So there you go. So Rod's on board. Good. We're going to run it today. We're going to run it for 4 hours. How's that, man?
I'm down
Our
with
ground
it.
game is going to attack a Friday with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. So, well, happy post-Halloween. How'd it go for the Brooks clan last night? Did you guys haul? How was the haul? How was the trick-or-treating?
First and foremost, nobody died. So that's,
Well,
as a baseline.
It's a very low bar to clear.
We're
Yes,
good. I have to say that I'm a little disappointed that my boys did not get the type of candy that I like.
Okay.
Not enough Twix.
Yeah.
Not enough Twix for your boy.
You mentioned Twix yesterday.
Way too many Twizzlers.
Yeah.
Way too much.
Yeah.
Butterfingers and Almond
Ooh,
Joy.
the Butterfinger. Yeah.
Like, listen,
Yeah.
all right? I don't ask for much. Matter of fact, I don't ask for anything at all.
Yeah.
But when you go out for Halloween, make sure you take care of the old man.
Yeah.
So apparently I have some discussions I need to have over the weekend.
It's funny you say that because my kid came home and dropped off his bag before he ran off to a sleepover because they have no school today. How about that?
Yeah.
What is that? Your same thing with you?
Absolutely. We did not get the
What is going
November
on?
1st no go to school.
End of society,
Come on
bro.
now.
End of society. Listen, I'll be dead and gone, but in 2050, God knows what this place will look like.
I thought
God
it was
knows.
wild that kids now get the entire week of Thanksgiving off.
That's been a problem for me for years.
It was you went to school
Till
until
Wednesday.
the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and then you were lucky to get Thursday and Friday.
You
Now
were
they
lucky.
get the whole week off?
The whole freaking
Come
week.
on, dog.
No, you know why, Rod? Because you got to go to Bora Bora. That's what you got to do. So, dude, and you know what you did on that Wednesday, too? You took your hand and you put it on a brown paper bag and you traced
Made the
it with
turkey.
the pencil and you cut it out and you had yourself a damn turkey. Nowadays, they're like, no, I can't do the turkey. I'm in France.
Yeah, man, this
You know what I mean?
getting off the day after Halloween stuff.
Man, yeah.
is-
So
Society
anyway,
is ending.
But I will say this: before my kid dropped off his bag, the thing that tumbled out, number one, some Twix. My guy hit some Twix.
So you're
I
raising
may
them
need-
right. Good job.
You do drive by my house on your way home. Maybe swing by for some Twix.
All right, then.
All right. The other
Don't
thing I would
threaten me
say
with
is
a good time.
he had the bag in the house for, I don't know, less than a minute before I hit the Milk Duds. And we forgot to talk about those little tiny baby Milk Duds boxes that are about the size of your thumb.
Yeah. You get 3 of them in there.
They crammed 4 in. I got 4. I hit a 4-pack, baby. So I popped those in, worked my molars for a little
There you
bit,
go.
and Halloween was underway.
Where do you
So,
stand on Whoppers since we're talking about round
I mean, you know,
candy?
listen, if it's there and it's the last thing there, but I ain't chasing them down.
Yeah, I
ain't
hear
chasing
you.
them
I
down.
hear you.
So anyway, football last night. Watch the Jets.
I did. I watched it for my Houston Texans.
That's
and
right. Yes.
when they ran the damn ball, as we were talking about before the mics went hot, the New York Jets wanted no part of Joe Mixon. Unfortunately for the Texans, they cannot pass protect to save their lives.
Man, that was bad.
And C.J. Stroud, as good as he is not able to overcome a bad offensive line. So, Niner fans, as you watch Brock Purdy, as you watch this Niner team continue to go forward, think about where the offensive line, how they started the season, and where they are now.
Let me
They're
ask you this.
significantly better in pass protection.
Okay.
And there are some bad teams out there at Pass Pro, and the Houston Texans might be the worst.
I was shocked to see the siege that he was under because I considered the Texans not an elite team, but I considered them a team to watch in January.
They play very
not
good
if
defense.
they play like that.
They run the ball, but they can't. They have no pass protection.
Which is no bueno. And I was two things. One, we'll get to the Garrett Wilson catch because it was insane. But where are you? Because this is our first week together hanging out. It's fun. O-line, in general. You mentioned it. Sounded like you're a little maybe more high on the O-line than some of our texters who think that O-line is a problem this year. I'm I'm not going to say I'm ambivalent. I'm more forgiving towards the O-line than most of the haters because the Niners tend to score 30 points every time they take the field. But I also do understand that the Niners have not invested heavily in their O-line, other than trading for the greatest tackle of all time, Trent Williams, and then, of course, finding Dom Pooney in the third round.
They're excellent at left tackle. Aaron Banks is a very good left guard. Dominic Pooney has been an absolute revelation. No quarterback hits allowed. No sacks allowed for Dominic Pooney. Well over 268 snaps. That's amazing. The issues, center and right tackle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And for the Niners, at the beginning of the year, and I think this is true across the board, offensive line play in the NFL, the first 2-3 weeks of the NFL season, offensive line play was comically bad. And I think a lot of that has to do with the lack of practice, OTAs, and guys just not playing and teams not playing in the preseason. Once you got past that, once you got past the first month of the season, offensive line play, including the Niners, got better across the board. The problem for the Niners offensive line-wise is when they see certain teams that can throw overload blitzes at them, the protection gets confused, which is Jake Brendel's. That's what part of his responsibility is to call out protections. And you saw in the Kansas City game in particular, in the Minnesota game as well, that when teams go to one side and they overload, and all of a sudden they switch that protection to that side, or they miss that protection, that's when it becomes a problem. But only certain teams can do that, like Kansas City, like Minnesota. Cleveland was able to do it last year. You, for example or comparison, look at a team like Dallas. They don't have that ability. So the Niners' offensive line, because they do have talent, they're able to stand strong. But the two issues in terms of where could they be better, center, right tackle.
Yeah. We'll have to talk about that as we go on.
God bless him. It's a white knuckle ride at times.
But when they run it, he tends to do better.
Absolutely.
Yes. By the way, I thought your entire breakdown of the O-line could be summed up in one word.
I just put people to sleep at 6 in the morning.
Spagnolo. That's how he can sum it up right there. Spagnolo, dude. It's incredible, man.
Spagnolo, Flores, Schwartz.
Flores too. But basically, I just throw Spagnolo out as like my all-encompassing one-word nightmare for the Niners.
But teams look at what Spagnolo has been able to do. Look at what other teams have been able to do that have that talent and have that mentality, and they go, well, we'll try it. You can try it, but if you don't have the talent, it doesn't necessarily work.
Niners caught a break that no DeMarcus Lawrence, no Micah Parsons when they played the Cowboys. But, every team's got injuries, and the Niners certainly have their share of injuries, too. So, anyway, well, there you go. We did a little O-line breakdown at 6:07, right?
That's the time to do it, 6 in the morning.
Exactly, because we're running the damn ball. And then, of course, the other big story last night, it turns out the Giants have hired a general manager. So we'll talk about that coming up. But just to let everybody know, right out of the gate, we go through these things. We process these things on social media. I'll take you through my mindset. So I wake up from my nap, as I do, as one does, Rod, as one does.
That's the life of a morning show host.
And I pick up my phone, and I see it's Bob Nightingale. It's Andy Bagley retweeting Bob Nightingale. It's Alex Pavlovich retweeting Bob Nightingale. And they say Zack Minasian. Zack Minasian. Minasian. Welcome, Zack Minasian. So you do the Google search, Rod. It's like I Google searched Rod Brooks before I worked with him.
Oh, God.
I said, who's Rod Brooks? I Googled him. I Googled, who is young Tony every morning before I come to work. And I see that he's already with the Giants. And my first impression is, because I confess, I did not know his name right out of the gate. I probably should, working at the flagship and interviewing Cook and Gripe every day and all this. We should probably have known that he was the Giants' VP of Scouting, who was hired by Farhan in 2019, promoted in 2022. And then my immediate thought was, wait a minute, he was Farhan's hire in 2019, and now he's Buster's GM? My immediate thought was, while I wasn't overwhelmingly negative, I was like, that's a little disappointing that they stayed in-house with the same regime that just gave us 3 straight 500 years of baseball. That's my first thought. Okay, then you kind of try to calm down and try not to freak out a little bit. You do a little more digging. You find out, this guy's got kind of an interesting life story. He spent 15 years with the Milwaukee Brewers, where he was a part of some big-time trades, some big-time successful stuff. Then you get to the really good stuff, that he's Tommy Lasorda's godson. And you're like, whoa, what's going on here? So there's a lot of threads here. There's a lot of background information. We'll get into it as the morning goes on. We have some good interviews, too, to get to. But he's here. Apparently, he's signed the contract. He's already been here. Didn't have to move in. And as Andy Bagley points out, there will be no, quote-unquote, onboarding, to use a corporate word, onboarding, of like telling a new guy, hey, here's your key card, here's your parking spot, these are our colors, this is our park. You don't even have to do any of that stuff. He's been here.
This is Willie McCovey's statue. This is Willie Mays' statue.
Exactly. By the way, I like the new park where they did the McCovey statue.
Very nice.
Love that out there.
Very nice.
But anyway, he's a baseball lifer, and his family actually has an interesting baseball life story, too. Now, will he be different than Pistol Pete Patilla and Farhan Zaidi? That's the question. As I said on my initial Twitter, dazzle us, kid. Dazzle us. You got the keys now, buddy. Go dazzle us. Now, is he just going to be doing Buster's bidding? I don't know. Is he going to be a media first guy? I don't know. We'll find out all this stuff. But he already is here. He's been here since 2019, and now he's the guy. So it's the Buster and Zack show going forward. But that's all stuff we'll discuss.
Sounds like a 90s Nickelodeon show.
Speaking of 90s, it's an OO's Friday, brother.
Yes, sir.
It's an OO's Friday. I sent this kid some of the more representative tunes from 2000 to 2009. We'll try to take you on a decade journey ride. So we did the 80s 2 weeks ago. We did the 90s last week. Rod, buckle up for it. Double Zeros Friday coming your way. We're going, who's that? Jeffrey Leonard, John Kuminga, Jim Otto. Who are my OOs in life?
Kenny Burrow.
Kenny Burrow.
You don't remember Kenny Burrow?
Was he an Oiler?
He was wide receiver.
Yeah, I do.
Man.
I do remember Ben. All right, we're here. It's Friday. Run the damn ball on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
This is not a banger, and I know bangers.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is the last day of this 49ers contest that we are running. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments, and this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes as well for the next home game, which is on November 17th against the Seahawks. It's going to be a big game. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away and these field passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning, the 8 a.m. hour. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
KNBR. Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Usually it's Murph and Marcus, but today it's Murph and Brooks. Brian Murphy and NBC Sports Bay Area's Rod Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
Our 2000s Friday begins. Oh, yeah. Turn it up, buddy. Turn it up. 2002, where were you when you saw 8 Mile and Eminem dropped Lose Yourself in the rap battle? And everybody said, damn, now that's a banger. And by the way, so much so that Barack Obama was rapping it last week. Did you see that? When he was in Michigan, he freestyled it. Yeah, keep playing that for a little bit there, kid.
Go back to 2002 and tell young Brian Murphy that Eminem would be on stage with Barack Obama rapping a song that won an Oscar.
Wow.
In a movie about his life.
Yeah.
Just let that rattle around your head for a second.
I thought he was just the real Slim Shady. Yeah. Anyway, this has become what? One of the most significant sports hype songs in our society, right?
It's a great song.
Yeah, it's all time. I remember being jealous of USC. I went to a USC-UCLA game right around 2004, and they blasted this at the Coliseum as they came. And it was kind of new at the time. As the Trojans took the field, I'm like, we got no shot. We got no chance, man. Did he open a restaurant called Mom's Spaghetti?
Yes.
Which is funny because in the song, he's vomiting Mom's Spaghetti. Do you want to go to a restaurant where you're going to wind up vomiting on your sweater? That's my question. 808 KNBR. These are the hard questions we ask. Great movie. I'll tell you what rattled me. My mom and dad were born in the early 1930s. Rest in peace. They are no longer with us. But they gave me a great life and love. But you know what rattled me? You know, like one day I went to the house when they were in their 70s. I said, what'd you guys do? And my dad said, well, Brian, we went to the movies last night. I said, what'd you see? He said, we saw 8 Mile.
Yo.
I was like,
did he give you a review or did the conversation?
My dad liked it. My mom didn't like it. My dad was always a much more sort of open, like to the.
So your pops was hip to the rap game,
he was.
You understood. Okay.
I have a funny story about that. I've told this one before, but I'll tell it again. So he had Parkinson's. It was hard near the end, right? But he was just so noble the whole way. Always wanted to live as much as he could. And he loved New Orleans jazz more than anything in the world. More than anything in the world. I was raised on New Orleans jazz.
Wow.
So the Preservation Hall Jazz Band was coming to Sweetwater in Mill Valley. This was in my dad died in July of 2014. This was in May of 2014. So only 2 months before. And so I asked my guys at Sweetwater, hey, I have my dad, he doesn't move around much, he doesn't move much, but can we go and sit? And they were like, I had a great relationship with these guys. So they were like, yes, and we'll get you 2 seats, even though it's a standing room only type of venue. So I got my dad, and we kind of guided him in, and we opened the door, it's packed. And man, this bouncer, Chris, I'll never forget Chris Brennan and Paul they started chucking bodies aside, man, just throwing guys aside to give my dad a little path to shuffle to his seat. And we got there, and they came out, and they started playing. It was so great. My dad got very tired, and we weren't going to last very long. So Bob Weir, you know Bob Weir, yes. Rest in peace, Phil Lesh, came out and sang a song called Karina, Karina with them. And my dad was like, who is that? I said, that's Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead. He's like, oh, and he took it in. Then he said, I'm really tired, Brian. We got to go. So I took him home. The next day, my sister came to the house, and my dad said to my sister very casually, Katie, are you a deadhead? And she said, no, Dad, I'm not. Why? He said, well, I am. He said so. That was 2 months before the end. He proclaimed himself a deadhead.
That's pretty cool.
Because of Bobby Weir and that. So anyway, yeah, they went and saw 8 Mile. I was rattled because, Brittany Murphy and Eminem.
There were some things in there that.
Another rest in peace, Brittany Murphy. We lost her too soon.
All right.
Anyway, we start our OOs Friday with Lose Yourself, one of the great rap anthems of the decade there. So, will the Giants, here's my bad transition, will the Giants lose themselves in frenzy over Zack Minasian?
So here's my question.
Yes.
How much of this actually matters? And this is no disrespect to Zack Minasian.
Mm-hmm.
No disrespect to his journey and no disrespect to his current position and what he may do in the future. But how much of who is the GM of the San Francisco Giants matters when we know that Buster Posey is the guy in charge?
Right. Kind of like under Farhan, the GMs they had, a kid named Scott Harris and a kid named Pete Patilla. We never even freaking saw these guys. So I'll try to answer that. First of all, Scott Harris went to Detroit, and look what he did. Took the Tigers to the second round of the playoffs, so that was kind of wild. I'll say this. It was no question that Farhan had his fingerprints on every decision from the top on down. So
that was part of the problem.
It seemed like his GM was just sort of the guy who filled out the form or whatever, you know what I mean? Or made the call and said, please hold for Mr. Zaidi. You know what I mean? It's one of those guys. So I think to a certain degree you are correct that Buster will be the guy. What we're hoping for and what I always had said since the day Farhan was hired, just like I just said to you before the break, dazzle us, kid. I was like, okay, Farhan, let's go. Let's get creative. Let's start seeing what you... And he never really got there. I mean, of course he did some good things. Finding Kevin Gausman off the scrap heap was a good thing. Finding Mike Yastrzemski from nowhere was a good thing. Finding Lamont Wade out of nowhere. So he's done some good things. Now, we can debate whether those guys are championship pieces or just nice Moneyball finds, right? And they tend to be the latter, right? Nice Moneyball finds. But I always kept waiting for the big, bold move. Like last year, they had to... Corbin Burns was out there. They didn't go get him. Dylan Cease was out there. They didn't go get him. They didn't have a shortstop going into the season. Willie Adames and Hassan Kim were maybe on the trade block. He didn't pull the trigger on either guy. And all that stuff wound up making the Giants a dull, mediocre team. I've said this a million times. I'll say it again. I come from two GMs who shaped my Giants fandom. I'm old enough to remember Al Rosen walking into town and just dropping him on the table and saying, let's go. Yep. I'm trading for Kevin Mitchell. I'm trading for Dave Dravecki. I'm trading for Steve Bedrosian. We're going to the World Series. It was like, whoa. And then, of course, the famous, right when you were getting to town, Brian Sabian trading Matt Williams and saying, I am not an idiot, and I'm bringing in Jeff Kent and changing the entire franchise, right? So I always thought you need to have brass ones to make a move. He never had brass ones. Never. That was my big thing with Farhan. And that means maybe trading a valuable piece, a top prospect, something like that, where you have to give to get. So I'm wondering, there's a long way of saying, I hope Zack Minasian is the kind of guy who says to Buster, hey, here's a bold idea. What do you think? Here's a big one. What do you think? Okay. That's my hope. Okay. Is that he and Buster goes, no. Buster goes, hey, what about this 26th guy? No. And he's, no. What about this top 3 guy? You know, so that's my hope.
I do think staying in-house with the general manager and making a decision to bring or to keep Minasian around, I think it's smart. I'm cool with continuity. Mm-hmm. I think you can overdo it at times. You can overvalue it at times. But I don't think it should be, we're just going to clean house. I think you do have to evaluate each and every person and go, is this person right for us to keep around? And clearly, Buster has an understanding as to who Zack Minasian is. They clearly have some sort of a working relationship. And this is where I give Buster Posey sort of, I give him grace, or I just kind of give him the benefit of the doubt and say, I don't know exactly what you're going to be all about as an executive for the Giants. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And if this is a decision you decided to make to keep him around from Minasian around from a regime that people did not think highly of, then clearly there's something there that you like.
I'm with you on benefit of the doubt.
I'm a rock with you on that.
I gave Farhan the benefit of that, although I hated the Kapler hire from day one, and that's got us off on a bad foot. But I totally agree with you. I'm going to give you the benefit. So I looked up Minasian a little bit. He was with the Milwaukee Brewers for a long time, and he had a big job with the Milwaukee Brewers. He's been in baseball a long time. This is not a greenhorn. Mm-hmm. This is a guy, and in fact, if you go on YouTube and you look him up, he did a hit with Brian Anderson and the Brewers crew at trade deadline, and the guy's clearly has battle scars. He's been through many, many, many trade deadlines, and he's been through many, many, many things. Now, the knock would be, well, he was with the Giants for the last 5 years and didn't do anything at the trade deadline. That's the knock. And so, but to your point,
was he
though,
able to?
I know.
Yeah,
Did Farhan not want to green light it or anything like that? And by the way, I'm just going to add he's about a 5.5, 6 for Roger Federer. That's my call.
I think another important
just like
thing.
5.5, 6. He got a little Federer vibe to his face. Yes.
I think another important thing is that he has a scouting background. And there seemed to be a de-emphasis on scouts and scouting the last days of the Farhan regime, if you want to call that. And I found it interesting that near the end of the season, if I'm remembering this correctly, a handful of longtime Giant scouts were told, we don't need you around anymore.
What role did Zack Minasian play in that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to ask.
It'll be interesting to find out. But I think that, Buster understands the value of scouting. So keeping Minasian around who has a scouting background, this makes sense to me, but none of it matters until you win.
We got to get into it because I guess we got a guest coming up right now. Young Tone playing the guest horns, meaning we got our guests coming up. Good morning, Young Tone.
Good morning.
Way to go. Welcome to an OO's Friday.
Big time.
Good start, kid. Good start.
That was a banger.
Do you ride with Lose Yourself?
Absolutely. Who doesn't? Are you kidding?
It's undefeated, right? All right, what do we got today,
All right,
bud?
coming up in about a few minutes here, Doug Melvin is going to join the show. He is a former GM for the Brewers for 13 seasons, and Zack Minasian actually served under him in Milwaukee, so this will be great perspective.
High-level booking by John Joe.
Yep.
He got the word. Minasian was hired, found Doug Melvin in Florida, and he was the GM of the Brewers when Minasian was his scouting director.
Yes,
so
indeed.
This is good booking.
Brian and Bobby's best bets. Rod will get a chance at that at 6:50 this morning.
Get your picks ready, buddy.
John Lynch, we're going to replay that interview for you at 7:30 this morning. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. The great Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, at 8:50. And then another Hall of Famer, Patrick Willis, ladies and gentlemen, 9:15.
All right, well, let's find out who Zack Minasian is from his boss, Doug Melvin, next on the Sports Leader.
Marcus is off the rest of the week, so Rod Brooks is in. This is Murph and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, look at our OO's Friday. This is not an OO's Friday. This is a 24 Friday based on summer at the ballpark. We heard this every freaking Giants game because it would win the fan vote, which proved to me that millennials are taking over the world here. It's an OO's Friday. We had Eminem, Lose Yourself, and now Young Tony. This is one of yours, isn't it, huh? Yeah? Natasha Bedingfield.
Solid Portola live.
Right. So, did you know, Rod, this kept winning the song choice by the Giants fans every game. And I was like, I guess the millennials are here because Unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield would not have been my choice, but I've come to embrace it now. So, we got to get to Doug Melvin, but welcome to an OO's Friday, everybody, and turn up your Natasha on your Spotify. Now, we switch to baseball. Here's the transition. Zack Minasian's future with the Giants. Unwritten. So there it is, man.
Look at the tie-in.
Doug Melvin was the longtime general manager of the Milwaukee Brewers when the Giants' new GM, Zack Minasian, was a scouting director. And so we want to thank him so much for hopping on KNBR out here in San Francisco to talk about it. And Doug, you're here with Brian Murphy and Rod Brooks, and it is a Friday morning. We are talking to you about the Giants. And good morning. How are you?
All right, fine. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
No, we're happy to talk about it. And, I was going over, Doug, your tenure in Milwaukee when Zack was there, and you guys did big things, whether it was CeCe Sabathia or Zack Greinke or Frankie Rodriguez. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Would you say that was your sort of philosophy as a Brewers manager, and I'd say maybe in Zack's as well, that you guys were there to do big things?
Yeah, well, we had a smaller market in Milwaukee, obviously, but we hadn't won in 25 years, so we had to be creative, and I had to have a creative scouting director, and that was Zack, and we explored a lot of different things. But no, Zack was a big part of our Sabathia, Zack Greinke trades, Frankie Rodriguez trades, and then with Josh Hader, when we acquired Josh Hader from the Astros, then he was a big part of that deal, and that deal helped the Brewers for a number of years. But no, he's a hard worker. He's a dedicated baseball guy. I think the thing with Zack that I found with him is people loved working for him. And, you always hear sometimes that a player on a team makes other people around them better. And I found Zack was that kind of personality in the front office, and he'll make people around him better. He's not going to be the type of guy who's going to go into his office and close his door and you don't see him the rest of the day. He's going to be popping out of his office saying hi to people, talking to people. But he knows his players. I always relied on him heavily. I relied on scouts heavily. And that to help you make those decisions, you have to do it. You just can't go out there and do it by yourself. And he was a big help to us.
Can you give us any insight on Zack's baseball philosophy, how he views the game as it's played today, the way it's played today?
Yeah, I think he's very familiar with the analytics. Maybe not as complex as what some teams are, but I think from a baseball standpoint, his philosophy it's obviously going to be a little different with the Giants than it was with the Brewers because of the ability to have money to spend, but you still have to be smart in spending your money. But no, Zack's going to want to do what he can to win. And that he's going to, he's obviously got a great mentor there with Buster Posey now from the baseball side that's been through a lot of great experiences himself. But no, I think his philosophy, everybody's philosophy as a general manager is to go out and win and try to sustain success. I think that's the toughest challenge in the game today, is to be able to sustain success with free agency, with arbitrations, with payrolls, and that's the hardest thing. But he's one that we tried to do that in Milwaukee, is to sustain success and be competitive every year and hope to get to the playoffs, because once the playoffs start, anything can happen.
We're talking to Doug Melvin, who was the longtime general manager of the Milwaukee Brewers when Zack Minasian was his club director of professional scouting and minor league scouting and the whole scouting department there. And we just talked about all the big trades they made. So let's talk a little bit, Doug, about scouting itself. So Zack is an incredible baseball family, and we can talk about that, the layers and layers of baseball in his family. You were a former minor league pitcher, correct? And I'm wondering about scouts who didn't play either minors or big league baseball. Like, how are they viewed differently as those who actually played the game? Because Zack didn't play at a minor league or professional level, but yet is good enough to be a scout?
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of great general managers, Frank Cashin, Lou Gorman, Roland Heeman through the years. Bob Quinn that never played the game at those levels, but those kind of individuals like that, what you have to do is you hire smart, intelligent baseball minds. You give them the ability to go out there and the freedom to do their jobs, but then you hold them accountable in that regard. But they're a big part of the process, and you have to listen to them. When we used to have our trade deadlines, we brought every one of our pro scouts into our head office in Milwaukee, and we sat in that room for 4 days during the trade deadline and listened to everybody's opinions. And that's the kind of person that Zack will probably be like. He's going to take people's opinions. Now, not every opinion is going to be listened to, or going to be activated, but will be listened to, and that's who Zack is. He'll hire scouts. He'll listen to them. He'll go out himself. He'll go to see his minor league teams. He'll have a good grasp on what they have in the minor league system. But no, you just can't do this by yourself. It's too tough a job to do by yourself, and you got to have people surrounding you with strong opinions about players. And then they're held accountable, and I think that's who Zack will be. But he's been around the game so long. When I was GM in Texas, he worked in the clubhouse. He was a young kid, worked in the clubhouse, but he got to know what players were all about. The attitudes when they lose, the attitudes when you win. And you see that experience probably helped him somewhat to stay in the game too. But from the scouting standpoint, he's going to be someone will get a room full of people and say, okay, guys, let's get to work and let's find some players.
How much of the job of general manager, how much has that changed over, let's say, the past 20 years, especially with the advent and the reliance on analytics? How much has the GM job changed, and could we consider Zack Minasian a new breed of general manager in these sort of shifting baseball times?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's a new breed. I do think the game obviously has changed. It's probably changed the 20 years before that too. But the game itself has changed with the number of analytics and different things that try to predict the game and try to predict talent and that. But the game itself is a series of random events that provide an unpredictable outcome at times is what it is, and you can see that in the recent World Series that it is a series of events that provide an unpredictable outcome. And
in one inning in particular in the World Series. Yeah.
Well, the other day I said Aaron Judge makes one of the great catches. He might have been better to drop that ball and catch the other rookie ball.
I love, by the way, a series of events that provides an unpredictable outcome. I think you're describing our show, too, Doug, what you're describing.
But people try to predict what happened and the probabilities and all that.
Yeah.
And you have to be alert to all of that, but it still comes down to the human element. And I think the thing about Zack, too, is he understands the player development side of things, too. And not every player has the same developmental curve. There's some players that will develop at Yastrzemski, for example, develop a little bit later. Then you got another player that you were hoping would develop at age 22, and he didn't. So every player's developmental curve is different. And Zack has an understanding of that because he worked in the front office the whole time over the 20 years or whatever he worked with me. And he understands that because conversations of player development were ongoing all the time. Conversations with scouting ongoing all the time. We always included a lot of people. And I think that's who Zack is going to be. So you'll get a lot of different opinions in that. But it'll be different. It'll be challenging for him because he's got to pull the trigger now.
Yeah. And did you have any opinion? I know we got to let you go. We're talking to Doug Melvin, who was the longtime GM of the Milwaukee Brewers, kind enough to hop on and tell us about his former scouting director, Zack Minasian, who's the Giants' new GM. Just last one is hearing that Buster Posey became the president of baseball operations. This is a big deal. It comes with not without a risk. If you fail, you become a hero who fails in the front office, and nobody wants to go in thinking you're going to fail. You want to succeed. But your thought about that? I mean, he doesn't have the experience doing it. And then I guess the second part of that question would be, and then how that would marry to Zack.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why Zack has the job, personally, not because of his talents and everything, but I think that short-term 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they've been together, I think Buster has seen what I saw in Zack, someone with baseball knowledge and ability that he can lean on. And I think Buster's going to need someone to lean on, and I think he feels very comfortable with Zack, or he would not have hired him. And I think Zack, in my conversations with Zack, he's just loving the fact that dealing with Buster Posey, he said he's very comfortable to talk with, and it's fun talking baseball. They're both guys that are going to be baseball junkies. That's what we are. That's why we get in this business. We're baseball junkies. We talk the game. You can manage a lot by storytelling, too, in this game, of past experiences. And Buster Posey has championship experiences to talk about. So I think that the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think they wedded together very well, and that's why I think Zack is going to hold his position even beyond the ability that he has, that he showed for me as a general manager when he was scouting director and I was general manager. And I'm really happy for him.
Just a great answer and a great perspective there, Doug. So we'll end it on this then. So after that really strong review from you, we'll look past the fact that he's Tommy Lasorda's godson, right, Doug?
I know. I think I mentioned to Zack one time. I said, Zack, that may not be a good thing to bring up.
No, I would have left it out of the bio. He made sure, because I'm on the Giants website and they have it on the bio. I'm like, maybe you leave that one out, right? Oh, that's funny. No, but their family history with baseball is incredible. So he's probably proud of that.
Oh yeah, Zack's got. You'll enjoy him, having him on the show too, because he's got some great stories to tell over the years. And the other thing, he's got great memory. He remembers these trades. I talked to him about some of our trades we've had with other clubs, and he said, "I remember we turned down this trade or that trade." He's got a great mind to remember those, and I'm getting older, so I need somebody like that.
Well, it sounds like we got a baseball guy, we got a baseball lifer, and we got a guy that you liked his work and his work ethics and his baseball ideas. So, Doug, we sure do appreciate it, and congrats on your wonderful long baseball career, and you'll continue, I know, to talk the game like the junkie you are. So, thanks for hopping on KNBR in San Francisco.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Doug Melvin, enjoyable. Good booking, John Joe Curley. Good booking by that. He booked that when he first got the word, and that was good insight. So, all right, well, listen, from that to a tradition, Brian and Bobby's best bets. Rod's like, wait, what? Well, we'll explain it on the other side, but you got a pinch hit for Bobby Boucher.
I can do it.
And I got a pinch hit for myself. And then we'll get going on a Friday, of course. John Lynch, if you missed him, he'll hit his regular time from Wednesday. But that was a fun conversation. We'll return to it. It's an OO's Friday. Already, we heard Eminem, Lose Yourself, and Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten. I think we could probably call it a success so far. On to the next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Oh, man. By the way, our OO's Friday continues. Where were you when Kellis had her milkshake? And did you go to the yard? That's my question. That's my old man suburban dad question. Did you go to the yard when Kellis brought her milkshake, boys? Rod, how about this one, huh? How about this one?
An all-timer.
Oh, I mean, it was so unique, right? I had not, as a just not cool guy, I had never pondered the concept of a milkshake bringing the boys to the yard. Were you down with the whole concept? I was not. Yeah.
Of milkshakes?
Bringing boys to the yard? Yeah.
Boy, there are things I want to say, but I'm not going to say on a 50,000-watt radio station at 6:50 in the morning. But let's just say Khalees Strong.
So
former wife of the great rapper Nas.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah,
and
man.
Nas to me.
So Nas went to the yard.
Okay. He wanted the milkshake, is what you're saying.
Nas has a full understanding of the milkshake.
Young Tone, for you, this would be, where does this rank in your OO's radar here, buddy?
I mean, this is a banger. What's not to like?
Okay. Well, we're 3 for 3 then. We got Eminem, Lose Yourself, Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten, and Kellis, Milkshake. 2003. Where were you? And who doesn't like milkshakes, right? You know what I mean.
The lactose intolerant.
You know what I mean?
That milkshake.
We're talking metaphors, y'all. All right, let's get into our picks. So here's the deal. Marcus Boucher out all week. He's in New York. Sorry, Marcus, the Yankees didn't win the World Series. But he did enjoy his trip with his dad and his bro, and he'll be back on Tuesday. So Rod's sold out the Enormo Dome all week, and then we're going to bring him back on Monday to do it again. So we said, hey, Rod, on Friday at 6:50, we do our picks. And we made a joke about him being Bobby Boucher. That's his nickname. The Water Boy comes from his last name being Boucher, shared with Adam Sandler's character, Bobby the Waterboy Boucher.
Yeah.
So his alter ego when he makes picks is Bobby Boucher. And we thought, well, if he has an alter ego, I have to have an alter ego. And our joke was, well, my alter ego is that nobody ever uses my first name. Brian. Nobody ever uses it. My mom was the last person to use my first name. And so our alter egos are Brian and Bobby. On Fridays, I picked 2. They call me Saturday Murph, Brooks. They call me Saturday Murph.
I didn't know that.
Or at least I called myself Saturday Murph. Although I stopped calling myself Saturday Murph when I got off to a horrible start this year. However, Saturday Murph may be back, y'all. And then Boucher does the 2 Sunday games that he likes the best. That means that's your job.
Okay.
Then I provide the top 5 couch potato TV games, which we were just talking about with Rod this weekend if he was going to watch some football. We'll get into that in just a second. So I'll go first. We go Saturday comes before Sunday, so we'll go chronologically, but we always recap where we've been. And guys, I told you, Young Tone, last week at this time when I was down and out, Rod, 4-10 against the spread in my first 14.
Damn.
And that's not, I usually, at worst, am like 500. I've had a couple real good years, so it was easily my worst start ever. But I said this, and this is what he said to the kids in baseball. Your son's a pitcher. Next pitch.
Yeah.
And one pitch at a time, baby.
Right.
You're not going to, it's 3-0. You can't throw 3 strikes on one pitch. Just throw a strike. And let's find our way back one pitch at a time,
Absolutely.
right? So one pick at a time. We took it carefully last week. We rode with my man Kurt Signetti's Indiana Hoosiers, who beat Minnesota last week, and that took me to a win. And then my Vanderbilt Commodores were getting 18.5 against Texas. I said, give me the 18.5, and I hit on that too.
We are living in a strange college football world. We got a 12-team playoff coming up. Obviously, conference realignment has just gone bonkers. Indiana is a football school.
Bro.
And I watched Indiana last week.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they win a national championship because they're not, but that's a good outfit.
And that was their backup quarterback, who's Trace Jackson Davis's little bro.
I mean,
their starter's back this week.
Indiana is good. Yeah. And Vanderbilt has been a joke forever.
You know what I just realized, though?
Not now.
Stop you right now. I just realized that this is our 4th show this week, and you and I haven't just seized the microphones and gone full college football. Because you and I are the only people at the leader who can talk college football.
I've been told too many times by too many program directors that no one here cares about college football.
But you know what? You and I have the mics. The program director can't run in and turn off our mic.
And, what are they going to do? Fire me twice?
Tolbert, I should leave Tolbert. Tolbert's actually the king of college football. I would be the pauper when it comes to Tolbert. But I am like you, and I forgot that we've got Brooksy's college football mind sitting right here to my left.
Those were 2 strong picks last week. You have to know college football to know that Indiana is legit, and Vanderbilt, you can pick them to win. And
imbued with that confidence, I picked 4. I looked at 4 games that I was really studying.
Lay them on.
And I finally just had to whittle them down to 2. The 2 I'm leaving behind, I'm going to stay away from Ohio State, Penn State, even though I'm tempted to take Ohio State. They are giving 3 at Penn State. They've beaten Penn State 7 years in a row. But Ohio State, they lost a sluggish week against Nebraska last week. I'm staying away from it.
They were somewhat looking ahead to this Penn State game.
Okay.
College kids are notoriously unreliable. And, when it comes to trying to figure out a football team full of college kids, it's almost impossible to do.
I have said this before. When I win, I'm happy. When I lose, you know what I say? I say, you try picking these freaking 18-year-old kids.
And listen,
they had a fight with their girlfriend the night before.
Exactly.
It's like, what are we doing
and
here?
Let's face it, it's going to be a choke-off between Ryan Day and James Franklin.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Neither one of them understand how to win a big game.
That's why I'm staying away from it. That's why I'm staying away from it.
Smart.
And the other one I'm staying away from is my new favorite team, the Indiana Hoosiers. They're playing at Michigan State. They're given 8. I think Indiana will win, but 8 is too much.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pick against Indy, so I'm staying away from it.
Yep.
Staying away. So here's where I'm going. I'm going to a familiar place. Have you guys seen the Oregon Ducks play football this year?
I have.
They're good.
Yes.
I have thought in the past that Oregon is a bit of a paper tiger. They sometimes choke and spit the bit or swallow the olive, etc.
Sometimes.
Dan Lanning is a different dude. And when they hired him, let's hope, you know what? I'm going to say this. What do you give me for Dan Lanning and Zack Minasian? Because I was underwhelmed on paper by the Dan Lanning hire. I was like, what? Didn't know he was not a name people were talking about. He did not appear to be an overly charismatic guy when he walked in the room. He didn't have much of a track record recruiting or running a program. Bro, I have been impressed by this guy at every step of the way, and I think they are the real deal. They are going to Michigan, and they're laying 14.5, which is a lot. But you know what?
Michigan's not good.
Have you seen Michigan this year?
Yeah.
They've had little tiny flare-ups of competence, but they are not ready for Oregon's offensive onslaught. And Oregon's playing for something. Oregon's trying to win the whole gonfalon. They're trying to win the whole damn thing. And they're going to beat Oregon. I mean, they're going to beat Michigan by 17 points.
College programs, for better or for worse, I believe, take on the personality of their head coach. Dan Lanning is no nonsense. I would dare say he's a tough-minded coach. And Oregon has taken his personality. They're much better at the line of scrimmage. And out of all of the former Pac-12 teams, sorry, Murph, that have now migrated to the Big Ten, Oregon's the only one that can play Big Ten football. Oregon is the only one that can match up with these other Big Ten teams at the line of scrimmage, which is why they're going to go into the big house and just mush Michigan in the face.
I think they win by 17.
Yeah.
14. The hook is a bummer. The 14.5 because I could see a backdoor situation.
I
know, but I'm going to go there because Oregon's been very reliable. I'm going to give you some of the results. They beat Illinois 38-9 last week, and we'll get to Illinois in just a second.
And by the way, that was a game where they could have, like Ohio State, they could have been looking ahead to the next game. Like I believe Ohio State was looking ahead past Nebraska to Penn State. Oregon didn't do that. That's them being a tough-minded team.
Here's another example of their tough-mindedness. After their epic battle with Ohio State, they had a letdown game on a Friday night at Purdue. They beat them 35-0.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I like them to cover a 14.5-point spread against Michigan. I know the big house is the big house. It's just not the same. It's post-Harbaugh.
No.
In Oregon and Dan Lanning, 17-point win. Give me the Ducks. The other one is weird. It's really weird, Rod, that I've become a Big Ten guy, dude. Oh, my God, I've become a Big Ten guy. What? And so I've actually been following it much closer. I've been a Pac-12 guy all my life. Actually, Rod, if we get into it, I'm a Pac-8 guy.
Old school.
I'm old enough to remember the Pac-8. I grudgingly accepted Arizona and Arizona State. And when Colorado and Utah came in, that's why when people made a big beef about, like, oh, USC and UCLA killed the Pac-12. I'm like, what do you mean killed the Pac-12? We've had Colorado and Utah walking around for the last few years. They're not Pac-12 school. What are we doing? It's been dead for a few years here, guys. But anyway, the point is I get it, the old West Coast Conference, which I still think will come back one day. I do. I believe we're going to get to that point where we have like that 64-team football conference, and then we'll realign, and I think we'll get the Western teams back together. I do. I think kind of the old Pac-8 will come back, but that's probably not to like 2031 or something like that. But anyway, point is that the Illinois Fighting Illini are not bad. I know they lost to Oregon 38-9, but I've sort of admired what they've done this year. They're 6-2. They're taking on the Minnesota Golden Gophers at home. Minnesota just finished a perfect October, but I watched Minnesota play UCLA. And Minnesota's favored in this game at Illinois. Minnesota's giving 3 points. I am not a believer. I like PJ Fleck's tie and all that. I get it. It's cute. He wears a tie. But go look at the teams Minnesota beat, guys, and I won't spend too much time. But they beat Maryland. They barely squeaked by UCLA. They beat SC, kind of. There was a controversial call at the end of that game. I like Illinois at home getting 3 points. Give me the Big Orange. Give me the Champagne. Give me Kendall Gill in the Illinois Fighting Illini. That's an old
Couldn't think of a football player, huh? Couldn't think of an Illinois football player.
Give me Dick Butkus. So I'm going to take Illinois and get 3 points against Minnesota. Those are my picks. And by the way, that was the only Illinois football player I could think of, too. Can we get another one?
Nope. Dick Butkus.
They had a receiver. You know what? One of the Niner kid. Who came in and busted bars with me and Polly, Brandon Lloyd, right? Isn't he an Illinois kid?
Sure, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. By the way, go look up Brandon Lloyd's rap. Unbelievable. Go see if you can find that for me. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader of Cumulus Media Stations. There I am in the books.
All right, here we go.
2 Big Ten teams. Rod Brooks is pinch hitting for Boucher, who, by the way, just last week, he went 1-1 last week.
What's his overall record?
He's 11-5. Waterboy's good at this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he's a veteran degenerate. He is a veteran degenerate. He
is a Yankee fan, so that tracks.
He won with the Niners. He had the Niners. He hasn't taken the Niners all year. He took them last week to cover against Dallas.
That was the easiest pick
of the week. He took Green Bay to cover against Jacksonville and got burned. Jacksonville actually covered the spread in that game. So he's 11-5. But you are going to be 2-0. What do you got, buddy?
I am going to take the Mandos. Give me the Washington Commanders.
Who they got?
Giving 4 to the New York Giants. Giants coming off a short week, and so they are susceptible to being pushed over the ledge. The difference, there are many differences between college football and pro football, but one of the big differences is that college kids being notoriously unreliable, pro football teams, the good ones, are fairly even-keeled. They can go from a big win and parlay that into another win. They can go on streaks. They don't have the peaks and valleys. They don't have the ups and downs. Washington had that miracle win against the Bears with that Hail Mary. That's not going to be one of those situations where they're resting on their laurels. Washington, I believe, is 6-2. Jaden Daniels, Go Tigers, from Louisiana State University, it has that outfit scoring point after point after point. The Giants are bad. Brian Daboll and that group circling the drain. He's probably going to be out of a job, and the Commanders are going to help usher that into reality. So give me the Manders, as they call them in the DMV area. They do.
I did not know that.
Because you can't call them the commies. Or you could, but you shouldn't.
Well, we do have an election Tuesday. So,
settle down. Right. So give me Washington.
Okay, I like it.
Chargers and the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I saw that one.
Give me the Browns. I'm using the covers.com spreads and BetMGM.
What do you got?
Give me the Browns +2.
Who's the home team?
Browns are.
Okay,
home dog. Jameis Winston is a certified goofball. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that cat can do, he can throw a football, and he can rally a group of dudes. And he was able to do that last week in a Cleveland win, and I think he's going to keep that train rolling. There's talent on Cleveland. There's talent defensively. Obviously, they had a problem at quarterback.
You mentioned Jim Schwartz and the Browns beating the Niners last year?
It's a talented team. Problem is, they're the Browns. And the Browns still can't get away from making bad decisions. And obviously, Deshaun Watson was a monumentally bad decision. Jameis Winston came in there in sort of a pinch hit role last week at quarterback after Watson got hurt, and Jameis Winston helped get them to a win. I think that keeps going, and I think the Browns, who are, they're not going to win anything. They're not going to make the playoffs, but they're going to make life miserable for a lot of teams here for the rest of the year, and Jameis Winston is going to be the tip of the spear. So give me the Browns.
What's your take on Harbaugh's Chargers?
I just don't know anything about him yet. To me, they're just kind of
Are they faceless kind of, yeah?
They're just kind of there.
They have Justin Herbert, but they're not maximizing him. They're running the ball and playing D.
There's nothing about the Chargers that makes me go,
Yeah, right. I got you. And Cleveland's a fun story. They got a little momentum and they got a little wind in their sails. And as you said, Winston is a goofball, but he can throw the rock and he can lead men.
He can play quarterback. Here's the thing with Jameis Winston. He plays quarterback. He's a goofball in real life, and he's a goofball on the football field because he is the king of 3 touchdowns and 2 or 3 interceptions behind that. But it's weird to say, and he had this in college too, even though he was a goofball and a weirdo in college, the kid's a leader. He's a legitimate leader, and that's what the Browns need at quarterback.
Young Tone, you got that leadership of a Jameis Winston just last Sunday.
There's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
That's your guy. That's your guy.
I didn't say he's my guy. I'm just saying that he's a damn near delightful weirdo.
Dude, he's already quoting our OO's Friday. That was our lead song on OO's Friday.
Did you ever see when he was with the Saints and he said, let's go eat a W? And I can't do it, but he crossed his fingers up in the shape of a W like he's throwing up West Side. And he's like, let's eat a W, fellas. Nom, 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 nom. And everybody's looking at him like, all right, let's eat a W then.
Heisman Trophy winner. Heisman Trophy winner. By the way, for the Illinois heads out there, Dick Buckets, Red Grange, Ray Nitschke. We're getting to Marty Lurie territory. Ray Nitschke. Red Grange, George Hallis, Papa Bear went to University of Illinois.
Can we get somebody in the latter half of the 20th century?
I believe you stood on the sidelines when this guy was slinging interceptions over at the Coliseum. Jeff George.
Okay, I forgot. No, I was not here
Okay,
yet.
That was pre-you?
That was pre-me.
All right. Simeon Rice was probably their best in the last 25, 30 years. Remember the great Simeon Rice. And, of course, Tony Eason for your old Patriots heads. And then Brandon Lloyd is another one, too. But that's about it. There's a few others, but those are the main ones. All right, well, there you go. Good picks, Rod. Now I do the couch potato guide to the top 5 TV games. And I mentioned this to Rod. I said, Rod, you got any youth sports this weekend? Because I do. I got youth sports obligations.
Thank God.
And he goes, no. And I said, so does that mean you and your family will be active outdoors?
No.
And he's like, what, are you kidding? I said, does that mean you'll be inside watching football? He said, yes. And then I said, does that mean you'll be drinking a beer?
Is a school bus yellow?
Does the bear use the woods as a lavatory, my friends? Yes.
Is the Pope Catholic?
And I asked him, is Rod, now, would that be any old beer? Tell your lovely wife, Sarah, hey, honey, just grab anything you see. No. You're going to go out and get the beer you want.
I got class.
Yeah, okay.
Elysian Space Dust.
Okay.
The best.
They have that on tap at the Giants games.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you like that,
yeah.
huh?
That's good stuff.
We have a spot in Mill Valley called The Junction that's got beers I've never freaking heard of. I go in there, if I grab any of those 4, it's like great beer. People are making great beer these days.
Yeah, they are.
It's beer is at an all-time. And listen, we're back to Tolbert again, right? He's like, duh, dude, welcome to the party. But so you will be drinking. So I'm going to give you your top 5 then.
Lay it on.
And I'm going to tell you, it's a weird week. There's no Niners. And that's always, bye-week couch potato guide is always odd. Let me tell you what about this NFL schedule. It ain't that good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to...
Which is weird because there's only 2 teams on the bye this week.
Rod,
that's the Niners and the Steelers.
I'm going to say these games don't even make my top 5. 10 a.m. on Fox, Dallas, Atlanta.
Boo.
I don't want to see that. And then I did just missing my top 5 is the game you just mentioned, Chargers, Cleveland, 10 a.m. on CBS. I mean, maybe you'll watch that because you have a pick now invested in it. But let's go to the top 5. And starting with my 1-star pick, we talked about this game off air yesterday. I've been to it. Florida, Georgia, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, 12:30 on CBS. Oh, by the way, on 810, the spread, too. Listen, do people in the Bay Area have a vested interest in that game? No, not really. But Georgia is a team trying to win a national championship. Florida's on the come up a little bit. I was listening to some Paul Feinbaum Yeah, true story. I was listening to some Paul Feinbaum, and the Florida-Georgia calls are just pouring in. They're losing their minds. And Florida Gators think they might rise up and do something to them.
Hell no.
Anyway,
Come on. If you don't know SEC football, and I traffic heavily in that, Florida-Georgia is a traditional rivalry. Those two teams, those two fan bases hate each other.
Yeah. I've been to
the world's largest cocktail party
in Jacksonville.
Just that's something to check out. It's like Texas, Oklahoma. It's one of those games where it's a neutral site, long-time rivalry. Yeah. It's just fun to watch.
Well, they call it the world's largest, young Tony, they call it the world's largest outdoor cocktail party.
Not anymore because, well, they don't want to
I just
promote.
did.
But it is. No, it's always going to be the cocktail party.
I'll tell you.
It's always going to be the Red River Shootout when Texas and Oklahoma get together.
Civil War in Oregon.
It's always going to be the Civil War.
Yeah. By the way, when I found that out, I was like in college. There's a football game called the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. I was like, I got to get there.
And it is. There's not a lie.
That's coming from an LSU guy, too. My 2-star pick is, and I'm only doing this for the helmets, because neither team is great this year. USC Washington, 4:30 p.m. on the Big Ten Network. That's just the old Pac-8 guy in me. That's the old Pac-8 in me. Just because it's good helmets. Go Huskies, 4:30, Big Ten. Why not? Elysian Space Dust, 4:30 in the afternoon. Not bad. My 3-star pick is the game I picked, Oregon, Michigan. That's at 12:30 on CBS. You'll be flipping back and forth between Oregon, Washington, and Oregon, Michigan, and Florida, Georgia. By the way,
How do you get down with your football viewing? Are you a YouTube guy, YouTube TV guy? Do you?
Florida, Georgia is on ABC, by the way.
Do you worship at the Church of the Multiview?
No, I don't. I'm an old-fashioned Last Channel guy.
Oh,
yeah.
You got to get down with YouTube TV, baby.
I have wanted to do it for so long. You're pushing me over the. I'm doing it this weekend.
I was you.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago. I'm like, I'm a DirecTV guy. I don't have time for YouTube TV.
Bro.
Dog. Multiview, watching college football, and I don't get a chance to watch the pros because I'm busy. Yeah. But if you have Sunday Ticket, you can choose which 4 pro games you want to watch.
Okay.
Watching those games, YouTube TV, you got to get down with it, man.
I'm in. Thank you, Rod. This 5-star couch potato guy has been very fruitful. So Oregon, Michigan's at 12:30 on CBS, opposite Florida, Georgia on ABC. So that sounds like a multi-view special.
Absolutely.
For Rod Brooks. My 4-star pick is the Ohio State Penn State game. I got my guy DePippa. I got my neighbor and my longtime friend is a Penn State Nittany Lion. I've been force-fed Penn State propaganda for about 15 years now.
I'm so sorry about that.
But that's a great game. Great helmets, great game, white, the whole deal. 9 a.m., 100,000. Why not? It's a great college football game. 9 a.m. on Fox. Get you going early.
Who's going to spit the bit the most?
Maybe it's too early for a Elysian Space Dust.
Says who?
And then finally, my 5-star pick.
No rules to this.
My 5-star pick is a game you did not pick. It's the best NFL game of the weekend by far. It's the only NFL game I'm putting on my list. It's the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers at 1:25 on Fox, also on 8:10. That's the one everybody's talking about. Because that's actually a huge game because one of those teams is not going to win the division. And the team that doesn't win the division now has to go on the road the whole time.
Niner
fans.
And
the team that wins the division is going to stay at home. And they're both going to be really, really, really good. But one of the teams is going to get a bad draw in the playoffs.
Niner fans, this is what you do this week when your team's not playing. You got work to do.
Yeah.
Now you got to scout.
Yeah.
You need to watch the Lions, and you need to pay attention to the Packers and how they get down. That's an outfit. They run the ball.
Hence the hat. And the hat means the Brian and Bobby's best bets are in the books. Shout out Brooksy with an incredible pinch hit performance worthy of Candy Maldonado in 1986. And we'll be back. All right, we talked Zack Minasian next on The Sports Leader. Waterboy's good at this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he's a veteran degenerate. It's Underdog Fantasy Time, the app that everybody enjoys. If you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports, okay, it's the Pick'em game. And what happens is you just choose higher or lower on players' stats, passing yards, three-pointers, whatever. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. They got all your favorite leagues. So you just pick a player, you go higher or lower, and Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. So I've been using it. I'm looking at the NFL slate this week. It's just an example of what you do if you download the app. Josh Allen against Miami, 275.5 passing yards. Your choice. Bo Nix at Baltimore. Touchdown or no touchdown? 0.5 passing touchdowns. Your choice. Jameis Winston, Rod's guy. 1.5 passing touchdowns, higher or lower. That's what you can do on Underdog. And Underdog, by the way, is running a special or a promo or a bonus almost every single day. Profit boosts, pump up your winnings, discounts. You get adjusted projections on stats during the game. Free picks, basically a sure thing. All new users get a free pick, and all you have to do is go higher than 0.5 on a stat to win. So download the app, sign up with the promo code Murphy, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. So promo code Murphy. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's Niners pre- and post-game shows. Now you hear him on KNBR. It's Rod Brooks filling in for Marcus as Murph and Brooks continue on the Sports Leader.
Our OO's Friday continues here. How about Green Day? Could have been a 90s Friday. We could have done Dookie, but they're so good. They rolled into the OO's and dropped American Idiot on us. This was a big-time album with bangers all over the place. We could have gone with any song from that album, but we'll go with the signature one. Hey, Rod.
Yes, sir.
Don't want to be an American Idiot, brother.
No.
Do you rock with Green Day?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I know Rod is, people know this from his many, many years here. Rod loves him some music.
Yes, sir.
And you're discerning, too.
I have certain opinions about music that I am very steadfast about.
I remember listening one day, listening to you and Fitz, and I forget what song it was, but I was driving. You said to Bob, but that's because you have the musical taste of a 13-year-old girl.
God, he had the worst musical taste. Still does. It hasn't changed.
Do you remember what would have inspired that take?
It was probably something.
Was it Daughtry?
Yes, I was just about to say
Yeah,
he was really big on Daughtry.
Yeah.
Because was he on American Idol or something like that?
Were you rocking with Daughtry?
I mean, this is an audio medium, so I don't know why.
Well, no, it's YouTube. You can see the look on his face right there. And Twitch.
No disrespect to Daughtry, but he ain't my type of hype. No.
But you rock with Green Day.
Absolutely, man.
So how would you evaluate our OO's Friday so far? Eminem, Lose Yourself, Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten, Kellis, Milkshake, and Green Day, American Idiot.
I love it.
Okay.
Can't wait for the rest of it.
Okay. That's exciting. Young Tone, what about you? How are you with the OO's Friday so far?
I love it, dude. This is phenomenal.
Which is your favorite so far? Eminem, Natasha Bedingfield, Kellis, or Green Day?
Gotta go Unwritten, dude. Such a banger.
Where are you with Green Day, American Idiot? Is that even on your radar?
Yeah, of course.
By the way, has Baby Huey come down yet?
No.
You know we have the biggest Green Day fan in the world in our building.
Literally.
Danny Delmar, a.k.a. Baby Huey. I'm surprised he just hasn't instinctively migrated down the hall right now and just kind of walked like a zombie into your room because Green Day is playing in the building right now. All right, guys, shout out to the boys from the East Bay. And so, speaking of the Bay Area, that's what we're here to do, is talk Bay Area sports. Like a new general manager for the San Francisco Giants, Zack Minasian. I'm going with a slight sort of Z on the S because I heard Brian Anderson and the Milwaukee Brewers say it that way. It's Minasian, Minasian or Minasian. And he's got quite a story, Rod. We should get into the family history a little bit before we get into Doug Melvin. This family history is interesting. So I did a little Googling here, and the story is it goes back to his Armenian ancestors who came over in the 1920s, Kevork and Yagsa Minasian. There's a picture of them. So this gets real serious now. They survived the Armenian genocide, okay? And so then they immigrated to America. God bless the United States of America, right? And they gave birth to a son named Zack. Okay, so Zack is he was born in Chicago, and then the family moved to L.A. Okay, now, this guy, Zack, the grandpa, starts working at the Ambassador Hotel, which is a famous hotel in Los Angeles, tragically, for the Robert Kennedy shooting. But he becomes the banquet and catering guy there, and he meets a young Dodger coach named Tommy Lasorda. Okay, so this is our guy, Zack's grandpa, is the banquet and catering guy at the Ambassador Hotel in L.A. He meets Lasorda, who's with the Dodgers organization. That time, he's not the manager. All right, Walt Alston is. Lasorda then becomes a minor league manager in Ogden, Utah. He says to his banquet and catering buddy, I saw your boy Zack. Now, not our Zack. Zack is a family name. This is his dad. And he says his dad is a 15-year-old kid. He goes, why don't you send him up here for the summer in Ogden? I'll make him a clubby. How about that, by the way? You got to have friends, right? So if you're 15 years old, you're a clubby in a minor league baseball team in Ogden, Utah.
Oh, the things he saw.
Oh, and apparently Steve Garvey came through there.
The things he saw.
Even in Ogden, Utah.
Oh,
Steve Garvey in 1968. So anyway, they become lifelong friends, obviously. Then this guy, Zack, the teenage clubby, becomes a baseball lifer. He becomes the longtime Texas Rangers clubhouse manager, basically the Mike Murphy of the Texas Rangers. He has a bunch of kids, one of whom is Perry Minasian, who's now the GM of the Angels. Right. He has another kid named Calvin, who's the clubby in Atlanta. He's the Mike Murphy of Atlanta. He's for the Braves. And the third one is Zack, who is now the new GM of the Giants. So you see this history here. Now, unfortunately, there's some Dodger history here. Tommy Lasorda is our guy Zack's godfather. And we joked to Doug Melvin about that. In fact, we had about whether or not he should have included that in his bio when he got hired by the Giants. So this guy, Zack, our guy, the new guy, gets hired in Milwaukee as the director of scouting and spends 15 years there. Apparently, pretty fruitful years. And according to our guest at 6:30, Doug Melvin, who was the GM, he was intimately involved in acquiring CC Sabathia, intimately involved in acquiring Zach Greinke, intimately involved in acquiring Francisco Rodriguez, intimately involved in acquiring Josh Hader. So big moves. And then at 2019, Farhan takes over in San Francisco, calls him up and says, do you want to come out and be here with us and be in my front office? He says yes. By 2022, he's made the Giants VP of scouting. And yesterday, Bob Nightingale breaks the news that Buster Posey has tabbed him to be the new GM. So hearing all that, do you have a reaction top of your head?
The thing that keeps rattling around in my head is this is Buster's first big, impactful hire. Big, impactful move. There will be others, I will assume, bigger in terms of talent acquisition, free agent talent acquisition. But this is Buster's first strike at the piñata as the guy in charge of the San Francisco Giants. And to me, this says a lot about what Buster Posey values. And on the surface, he seems to value two things. Continuity. Three things. Continuity, relationships, and scouting. Continuity, keeping someone from the previous regime, as much as many of you who are listening or watching don't like the previous regime or didn't like it now that it's gone. Being able to just say, hey, you know what? I'm the new dude in charge. The way it was done before was completely wrong. All y'all got to go. Buster could have done that, and I don't think many people would have looked at that and went, that's not something you should do. I think for him to actually have an open mind to various people inside the organization who were Farhan's people, and to be able to pick out one person and go, nah, that's the guy I like, I think that says a lot about Buster Posey and how he is going to go about doing things. Doesn't tell you everything, but I think it gives you a little insight into his personality. Because he could have came in and just said, everybody had anything to do with the previous regime, everybody's out. And I think that goes into the relationship aspect of it as well. Clearly, and I don't know the extent of it, I think the press conference will be interesting and maybe it will be revelatory in this regard, but clearly he has an affinity for Zack Minasian and how he did his job despite it being within the framework of an administration that was just not very popular with the players and with the people in the clubhouse, a part of the actual day-to-day baseball operations. Third thing is the scouting. And this is, part of my line of questioning to Doug Melvin when we had him on last hour is analytics in baseball is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Right. But I do get a sense that the pendulum is sort of swinging back a little bit, and now scouting, using your baseball eyes and your baseball gut, that is going to be valued as well. And I think Buster Posey, again, to get an insight into who he is and what he's going to be as a Giants executive, I think we're seeing he is going to place an emphasis on scouting and what they are seeing with their eyes through their baseball brain. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And everything you said, I mean, there's a lot to debate here, and you're right. There's two sides to this. There's the, this guy was just part of a regime that just gave us 3 years of mediocre baseball. Why would you keep this guy around?
There must be something about him for him to stay.
Like somebody keeps asking on this guy, says, you're not answering my question. He says, what took so long if they were going to stay in-house? I think sometimes that's reasonable. Well, you talk to 11 people, talk to 12 people, and you say, you know what, the guy I talked to in here was the best.
This decision was made weeks ago. The reason it was just announced yesterday is because the World Series is finally over. Major League Baseball, it is an unwritten rule, but it's a rule that they stick by. Major League Baseball does not want any big moves announced by other teams.
There's a reason why you heard it the day after.
Right. They want the World Series, understandably so, to take center stage, to stay center stage. They do not want clubs not participating in the World Series to announce big moves to take the shine off the World Series. I think that's a smart thing. I have no issue with it.
Let's give you just one cut of Doug Melvin. We'll return to this for the big hit. We got John Lynch coming up. We're going to keep you on your regular schedule with John Lynch on a Friday at 7:30. He's usually Friday at 8, but you know what I mean. But this was a really good – we asked about, how do you think he'll connect with Buster Posey, given that Buster is a, potential Hall of Fame catcher who's taking over this job without knowing how to do the job. This was Doug Melvin, the longtime GM of the Brewers, on our show this morning, who hired Zack Minasian, on the relationship he would have with Buster.
Well, I think that's why Zack has the job, personally, not because of his talents and everything, but I think that short-term 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they've been together, I think Buster has seen what I saw in Zack, someone with baseball knowledge and ability that he can lean on. And I think Buster's going to need someone to lean on, and I think he feels very comfortable with Zack, or he would not have hired him. And I think Zack, in my conversations with Zack, he's just loving the fact that dealing with Buster Posey, he said he's very comfortable to talk with, and it's fun talking baseball. They're both guys that are going to be baseball junkies. That's what we are. That's why we get in this business. We're baseball junkies. We talk the game. You can manage a lot by storytelling, too, in this game, of past experiences. And Buster Posey has championship experiences to talk about. So I think that the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think they wedded together very well, and that's why I think Zack is going to hold his position even beyond the ability that he has, that he showed for me as a general manager when he was scouting director and I was general manager, and I'm really happy for him.
Pretty good answer there from Doug. There's a lot of good answers we can get into during the big hit, but that one about over the last 2-3 weeks, the way Buster saw what he saw in this guy. Now, again, I feel the same way I felt, and we'll get in. We got to get out. I know we're up against it, but when John Lynch was hired, it was like, okay, I get it. He can talk on the TV, but he's never done this job before. He's done pretty good. You can argue about the Trey Lance trade, whatever, but the Niners have been in the Super Bowl twice. Mike Dunleavy. It's like, whoa, Bob Myers was the guy. Dunleavy, jury's still out, but there's been some interesting stuff. Farhan Zaidi. I said, let's go, Farhan. Let's get creative and big. He never really did it. So, you come into every GM hopeful. You're not going to rip them right away. You're going to see the work they do. But you want to learn who this guy is. That's what we're doing this morning, and we'll do it again during the big hit. But right now, John Lynch, come on, Niner fans, you need your hit on Friday. It's time to run the damn ball with John Lynch next on The Sports Leader. Oh, Amichis. Hope you all enjoyed your Amichis last night, but don't stop here. Let's keep going. Maybe this weekend when Rod's watching his football and drinking his beer, he can have Amichis. These days, of course, Amichis delivers, but we don't want to talk about Amichis delivery right now. I want to warn you against the other delivery services because you all have those apps, but they charge hefty delivery charges. Amichis doesn't. So why don't you have the food delivered faster and for less money and by the people who actually made it? Okay, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We know what we're doing, been doing this for over 35 years. Pizzas, pastas, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings. Over 35 years, like I said. Pack it in those insulated bags, fresh and hot, delivered promptly, courteously, and professionally. So order your Amici's favorites direct from Amicis.com. That's AMICIS.com. Or use their app and get your order delivered in less time and for less money than the mega delivery companies. So it is the best pizza in town, and wings, and pasta. And when you want it faster and at the best price, order direct because Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, connection has been made. So as we welcome President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch of the San Francisco 49ers. John, I want to say good morning, and you have a special guest today with Marcus in New York with his dad and his brother watching the Yankees. We brought in the legend Rod Brooks. So you got Murph, you got Brooks. Good morning, John.
What's up, Murph? What's up, Rod? Good to be on with you guys.
Before we get into it, I did want to just, and this is, there's like almost no words, but I mean, I know we're going to talk about football and we're going to talk about beating the Cowboys and talk about the bye week, but just whatever we can say on this radio station and on YouTube feed and Twitch and all that about expressing profound human condolences to Charvarius Ward and his family on the loss of his 1-year-old daughter, Amani Joy. It's just John, we've lived long enough to know this world sometimes is filled with unspeakable tragedy, and to lose her at 1-year-old, I have no words other than a profound condolence sending out for you. It's part of your family. I mean, you guys are a family every year, and I don't know if there's something you want to say or express. We just want to send from us to the 49er family and to the Wards just our deepest condolences and just a big a message of love.
I thank you. You said it well, Murph. And, it was Monday morning. I took some friends to the airport early, and I got a call on the way back that, that unspeakable tragedy had happened. And we had all kind of lived through this with Mooney because, you go through, and he was so excited to become a first-time dad. And then they had a fear that, hey, you're going to have a baby. It may indeed have Down syndrome. The baby was born with Down syndrome. But Mooney's attitude, his wife's attitude, where they were going to love this little girl, and Joy was the perfect middle name because that's every time you saw her, she just had this giant smile, was always laughing. And Mooney, his perspective as it does when you're a parent, changes so much. And Mooney just had such a deep love for this young lady, and I mean our organization is just really shaken for the family. Amani was at the game the night before in the daycare that we have, and it's just the unspeakable deal of going to bed and waking up, and we were able to be around him. But you don't know what to say. You pray, you love, and continue to be there for the Ward family. Mooney is such a good guy, and he was such a good dad that loved being a dad, and her memory will live on, and it's just it's still real fresh and tough. I'm sorry.
You've said it all. I guess the only question would be like, how much did the Niners just give him time now, right? That he doesn't need to rush back to the field, right?
He needs to take care of what he needs to take care of, and we're in good communication with Mooney, but that hasn't even come up yet because that's not where we're at. So, it's just pulling for the family that they can find peace and just remember what a joy she was.
Talking to John Lynch, and obviously it's against the backdrop of the loss of Charvarius Ward's 1-year-old daughter, and it's just so sad. And John spoke eloquently about it, and our job is just to continue to talk about football. I do want to mention that John is sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company with 8 locations around Northern California. Fresh beer is always right around the corner. So with heavy hearts, we talk about the 49er team, and we turn to the story, and that's Christian McCaffrey. And I know, we've been sort of talking about him on and off since whenever, early August, but now it appears your head coach has said that you guys are going to start a practice sort of strategy for him. I wonder what you can tell us as 49er fans get very excited for the possibility of Christian McCaffrey's return. What's the plan this week, and what do you think? What is your ideal scenario going into Tampa Bay?
Well, the ideal scenario, versus Tampa Bay is that he continues to, we keep using this terminology, but ramp up, which just means increase the volume of work that he's doing. He's been doing that, and he hasn't had any setbacks, and so the hope is we take it up another notch this week, provided that goes well. We're kind of opening that window, allowing him to go back to practice. IR players can work to the side. They can't get involved in practice. And so Christian has been kind of on that plan. And now, that you hopefully that you increase the volume this week. You hope you have no setbacks. I'd expect it to kind of go that way. I'd pray that it goes that way because he's done really well. He hasn't had any of those. And if so, then Monday we hope to have him practicing with our team, and that'd be a really good deal for us. We all know he's the reigning offensive player of the year. He's a special game-changing player for us. Now, just opening his window doesn't mean he has to play. You have 3 weeks then in which he can activate him. So, we'll play this by ear. We'll listen to Christian. We'll listen to the experts, and hopefully, very soon he's back playing with us on the field, and then we got to be judicious about how much we use him. And that's a hard thing to do because he's so darn good. But, we have been, I guess, kind of buoyed by the fact that we have some depth there as well with JP Mason running the way he's run. I think the bye week comes at a good time for JP as well. Been dealing with the shoulder, and then Isaac Garendo, really showing that he's getting better each week. You see the explosive speed and power. So we've got some depth there that, we can kind of manage Christian back into this thing, provided everything goes well, and just hoping that it continues to go well so we can see him back on the field here soon.
Well, that leads right into my question, John, and I'm going to ask just to get some specifics, even though you answered it a bit. If the McCaffrey ramp-up goes without a hitch this week, practice goes without a hitch next week, you guys hit the field in Tampa, would he be on some sort of a snap count, or is it he's gone through these 2 weeks and he's ready to go and we're going to use Christian like we would normally, but it's different this year because you have guys that can spell him?
Yeah, I think with a guy like Christian, I think regardless whether we had guys that could spell him or not, he's, you do what's right for the player. That's what we'll always do. There's been a really good plan in place this whole time, and we're not there yet. We got to get there, but those things will start to be, okay, here's what he's done in practice. Here's how much volume, provided he's ready to play, that we feel like he can play. And then you're right, we do have the depth where we feel like we can do that, and it's certainly anytime. I think if you have Christian out there for 5 plays, you're a better team. Mm-hmm. There's a reason we put all that draft capital into trading for him, and I think it's been a good deal for us. I think everybody would say that. So we just want him back on the field, and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, we're talking to John Lynch, of course, on a Wednesday because of the bye week, and we'll let John, after a few more minutes, go to his bye week, which we'll enjoy, and we're talking about Christian McCaffrey's return, Rod.
So you're getting other guys back as well. Jawan Jennings is the first name that pops to my mind. I'm curious, with the trade deadline, John, coming up next week, does the prospect of getting players back off of the injured list, does that impact your decision-making in any way, shape, or form when it comes to making a trade?
Well, I think when you're looking at a trade deadline, we've taken advantage of it in a number of the years in which we've been there, and it's been really good to us. It's just got to be a fit, and you're always calling and receiving calls. This year is a little bit different in that we've had I look at this list, and it's McCaffrey, Feliciano, Jennings, Greenlaw, Yetur Gross-Matos, Talanoa Hufanga. There's a lot of really good players that we can get back to strengthen this team, and we loved our team coming into the season. Not where we want to be. We're 4-4, but we've got a lot in front of us, and we're just going to take it week by week. And one thing this team has shown the ability under Kyle to do is get better throughout the course of the season and play our best ball when it matters most. And I do look at that injury list and say, hey, we got a chance. John Feliciano is another guy. We got a chance to get a lot of these guys back, and that can buoy our team. And that's as good as any trade we could make because these guys are familiar with what we do, how we do it. But in saying that, if something comes together, and nothing's imminent right now, I will tell everyone that. But if something does come together here, the trade deadline's on election day. Interesting how they did that. And
I know.
But if anything comes by then, that makes sense. It can make us a better football team, fits with our financial, position and all those things. And we'll certainly pull the trigger. But I do like the list of guys. Jake Moody, I forgot to talk about our kicker. He's trending well, and there's a chance we have him for Tampa as well.
John, we're praying you make a trade so we have something to talk about the day after the election. Please, John, please. Just make a move, buddy. Just make a move. It's going to be a tough day, John. Wednesday the 6th. It's going to be a tough day. No matter what. I mean, that's any way it goes, it can be a tough day. Were you guys in on Deontay Johnson? There were multiple teams in. Were you guys in? He wound up in Baltimore.
No, we were not. He ended up in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Good spot for him.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering if those trades were getting you itchy, like Uche to the Chiefs and Hopkins of the Chiefs. And is it making you twitch a little bit seeing these moves?
Well, I mean, it's like I said, that we've been able to do some good things at this time. There's some of the under the radar ones. Charles Omenihu turned into a really good one for us. Where you get a guy for a couple of years, and then the blockbuster ones. But last year, I think it was Chase Young and Randy Gregory that helped us. And so there's always something you can do, but it's not every year. I think we have kind of created this expectation that every year we're going to make 2 or 3 of these, and it's not always the case. So if it makes sense, we'll do it. But I do like the list of players we have coming back to us that will give us a little boost internally.
I do want to, of course, end the conversation on a positive note and wish you a great bye week. So I'll ask my last sort of negative question here, and this one to get you addled. How angry and pissed do you get when you guys don't put games away? I'm wondering, you're in the box. This is not what you want to see. And so what's your message to the coaching staff, to the team about finishing games?
I think each game has its own story. It has been a familiar theme, and it's frustrating because it's something we pride ourselves in how we operate, how we build our team. It's something we clearly have to continue to work on, and inevitably, when you go back, it always comes down to just the fundamental things. If you don't hurt yourself and you just execute. Sometimes it's a 2nd and 1. If you convert that, 4 more minutes go off the clock, and they just simply don't have that time. It's understanding the situation, and everyone says don't play prevent defense. I would say we were not in a prevent defense. No. Sometimes guys got overzealous to make a play, and we had linebackers jumping checkdowns and things opening up behind them. Mm-hmm. So it's always got its own story. At times it's been special teams. I was really proud of our special teams. Not perfect yet, but we took a big step in the right direction the other night against Dallas. And so if we continue just to improve, we've got finishers on this team, and we'll start to put people away. But that's going to be critical. We have to do that because, man, you can sit here and say we're 4-4. Well, we should be. No, you shouldn't be. You have to earn everything, and we didn't earn those. And if you allow people, the other teams are good too. If you allow them to stay in it, they will.
One of the fundamental football things you guys got better at against Dallas was tackling. There was a stretch there where you guys were missing double-digit tackles. Didn't see that against Dallas. I don't know what the numbers are, but just being at the game at my eye test, it seemed like you guys were much better at the basics and fundamentals of tackling than you had been in previous games.
Yeah, and I just realized I've been talking all this time, and one of our best tacklers on our team, Dre Greenlaw, I didn't even mention him, and maybe that's just because I'm just I got my fingers crossed so much that because you talk about another game changer. If we can get Dre back here, Dre's as good at tackling. There's so much of football now. Defensive football is, can you make plays in space? Offenses are getting really good at putting your players in space, and Dre's a good space player, a physical player. He makes such a difference for us. He's been awesome in his recovery from this Achilles. He's getting closer, so that will help. But I think you're right, Rod. We pride ourselves on being a really good tackling team by getting there in numbers. And I thought early in that game, only one guy, I think 87, Ferguson, was eluding some tackles, but then he was carrying the ball loose as well. So I knew one would come out. I thought we were going to have it. We put it on the ground. It seemed like there were 3 of us, one of him, and he ended up getting it. But sometimes the ball doesn't always bounce. But I did feel like we tightened up our tackling. We started getting numbers to the ball and kind of overwhelmed them there. So that was a good thing.
All right, man. Well, listen, the big win over the Cowboys, it's funny, these moods go week to week. Go into a bye week with a win. They're tied for first in the NFC West, and it's all right there in front of you with McCaffrey possibly coming back. It's pretty darn good. So we'll let you go. Not to pry into your exact itinerary, but anything exciting going on in the bye week? Like San Diego, I'm guessing, or anything other than that?
No, we usually go somewhere just to kind of mentally recharge.
Yeah.
And Linda Lynch gave me a big pep talk how, we're empty nesters in 6 months. We got to finish the job. So we're staying here with our senior in high school daughter, and then we're finishing the job. So funny to do in the Bay Area.
That's like finishing. That's like finishing on the fourth quarter, right? You got to finish, right? Yeah.
Right.
There you go. All right. Well,
so fundamentals around the Lynch household.
All right, John. You're always a pleasant conversation. Go have a great time with the fam, and we will talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, so that was Lynch on Wednesday. We played a Friday for the Friday Football Junkies. I got my Run the Damn Ball hat on. No Niner football this weekend. We'll see what's going on. Listen, we can return to that later in the show. Patrick Willis is going to join us at 9:15, which is awesome.
The Hall of Famer.
There's a Golden Heart run going on. I just had a great event with Pat up at Whetstone Wine Cellars in Napa. We had a watch party for the Seahawks game with BY. By the way, Bryant Young, Patrick Willis walk into a room. That room just elevates like 6 levels, okay?
When I grow up, I want to be like you, man.
Class, integrity. I know, white wine too, right?
Oh,
wine? Yeah. Your buddy was there too. Your old 1050 buddy from the Picks. He was there.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, that guy. We had some fun. I put pictures on social. Okay, here's the deal. Larry Krueger joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:50 this afternoon. Kerry Crowley filling in for Copes today. Okay, so our big hit is next. That's when we get you your 8 a.m. commute, the big story of the day, and it's the Giants. They hired a new GM, Zack Minasian. We're finding out all about him, and we had his boss from Milwaukee, Doug Melvin, the GM, to give us some background. We've done a little digging. We're going to get your calls at 808 KNBR. How do you guys feel about the Giants staying in-house? This guy was part of the Farhan regime. However, he has his own story. Can he write his own story separate from Farhan? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Big hit on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is the last day of this 49ers contest that we were running on the morning show. So, the San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments, and this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the next home game that is on November 17th against the Seahawks. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Brian Murphy, when he calls for it, not now, when he calls for it, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR and you will win. This is all brought to you by Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Did you just hit the post on OO's Friday? Did you just hit the post on one of the most iconic songs of the OO's? And this song has only gotten bigger as the years have gone on. It's an OO's Friday, everybody. Good morning. Brian Murphy, Rod Brooks. Shout out Brooksy. Now, we need to get, before we get into the big hit, which is Zack Minasian, because we've had Eminem, Lose Yourself, Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten, Khalees, Milkshake, Green Day, American Idiot, and now here we come in with the big guns, the young T-Swizzle with her iconic love story. I do not know where Rod Brooks is going to go with this. I'm a wide open book. Brooksy, your take.
Don't have one.
After all that, I built that up so big.
Sorry, dog.
I got to say, I ride with it. And by the way, it's used artfully in one of the best TV episodes I've seen in years. The Forks episode of The Bear, season 2. Used very, very, very powerfully in that episode.
I have to tell you, I had no idea this was Taylor Swift. I know nothing of that woman's music.
Young Tony, what did Brooksy learn today?
I know who she is.
Young Tony, hop on the mic. This would be, I imagine, prime Young Tony.
Yeah, this is a banger, of course.
Is this at a bar? You have the generation now when this comes on at the bar at 1 a.m., you're all singing it?
Yeah. I mean, why not?
I think it's. I was at a bar in Milwaukee and they sang it loud. I'm like, all right, the kids are having their fun. I like it. I put it on the Little League All Stars playlist this summer, and the kids liked it. They did.
May I present a song?
Yeah, of course, but you have to tell them off air.
I will. Oh, I will.
Surprise me.
I will.
Yes,
I will.
of course.
I will. I'll let you know how I'm banging.
Are you sure it's in the 0 to 09 corridor?
I'm positive.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
I look forward to it.
But yeah, I just...
That'll be the next one. Our next rejoin is Brooksy's Surprise.
Clearly an insanely talented woman. Her music just does not hit me. It does not resonate with me at all.
19.
Yeah, I mean, what do I have in common with a 19-year-old girl?
Well, you worked with Fitz.
Oh, damn.
I'm just joking.
Jesus.
I'm joking because Fitz, you said to him one time, did we say this on the air or off the air? I forget. It was on the air.
That he had the musical taste of a 14-year-old girl.
To Fitz.
Right.
So that's why I said that.
I didn't mean that as a compliment.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Taylor Swift love story, planting the flag on the OOs there. But planting the flag on the Giants is Zack Minasian, who is the new GM, and we went through all the emotions. We found out yesterday from Bob Nightingale. By the way, just got to keep it real. Bob's had a little rough run the last couple of years. He's had some tweets that didn't really work out. Baseball fans have been crushing Bob Nightingale the last couple of years. But he got this one right. He was the first to report it. Actually, did you hear who the very first to report it was? Do you remember the ever character, Bobby Valentine? Dude, Bobby Valentine.
Former manager?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who came back in fake nose and glasses after he got ejected.
My favorite Bobby Valentine moment.
Young Tone, I bet you, there's almost certain you don't know Bobby Valentine, right? No way, right?
No, 100%.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Awesome. He was a nut. First of all, he's an interesting guy. He was considered one of the great phenoms of his generation. Mm-hmm. Like, he was supposed to be Mike Trout. He was supposed to be Aaron Judge. He was supposed to be Mookie Betts. And he was a Dodger. And it just quite didn't pan out. I don't know if it was an injury or whatever, but he became a manager and became a very good manager, but controversial. He would step on some people's toes.
Bobby Valentine loved himself some Bobby Valentine.
There you go.
The problem was that he always put himself out there in front of the team.
Yes, that's true.
And while that plays well in certain markets when you're winning, it's never going to play well with the players.
Well, he apparently is very tight with the Minasian clan because he was in that 1968 Ogden team where Zack Minasian's dad was the clubby with Tom Lasorda. There's a lot of history here. Apparently, he put out a tweet yesterday. And first of all, I know Bobby Valentine was on Twitter, number one. Then he deleted the tweet, which is always suspicious, right? But then Bob Nightingale tweeted it. And so everybody's first reaction is, okay, who? Now, if you're inside baseball, you know Zack Minasian because he was with the Milwaukee Brewers for 15 years as their special advisor to baseball ops. He was their club director of professional scouting. He was the manager of minor league scouting. He was the personnel and coordinator of pro scouting. I mean, he was there forever, and he was involved in some big trades. CC Sabathia, Zack Greinke, Josh Hader, Frankie Rodriguez. Like, the Brewers did some big things in his time there under Doug Melvin.
So here's what's interesting. You just ran through where he is from, the cloth he is cut from. Mm-hmm. You know what you didn't mention?
What?
That he's from Harvard or Yale.
Oh, my gosh.
Or Stanford. You dig what I'm saying?
Yes.
And this is not to throw shade on people who did not play baseball, who have come into Major League Baseball.
Because he didn't play.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But this is not to throw shade on people who didn't play baseball, who have come into Major League Baseball from these great institutions of learning. What I am pointing out is that while that is part of the way baseball is run nowadays, it sure seems to me that Buster Posey, and I think we could consider him a 100% a baseball guy, to use that somewhat of a catch-all term, Minasian seems to be a baseball guy.
Absolutely. Great point. Nowhere, and I'm sorry, Farhan, you're going to have to wear this one. MIT is not on his resume. And I got that. You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
That doesn't mean, like, Theo Epstein is a Yale guy who won World Series in Boston and Chicago. I mean, so it can be done. You can be one of those Ivy League nerds and get it done. But you can also be one of those Ivy League nerds and not get it done, and that invites the wrath of baseball fans.
You know this better than anyone because, A, you know the sport, but also you covered baseball. So you know how the sausage is made. You know how baseball people think.
Yes.
What is true, especially in baseball, is that pendulum swing or overcorrection. Managers. You'll have a player's manager. That manager gets fired. What do? They go with the kind of the gruff non-player manager. The Giants, other teams, but talking about the Giants because they're the only one people here care about, understandably so. Giants went the analytical route. Didn't work. What are they doing? Going the baseball guy route. All right, we'll see if it works, but they're doing what has been done in baseball seemingly forever. When one way of doing things, one way of baseball thinking does not work, it is almost 100% certain that the change is going to be the opposite direction.
Which is interesting because
the Giants are currently moving the pendulum back from analytical base to, hey, how about we get some baseball folks in here and use their expertise and their knowledge?
You're right, but what's interesting is he's been in the building. So that's the one thing that nags at you is that he's been in the building since 2019.
I got something
and we've seen some mediocre baseball.
I got something for you. Maybe, just maybe, he learned what not to do.
And maybe he had ideas that Farhan did not institute. Maybe he had to sort of chafe under the Farhan thing.
And maybe he learned some things about the analytical way of doing things in baseball.
Well,
where he goes, okay, that works. I want to use that. In addition to leaning on scouts, leaning on people who played the game, leaning on baseball guys.
He himself was a scout.
There you go.
Well, let's talk. Doug Melvin was the Brewers GM when he was there. Great booking by John Joe. Start with the cut where I said, wait, he was a scout, but he never played. And Melvin's like, yeah, this is how it works sometimes.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of great general managers, Frank Cashin, Lou Gorman, Roland Heeman through the years. Bob Quinn that never played the game at those levels. But those kind of individuals like that, what you have to do is you hire smart, intelligent baseball minds. You give them the ability to go out there and the freedom to do their jobs, but then you hold them accountable in that regard. But they're a big part of the process, and you have to listen to them. When we used to have our trade deadlines, we brought every one of our pro scouts into our head office in Milwaukee, and we sat in that room for 4 days during the trade deadline and listened to everybody's opinions. And that's the kind of person that Zack will probably be like. He's going to take people's opinions. Now, not every opinion is going to be listened to, or going to be activated, but will be listened to, and that's who Zack is.
Okay, so it sounds more like that scene in Moneyball when all the old scouts come in and give their opinions, and the analytics guys roll their eyes and laugh at them. That hopefully we're not at that point where Minasian takes the scouts seriously. So, but the thing that nags at me is that, didn't we hear the news that the Giants just fired scouts? That I want to ask. I got to ask Buster and Zack about that. Like, how do we marry the two ideas of we're going back to sort of a scouting background, but we also just got rid of scouts? That's the part that confuses me. Now, that was under Farhan too, so I don't know. Rod asked, Doug Melvin, our guest, about does Minasian have a baseball philosophy and how does he view the game today? Cut C, Tony.
He's very familiar with the analytics. Maybe not as complex as what some teams are, but I think from a baseball standpoint, his philosophy is it's obviously going to be a little different with the Giants than it was with the Brewers because of the ability to have money to spend, but you still have to be smart in spending your money. But no, Zach's going to want to do what he can to win. And that he's going to, he's obviously got a great mentor there with Buster Posey now from the baseball side that's been through a lot of great experiences himself. But no, I think his philosophy, and everybody's philosophy as a general manager is to go out and win and try to sustain success. I think that's the toughest challenge in the game today, is to be able to sustain success with free agency, with arbitrations, with payrolls, and that's the hardest thing. But he's one that we tried to do that in Milwaukee, is to sustain success and be competitive every year and hope to get to the playoffs, because once the playoffs start, anything can happen.
Yeah, so Doug Melvin talking about, but he was in Milwaukee for a long time. He did media. He's good on media. By the way, I just want to add, if you look at his mugshot and then you see him on TV, guys, I'm going about a 6, maybe up to a 6.5 for tennis legend Roger Federer.
Mugshot.
If you guys need to picture Zack Minasian.
Not a real mugshot.
I want to put him at the, give him a white polo, some white shorts, and see how the forehand is on the grass of Wimbledon. So shout out Minasian and the Federer look-alike. We got a lot of good stuff from Doug Melvin, including this money quote about, okay, he's going to start working with Buster Posey now. So Buster Posey's never done this. Buster Posey's an icon. Where does Minasian fit into the Posey ladder, and what do you think? And Melvin had an interesting comment here.
Well, I think that's why Zack has the job, personally, not because of his talents and everything, but I think that short-term 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they've been together, I think Buster has seen what I saw in Zack, someone with baseball knowledge and ability that he can lean on. And I think Buster's going to need someone to lean on, and I think he feels very comfortable with Zack, or he would not have hired him. And I think Zack, in my conversations with Zack, he's just loving the fact that dealing with Buster Posey, he said he's very comfortable to talk with, and it's fun talking baseball. They're both guys that are going to be baseball junkies. That's what we are. That's why we get in this business. We're baseball junkies. We talk the game. You can manage a lot by storytelling, too, in this game, of past experiences. And Buster Posey has championship experiences to talk about. So I think that the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think they wedded together very well, and that's why I think Zack is going to hold his position even beyond the ability that he has, that he showed for me as a general manager when he was scouting director and I was general manager, and I'm really happy for him.
Okay, so that answer was my favorite in the last 24 hours of me processing Zack Minasian as the new GM under Buster Posey. That answer was my first sort of positive momentum. Baseball lifer, baseball dude,
baseball guy,
baseball junkie. People need to know this history that his dad is the clubby at the Texas Rangers. And so this guy, Zack, was literally like picking up dirty socks at age 5. And so you know the deal, Rod. It's like Barry Bonds toddling around with Willie Mays and Bobby Bonds. Like, you're in that environment. You learn the game. They talk the game. They talk the story. I bet Minasian must have, by the way, 8,000 stories. He must have 8,000 stories. So I'm looking forward to maybe going to Scottsdale in February, hopefully getting Minasian with a pop in him and just start telling stories. The story is that his dad was Tommy Lasorda's 15-year-old clubby in 1968 in Ogden, Utah, because Lasorda knew the dad, who was the banquet and catering guy at the Ambassador Hotel in L.A. There's a rich history. His brother's the GM of the Angels. His other brother is the clubby of the Braves. We have somebody texting in this morning who's really upset. This is nepotism. This is nepotism. Well, we've joked about that. Like, what was the incident, Tony, where we talked about nepotism in sports, and we wound up talking about here at the Leader? Like nepotism, like it goes on in every industry, but it can be a good thing if you are so immersed in baseball because your dad taught you baseball and your brother taught you baseball and your grandpa taught you baseball. Like you are, is it nepotism or this is your life because this is your family business?
That's what somebody's upset about?
Yes, correct. Well, Rod, I read the text.
Dog.
I read the text. There are faithful listeners.
It's ridiculous.
So, what'd you say, Young Tone? What was it, the nepotism?
It was LeBron and Bronny James.
That was it. Now, see, not all nepotism is equal, right? You know what I mean?
Of course
Bronny scored recently, didn't he? Score in Cleveland, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is a guy this is a family business. My grandpa was my dad was the clubby for the Rangers. My dad was with Lasorda. Now, the one thing we'd say is the Lasorda connection is kind of funny. I guess his dad is super tight with the late, great Tommy Lasorda. And so he's his godson. And we were joking with Doug Melvin, maybe you should have left that out of the bio, right? So here's a little back and forth with Doug Melvin about that.
I think I mentioned to Zack one time. I said, Zack, that may not be a good thing to bring up.
No, I would have left it out of the bio. He made sure, because I'm on the Giants website and they have it on the bio. I'm like, maybe you leave that one out, right? Oh, that's funny. No, but their family history with baseball is incredible. So he's probably proud of that.
Oh yeah, Zack's got. You'll enjoy him having him on the show too, because he's got some great stories to tell over the years. And the other thing, he's got great memory. He remembers these trades. I talked to him about some of our trades we've had with other clubs, and he said, I remember we turned down this trade or that trade. He's got great mind to remember those, and I'm getting older, so I need somebody like that.
I love that Tommy Lasorda's connection to all of this is that Minasian's grandfather was the catering director at a hotel in L.A.
Correct.
So, of course, Tommy Lasorda and food, they go hand in hand.
Linguini bonded them, yeah.
And then his dad, as you mentioned, was the clubby
for Lasorda's minor league team in Ogden, Utah. Wrote a book about it.
At 15 years old.
Yeah.
So Tommy Lasorda, food being the main thing, and then exploiting child labor laws. Like that's how this all came together. Tommy Lasorda being a foodaholic and using child labor.
It also means he's heard some of the most profane language he's ever heard. Nobody, and I mean nobody, swore like Tommy Lasorda. You got to get Scotty Osler.
I know. I've had the experience.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I had the reason why when Scott Osler comes on, we call each other rooms, is we had a memorable week sharing a house at Augusta, Georgia. We had maybe 2 years where we shared a house covering the Masters. And my best thing was we finished writing and we would drive to the gas station and get a 12-pack and drive back and stay up late. And he told me all his stories.
Scott Osler is the absolute best.
Well, he only has stories about Pat Riley, Magic Johnson, Tommy Lasorda, Steve. I mean, he's got them all, man. Yeah. He was there ground level. And he told me the Lasorda stories are hilarious, man. He'd be like going in. It's funny. He's like, it'd be like a Tuesday and they're playing the Padres. And he'd walk in to talk to Lasorda something, turns the corner, and he'd be like, "Hey, Scotty, have you met the Fonz? Here's Henry Winkler." Henry Winkler sitting on the couch at the peak of his fame, too. Hey, Scotty, meet the Fonz. That's like a standard. And then Lasorda, nude Lasorda, too, by the way. Frequently nude when you walked in.
Oh no,
I got nude Lasorda.
I got it.
I did.
He was in sliding shorts.
No, I got him nude.
But I got Tommy Lasorda.
I got him taking it all off and just walking around nude.
And nothing but
screaming
sliding shorts.
You too. What the F are you talking about?
And a plate of pasta.
Yeah, the pasta.
That was comically large.
Absolutely.
I'm not kidding. And we got folks watching on YouTube and Twitch. He had a plate, a styrofoam plate of Alfredo pasta. And it was piled this high.
Shoving it in.
Now, for folks who are not watching, my hands are about 8 inches apart. I am not making this up. And he's sitting there in just sliding shorts, and Tommy Lasorda is just Jabba the Hutt fat. And he's just shoving it into his mouth. And we're all trying to get quotes from him. I was a radio reporter, so none of it was usable because he was cussing and eating at the same time. All of a sudden, the TV cameras come in. And next thing you know, Tommy Lasorda ends up being the Tommy Lasorda that everybody got to know and love, or certain people loathe.
First of all, he used to come on KNBR all the time, and Ralph Barbieri, the biggest Dodger hitter of all time, had a friendship with Tommy Lasorda, and they would come on and break Paisan bread together, which was really funny. But we can carry this on the other side, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you're everything you've heard from Doug Melvin, everything you've heard from our family background, how do you feel? You don't have to approve. You don't have to. What do you feel, Giants fan? You were waiting for this hire. You got it. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines 415-808-5627, and the phone number is 808-KNBR. We'll continue this next on the Sports Leader. talk Provident Credit Union, scoring big with your savings. That's right. Let's talk about pick-a-term certificates from Provident Credit Union. This is where you take your savings and lock in a fantastic 4.25% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. So, whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is ideal for hitting your short-term savings goals. Grow your savings and earn a guaranteed rate for the term of the certificate. Earn 4.25% today with a Provident Credit Union pick-a-term certificate. Hey, do you need help getting started? The Provident team can walk you through the process and make your savings journey simple and successful. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. Don't sit on the sidelines. Maximize your savings now and watch your money grow. This rate is effective as of October 7, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is the last day of this 49ers contest that we were running on the morning show. So let me tell you a little bit about it. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments. And this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. So, as the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the next home game. That is on November 17th against the Seahawks. That is going to be a big-time game. So, how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So, when you hear the cue to call from Brian Murphy, not now, but when you hear him call for it, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR and you will win. This is all brought to you by Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Usually it's Murph and Marcus, but today it's Murph and Brooks. Brian Murphy and NBC Sports Bay Area's Rod Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
OO's Friday continues, and what I love is that we got Brooksy in. He got so excited. He goes, "Can I play? Can I play?" Yes, you can. Now, I will full disclosure.
So try not sweat.
In the list I had sent, Tony, I did have Outcast in the list, but you want to tell us, everybody, why and who you're doing here, buddy?
Outcast, Bombs Over Baghdad, the album, Stankonia, baby.
They are unbelievable. I kind of try to keep it middle of the road just because everybody gets there. So I had Hey Ya dialed up, but we can scratch that off the list now. Bombs Over Baghdad. These guys, I always tell my story. You want my street cred story? When I saw Lauryn Hill, listen, this is a three-pronged story. A, saw Lauryn Hill at the Paramount in Oakland at the peak of miseducation. Did
she show up on time?
I think so.
Really?
Number two.
That's big.
Outcast opened. Number three, I sat next to and didn't say a word to him the entire night until we were walking out. Your neighbor, Tom Waits.
My brother.
How about that night? How about that night? I was like, oh, yeah, this night goes out in the archives.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still telling that story. That was like 98. That was 26 years ago. So good job, buddy. Outcast. Oh, in fact, Outcast was part of our 90s Friday, too. They're one of those rare bands that bridges both decades. So.
Outcast is timeless, baby.
Well, they're the best. If I had to pick, other than my original rap crush, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5, that's how I learned the game. And then I'd go to Outkast. And then from there, I do like Nas. I do. And I found out he'd married to Khalees. I had no idea. So he had the milkshake.
Oh, yeah. And then lost the milkshake. They got divorced. And then lost half.
She's still collecting checks. The milkshake's collecting checks. All right, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Yeah. And 415-808-5627 is the Golden State. We're talking about Zack Minasian, the Giants' new GM, and we're fascinated on a number of levels. There's some good, there's some bad. The initial bad, will start negative and end positive, is that, he's part of the Farhan regime. We're like, wait, what? I thought we were getting a whole new guy. But you know what I mean?
But see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tapped by Buster Posey to be the guy to stay from the Farhan regime. See, I don't look at it as, well, he's a Farhan guy, he's bad. I look at it as he's the one guy or one of a few guys, maybe some ladies too, one of a few people to actually survive the cut.
Yeah.
So why does it instantly have to be a negative? Well, he's a Farhan dude. Mm-hmm. No, actually what he is, he's a Buster Posey dude. Right?
Well, he's actually really a Doug Melvin dude from Milwaukee.
But what I'm saying is that this is Buster Posey's first hire.
Yeah.
This is his first big decision. So in my mind, he's not a Farhan dude. He's Buster Posey's dude. Buster Posey owns this decision.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with Farhan. I get why people still bag on Farhan. Knock yourself out. I don't care. Not my type of hype, but do what you need to do. Not you, but you do what you need to do.
No, I like what you're saying. I do.
To automatically dismiss it and dismiss him.
No.
Minasian and his where he's come from and where he may go as, well, he's a Farhan guy, so it must be bad. I find that to be just ridiculously unnecessarily negative. He's a Buster Posey guy.
Yeah, no, I like what you're saying, and I'm just confessing that my first instinct when I looked him up, and I probably should have had, it's on me, I probably should have had more knowledge going in because he's been around the building, but very low key, not doing a lot of media. I probably should have known that, the family history and all that stuff. First of all, Perry, the fact that Perry Minasian, his brother, we should have known that Perry's bro was in the building. But either way, my first reaction was, I kind of wanted the proverbial fresh coat of paint, Rod. Proverbial fresh coat of paint. But I have to tell you, in the 24 hours since I've learned that, learning more about even the Lasorda connection, which is kind of funny in a way, right? But
food and child labor.
Exactly. And 8 foot high pasta. And oh, by the way, this is causing us to dig into the cooler of content. So you'll hear some of the vintage Lasorda rants in the cooler of content. But I'm the baseball aspect over the MIT Harvard aspect.
Right.
In that he's been around the game forever, since he was born.
Right.
Like picking up jocks in Texas at age 5 and knows it all. Bobby Valentine, Tommy Lasorda, his dad, his brother, his other brother's a clubby in Atlanta. So this is a baseball lifer. And you heard Doug Melvin tell us in that cut, he said, we're going to enjoy having him on just to talk baseball with the guys. So sounds a little bit more like Brian Sabian who never played the game at a professional level and was just a baseball guy. Have a late night beer and talk to Dick Tidrow.
If it's in Buster we trust, then you have to trust Buster Posey.
Yeah.
But again, this is on Buster. The second part of that, this goes to a conversation we were having off the air because you are paying attention to the text line, and God bless you. This whole idea of, why didn't we get someone from outside the organization, or, again, he's a Farhan guy, or this is nepotism. No, this is Buster Posey's decision. This is on Buster Posey. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm not saying it as bad, but all of those things don't matter because of the person who made the decision. And again, this is something I asked you at the beginning of the show. What does a GM mean in this organization when seemingly, unless this is going to be completely different than what we have been led to believe or what I believe, Buster Posey is going to be the one making the decisions. This is not to cut off Minasian at the knees and say he's unimportant, because he's not. But I think we all know what the deal is, right?
But what I want is Minasian to be a guy who comes to him and says, here's a creative idea. What do you think? What I think marked the Farhan era was the lack of the dazzle move, the lack of the big move. In fact, we had a guy writes in, pretty good text. He says, let me find this, 510. He says, let's not rewrite history and pretend Farhan was awful. Overall, he was pretty good. He just couldn't land the big fish. And the truth of the matter is he did find some good, signing Gosman, signing Rodon. And we can go through any number of picks. Even though people are frustrated with Mike Yastrzemski's strikeouts and hitting 220, it was a pretty good find for nothing. Lamont Wade, I know he's had knee problems and all that, but he's a pretty good find for nothing. Getting Matt Chapman to come into the fold, things drafting, Pat Bailey, drafting Bryce Eldridge, we hope. So that it hasn't been a total, and they haven't lost 100. I mean, they've been 500. They've been boring is what they've been. But the point of the matter is I'm looking for that guy, and maybe Minasian's the guy who goes to Buster and say, here's an idea. Here's what we did when we got Greinke. Here's what we did when we got Sabathia. Here's what we did when we got Frankie Rodriguez. Here's what we did when we got Josh Hader. So that's what I'm hopeful for. So I'm more hopeful now than I was 24 hours ago. And to your point, in Buster we trust. This is the guy. And we all kind of feel like Buster Posey has a pretty sound sense of baseball and who's a winner. Right? So that's it. That's where we're at.
It doesn't make him perfect. It doesn't make him a guy who's not going to make mistakes. I just think that if we are looking at Buster Posey as someone who understands the game and is going to shift the Giants back from, kind of a full-on analytical approach to a mix of analytical and having baseball conversations with baseball people, I just think you just kind of trust him on this one until proven otherwise.
That's how I felt about, again, whether it was John Lynch with the Niners, Mike Dunleavy with the Warriors. It's like, okay, we obviously with GMs, you can't do anything until the guy has a body of work. And now you've seen Lynch's body of work, and I know some people knock him, but quite frankly, it's been a smash success, even though they haven't won a championship. And Mike Dunleavy, I'm intrigued kind of by how he's handled the post-Clay.
Listen, the roster he's put together this year,
right now,
and we're going to talk to Mark Spears about it at 8:50. It is as deep as advertised, for sure.
You have to let these GMs cook a little bit and let these and we'll see. We'll see how much it's Posey. We'll see how much is Minasian. But there it is, guys. Zack Minasian, baseball lifer, Tommy Lasorda's godson, and old scout for the Brewers. The head of the scouting department for the Brewers will take over for the Giants GM. And so the Giants made a move. We were waiting for a move. They did it. Speaking of basketball, Marcus Thompson, who writes about the Warriors a lot, joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 today. Kerry Crowley's filling in for Copes today. Okay, we got some fun stuff. Cooler content on a Friday is banging. Some vintage stuff in there, too. And then Mark Spears, as you mentioned, at 8:50. And then Patrick Willis, who's just only, the greatest linebacker in Niner history? Apologies to Dave Wilcox.
Patrick Willis.
2 Hall of Famers. Yeah, so that'll be at 9:15. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. OO's Friday. And Rod's in. Outcast. Bombs over Baghdad. I'm the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
You are not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Yeah.
OO's Friday.
Let's still get the party moving,
Does
man.
it still? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Does it still?
Oh, yeah.
Flo Rida, which, by the way, it took me about 10 years to figure out that it was spelled Florida. I did not figure that out for 10 years. Low, 2008. Young Tony, is this more your wheelhouse, buddy?
Dude, these are all bangers. Like just
You're right
straight
with the
hits, no
O's.
misses, like Drake likes to say.
Okay, so we're going to include, we had Outcast, Bombs Over Back. I'm writing the list down here. Outcast, Bombs, and now Flo Rida, Low. And Rod says it still gets the party going. Let it play for a little bit here. I got to tell you, this is for me. I was like, all right, this is probably not my party music, but for you?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I didn't know how you felt about it because I know you like quality hip-hop rants, or would you just consider this more dance music?
I consider this that you put this on, the party gets cracking. The ladies love it.
Okay.
Listen, if you DJs out there, you party starters, you know you got to play the music that the ladies like.
That's it.
And this gets the ladies on the flow. And when you get on the flow, they tend to drop it low.
Oh, man. Good stuff. So, Young Tone, we've done Eminem, Lose Yourself, Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten, Khalees, Milkshake. Looking here, Green Day, American Idiot, Taylor Swift, Love Story, Outkast, Bombs Over Baghdad, and now Flo Rida, Low. There you go, man. Well, that starts your cooler of content on a good note there. We still got a few more to go. We ain't done yet with our OO's Friday. These Decades Fridays have been the breakout hit of the Bay. 80s 2 weeks ago, 90s last week, OO's. And don't forget next week, the 10s. This will be Young Tony's life flashing before his eyes. So there you go. Okay, cooler content's always fun. And I want to start it with, in honor of Zack Minasian taking over the Giants, we found out he's Tommy Lasorda's godson. Now, there would be a whole generation out there that doesn't even know Tommy Lasorda. In fact, Young Tone, do you even know Tommy Lasorda?
Absolutely.
Oh, you do?
All the
He's hot
rants.
today. So, famous Dot. He came back for that last Dot Giant home game to get booed, right? That whole deal. And he was unbelievable. Rod talked about the pasta and the sliding shorts. I talked about the nude Lasorda. But he had any number of famous rants. Now, this one came about. They're playing the Padres. The Dodgers drill, Tom Niedenfuer drills Joe LaFay. After the game, Kurt Bavacqua says that they fined Tom Niedenfuer, the wrong guy. They should have fined the guy who ordered the hit, and he called him, and I think I can say this on the air, he called him that fat little Italian. Whoa!
I mean, that is a very accurate description of Tommy Lasorda.
Went to Lasorda and said, hey, did you hear what Bavacqua said?
Bavacqua.
This is the legendary rant from Zack Minasian's godfather.
Tell you what I think about it. I think that is very, very bad for that man to make an accusation like that. That is terrible. I have never, ever, since I've managed, ever told a pitcher to throw at anybody, nor will I ever. And if I ever did, I certainly wouldn't make him throw at a 130 hitter like LaFay or Bavacqua, who could hit water if he fell out of a boat. And I guarantee you this, when I pitched, and I was going to pitch against a team that had guys on it like Bavacqua, I sent a limousine to make sure he was in the lineup because I kicked a day in a week. He's a big mouth, I'll tell you that.
Bavacqua.
Oh, what a rant. It starts so slow. It's
it was a slow build for sure.
But the line, if I was going to throw at anybody, a certain one would be Bavacqua, who couldn't hit water if he fell out of a blanket boat. And I'll tell you another thing. If I was pitching against a team that had Bavacqua and Living, I'd send a blanket limousine to make sure. And he dropped a big, long, what do you call it? A compound noun. Second word being sucker. Okay, so what is that the word? So anyway, that's Zack. Oh, yeah, you got it here.
Or Bavacqua, who could hit water if he fell out of a boat.
That's the all-time line, Tony. That's the all-time line, buddy. That's all. So there you go. That's Zack Minasian's godfather. God bless him.
I choose to remember Tommy Lasorda going rear end over tea kettle at the All-Star game.
Yeah.
In, what was it, 01
or something like that?
02 in Seattle.
It was Friday.
When he was coaching third base.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a foul ball hit his way. And, Tommy was, let's just say, because he was so oddly proportioned that he couldn't necessarily move body the way he needed to. And Tommy Lasorda just rolling over on the ground, and then like a turtle on its back, he couldn't get up.
Oh man, it's so good.
It's the best.
I know, man. He was quite a carry. They just don't have him like that anymore. They don't make him like that anymore.
Thank God.
All right, we were wondering about our buddy Nicky T. Now, Nicky T stiffed us on coming on the show after coming on before. So
who's Nicky T?
Nick Turturro is, of course, from NYPD Blue. John Turturro's brother.
My bad. Your buddy. You call him Nicky T.
He's our guy, and we've had him on the show, and then we tried to get him during World Series week, and he stiffed Curly twice. So we kind of put him on cooler content probation, but we have to go to his reaction because he is the most profane and emotional. He's kind of like the Lasorda of Yankees fans. Right after the Yankees lost,
a mean thing to say.
We found the video. Nick Turturro, Nicky T, instant reaction. His beloved Yankees lose the series.
Horrible. I can understand losing, but to up the game Gerrit Cole pitched on like 3 or 4 miscues. That's not on Gerrit Cole. The team that scored, they had that game 5-0. And then to bring Tommy Kahnle in, and then you bring in Weaver. It's just one thing after another. They threw it away, 1-5. They don't deserve to win. Something has to give here. Something. It's horrible. 5-0. 5-0 with Cole, and you lose, throwing it away.
Incredible. I told you he's the sort of Yankees fans.
It's that line from Friday. Oh, he gonna cry in the car.
Oh man,
I heard his voice break a couple of times.
His voice was gone. He absolves Gerrit Cole, unlike Waterboy, who wants to blame it all on Gerrit Cole.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I heard that. I hate that the Dodgers won. But nothing in life is going to make me ever feel any sympathy for the New York sports fans. Right. So
you're like,
sucks to be y'all.
I know. Well, guess what? You can revel in it because here he is the day later, still hurting. Of course, it's going to take a while for Yankees fans to get over this. So this is from yesterday, a day later.
Here I am in Little Italy, just thinking about last night, what I saw, what I experienced, what I've seen. 50 years of being a Yankee fan, I've seen some couple of bad losses here and there, but never anything like last night. Worse than the Red Sox thing is we got pounced. 2001 in the desert, tough way to lose, but last night was beyond it all. A debacle. I can't believe what I saw. Just terrible.
Worst all time. We're going to have to rank that when Waterboy gets back. 0-1, Game 7 to the Diamondbacks. 0-4, blowing the 3-0 lead on the Red Sox, and then this. And he says this is the worst. Now, they say the recency bias, right?
Hey, don't forget about that Altuve home run in the ALCS.
Ooh, somewhere Marcus just got a searing pain in his chest and just swore because he doesn't want to. He says Altuve cheated.
And?
You doing the Mariucci bummer.
What's your point?
Yeah, exactly.
So what?
Oh man, we need to have Rod and Marcus square. When I go on vacation, let's have Rod and Marcus, and let's go Astros Yankees. Let's have them go at it.
And nobody wants it.
Right. Okay, we got a lot more we can go to now. Do you want to go to? There's more Dodger stuff. We'll wrap up the Dodger stuff here because you got to hear. I want to make people's reaction. Kike Hernandez, interestingly, decides to call out track sprinter Noah Lyles. Do you remember when Noah Lyles, the sprinter, said that the only true world champs in sports are Olympians? Because they're the only ones who compete against the world?
Yes.
Yeah, which he's probably right. But Kike Hernandez had it at the front of his mind in the champagne celebration.
We're here, World Series champions. Sucking Noah Lyles.
Woo! That he chose violence on Noah Lyles in the champagne. It's like that's been on his mind since Paris 2024.
All of these basketball players and now Kike Hernandez that feel the need to bring Noah Lyles into the conversation many, many, many weeks and months after Noah Lyles said what he said tells me one thing. hit dogs holla. He's right.
Yeah, exactly.
He's right.
Well, no, he is right. And I did my, you learn a lot if you ever get a chance to leave the country. I lived in Ireland for a little under a year, and I was like, when I was hitting them with the World Series, and they were like, they kind of set me straight. They're like, dude, do you see this? This thing's called the world. You're not champs of here. I'm like, okay, I get it.
If you win a world championship in, whether it's track and field, they have world championships for track and field and other
Swimming.
Olympic sports.
Yes.
Or if you win the World Cup, that's a true world championship. What we have here calling our teams, as great of a country as it is, as great as the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL, and the NFL are, MLS doesn't count. As great as those four entities are, they're not world champions.
No, they're not.
Stop it with the cap. Stop it with the projection. It's not. And here's the thing. That's okay.
I know it's okay.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
We know the best basketball is played in this country. We're not the only country that plays basketball. It's okay. He can be
NBA
right, and the
champions.
NBA can still be the pinnacle of basketball on this entire planet. Two things can be equally true.
Yes, NBA champs is a good moniker. One more, Joe Kelly, who likes to talk a little mess. Remember he stuck his tongue out at your guy?
Chump.
Well, he's still talking.
Why is he talking? He didn't do anything.
Well, he's still talking. By the way, speaking of not doing anything, you guys see shirtless Kershaw?
I did.
That was incredible.
No, it wasn't.
Letting that gut fly.
Man's got dad bod now, don't he?
Letting that gut fly. Oh, my God.
He got the Tommy Lasorda starter pack.
Listen to Joe, and I didn't get to talk to you. Did we talk about this? Anyway, let's listen. We'll play this sound. This is Joe Kelly talking mess after the game. Here it is.
We were down 5-0. They put Fat Joe up on the board. I was like, oh, it's an easy dub now. Fat Joe's the curse. And, they started kicking the ball around and playing Yankee defense.
I didn't even notice.
He was on the Jumbotron.
Right before the fifth.
I'm pretty sure, he was on Jumbotron.
Yeah.
And I looked over at Honeywell and I said, the Fat Joe curse watch. And we started chipping away. Bad play. And, end up getting Dodgers, second one with the Dodgers.
Okay. In the middle of that, we can talk about the Fat Joe angle, but in the middle of that, and the interviewer talks over him a little bit. He goes, they started playing that typical Yankee defense. Like, whoa, shots fired.
Well, he's right.
But we learned about that from this New York Post story. It's pretty incredible. The New York Post story by Joel Sherman got into the Dodgers scouting report. Listen to this. Listen to these two paragraphs. And then we got Mark Spears. It says, what the Dodgers told their players in scouting meetings was the Yankees were talent over fundamentals. That if you run the bases with purpose and aggression, the Yankees will self-inflict harm. As was exposed by Betts, Tommy Edman, Freddie Freeman. That the value is very high to put the ball in play, Rod, to make the Yankees execute. They mentioned that the Yankees were not just the major's worst base running team by every metric, but the difference was vast on the field between them and the Padres. Wow. This is all from the Dodgers scouting report leaked to the New York Post. They were thrilled at how short Yankee leads were at first base to potentially be less of a threat on pivots at second where Gavin Lux does not excel. They said their metrics had the Yankees as the worst positioned outfield. They were amazed how many times relay throws came skittering through the infield with no one taking charge, and how often Jazz Chisholm Jr., for example, was out of place or just standing still when a play was in action. Those are some of the more, in all my years in baseball, that's some of the most inside stuff you've seen.
That's, again, hate to praise the Dodgers, but you have to praise them. That's what good baseball teams do. They identify what your weaknesses are, and they attack those weaknesses.
And conversely, what bad baseball teams do.
Exactly.
So there you go. I mean, the Yankees are like, bro, how'd you, like at this point now, I'm like, I'm kind of pissed I had to watch the Yankees.
Just
you know
one,
what I mean?
one last thing.
Yeah.
Joe Kelly said we, right?
Yes, he did.
What did Joe Kelly do in the World
Series?
Series?
It was like Kershaw holding that trophy, too, with his gut. What did he do? But anyway, how you both, he's taking shots. Fat Joe had a rough week.
I mean, it's...
We didn't put this in O's Friday. When is this? Is this on the 10s, I think, actually?
It was bad execution by the people who thought about getting a New York hip-hop icon to sort of bring the Yankees out, as the Dodgers did with Ice Cube. And that's a metaphor for the Yankees in the World Series. Just bad execution all the way around.
Fat Joe had a rough week. Yankees had a rough week. There's your cooler content. Mark Spears, awesome talk next on the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I mean, it's the most downloaded song of the century, all right? And what are you going to see? We had somebody text in early. They're like, if you have an O's Friday without Mr. Brightside, I'm like, just relax, everybody. You're going to get your Mr. Of course. Where's Brooksy with a Mr. Brightside? The Killers.
That's all right.
Oh, you seen Shaq and his family play that in the kitchen?
No.
Oh, it was a very funny video. You know, Shaq's a DJ, as you know, right? Yeah. I saw it during the pandemic when everybody was losing their minds. He put out a video of him and his sons going off to this song. They're jumping up on the kitchen counter. They're pumping their fists. They're doing it all. So my nephews are at the University of Michigan. This was their song after they beat whoever, and they're all on the field running around. This one, I think, defines a generation. Young Tone, yes?
These guys headlined Outside Lands.
I'm not a fan of the Killers per se, but I acknowledge the epicness of this song and its cultural significance here. So we'll let it play while we give out 2 tickets to the 501 Club for the Niners versus Seattle on November 17 at Levi's Stadium. This is provided by Levi's. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, the Levi's 501 Club, and field passes against Seattle. This is courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up in Levi's and make game day legendary. Before we go to Mark Spears, the sadness of this song. Poor guy. Just, she's with another guy, and he's not. And that's
is that what it's about?
Oh, yeah. He says, it took me 20 years until he's saying jealousy. I always thought he said Chelsea, like her name. It's jealousy. She's taken. She's going off with the other guy, and he's left alone. Poor guy. Poor sap. But at least he got a banger out of it. All right, Mark Spears on the Uma guest line.
A banger song.
Oh, wait. Spearsy, I love talking to you, buddy. And we had to punt it a couple days, so I'm glad we got you, and we can hunker down. I got my guy Brooks. Marcus Boucher's on vacation.
What's up, man?
I got Brooksy.
Man, he need to have a job full time, man. He need his own show. Dude's a legend.
Turns out he can do this, right?
Yeah. No, he's a special person to me, man. So always good to hear him.
Love you, brother.
Go
Tigers, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go Tigers.
Wait, Spears is connected to the
Absolutely.
Louisiana State?
Yes, sir.
You called a master's degree. Yeah. You ever heard of that?
Whoa, easy.
No, because I don't have one. I don't know what that is. All right. Well, good. I'm glad we're in friendly confines here, man. Okay, we can go any number of ways, but I want to start with the local basketball club. Nice start, Mark. What are you seeing?
Surprised.
Yeah,
very surprised.
Yeah, you were skeptical.
Yeah, it's still early. I mean, not that I'm wishing them doom, but I think the strength in numbers moniker needs to come back. That's definitely what this team is about. On Sunday when Steph got hurt, I asked Steve about Coach Kerr about, like, where do you guys go from here? Where do you find the scoring from here? And he said, quite confidently, it didn't look like he was just giving me some coach speak, that he thought they had the depth scoring-wise to do it, and more depth to do it than they've had in recent seasons, which I was like, oh, okay, interesting. And he was right. He's been right. I mean, they're 2-0 without Steph, playing good basketball, moving the ball around, basically put life back into Buddy Hield's career, which is lessen the blow of Klay Thompson. And, one thing Steve did caution, he's like, hey, I think we could handle him being out short term, not long term. And, my fear is that Steph could be out like 2 weeks. So let's see how this goes. And this road trip is going to be a little treacherous. But, hey, man, so far they've been figuring it out, strength in numbers.
Previous years, last year specifically, if Steph is out for 2 weeks, they would continually dig a hole that would take them a ton of time to get out of. I think now, without Steph and the depth they have, the wings they have, the versatility they have, and the mindset they have, they can tread water without Steph. And I think that's a big positive. Treading water without Steph is definitely better than being buried without Steph. So to me, it's you could just tell by the smile on Steve Kerr's face that he has exactly what he wants. And while not having Steph is not optimal, it's not the death sentence that it once was just a few short years ago, just as recently as last year.
Well, and then let's give credit to the defense of Draymond Green and the defense overall. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard this yesterday maybe, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but apparently there have been 3 games so far this season, entering, I guess, Thursday, where there were teams that scored under 90 in a game, and the Warriors had 2 of those games. Yeah. And so that's a pretty telling stat. I mean, we talk so much about offense and replacing stuff, but hey, man, if you play tough defense and you got guys that could put it up enough, you can survive. And so, I do wonder if teams, when they see 30 not on the floor, if they take a deep breath. I mean, the Pelicans, I think they took their foot off the gas the first game. The second game, if you think that the Warriors got injury problems, look at what the Pelicans had the second game. So to me, like this Houston game coming up, it'd be quite interesting to see what happens there. Boston sitting there, right, with Jason Tatum ready to go, perhaps without Steph. But, I mean, the one thing I see about this team, and I saw when I went to Hawaii where they made a 3-point shot to win that first game, is that they compete, man.
Yeah.
They compete, and they're tough. And Lindy Waters, I think, was a great find. And if your problem is trying to find playing time for everybody, that's a good thing, because this team, I can't say that about rosters in the past, but this team doesn't have any wasted roster spots.
This team seems very familiar. It looks like a Warriors team.
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy was put to the test. He couldn't get Paul George. He couldn't get Larry Markin. This was his other plan, and so far, so good. Like you said, though, it's early. I mean, Jesus, November 1. Some people don't think the season doesn't start till the All-Star break, so we got a long way to go. But we got to see what we got to see what we got to see. I want to ask you about Klay Thompson, because I'm keeping an eye on him. And he got off to a really good start. His first couple nights, 6 of 10 from 3 in the opener. They beat the Spurs. Even though they lost the next night to the Suns, he went 5 of 12 from 3. He's cooled off the last couple games, and that happens. He went 2 of 9.
Yeah.
He went 2 of 9 from 3-point line. I'm looking at his 3-pointers almost exclusively. He went 2 of 9 last night. They lost to Houston, who the Warriors play tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So anyway, he's off to a start where they're 3-2. He's starting. He's shooting 38.8 from 3. I don't know. You're following it. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, first of all, don't sleep on the Rockets either. I mean, they had a 500 record and young team under a really good coach with a lot of talent. So I think they're going to take a step forward this year. In terms of Klay, I think the thing that worried me about Klay last year was just, and I think injuries atoned to it, the balance, right? Like when you watch him shoot last year, and I kind of tried to watch it closely, he was veering to the left and veering to the right when he wasn't shooting well. When he went straight up, he was good. But there was a lot of veering to the left, veering to the right. I felt like there was a lot of, I think 4 shots with good defense on them. And the thing is that I saw, it was that, Klay doesn't, and he doesn't mix in the mid-range jumper as much. He doesn't drive to the basket as much. Mm-hmm. I always thought he should have done more of that. But when your jumper's that wet, right, you're like, I'm good from out here, man, especially when I'm on the heat check. But I do wonder, as you get older, and I saw it with Allen Houston, when Allen Houston basically couldn't guard the same. I mean, his jumper wasn't falling the same because, when you're not jumping as high, when you're not moving as well, your balance is off, your shot's thrown off. So that's kind of what I'm watching with him, and hopefully for Klay, who's everybody in the Bay loves, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody wishes him ill will and doesn't want him to succeed. But I did see a little digress last season that hopefully maybe was more about stress and needing a new location than reality of getting older in this league.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to watch him, and he's off to a decent start. Like I said, the last 2 games, not as much.
Well, give Buddy credit, though.
Well,
right?
I was going to, that was the follow-up was on Buddy. I know Rod has a question here, but I do want to get the legal in. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Rod. But we'll stay on the Buddy then. It was a 2-part question. It was, the Warriors don't have a number 2. Oh, wait, do they? I mean, it's funny, Mark. I guess the question is, you've seen on Twitter the Buddy Hield cycle, where he balls out for 10 games, arrow. Fans wonder why the previous team gave up on him, arrow. Starts to play bad and turns the team bad, arrow. Gets traded, the Buddy Hield cycle. What do you make of Buddy Hield's career and his start?
No, I respect him as a shooter, man. And I didn't understand why Philly didn't play him last season. Especially, and it kind of reared its ugly head, that decision in the playoffs, when all of a sudden they put him in and he goes off. right? Like, how do you just all of a sudden go off in a playoff game after they blow dust off your uniform? And so I just I'm encouraged by him. I know he's happy, really happy being here and getting an opportunity and coming off the bench, and they want him to shoot, they want him to take his shots, they have confidence in him. So I think he's in a good place, and if he continues playing this way, I think he could be a Sixth Man of the Year candidate.
I think the number 2 scoring thing for this iteration of the Warriors is interesting because to me it's not going to be just one guy opposite Steph. I think that number 2 scorer is going to be a group of guys. It could be Buddy Hield one night. It could be Lindy Waters one night, as it was in the 2 games against the Pelicans. It could be Andrew Wiggins one night. It could be Jonathan Kuminga one night. I think that's something that's going to serve the Warriors well, that it doesn't have to be, well, we got to get some supplementary scoring from opposite Steph from another guy, and if he doesn't get it, then we're in trouble. No, it's just you can sort of play you could play matchups. You can play, hey, man, who's got it going, who's in the flow. It's just you can go different directions with this Warrior team, and I just think that serves them well.
Yeah, I just still worry long term if this can get it done. Like, what is the end game with this? What are you looking for? Mm-hmm. I don't think this is a championship team, right?
Sure.
Is it a playoff team? Yes. Is it past one round? Maybe. Right. And so I still feel like by the end of the season, by the end of the trade deadline, this team will look different.
Okay. So that's where I'm going. Okay. Because I wanted to hold off on this question. I want to talk about what the Warriors have right now, what's good about them right now, because I think one of the problems with NBA discourse is that we're always talking about trades. We're always talking about guys going here after this contract expires or whatever. So I say all that to ask you this. It sure looks like this Giannis Bucks thing is coming to an end. It's run its course. Am I reading that correctly? And how can the Warriors get involved if that is indeed the case?
Well, one thing is I know there's a lot of Doc slander. Doc ain't playing. That's what I like. He's not playing. Like, Dame didn't shoot well yesterday. Is that Doc's fault that Dame didn't shoot well?
It's Dame's fault. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just. Look, I know the record hasn't been great under Doc. I have a lot of respect for him as a coach after seeing what he did in Boston and everything. But I don't know. I think it's just sometimes you got to look at the stars, right? Sometimes you got to look at the makeup of the team and the GM. You got to look at the injuries. Chris Middleton isn't back, and that was a huge, huge piece of their team. And once you get past Dame and Giannis, like, what do they have? Right? The team's not that phenomenal after you get past those 2 guys, right?
But we know how superstars are, and when they're tired of a situation, they get out of the situation.
Well, I mean, does he have that in him? I don't know, because we're talking about, this is an international guy who, basically the Bucks were to get sentimental, right? The Bucks were the one to give him a chance. Is he ready for all that? I saw something about how he'd be interested in Miami and somewhere else, I guess. I don't know how true that is. But I mean, to your point, I mean, hey, you ask, right?
Sure.
But what do the Warriors got for that?
Yeah. No, I mean,
like, what you giving up, Steph?
I know.
Like,
right,
No.
What kind of?
However, everybody else, in my estimation, everybody else is in play. Let's talk deal. And I'm not saying you gut the team for Giannis, but if there's a deal to be made to get him, I'm doing it. Do you want to? They want to win a championship. They got an arena to fill. They got.
Are you talking about the Warriors? Or you talking about the Bucks?
I'm talking about the Warriors. If Giannis wants out, he's
wait,
leaving.
Wait. Okay, I'm Bucks GM. What do I see over here in San Francisco that makes you say, "Oh my goodness, let's do it"?
Yeah. Well, that's what I guess happened in the
like help me out, Ron. Ooh.
Hey, you know what? That Kuminga guy's pretty interesting.
the guy that scored average 8 points his first 2 games.
He had 16. He had 16 last night. I'm not saying that the Warriors can put together the most attractive package, but if Giannis wants to come here, he's coming here. You know how these superstars work, Mark. Come on now. Come on now.
But you know, Dame wanted out. Look what he didn't end up in. He didn't end up in Miami. He ended up in Milwaukee.
We're gonna have to continue this. We're gonna have to continue.
I think the thing is, it sounds good, right?
Yeah.
But I just don't know unless there's going to be a bunch of draft picks involved, which I'm fine with that. And I was more and more I think about it, I almost would have been fine with the marketing thing, maybe 2 picks instead of 3. But I just don't know that the assets are attractive for a guy like Giannis.
Well, we got to continue this conversation, but I love how we started with man, it's going so good. The Warriors so deep to trade everyone and bring Giannis in, right? So we had two iterations in this conversation. I'm with you. Well, we'll see. Mark remains a skeptic. He remains a skeptic of this long-term sustainability of the Warriors and is duly noted. And this road trip is no joke. It's very difficult. Hard to see more than one win on this road trip, tell you the truth, but we'll see. All right, man. All right, take the weekend. Enjoy. And you guys watch your LSU. Who you guys got this weekend?
Oh, we're mercifully off, thank goodness, after that A&M debacle.
You know, when you have multiple degrees, you can root for
Hey, go Spartans. I see you.
Spartans got a good game.
Hey, San Jose State, man. That's the team
to
right.
Foothill College. Right?
Yeah. Well, all right. Have a good weekend, bud.
All right, take care.
Mark Spears, Patrick Willis is next, the Hall of Fame linebacker on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dante Whitner joins Tobin and Copes this afternoon at 3:50 with my guy Kerry Crowley filling in for Copes today. You can hear the whole interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
I like the hot women.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus is off the rest of the week, so Rod Brooks is in. This is Murph and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
With the 11th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Patrick Willis, linebacker, Mississippi.
Hasselbeck over center. Gonna throw. Has time. Goes for the end zone. Ball deflected. Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up to right sideline. Beats one man. Gets by Hasselbeck. Needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85-yard deflected. Interception touchdown for Patrick Willis and the 49ers.
P. Willie. Oh, man. Willis. Oh, man. Welcome to the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024.
That sound will never get old there. Here on our OOs Friday, Patrick Willis drafted in the OOs, and how you going to do the OOs and not do one of Beyonce's number one hits? Where's Rod with the Beehive? Irreplaceable. Rod, you're irreplaceable, brother. Where are you with the Beehive,
I'm eminently replaceable, as you'll find out on Tuesday morning. Where am I with Beyonce?
Yeah.
Bro. Dog.
Yeah?
Come on.
Yeah.
She can
I'm
do
all ears, buddy.
Zero wrong.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Even a soft pop hit like Irreplaceable?
Man, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Beyonce could sing the phone book. I'm down.
Okay. Is it her voice or
yes,
how she's looking?
Everything.
Okay.
Yeah. The answer to your questions, yes.
Well, this was one of her number one hits from the OOs. A nice little smooth R&B ditty. Irreplaceable. You know who's irreplaceable? Pat Willis. Irreplaceable here. And by the way, 3 weeks ago, I was up at Whetstone Wine Cellars high-fiving this guy as the 49ers beat the Seahawks, and he was such a good sport about it. He took the high fives, and he raised money for the Golden Heart Fund by doing an event with Bryant Young and me, and old Paulie Mack was up there too. So, Pat, it's great to have you back. It's your boy Murph after our time together in Napa. You got our guy Rod Brooks, he's in this week. How you doing, Patrick?
Doing fantastic, Murph. Glad to be on, and good to hear from you again, man. I feel like it was just yesterday we was hanging out.
We had a lot of fun. That was a pretty fun event, wasn't it?
That was, man. It was a great event, great hospitality through and through.
Yeah, the Whetstone Wine Cellars. Jamie and had us up there, and BY there, and the Niners got that win, too. And I know we're going to talk about the Golden Heart Fund and the 4th annual Golden Heart Run at Levi's Stadium presented by Cisco, and you're the official starter, so we'll get into that. But since I last saw you, the Niners had some ups and some downs. They lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, which is getting a little too familiar, but then they bounced back and beat the hated Dallas Cowboys. So how do you feel about the team at the break? 4-4, Patrick, so they're right in the middle. They could go either way. How you feeling?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They can, and I feel like they are actually in the primal position right now to really find out what this team is going to be like going forward. As we know, they've had a great run there under Kyle, and this is that telling time to see if it's all been worth it. I know they've come close the last few years, but this year, as I said before, I think this year is really going to be a big year for that team. So either they're going to make it happen, or things may be really different next year.
Patrick, I love one of the developments of this Niner defense is that we've seen the young guys be a part of its positive movement going forward and supplementing the veterans. On the back end, I think that's been the biggest surprise. Mustafa coming in as strong safety, and it looks like that's his job to keep. Renardo Green has been absolutely fantastic. I'm a big fan of Evan Anderson and Sam Okawanu in front, and I really like what D. Winters has done at that strong side linebacker position as they try and figure out life without Dre Greenlaw. Having those young guys come in and be supplements to the veteran, and that being a positive part of this Niner defense. For the vets, how does that make them feel to know that, okay, man, these young guys have actually gotten up to speed and we can count on them in these last few games going forward?
Yeah, I think it's very big. And what up, Rod? I just realized your voice.
What up, man? How you doing?
I know that voice.
Brooksy.
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, anytime you have your younger players be able to step up and step in and make a difference, it means a lot. It goes a long ways with the team, and especially with the veteran players to be able to know that they can count on those younger guys to step in and fulfill a role. And we always had this motto that, one man down, the next man up. And those guys have certainly stepped in and played phenomenal football, which has been very much needed and will really be needed as they go into the playoffs, as they make this deep run later in the year.
We want to talk about Patrick Willis tomorrow or Saturday. That is tomorrow. Yeah. Jeez, it's Friday. God bless.
Yeah.
The Golden Heart Run. And I remember in the past we've had Tom Rathman out there. So all the great Niners go out there. So it's a 4.9K fun run at Levi's. And the gates open at 6:30. The kids run at 8 a.m. The 4.9K starts at 8:30. You're going to get a Golden Heart Run T-shirt and a finisher's medal. And you can register all the way up through tonight at goldenheartfund.org. So I'll say that again, goldenheartfund.org. This is for all you people in the South Bay at Levi's Stadium. But, Patrick, we know because the event we did up at Whetstone Wine Cellars with BY and the Seahawks game, that was for the Golden Heart Fund. This is raising money for the Golden Heart Fund. They say it's not a hand out, it's a hand up. Tell us why you like to involve your time with this.
Yes. As we all know, being an athlete, people have their perception of what, an athlete should be like when they finish and what all they should have. But life be lifing and things happen. And what I love about the Golden Heart Fund Foundation is that it's a nonprofit foundation that helps former 49er athlete or former 49er alumni and their widowed wives, if they be married. The fund, it helps them. And again, it's nonprofit. It's not tied to the 49ers. I know some people would say, well, why don't the 49ers just do it? This is not a 49er. It's not the 49ers Foundation. It's an offset, but it ties to the 49ers, and they have done a tremendous job. And you never know what life presents. We all need a helping hand here and there in different ways, and this Golden Hearts Fund has really stepped in and have done that. And I just wanted to give some positivity to everything that they're doing, because like I said, you never know when you may be that one in a needing hand, and they've been tremendous so far.
Yeah, I really love getting to know you guys and seeing how Niner players, how you guys bond for life and take care of yourselves. And, getting to know Guy McIntyre and Jesse Sapolo a little bit and knowing Keena and then getting to know you and my man Dante Whitner. I just love how you guys, y'all hold each other up. You're always checking in on each other. Anytime the Golden Heart Fund needs you to come and, rap a little bit with us or what have you, you guys y'all did it on the field and y'all had that bond, and that bond off the field might be stronger than what you had on the field, quite frankly.
Yeah. I mean, we say we are a band of brothers, and we really are. We spend a lot of time with one another. Some of my teammates probably know way more about me than some of my family do. And so, yeah, we do. We create a strong bond, during the time that we spend together, whether it's 1 year or whether it's many years. And when you finish, man, it's always good to know that you still have some connections with those guys. And like I said, that bond is built and it's strong, and it goes a long ways. And however we can be there to help one another the best way possible, we would like to do that. And the Golden Hearts Fund is one way that we are able to do that for sure.
That is the voice of Pro Football Hall of Famer Patrick Willis, the greatest defensive player, in my estimation, in the history of University of Mississippi football. Now, Pat, I'm going to make you real uncomfortable because I'm going to ask you to talk about yourself. So you got your number retired at Ole Miss last weekend. I saw that ceremony at halftime of the Ole Miss game. I think they were way too late on that, but I guess, now is better than never. I want to ask you this, though, man. What does it feel like to be celebrated as you have been over this past year and change, with going into the Hall of Fame and what Ole Miss did for you last weekend?
Yeah, Rob, I just got the chills just now. Truthfully, I am elated. I'm full of gratitude,
And at the end of the day, as I've always said, as my uncle told me when I was 8 years old, he said, boss, no matter what happens in life, always give God all the praise, glory, and honor. And so through the highs and the lows, the good times, the tough times, I still do that. And man, this year has really been on fire. But it's a product of it's a byproduct of the work that was put in, the seeds that were planted over the years, and I'm just happy to be able to harvest those plants and better get the fruits of the labor. And I'm just, like I said, full of gratitude, and I thank everyone who has supported and has lended a helping hand, on this journey to just be the best I can be.
Well, listen, anybody who's ever dealt with Patrick Willis knows there's a reason why he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He just talked about it. He's been working and striving since he was a little kid, listening to his uncle. Just a reminder, the Golden Heart Run is tomorrow at Levi's Stadium. You get to finish on the field, by the way, which is the big feature. You get to be there. Patrick's the honorary starter. The Golden Heart Fund raises money for the Golden Heart Fund, which is a hand up for 49ers alums who need it. And some people are on hard times. So you can register at goldenheartfund.org. Gates open at 6:30 in the morning. The kids' run starts at 8. The 4.9K starts at 8:30. Everybody gets the shirt, finishes on the field, and raises money for their favorite team or the players that played their favorite team, the Golden Heart Run, Pat Willis. I just got to kind of wrap it up. It's funny. You're on social media, and I'm interested because you're such a quiet guy. You've always been polite with the media, but you're out there now. It's the Winker's Mind, which I don't know the history behind that name, but everybody should. You're on social, so you're out there. Patrick, is this kind of like it's 2024? You just kind of want to connect to the fans and get your stuff out there?
Yeah, it's the social media world is very huge in this moment in time that we're in now, and it's one more way that you can connect, to your fans. You can connect to those who have been with you through the way, and I like to call them they're my community. They are my village, and so I'm just happy that I have some things going on that I can share, and going to continue to keep it going. And again, I'm just happy for the times that we're in, for the moments, and just continue to share it and give it back as I can.
What's the backstory on your handle? The Winker's Mind, WHI.
Yeah, it's actually two words. It's actually two words put together. It's the word from whence and hence something come. And during the time when I had retired, I went through a self-reflecting, a self-awareness, and just all that. And it had a lot to do with the mind. And so, I began to ask myself, where did these thoughts come from? Where did I get them from? And as I continued to grow, just looking at this word, I was able to put two words together. And so, it's actually from where I thought comes, and then actually from here. It's actually from where and here something comes. It's just two words put together.
I see.
Word.
Well, in your bio, it says a two-time Butkus Award winner, philosopher, and philanthropist. So you don't mind getting deep, Patrick, huh?
No, not at all, man. You'd be surprised when you start peeling back the layers of an onion. How far you can go. And do you like to read? Do you like to read philosophy books or books on the mind, or listen to podcasts or stuff? Yeah, I do. Anything that deals with the mind, understanding how things operate. I've always been a curious mind, and so perhaps that's just part of my innate nature. But yeah, I love anything that's mysterious and that's curious and that keeps my mind, in that stimulated factor. And so I love philosophy. I love mythology. Anything, like I said, that's beyond that most people think is impossible. I like to pay attention to that type of things, because I think if it's there, then it's possible in some form. So
and that's how you got hooked on golf, right?
Yes, sir. I actually wanted to get out today and go swing a little bit, but I may have some other things that come up. But,
hey, it's a very spiritual thing. You want to stay in you got to get into Golf in the Kingdom, Chivas Irons, the whole deal. There's a lot going on there, man. So, well, listen, Patrick, every time we talk, it's always good. It's good that you're donating your time. I know you're a busy guy, and A lot of people are pulling on you, but you're going to be at Levi Stadium tomorrow morning to start the Golden Heart Fund race. Everybody go say hi to him and go register at the goldenheartfund.org. All right, we'll chase you down again. And in the meantime, you just take a look at that gold jacket in the closet and smile and have a great weekend, buddy.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me. And again, shout out to everyone. I appreciate you and thank you for your love and support.
Man, Patrick Willis, I mean, all-time Niners tackle leader, by the way.
Just one of the more thoughtful athletes I've ever had a chance to get to know.
Well, you just heard him say he's exploring.
Yeah, just a ridiculously nice person, very smart, very humble, very low key, and he is the personification of the saying "still waters run deep."
What
just a good dude,
freaking player!
Now on a football field,
oh my God!
Come on, bro.
I never said anything. I mean, I'm an old man. I've seen a lot. I'd never seen anybody like him in terms of the intensity.
He revolutionized the position. His ability to play the run is now something that is demanded of linebackers in this league today. You don't have Fred Warner without Patrick Willis.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Warner is studies him and all these guys. I should pay homage to the old school. Dave Wilcox is a Hall of Fame linebacker for the Niners back in the Kezar days, but everything evolves, and Patrick was the evolution. Oh, by the way, Navarro Bowman right next to him. And Navarro Bowman on Jim Harbaugh's coaching staff, too. So we talked about that actually up at the Napa Hang. So anyway, we'll chase down Patrick again as the football gets more fun. He's around, and he's doing his thing. Everybody go see him at the Golden Heart Fund at Levi's Stadium tomorrow at the Run, goldenheartfund.org. All right, got to finish where we started, and that is the Giants have a new GM. We learned more about him today. We had his old boss, Doug Melvin, the GM of the Brewers, on. We'll tell you what we learned, and we'll give you our final takes on a Friday. It's Brooksy on a Friday. He sold out the Enormo Dome all week. We had him here all week.
Command
on
performance.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's Niners pre- and post-game shows. Now you hear him on KNBR. It's Rod Brooks filling in for Marcus as Murph and Brooks continue on the Sports Leader.
Our OO's Friday, finishing with the crowning song at the end of the decade. Jay-Z, Alicia Keys, and this one hits a little different after the Yankees lose the World Series. Oh, man. This song makes you cry now if you're a Yankee fan in New York. This was a signature, man, and they performed this at Yankee Stadium before a World Series game.
Yeah.
Better than Fat Joe?
Significantly.
That was a layup. Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of hard to take on Frank Sinatra's New York, but they did a damn good job of it. They got the hook, they got the voice, they got Jay-Z. I always was taken by the line, I made a Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee can. I was like, ooh, what does Mickey Mantle have to say about that?
I mean, he's right.
He is right. Global, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's funny, if you travel the world, if you travel like you see Yankee hats all the time. Yeah. Is that because of Jay-Z?
Yeah, I mean, not just Jay-Z. I think hip-hop culture for the last half century, especially the last 35 years, has put the Yankee hat in the forefront and made it go global.
Give me other rappers who wore it. Did Chuck D wear it?
50 Cent.
50 Cent.
Start.
50 Cent was a candidate for OO's Friday. By the way, we'll do it again in 3 weeks. So people that say, "Oh, you didn't play this, you didn't play it." Well, just relax, everybody.
But you think about all of the hip hop music videos, starting with Yo TV, MTV raps in the mid '80s to what passes for videos now. Every 3 videos, somebody's wearing a Yankee hat.
Yeah.
And that's traveled the world for well over 3 decades.
And that's it. That's the deal.
Absolutely, that's it.
So what you're saying is that they're not big fans of Don Mattingly, is what you're saying.
No. The world,
we like Mattingly, but no, not in Europe. See, by the way, speaking of Yo MTV Raps, you wore that shirt earlier this week.
That's what made me think about it.
Fab Five Freddy, he was the host. And to tie into our Decades Fridays, we did, or actually it was our Pop Culture Showdown. We did New York versus L.A., and we did a better female-fronted 1981 band. And we had the Go-Go's from L.A., and we had Blondie singing Rapture.
Ooh.
She name-checks Fab Five Freddy in that song.
Yeah, in Rapture.
In 1981.
Yeah, he's in the video.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, well, listen, there goes your decades, your OO's Decades wraps up because we always play our toys on a Friday next. But just to recap, everybody was what? Eminem, Lose Yourself, Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten, Khalees, Milkshake, Green Day, American Idiot, Outkast, Bombs Over Baghdad, Beyonce, Irreplaceable, Taylor Swift, Love Story, The Killers, Mr. Brightside, Flo Rida, Low, Low, Low. And did I forget anything here? Did I forget any, Young Tone? I think that's it. And then, obviously, Jay-Z.
If I may make a suggestion, because this is a great idea, you guys should put out a playlist on social media of all of the songs.
You're 100% right, and I meant to do it in the 80s one. I forgot. I meant to do it in the 90s one. I forgot. And now we're here at the OO's one.
Because I just think, going into the weekend and maybe through the weekend, that would be, a dope playlist for people to have.
Young Tone, do you still have the 80s and 90s one?
Probably. I could get them, yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
I mean, using the vast resources of Cumulus Media, could we put together a playlist and put it out there on social media so people can rock it all weekend?
Look at Rob Brooks. Look at somebody. This guy.
Dog.
Knows his way around this building.
I'm an idea man. That's what I am. Now, some of them are terrible ideas, but I'm an idea man nonetheless.
What was the movie Night Shift, where Michael Keaton's idea was to have cans of tuna with the mayonnaise already in the can? That was his idea. See, you laughed. Michael Keaton.
That's a great movie.
Shout out Mike Keaton.
Speaking of Michael Keaton,
he was an SNL host 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And he's in Beetlejuice. Oh, look at you. You're my idea guy.
That's my dog.
You're
Brian.
my idea
You're
guy.
My dog,
Thank
baby.
you, buddy.
Yes.
Thank you. Because we just took pictures with characters from Beetlejuice.
The Bobs.
Okay, I have to admit something.
Hey. Before you do that, I just kind of have a hard and fast rule, and I know I'm not in charge. This isn't my show, but I'm uncomfortable with male emotion, my emotion, and other males' emotions. So before you admit something, if this is going to be emotional, don't do it.
We're good.
Okay.
We're okay.
Okay, just check it.
I've never seen Beetlejuice.
That's not the worst thing in the world. It's not bad at all.
You know where I could see it? At Oracle Park tonight.
Yay!
Movie night at Oracle Park. Take your family out for the Halloween weekend. Get your tickets for tonight, sfgiants.com/Beetlejuice.
Okay, stop.
Oracle Park tonight.
Because you've never seen the movie?
Yes.
I just want to stop you from ruining, everybody's weekend, because you can't say his name 3 times.
Okay.
If you say his name 3 times, then he shows up.
Brooksy. All right.
I'm cool, but do not say his name 3 times.
I will say this: they brought Bob's Donuts, which I can't have now. The weigh-in was bad today.
More for me.
Ooh, baby, it's been a bad stretch. Your boy might have to go on the plan now. I have to go to the Church of Abundant Life and be with Marcus.
Why don't you just get on what Fat Joe's on?
Yeah, right.
So he's no longer Fat Joe. You can buy
that stuff now.
Absolutely,
you can buy that stuff now.
There's commercials for it every 5 seconds.
When you go off it, don't you gain the weight back? Isn't that what they do?
I mean, I don't.
All right, so let's go. We told everybody, a listener read, hey, I just tuned in. When are you guys going to talk about the new Giants GM? I said at 9:30, but first we're going to digress on OO's music and Beetlejuice for 7 minutes.
And weight loss drugs.
And weight loss drugs. and Yankee hats, and so where they achieve their fame. Zack Minasian is, and I'm saying it with sort of I heard Brian Anderson kind of roll the S into a Z, Minasian. It's an Armenian name, and he is a baseball lifer who has been with the Giants since 2019, but also spent 15 years with the Milwaukee Brewers prior. But perhaps most interesting, he comes from a crazy baseball family. And nowhere in there is an MIT degree or a Stanford degree or a Harvard degree or a Yale degree or any of that stuff. And that's not to throw shade. Well, I guess it is to throw shade at the propeller heads who've taken over. We have a guy who grew up in the game. His father is the longtime Texas Rangers clubby. This young man, Zack, grew up picking up jocks and dirty socks as age 5 in the Texas Rangers clubhouse. His father is one of Tommy Lasorda's best homies. His father wrote a book about his summer with Tommy Lasorda in 1968 as a 15-year-old being the Ogden, Utah clubby. His brother Perry is the GM of the Angels. His other brother Calvin is the clubby of the Atlanta Braves. This guy is a lifer. Now, that's all the good stuff. He's a baseball guy. The thing that worried everybody is he's been in the building for 5 years, since 2019, and the Giants haven't been that good. So you're like, wait, well, you have pointed this out, Rod. Yes, but Buster Posey has now been in the building for a month, and this is who he decided on. Mm-hmm. And for you, that struck a chord.
I just don't see this as he's a Farhan guy. I see this solely as he is a Buster Posey guy. He is the Buster Posey guy. He is Buster Posey's first major decision. So Farhan, in my estimation, has zero to do with it. I know it's easy to bag on him and bring him up and use him as a pinata, a whipping boy, what have you. Fine, knock yourself out, do what you want to do. I simply do not care. I just think it's foolish to just say, well, because he was under Farhan, it means he's a Farhan disciple. We don't know that. I don't believe that to be true because I don't think Buster Posey would have hired him. And I think also the fact that Buster Posey could have come in and just gotten rid of anybody that had anything to do with the previous administration, and it would have been overwhelmingly looked at as he's coming in to clean house, and we would have thought, okay, that's a good idea. Well, he didn't do that. He actually went through and decided that there was one person that was worth keeping. Mm-hmm. And until proven otherwise, and I said this earlier, I think Buster Posey, simply because he's Buster Posey, and also he's not Farhan Zaidi, he has earned a massive amount of benefit of the doubt. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise.
Yeah, well, I think everything you're saying is right. And in the 24 hours since the hire, I've come around. I'm more intrigued by his baseball background and the fact that Buster did choose him. And Doug Melvin was the GM in Milwaukee for a long, long time when Zack Minasian, who, by the way, there's somewhat of a strong resemblance to Roger Federer, tennis great. If you need to picture the guy.
What if he is Roger Federer?
Well, I'll take it.
What if he's pulling a fast one?
I was a huge Federer guy. This guy was a freaking champion.
I'm going to retire from tennis and cosplay as an NFL NBA.
By the way,
MLB
all the
executive.
pressure in the world as a ball comes sizzling over the net and the ice-cold Roger Federer would just rip a forehand back. Dude, you couldn't beat that guy. Well, you couldn't until Nadal and Djokovic came along. But anyway, point is that Doug Melvin.
Andy Roddick couldn't beat him.
No, a lot of people couldn't.
As we were saying.
Doug Melvin said, our question to him was, well, Buster Posey took over. It's unusual to have a borderline Hall of Fame player, he's not there yet, take over a franchise. What do you think Zack Minasian, who's been around baseball all his life, how do you think he marries with Buster Posey? And this was Doug Melvin's answer.
Well, I think that's why Zack has the job, personally, not because of his talents and everything, but I think that short-term 2 weeks or 3 weeks that they've been together, I think Buster has seen what I saw in Zack, someone with baseball knowledge and ability that he can lean on. And I think Buster's going to need someone to lean on, and I think he feels very comfortable with Zack, or he would not have hired him. And I think Zack, in my conversations with Zack, he's just loving the fact that dealing with Buster Posey, he said he's very comfortable to talk with. and it's fun talking baseball. They're both guys that are going to be baseball junkies. That's what we are. That's why we get in this business. We're baseball junkies. We talk the game. You can manage a lot by storytelling, too, in this game, of past experiences. And Buster Posey has championship experiences to talk about. So I think that the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think they wedded together very well, and that's why I think Zack is going to hold his position even beyond the ability that he has, that he showed for me as a general manager when he was scouting director and I was general manager, and I'm really happy for him.
So that's a really interesting statement there about I don't want to say that like Farhan didn't have baseball guys in the building, because he did. He had Zack Minasian in the building. But it's, Buster told us, and you have the Buster cut about the scouting background, Young Tone. This was on the day he got hired a month ago at Oracle Park. This was Buster.
Yeah, to answer the back end of that first, I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. Ideally, somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think, will be important for me as well. And again, having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
So here he is. So just to give you the background, he was the Giants' vice president of professional scouting, but prior to that, he was the Milwaukee Brewers club director of professional scouting and their manager of minor league scouting and their personnel coordinator of pro scouting.
Scouting.
Yeah. Felt like we're going to a freaking Cub Scout meeting.
Help me out
on
here
your little kerchief
with the timeline. Buster Posey, when did he get back into the fold with the Giants?
2022, I believe.
Okay, so we're talking 2 years.
And then 2023, he moved back in 23.
Okay, so let's just say 2 years and change.
Mm-hmm.
Buster Posey has been back with the organization and on the inside of the organization. So he's been knowing about Zack Minasian for well over 2 years and seeing how he operated within the Farhan Zaidi regime. Now, I know this news just came out yesterday. Minasian has been the GM now for a few days, maybe a couple of weeks. It was just announced after the World Series. That's standard Major League Baseball protocol. I go from 2 years ago, 2022, to now, Buster Posey being involved with the Giants, because he's been seeing Minasian work within the Farhan regime. He has a full understanding as to who he is, his strengths, and whatever weaknesses he may have. So my point is, Buster Posey's been scouting this dude.
Doing his own scouting.
Right.
Yes. I like it. Listen.
This is not some sort of fly-by-night decision or I'm just going to keep him around because he looks like Roger Federer. Like, no, he's been studying this dude and his get-down for months, possibly longer.
You said it. If you're going to go with In Buster We Trust, this is his first decision. Trust it until you don't. Until you don't. All right, well, good stuff. Brooks, he was awesome all week. So good, we're bringing him back Monday.
What?
How about that? Dude, have a great weekend drinking your beer and watching your college football, but be ready on Monday, bro.
I will be.
And he will be. As we're going to be ready on our final segment because it's an anniversary, everybody. Oh, be prepared to get your goosebumps going on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. It's Bigelow Tea time. It's Bigelow Tea season. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. I was just in the break room and I saw the Bigelow Tea. I was admiring all the flavors. I was admiring them all. What do we got? What do you want? English breakfast. We want cranberry apple. Of course, chamomile. We love that. We didn't include her in the 90s or the 00s, but hey, we got another one coming up in 3 weeks. Anyway, it's all the different flavor options. It's good for those who make a living behind a microphone. It keeps us going. We have it here at the studio. So join us and grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, Brooksy, so I know, as much as I'd like to think that you live and die with our show and just listen every minute of the day, somehow I know you're missing a minute or two along the way.
You know what? You got me.
So this is one you're going to like, though. So when we took over 104.5, which was just, like you.
Shout out to the great K-Fog.
I mean, we all, you, me, and our old buddy Paulie, we were like, we can't take over 104.5. We felt guilty. We felt terrible about it.
We are not fit to step into the shoes of Dave Maury.
Paulie and I made a decision that every Friday, our final segment, we do what John Grappone did every Friday at 5.
Shout out John Grappone.
Was to play the toys. So this remains our salute to Grappone and K-Fog.
Shout out Annalisa. Shout out
Dave Morey, Irish Craig, Peter Finch. Peter Finch.
What's lady?
Anna Rosalie.
Thank you, Rosalie.
Acoustic Sunrise. Yes. I think she's up near you. I think she's up near you.
Great people.
By the way, bring back the acoustic sunrise. Come on, what are we doing here? Anyway, since our tribute to K-Fog, and I thought you would enjoy that. We do it every Friday. It's our last segment, just like Rapone did. But
you have to update it at Chew 2 Gummies in the morning. At Chew 2 Gummies.
No, you said that you like to.
No, I don't. No, I'm not a.
No, you like to do this old school.
Not a weed guy.
And you're friends with Paulie?
Well, he does enough for both of us.
I know you guys work together. He told me about what you guys used to call
back in the day. Yeah,
I heard about something called high noon.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah. A little wake and bake, maybe high noon.
He also, by the way, the story he told more than any was your Super Bowl party with a bowl full of bacon.
Well, that's a decision a guy who used to smoke a lot of weed would make. You know what would be great for a party? A bowl full of bacon.
Yeah, he said. That's right out of half-baked, isn't it? And he said that was the Super Bowl. That was the Ravens Super Bowl that was so bad you guys were out throwing football in the street in the third quarter.
We had our own Super Bowl. Again, decisions that people who smoke too much weed would make.
Oh, man. Well, we said there's an anniversary. Where were you 14 years ago today, young Tone?
Oh, man.
Hit it.
Cruz waiting on Wilson. And the right-hander for the Giants throws. Swing and a miss! And that's it! The Giants! For the first time in 52 years, the Giants are world champions as they come pouring out of the dugout. Circling Brian Wilson, the bullpen, flying in from left center field. Dancing, hugging. And you can't help but think that this group is celebrating. For the Say Hey Kid, for Will the Thrill, celebrating for number 25, and celebrating for all you Giants fans, wherever you are. Giants fans, this party is just getting started.
You trying to make me cry, buddy? Because I was there, and I ain't going to lie, the Irish-Italian tears were flowing, bro. They were flowing because my whole life was flashing, my whole life, and everything he said right there. Now, for me and for the Brad Manges of the world, that was for the AstroTurf and John Montefusco and Jack Clark and Ed Halicki and, oh, man, Larry Hearn to Terry Whitfield. I mean, on and on. Darrell Evan, what do you want? I mean, come on. I mean, I just never thought it would happen. I'll never forget him standing up in the upper deck. Paulie and I were in the aux box in left field. We said, this sucks. We're getting out of here. We joined a pack of Giants fans up in the upper deck behind home plate. And it was the ninth inning, and I turned to look to try to gather myself, and I saw the silhouette of the stupid roller coaster. It's by a freaking amusement park,
by
the
Six
Rangers
Flags.
Park. Yeah. And I was just thinking, what a strange place for me to be. But this is where it's supposed to be. This is where it's going to happen. And I, by the way, had a microphone, and I narrated it. It's somewhere in the system. It's super embarrassing because I'm like bubbling and gurgling.
It.
No, Gary, well, I remember my little feelings were hurt because Gary Radnitz made mighty fun of me the next day. And I was like, gee, that's not very nice, Gary. But that was G-Rad being G-Rad. And that was Murph being Murph. We all had to play our roles. So thank you, Young Tone. Where were you, buddy? November 1, 2010.
Oof. Dude, by the way, Kipe just crushed that final call.
He did.
He absolutely crushed it.
And he was right. The party was just getting started. It's still going to a certain degree. Speaking of smoke two joints. Where were you, kid?
Honestly, the 2010 World Series is not like deep in my memory. 2014 is the one that sticks with me. I would have been 12 years old.
You were born in 98?
Yeah.
Dude, I had you born in the 00s.
Nah, man.
Why do we call you a millennial, a Gen Z? You're truly a millennial.
It's like, 2-year difference.
Okay, all
is
right.
what it is.
Where were you, Rod?
I had just gotten back literally 3 hours before the final out from London. Because remember, the Niners went to London that year, played the Broncos.
Paulie and I followed that game on the phone. It was Troy Smith quarterback the game for the Niners.
Troy Smith game.
Oh, my God.
So we didn't get back, we didn't get back until late in the afternoon, early evening. I didn't get back home until the middle of the game. So I was tired and jet lagged from London, and I was there with my now wife.
Awesome.
And longtime Giants fan, and to see the look on her face, and she was just as teary as I'm sure you were.
I was
in Arlington.
No, a lot went on, man. A lot went on.
Happy for her and my now family, my in-laws, and all of the people that are my friends and family who are Giants fans. I felt a sense of great happiness for them because it's when you get what you're never going to think you are going to get as a sports fan, it's the best feeling in the world.
Who stood on the City Hall podium and pounded his fist and said, let's go do it again? The guy who hired Zack Minasian. Buster Posey. All right, real quick, Young Tony. We got 30 seconds left to do this. Young Tony.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
So it's not Young Tony, it's me, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I learned that, you all learned that I've never seen Beetlejuice, and we're going to transfer this over. What did young Brooks learn today? This little ditty here that's turned into a Gen Z favorite in bars is Taylor Swift. Rod goes, I had no idea.
Yeah.
And he's proud of it.
Just doesn't do it for me.
All right, good stuff. Thus ends our OO's Friday. Brooksy, you're hired. We'll do Monday again.
Okay.
How's that?
All right.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy the beer. Enjoy the football. Young Tone, you too. John Joe, good job. Everybody, and thanks for an OO's Friday, everybody. And sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Khalees Strong, former wife of the great rapper Nas. Nas went to the yard.
Okay.
What do I have in common with a 19-year-old girl?
Well, you worked with Fitz.
Or a Bavakwa who could hit water if he fell out of a boat.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Yeah, there's not technical difficulties here. We're late getting into the studio. It's not Papa and Lund. It's Brody Brazil with John Dickinson. JD.
What's up, Brody?
Good Friday morning to you.
Yeah, happy Friday. Did you have a nice Halloween?
I did. I was busy. I actually underperformed on the candy intake.
Okay.
I usually like to save, maybe 4 or 5 pieces for myself. Actually, let's be honest, 10 to 20 pieces for myself. Didn't even get that.
Well, I was telling Lund I was gonna throw in some eye black.
Yeah.
And like a ripped, just kind of ripped like white T-shirt, put an ace bandage over my arm, grab a pillowcase, just go out in the neighborhood in Walnut Creek and tell everybody I was a washed up pitcher.
Wow.
Just, minimal effort. Give me some candy.
It's very timely, very specific. New month, new calendar month.
You saying I'm Clayton Kershaw?
Welcome to November. Are you somebody to believe that a new month, like a new calendar month, just brings new everything? Do you buy into that?
Yeah.
I mean, athletes sometimes do based on how they are or aren't performing, but in life, are you somebody who says, hey, new month, new me, new something?
Yeah, I am a bit of a calendar nerd when it comes to that kind of a thing. So I do look at it. I'm like, 2 months left in the year. I better get off my ass and do something with it. Like that was my thought today. Was like, wow, November 1st, we got 2 months left in this year.
You know what?
Get it done.
I had planned the whole drive here at the intro to this show to do the famous John Lund introduction. Yeah, and I didn't even do it. Do you feel like it'd be okay to restart the show?
I mean,
Could
at
we
this
do
point,
that?
I think, yeah, young Tony can do that.
Tony, could you do that for us?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Yeah. Not fully healthy. Anyway, that's how I wanted to start the show. We'll get into some 49ers. We got Giants news. Zack Minasian is the new general manager of San Francisco's baseball team. At least that's the report, JD. I think we're all under this assumption here that because it's been widely reported and understood and nobody is denying it, that has happened. But I have yet to see that officially come from the Giants. So we'll await that official word, plus eventually a press conference, you'd have to think, right? Not today, but maybe Monday?
Yeah, I would say sometime early next week at this point. It was a little surprise. I think Andy Baggerly had reported, hey, he just signed the deal. So, and then the reports before that obviously it was agreed to. So, yeah, a couple of days to maybe get everything in order. Heck, we could get that official release at some point in the next 4 hours.
We'll be paying attention
as we're on the air. And then, yeah, it's a big time. Baseball season over with the Dodgers celebrating today.
Yeah, their parade starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So
we will not be covering that here.
We will be on the air in 1 hour, and we will be distracted by anything else in the world besides that. Oh, look, a leaf fell outside. Oh, I'll be reporting live from the helicopter over the parade.
Who's that shirtless dad bod guy? Oh, wait, that's a future Hall of Famer.
I'm up here in the helicopter. I see a bunch of morons down there, a bunch of bandwagon baseball fans. Oh, they've deferred coming today to the parade. Just kidding. No, there'll probably be a huge parade in Los Angeles. They didn't get to do it last time for 2020. Whether that World Series win was justified or not, that's a different story. 49ers on the bye week. Obviously, the trade deadline coming up next week, November 5th, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Will they do something? Can they just also take in the fact that maybe getting a Christian McCaffrey back is good enough, and eventually a Dre Greenlaw back is good enough? And that's almost like the trade that you don't have to make. I know that's always been a sports strategy of GMs, is to say, well, instead of making a move, we're getting somebody back, and that's almost like a deadline situation. So we'll get into all that in just a second, but why don't we begin with the Giants, JD, because we're now officially in the baseball offseason, and I know the World Series was over a couple nights ago, and we had last night to decompress and candy ourselves, and then the parade today, but we're now officially in the offseason, and Buster Posey making what's his first move? I mean, it's not a player move. It's not maybe one that will go down in history, at least in terms of notoriety, but getting your GM in place was very important. Now you've got him, Buster, at the top. You've got Zack Minasian as the GM, and you've got Bob Melvin as your bench manager. So you've got things orchestrated. I think there's a lot of question, and maybe we'll begin here, is for the Giants, was it a good idea to promote from within, to stay internal? Minasian was the pro scouting director starting in 2019 for San Francisco. So it doesn't offer the fresh blood necessarily to the organization. It doesn't offer a new face. It does offer a new voice. And so there's just a lot of aspects here, because I think most people were under the assumption that it would be from an external viewpoint, somebody taking over here because of the fact that you're trying to change course.
I think the perception of the Giants from the fan base is that things were internally broken. I think this hire shows that the Giants internally didn't necessarily believe they were broken to the level that it appeared to be to the outside. I go back to Buster Posey's introductory press conference as the president of baseball operations, and he said straight up he wanted, above everything else, someone that had a deep scouting background.
Which Minasian does.
Which he does.
That's his whole thing. By the way, we'll get into his whole family connection of baseball, and his dad and his older brother and his younger brother. He's Tommy Lasorda's godson. So his baseball resume runs deep, but to the point, as far as I know, he's never done anything like this before. Buster Posey's never done anything like this before. And I guess I understand that part of it, but I'm also here to say that you've got smart people making hopefully good decisions at the top.
Yeah, and again, I think it is an indicator that maybe when you do the internal review, maybe the person at the top was deemed to be the one, and going back to Farhan Zaidi, that was, whether it was the message that he was, the inability to deliver the message to the public in an effective manner to where fans could get behind it. I think that was part of it. I think that the perception of an unwillingness to make moves, to stand pat too much on a team that was just kind of stuck in the middle. especially over the last 3 years.
Like literally in the middle of
Yes.
a 500 season. Like how frustrating is that? It's one thing if they even had a month of the season which was so encouraging, which was like, all right, this is the one we're going to build on. This is who we're going to be. They never really had that. They meddled between what? Maybe 4 or 5 under, maybe 5, 6 over, 3 or 4 over, I think, at the high point. They never really broke free one way or the other.
2 over, 4 under.
Right.
1 over.
That's almost hard to do.
6 under.
It's
They got to
almost-
6 under a couple times. Every time they got to 6 under, they would
They'd
get to
find a
like
way.
2 over.
Right. Find a way.
That's when they'd get hot. They'd go 10-2 a couple of times.
So here's my thought, and I don't know in the modern era. So baseball teams, it's not just the general manager anymore, because I talk to a lot of fans who get confused by this. Wait, so if there's a general manager and a president, what does the president do versus what does the general manager do? And I think that's an important distinction here for the Giants. Maybe the strategy is this, and I'm not saying this is new, like the Giants would not be the first team to do this, but maybe your president of baseball operations is your liaison of free agents. Maybe Buster Posey is the magnet to go out there and to try and, well, do what he did with, reportedly, Matt Chapman's contract. To be the guy to say, all right, I'm going to go seal this deal. I'll take care of the free agent type players. I'll take care of all the external stuff. Zach, your job is to procure the pipeline, make sure that we're drafting the right people, make sure that we're promoting the right people, giving the right opportunities. Again, I think there's a lot of teams that probably operate in somewhat of that manner, but maybe that's extra important for the Giants. So to your point, like if you're going to have Buster Posey as the face and the voice and the ultimate captain of the ship, at least baseball-wise and probably business-wise to a certain degree, why not have him deal with the outside stuff and let Minasian work with the inside stuff?
Yeah, and I think it does sound like Minasian is going to be the person that will be speaking most of the time. Like the sort of day-to-day.
The press
hey,
conferences.
the general manager
replies.
needs to speak.
Yeah.
We made this roster move. We made this trade. Why did you do this? Why is this guy up? Why is that guy? Like he's going to be the guy, it sounds like, that does that and not Buster Posey. I'm of the belief, and I said this at the time when Buster Posey was hired, the Giants, in my opinion, would be better off if they let Buster Posey do a little bit more of the talking. But again, I understand maybe that's not really what he wants to do. Maybe to your point, because he's not going to be doing as much of the nuts and bolts, that you don't want to be somebody that's speaking in essence for other people's decisions.
Yeah, right.
Organizationally, even if you're the one at the top that may have a final say or veto power. But I think you're spot on as far as Posey. I mean, what does he represent? Buster Posey represents a golden era of Giants baseball and a superstar MVP, future Hall of Fame level player that other big-time players in the major leagues now can look at, and it speaks to greatness of this franchise specifically, which I think is important in trying to fix the reputation as far as players maybe wanting to come and play for that organization.
I just hope that young Gerald, Buster, doesn't fall into the trap of being desired too much, right? So that fans don't want to hear from him too much and don't say, well, we need to hear from Buster. We don't want to hear from Zach. We're done hearing with Zach. We need Buster's take on this. You know, I can already sense that little thing coming.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I almost feel like the Giants would be better off if Posey did do more of the talking because you don't want Minasian to be in the position where it almost starts to. And we don't know what his communication skill set is, but I think one of the big detriments to Farhan Zaidi, as cool of a guy as he seemed when you talked to him,
not his jam.
He was pretty terrible at engaging in those sessions. Everything just seems so transactional and it just low energy.
Well, not everybody can have the charisma as you, JD. It's
Poorly explained.
Brody Brazil and John Dickinson filling in for Papa and Lund. We're going to take a break. We're going to talk more Giants after this. How about what Zach is actually going to have to do and start dealing with here now that we're officially in the offseason? The shortstop position, how about a closer? How about what to do with Jordan Hicks, maybe stretching him out? We'll also later on get into 49ers and Warriors. That is segment 1 of a 4-hour program. JD and Brody here on Papa and Lund. KNBR, we're back right after this.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN. He joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning and explained how the Warriors can not only tread water, but actually win a few games without Steph Curry this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think the first thing I do with the Giants is I would not try to play in this big free agent game to wheel these guys in. Build your franchise where you have a lot of pitching. I guess they're going to have to try to re-sign Snell, where you have a lot of pitching and you can up the farm system, and then you become a desirable place again where you can figure out what you want to do with free agents.
Mad Dog Russo offering his 2 cents on San Francisco's baseball team. Welcome back to Papa and Lund. It's Brody Brazil with John Dickinson. To quote the great movie Friday, it's my life right now, and this is a Friday. It's Friday. I ain't got no job, and I ain't got to do. Actually, I get to hang with you, JD. That's pretty good.
Well, it's pretty good for me. I'll say that. This is a November off to a rousing start.
Yeah,
it's been a while since we've been able to hang like this.
I know. And actually, you know what the best part is? I mean, although I think we got drinks, maybe 2 months ago or so, we're actually getting paid to hang out today. So that's also pretty good. We'll continue our conversation on the Giants now that we know that Zack Minasian is highly reported and right around the corner from being officially announced as the Giants' new general manager. So it brings us to the conversation here on day 2 officially of baseball's offseason. By the way, the World Series champion Dodgers will have their parade later today. So we're going to distract you with Giants talk this morning. So a couple things that Minasian is probably going to have to get right to doing on his first day on the job. And I've got a kind of a short list here, JD, and I don't think this is in any particular order, but I do feel like defensively on the field, they need to figure out who their shortstop's going to be. They need to figure out who's going to play alongside Matt Chapman. And crazy enough, if I told you last year that Nick Ahmed would be starting the year for San Francisco, like before it started, you'd say, wait, how, why? How did they make this happen? They used him effectively for most of the season, and then it was a little bit of a rotating cast of characters after that. Fitzgerald obviously had a nice little run there, hitting some bombs, but they need to figure out this position for the long term. They need to get back to the Crawford, Aurelia days where it's a player you pencil in every single day. It's an offensive contributor, but it's also somebody who's sure-handed defensively out there. The Giants need good defense, and can you imagine putting anybody next to Matt Chapman on the left side of the infield? I watched what Marcus Semien was able to do with Chappie with the A's for a handful of years, and it would be exciting to kind of start there. And I know we can talk pitching and we can talk about a closer too, but getting an everyday defensive shortstop, I think, is imperative.
I'm confident that the Giants can find pitching, whether it's Cy Young level pitching a la Blake Snell, or whether it is pitchers that maybe are not as effective in other organizations as they can be in joining the Giants organization. I think there's a track record there over the last handful of seasons. They can find pitching, young pitching, veteran pitching, highest of the high-level pitching, guys in the mid that can pitch up. Like I'm not worried about them being able to find pitching. So I want to go around the horn with it. To me, they have to figure out first base.
That's another one on my list, yeah.
They got to figure out first base.
Yeah. Slow down there, JD. I got a long list here.
But there are some difficult decisions. Like I know Patrick Bailey, the hitting, defensively, obviously he's elite, but the hitting was not there the last couple of years in the second half of the season. But I think going into 2025, maybe you need to get a backup catcher that's able to take a little bit off of Patrick Bailey's plate. Yeah. But Patrick Bailey's your catcher.
It's the hardest defensive position to mature at is catching, because you have so much on your plate between a rotation, a bullpen, what you're trying to do with your own offense, the fact that, even while your team is defensively in the field, you're up, down, up, down. I mean, I've watched so many young catchers do great and mature in this game of baseball, but it takes an extra couple years, whereas, it's just not as difficult for a left fielder or a right fielder or a first baseman to kind of make their mark sooner than a catcher like Patrick Bailey.
So let's look at what we know. And I think Patrick Bailey we know. Matt Chapman we know.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman's going to be playing third base. I think the shortstop question works hand in hand with the Tyler Fitzgerald question, because Tyler Fitzgerald predominantly played shortstop for the Giants the back end of 2024. They have to ask themselves, is Tyler Fitzgerald a shortstop? Is Tyler Fitzgerald a second baseman?
I like him on the right side of the infield, to be honest with you.
Or is Tyler Fitzgerald somebody who is best suited as an everyday hitter, but doesn't necessarily have the same everyday position, because he's somebody that can play some outfield. He's somebody that I think his initial role was to be kind of a utility, and then based on circumstances of the season, wound up being the starting shortstop. So I think the shortstop conversation is related to, does Fitzgerald potentially move to second or become a guy that moves around the diamond? First base, though, to me, and the corner outfield spot, because Jung-Hoo Lee's center field. Like, he pencils in center field to begin the year.
Which I'm great with, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, and Elliot Ramos is going to pencil to left field. So you have three positions of power: first base, right field, and designated hitter, which doesn't necessarily have to be one player. That can be a rotating deal. And Bob Melvin, as you know, over his managerial career, he likes rotating.
Well, and he's going to get that chance this year more than any other year where it was a front office influence.
Yeah.
Hey, we want to try this. This is what our Excel spreadsheet tells us to do. Like, this is, I think, going to be a more human managed baseball team rather than a computer managed baseball team. Like, on the field decisions and setting a lineup and lineup day to day. And I agree with you about the DH spot, and I think a legit power bat is also one of the things here on my wish list. And going into last year, you would have thought with Conforto and with Soler, and maybe with Chapman, that somebody finally would get to a 30 home run season. They have not had a 30 home run hitter since 20 years ago.
Crazy.
Barry Bonds did it in 2004, 40-something, 42, I want to say. But it's amazing that nobody has been able to do that. And if you're thinking, well, that's just a novelty question and topic, Brazil, that's not a big deal. That is a big deal. If you watch successful baseball teams in this day and age, they hit home runs. They get runners on base, they hit home runs. This league has become a throw as hard as you can league and hit as many home runs as you can league. And it works. It's effective for so many teams.
The two Giant notes that always stand out to me as incredible, and they're both related to Bonds. The one that you mentioned, 2004, the last 30 home run season by a Giant, and the left fielder note, where they've had a different left fielder.
Every opening day
since 2007, which was Barry Bonds last year. So it was Barry Bonds in 2007, and then it goes on from there, a different opening day left fielder 2008 on all the way through 2024. Jeez. It still exists, and we'll get into 2025. So I look at the power bat, and to me, this is where there are some difficult decisions that need to be made. What do you do with the DH? Is it rotating among a bunch of different players on your roster? That's sort of separate. Do you look to go find somebody that's just going to be your DH every day that projects to be that guy that can hit a lot of homers? But it gets to Lamont Wade Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski.
Right.
Because I think both of those players, while productive in their own right, are not at the level you need when you look at the players around the diamond that you know are going to be penciled in. Like it can't be Bailey and Chapman and Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and Tyler Fitzgerald somewhere, and then you look at right field and first base and say, oh yeah, Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade Jr., as productive as they are in their own way as players, like it's not good enough. You need more of a true power threat, somebody that the opposition fears in those spots. It's no shade to either player. Both of those players, I think, could exist if the Giants had the superstar players in some of those other positions, but some of those other positions are locked, and in Matt Chapman's case, they paid him to be a leader and a maybe not necessarily needing to be their best player.
Right, and that's what I was about to get into. Yeah.
But they love everything about the way he carries himself, and so I think they paid a premium for a really good player and a great defensive player that maybe doesn't have that superstar resume in terms of the stats offensively.
You want Matt Chapman doing his gold and platinum glove thing on the field. You want that. But in the lineup, optimally, if you're the Giants, I think, and I'm saying optimally.
You want to be like your third or fourth best hitter.
I was going to say you want Chapman hitting maybe fifth or sixth.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy right now, but you want to be so loaded. You want Jung-Hoo Lee leading off. You want another on-base guy, maybe a gapper threat hitting second. You want a power hitter either hitting third or fourth, and maybe you want Chapman hitting fifth. I mean, quite honestly.
You want Chapman Ramos in that 5-6.
Not to go back to my A's heyday, but, that was kind of what Bob Melvin did with Matt Chapman when he had a lineup that had Matt Olson in it, Chris Davis in it, Jed Lowry was getting on base at a tremendous pace. And there was always a leadoff hitter. So the point being is that if you're the Giants, I don't think in the same way that maybe you don't want to overload things. You don't want to expect too much from Matt Chapman. Optimally, he's a great cornerstone player, literally at the corner of the infield. But you want him to fit in a better role if you're a better team, instead of having him hit second or third right now. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to save a couple here for after the break. We got to talk about Jordan Hicks, what to do there. That was an interesting study. And again, all of this going back to the hiring of Zack Minasian, Giants' new general manager. But there are some questions for this team, like how exactly do you stretch Jordan Hicks out? The second half of last year, 14 2/3 innings pitched, right? Like he's kind of got that barrier of about 110 innings that he's going to have a hard time getting past. How do you do that? What do you do with the Giants rotation? And also this, 415-808-KNBR. That's the phone number here, right, JD? I got that?
That is.
Okay, so.
I was letting you wind down here. And
I'm considering taking my Giants citizenship test today.
Okay.
Like, I think it's time. The baseball season is over. Everybody associates me with the A's, and that's what I did for a long time. But I'm kind of like there's free agents now. In the baseball season, I'm a free agent. And 415-808-KNBR, if you want to welcome me to that, or if you want to encourage me to do that, or if you want to tell me to get lost, we'll bring you on. You can tell me whatever you want. I also want to get your thoughts on what the Giants should do in terms of order here. How should they go about this? What should Minasian's first couple moves look like? This is Papa and Lund. It's Brody Brazil And John Dickinson filling in here on the first day of November.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Welcome back. First day of November. It's a Friday. Brody Brazil in for John Lund. John Dickinson easily filling the shoes of Greg Papa. Just say touchdown. San Fran Cisco. That's all you got to do.
Hello, Brody.
How was your Halloween, Papa?
It was good. I went to Peru.
Is that really where he's at?
I don't know.
He might be.
I think that was the joke.
You know, working alongside him in different capacities over the years, I heard so many stories about like what he had just done or thing, and I'm like, no, I don't disbelieve anything anymore. Anything's on the table. If I heard it, I would say. Normally, some people you'd be like, no, he didn't do that. He actually might have done that.
I would believe
Swamp ass.
He might be suffering from that right now. Depending on what hemisphere he's in.
Let's hope not.
He might be in the southern hemisphere. I think summer is just wait, winter is just summer's just starting in the southern.
It would be
whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it shows you how smart I am. All right, let's continue our conversation in the Giants here. We're going to talk pitching and what Zack Minasian might do, some of his first moves. Eventually, we'll get to the Warriors. JD, a 4-1 start again.
What?
I mean, like literally, is this repeating last year?
They were 4-1 and 5-1 last year. So if they can't beat the Rockets tomorrow, they're actually trending one to the negative as to their pace from a year ago.
You know what their pace is right now this season, the Warriors? They're going to go 66-16.
What?
I did that.
Pretty good.
Did that math.
That's pretty good. They had a couple of 67-win title teams in the last decade.
They're going to have to play the Pelicans like 18 more times, but that's beyond the fact. So we'll get into the Warriors and obviously Steph Curry, that injury, Andrew Wiggins out with the back injury. Concerns about Curry? How about the rotation of players? You got to do some splash buddy talk, not splash bros anymore, splash buddy talk. And, of course, Golden State on, a 5-game road trip now starting tomorrow in Houston. It's like a 10-day, 5-game trip, so that'll be
And it's kind of an around the world. It's Houston, Washington, D.C.,
all right,
then up to Boston.
All right.
Then you come back to Cleveland,
yeah,
and then Oklahoma City, you wrap it up. So you start
It's a circle, the great circle route.
Yeah. I know you've been on a lot of trips covering the NHL, but they just kind of.
You know what the favorite feeling is
loop around there.
It's like your body clock is on like 1:30 a.m. and you haven't landed yet, and you still have to like get off the bus, take a bus ride, check into the hotel. You also kind of forgot where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what city am I? And then waking up, I'll tell you, this is another one too. Like after you crash hard one night in the bed, like not on the plane. And you wake up the next morning and it's always that, where am I feeling? Because I remember checking and I remember walking. I mean, you just throw your stuff in the corner and face plant, right? It's always that disoriented feeling. So the Warriors are about to go do that. And then obviously a bye week for the 49ers. We'll talk about the trade deadline, what they might do with a 4-4 record. By the way, I got to go to that Sunday night game against the Cowboys. Let me just say this, JD, for as much as you and I are in broadcasting, and I know for as much as a lot of fans don't get the opportunity to go to games, I don't either. Usually I'm working, I'm doing something else, or quite honestly, I'm not in the spending mindset of season tickets or anything like that. But my friend invited me to go. I had such a good time. It is such a reminder of the difference between watching games on TV, which is nice, all the camera angles and replays and explanations and every stat you can imagine, versus the counter of actually being there, feeling the energy, being able to see the entire play from maybe in the backfield. Our seats were kind of in the corner, in the southeast corner of Levi Stadium. It just offers a whole new perspective that you need to be reminded of as a broadcaster, as a fan. Like, you actually need to get out there once in a while to, I don't want to say redeem yourself, but to reinvigorate yourself.
No question. And you also just get to see the joy and feel the passion of a fan base, which I think is important in a lot of what we do. There's nothing like an NFL night game. There's nothing like it. I know it's, the sun's still going down here.
Sunday night was magical.
Daylight savings time coming here coming to an end over the weekend, but it's still late October. You get a little bit of the sun going down, but there's nothing like the vibe of the lead up. And of course, that's as big a rival as anybody the 49ers have and the Dallas Cowboys for the last 4 decades.
The only disappointing thing is that game could have been a convincing win. Instead, it turned out to be you hung on and beat them win, and it got a little spicy there.
Yeah, they hung on and beat
4 minutes left
after they had not hung on and lost a couple earlier in the year with some similar circumstances.
Right. Yeah, it had the Rams and Cardinals feeling all over again, and they hung on and they won it. So we'll talk more about that in a second. But real quick, back to the Giants. I mentioned Jordan Hicks before the break. I also mentioned my Giants citizenship, which nobody called in yet. I don't know if I'm supposed to announce that or not.
2 potential questions for you. If you're looking for like a quiz, right?
I'm just looking to have it be declared that people will welcome me in.
Okay.
And that maybe if you've got,
so it's more of a popular vote thing.
Well,
808 KNBR.
Yeah. If you don't want to let me in, if you say screw you, you've been doing the other side too long, even though the other side doesn't exist anymore. Look, I'm a Bay Area. Do I need to make my claim here? I'm a Bay Area person. I've never had anything against Barry Bonds, Robbie Thompson, Will Clark. I love Matt Williams. Matt Williams is Matt Chapman, basically. You made a hum baby for you? Like, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to prove it to you that I'm okay and that you can welcome me in?
I think the Giants fan base would be welcoming.
And I know A's fans right now are falling out of their seats.
I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like if this was reversed, it might be a little like, no, man, we don't want you.
The A's would do that. Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah.
Great fans, but you know what? No, sorry, pal.
Then again, the Giants wouldn't have a slogan saying how they're staying, and then they would just up and leave.
Also
April
true.
of 2022.
Also true. But no, I think Giants fans and Bay in general, like as heated as maybe the rivalry was over the years, and but I still feel like it was friendly. It was still friendly by comparison.
It should be understood that we're all Bay Area people. We love our sports. We love our baseball. And yeah, there were two teams that divided us, and one team decided to go ahead and end tradition and a lot of different things. So here we are. I'm not leaving the Bay Area. I love this area. And you know what? Like my citizenship, I feel like, do you need to get sponsors? Like I could get Bob Melvin to sponsor me, call up Chappie. Maybe Mark Canna could sponsor me. These are phone calls we could make right now.
Three good ones right
I'm
there.
not going to bother him here on the 1st of November, but in spirit, I'll know they're behind me. 808 KNBR if you want to support me in my Giants citizenship. Officially today. So Jordan Hicks pitched 109 and 2/3 innings last year, which, by the way, was 4 more than that previous high for him in his career as a pro. In 2017 single A ball, he pitched, 105 or so. First half of last year, things were going okay. 95 innings pitched, a 4-6 record, but a 3.79 ERA. 19 games, all starts, a 1.35 whip. So he was a critical member of that rotation. Turns out by the second half, by the end of the year, fatigue, arm issues, couldn't stay in the rotation anymore. Second half, 14 and 2/3 innings pitched. That's right. He went from 95 innings in the first half to 14 and 2/3 in the second half. And so to a lot of people's correct prediction, he kind of ran out of steam, ran out of gas. He came over from the Cardinals on a 4-year, $44 million contract. This is an important member of your rotation. And I know he's not like your maybe ace material, but this is somebody you want as a starter. But the question, JD, is for Zack Minasian, now taking over as GM, how do you transition somebody who has never pitched 150 innings in a professional season, 170 innings in a professional season? How do you properly get this out of Jordan Hicks? It's a little bit of a conundrum.
It is. I think it has to be a continued gradual buildup. And look, Jordan Hicks, part of the reason he signed with the Giants was their willingness to, yes, pay him, but to allow for him to be a starter. He wanted to turn himself into a starter, and they offered, to his eye, a plan to be able to do it effectively. So I think there is a value in continuing that ramp up and having Hicks project to be a back end of the rotation. But you gotta have like 7-8 starters.
Yeah.
Like you need your top of the rotation. And so I would be fine with Jordan Hicks as one of my, if he's a 4 or 5 at the beginning of the year, but he's 4 or 5 knowing.
I think he could be a 3.
I think he can be a 3 when he's on,
he's dealing,
but he can't necessarily be a 3 because he's not going to throw 200 innings next year.
That's
or even
problem.
Probably sniff it.
Yeah.
So I think that you have to look at. But I just looking at the rotation overall, because I think that helps me pencil it. We don't know about Blake Snell. We know Logan Webb obviously is the guy at the top of the rotation, and then Robbie Ray's got a decision.
Harrison's in there.
Hicks is in there. Is Hayden Birdsong in there? I think even if Hayden Birdsong is in there, you still want to get more veteran, even if Blake Snell's gone.
Right.
So I think you probably, whether it's Blake Snell comes back and another veteran, or whether it's another guy that could be elite and another veteran. Like I think there are 2 pitchers from the outside, and I'll consider Blake Snell from the outside now that you'd want to factor in.
Yeah.
And then so to me, that's how you get your first 3. And then your 4, 5, 6, 7s are your Hicks, Harrison, Birdsong, potentially Robbie Ray in that conversation.
We have some callers, JD. 808 KNBR if you want to chime in. Matt from San Rafael. So I'm maybe doing my Giants citizenship today, Matt. Will you sponsor me?
Look at this.
Absolutely, Brody. I want to say I welcome you. I always appreciated your intermission reports with the Sharkies. I think it's a terrible thing what Fisher did to the A's, and I'm sorry for that fan base, but come on in, buddy.
All right.
Let's go Giants.
All right. I appreciate that. See, is it that simple? Is it that simple, JD?
See, here's the thing, Brody. You've got Bay Area cred.
At least I got that going for me. Yeah.
You have cred, which means people are going to welcome you.
Did Greg Papa once call games for the Raiders, I think? Is that what I heard?
That's a fact.
He got to jump ship.
And the A's.
How about
and the Giants.
Let's go over the hill. Brad in Santa Cruz. Good morning. Welcome to KNBR. Am I welcome to your fan base?
Oh, dude, I'm giving you my honorary credentials that I've had my whole life. I'm serious. Did you cover?
Uh-oh. Cell signal in Santa Cruz. You there, buddy? Oh, we may have lost Brad. Yeah, we lost Brad. Sorry about that. I liked where he was going. I'll blame the cellular service over the hill.
I've got one. If there is, I'm putting together some questions. For you.
Okay.
Like if you have to take a test,
a citizenship test. Yeah, right.
So I'm putting together some questions.
Well, let me get to Paco first, and I want to get.
I'll hit you with the first one.
Okay.
We'll kind of pepper them in throughout the show.
Paco, good morning. Welcome to KNBR. Am I welcome to your fan base?
Good morning, Mr. Bro. That's going to be your nickname is Bro because you're the Broadster
I appreciate
and the Brody Meister. Yes, you are welcome. Welcome to the KNBR family. Just really quick, the A's did move to Sacramento for, 3 years or whatever, and I can't wait to go to Giants-A's Battle of the Bay in Sacramento. It's going to be amazing, and I'm in the Folsom area now, originally from San Jose, but I can't wait until the A's start up over here because now I don't have to drive all the way down to San Francisco to go watch Battle of the Bay, if you know what I mean, or if that even exists. But yeah, I'm excited and welcome aboard, bro. And you have a good weekend and happy holidays to everybody.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the call, Paco and Folsom. All right, JD, my citizenship test of the Giants begins how?
Yeah, your first question is name the significance of Craw the Candlestick.
Oh, you get the pin on night games that go, is it extra innings or was it a certain temperature? I've seen the pin.
An award pin given out as fans exited Candlestick Park at the conclusion of a night game that went extra innings. Look at that.
I'm in.
1 for 1.
All right.
1 for 1.
Is this like a 5 question? You got to make up some more questions
5.
during the break here. We're about to go to break. So,
Yeah.
okay. I feel like I need 5 good ones. So I'm 1 for 1.
That's a good one. I didn't think that one was easy.
By the way, how did you pronounce? I always thought it was pronounced Craw. Did you say Craw? Because I was like Brandon Crawford.
Craw.
How about the sign of Brandon
Craw.
Crawford holding up the sign back in the day, candlestick, saying, "Mr. White, do what's right."
Incredible.
Save the team.
Incredible.
Giants got saved. A's didn't. All right. We'll have the rest of the citizenship test. Plus, we will eventually get into the 49ers and Warriors here on Papa and Lund. It's Brody Brazil and John Dickinson filling in on a Friday.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, Mr. Bro. That's going to be your nickname is Bro because you're the Broadster
I appreciate
and the Brody Meister.
I love myself some Taylor Swift here on KNBR. You know, if I had my way, this would remain a sports talk station, but we'd have the availability to just do a Taylor Swift hour. Wait, what's that noise? Everybody clicking away? No, don't go away.
I'm okay with it. You just maybe don't tell everybody.
I would do the whole Eras tour, like playlist, and I just want to intro some songs. Coming in at number 5, Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, you've always had that.
Because the hater's gonna hate. All right, it's Brody Brazil and John Dickinson here on a Friday, filling in for Greg Papa and John Lund, and we were just finishing off part 2 of 5 of my Giant citizenship test. Because you know what, I'm a free agent now. Free agent professionally, free agent with my sporting allegiances. And there's no reason that I should let this simmer. I should kind of be in no man's land. I should just go right to the Giants. What am I wasting my time for? If it really is laid out like that. And so I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to just declare it. I don't think that's right. I took some calls. I'll take some more calls. 808 KNBR if you want to weigh in on my Giant citizenship. But I asked JD to come up with some questions. We've already had one. We're going to sprinkle these throughout the show. It's not like a 5-question test instantly, but question number 1 was about the pins, the Qua.
Yeah, Qua, the candlestick pins.
You get those pins if it's a night game and extra innings at Candlestick. That was kind of your badge of honor, literally. You have another question here for me?
Yeah. Who was the 2012 NLCS MVP? So we get 10, 12, 14. Not the World Series.
Right, and that's yeah, okay. No, this one's harder for me.
2012 NLCS MVP.
Position player or pitcher?
Position player.
All right. Is it Pablo Sandoval? Dang it. Uh-oh.
And there was even a little bit of a A's hint to this, which is why I ended up picking it. Marco Scutaro.
Oh, that's right. Was he looking up at the rain?
Looking up in the rain in Game 7.
Give me a little half credit on that one because now I easily remember that.
The iconic image.
He's tasting the teardrops from above.
Marco Scutaro, one of just a clutch hitter in his time for being just a kind of an average solid player.
Wow, I should have got that one right.
Super clutch.
I should have got that one. No, you're right. And that was more of a hard one because the World Series MVPs you don't necessarily forget, but CS MVPs, a little bit more obscure, but no, Marco Scutaro he was a fun player to watch and break through with the A's. There was no assurance that he would ever even be a big leaguer. Imagine that. Like, imagine the trajectory of some people's career that at some point nothing was even guaranteed to them. And then there he is in 2012 winning a World Series across the bay.
Incredible.
That's special.
Incredible. And a midseason acquisition in 2012 as well. I remember the day he came into the Giants clubhouse with his Rockies bag. He had his Colorado Rockies team-issued bag with all his stuff in it, all his purple batting gloves and all this stuff.
That's how I'm going to walk in now with all my green and gold stuff and say, here's my bag. I'm a free agent. I've signed with you. All right, so we'll continue our Giants conversation later. But JD, let's get into the Warriors. I know you are heavily embedded and invested in this team. They're 5 games into the season, 4 wins. They played the Pelicans 2 games in a row, which, by the way, we were discussing that earlier. It's not entirely abnormal. That does happen, but that never feels normal that you host a game, 2 games, I should say, in a row against the same opponent like the Warriors just did, beating the Pelicans twice.
Yeah, it's rare, and especially without the day off in between, as there wasn't the day off in between. It happens a couple of times later in the year, I believe, as well. And it happened a couple of times early last year. The Warriors have it in December again against Minnesota at Chase. They play Minnesota on a Friday and then play them again on a Sunday that first weekend of December. But yeah, it was a COVID thing where to limit travel and to kind of keep everybody in the same spot as teams traveled around the country. And also if you needed to make up a game, like maybe you got one in and then, you couldn't play the next one, then you'd be able to make the game up in another, at another point in the year. It just made it easier to shuffle around the schedule a little bit, but they've kept it for a lot of the teams in the North. like Minnesota, and then teams in the Southeast, Southwest, OKC, Houston, the Texas teams, Memphis, the Pelicans, a lot of those teams in the Western Conference that come out to the West Coast. And so they try to, all right, one trip to San Francisco as opposed to two, maybe one trip to Sacramento as opposed. So you kind of,
even though the Warriors
balances it out.
Even though the Warriors are on this 10-day, 5-game circle around the continental United States.
The Warriors don't have any on the road, I don't believe. And part of that, we were kind of getting into, well, why don't the Warriors have? Part of it is the fact that the Warriors are a premium television team.
The national schedule.
And so the national schedule is basically, it's what dictates a lot of the schedule. Hey, ESPN wants this game, and TNT wants that game, and ABC wants this one. They have sort of a draft every year when they do the schedule.
Who gets this? Who gets that?
And so that makes it more difficult to play back-to-back games in the same cities.
I like the baseball series thing for basketball and hockey, and the NHL did it, to your point earlier, the COVID year of 2021.
But they got away from it, right?
They kept it for, I want to say, a little bit the next year, but they're fully away from it now. I like it especially in hockey because it's that second game, and if the first game got physical or got spicy by the end, it sets up a very more interesting second game of that back-to-back, two teams, same city, same matchup. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the physical side of basketball, but strategy-wise, if you're a fan and you watched how Game 1 played out, I mean, those two teams now have a fresh taste of each other. They're going to have to try and solve something different. And for the Warriors, I mean, they missed Steph and Wiggins, both those games against the Pelicans too, right? So there is that too. If you're catching a team while they're banged up, you get to not only maybe cash in once or twice on them if they're without their star players. So I find it interesting, intriguing. I know players like it. It is less travel. It is usually another night in a city where you just get to go home. You don't have to hop on a plane right after the game. So I'm okay with the NBA doing it. I just wish they would spread that out and make it a little bit more fair so that everybody gets a crack at, okay, those fewer travel nights and occasions. But I want to go back to the 4-1 record, JD. For the second time in as many years, they start off with 4 wins in their first 5 games. What should we be reading into this team? And maybe a stylistically different approach than we've seen from them in recent years.
Yeah, they really, and people are starting to write about it. They really are trying to be, it's two things. It's they want to be a stingy defensive team. They want to be an aggressive defensive team. They want to be a team that wins a lot of the hustle stats. I know NBC Sports Bay Area had a graphic on that. The Pelicans game, the second Pelicans game, the Warriors early, it's offensive rebounds, and it's hustle plays, and it's deflections, and like all those kinds of things. And then it's ball movement and depth and shooting a lot of threes.
A lot of threes.
The
whole league is doing that. We'll get into that maybe even deeper in a second, but
and play fast.
And how about
getting back to playing faster than they have the last couple of years? I think Chris Paul slowed them down a little bit last year, being the primary backup point guard who started a lot. But it's use the depth to your advantage by playing faster, moving the ball, giving everybody an opportunity, but also having some more scrappy defenders than they've had these last handful of seasons.
I'm looking at the rotation of players, too, here, and just in terms of minutes, Green with 30, Moody with 30. This is last game against the Pelicans. TJD, 20 minutes. Pajemski, 38 minutes. Lindy Waters, the third. Oh, that's a conversation piece. Another 30 minutes for him. Our good friend Buddy Hield, 29 minutes. Kuminga, 27 minutes. Kyle Anderson, 15. And Kevon Looney, 9. And it goes down on and on from there. But the point is that Steve Kerr is using more of a full squad. And that's taking Wiggins and Curry out of the equation right now. I mean, so you have an even deeper team. He can kind of roll this bench more, I hate to say it, more like a hockey team, where it's like everybody's getting a little more of an even share of playing time than leaning on the big 3, big 4, big 5, whatever.
And we discuss the margins a lot in baseball. How do you win on the margins?
Right.
And I think the Warriors, in some of their research, have figured that one of the keys to winning in the regular season is having legitimate depth, having 10, 11, 12, in the Warriors' case, per Steve Kerr, 13 players that can all contribute. And look, Lindy Waters, the third, was their 13th man. He was one of 2 guys that Steve Kerr went to before the beginning of the season and said, hey, you've been great, but I'm going to play 12, but I can't do 13, so you're going to be the odd man out. Well, Lindy Waters, the third, ends up being the best player on the court
finding
on Tuesday
a way.
night.
Yeah, exactly.
With a couple of guys out, and helps them get that first win of the 2 over the Pelicans. And Steve Kerr had said, a couple of days prior to that, while you were at the Cowboys game and they were getting ready to play the Clippers, he said, Lindy was so good in training camp that I could consider starting him if need be.
And then he ended up doing that.
It all winds up playing out that way.
Yeah.
So it's the belief that you can win on the margins in the regular season by playing a certain way. And I think all of those things that I mentioned are aligned in taking a little bit of pressure off of Steph Curry in the regular season, but understanding that as teams go through stuff, if you can put a steady, solid 9 or 10 out there every night, you can pluck wins. And in a league where it's more evenly matched, especially in the Western Conference, that can be the difference between fighting for a play-in spot and maybe being a 3 or a 4 seed in a year where it's more compacted, maybe like it was 2 years ago.
Warriors beat the Trailblazers on opening night by almost 40. They beat the Jazz by 41 in Utah. They come back home and they lose to the Clippers only by 8. Beat the Pelicans by about 20. Beat the Pelicans again by more than 20.
And they're leading the league in differential.
Plus minus is looking really good right now. Again, a 66 and 16 pace is how they're at right now with a 4-1 start. So a couple like high level but important topics here. Should I buy into this team right now that they really are different or that good, or can they sustain some of this, or is this road trip about to give us a measuring stick of who they are?
I wouldn't buy into 66 and 16.
I'm a little bit exaggerating there, but I mean, are they?
But
are they?
I would buy into high 40s.
All right.
I think right now, I think that's and maybe even low 50s if it continues down this direction. But I think that being said, this trip is a true test. I mean, no, Portland and Utah, all due respect, Portland and Utah are, when it's all said and done, going to be the worst 2 teams in the Western Conference.
Nice soft landing into your season to play those 2 teams, 1 and 2.
And Utah is still looking for their first win. Portland's they beat the Pelicans once. They had another win against the Clippers the other night. So the Portland's actually found ways to play better in other games than they did in the opener against the Warriors. But so I think you can take those games with a grain of salt, although the Warriors did blow them out, which I think is impressive. The Pelicans dealing with some injury issues themselves, all that, fine. The Warriors didn't have Steph Curry or Andrew Wiggins in either of those games against the Pelicans, and they were able to win those games with their depth. That being said, Houston, Washington, Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, look at the combined records right now of Boston, Cleveland, and Oklahoma City. I think there's 1 loss between the two, 13-1, 14-1. I think combined record between those teams. And so that will be a legitimate test. Is Steph Curry back? They don't play Boston until Wednesday. They play the first 2 games against Houston and Washington, which are maybe the more winnable. But this will be a much greater barometer.
And then after those 5 games, it gets so much easier when you come home and you begin the NBA Cup group stage against some team called the Dallas Mavericks. Is there any interest in that game?
Yeah, there's
nothing going on there, right?
Nothing going on that
Nothing
night.
of noteworthy return to the Bay Area as the Splash Brothers will reunite. By the way, I'm a couple minutes late in letting you know that you're listening to KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Steph Curry's out with the ankle injury. He's missed 2 games. JD, I know you're not a doctor, but you do play one here on radio. Are we talking days, road trips, weeks? What are we talking here with Steph? And I will say this, at most, I don't mean to be crude here, but most Warriors fans may have forgotten that when Steph Curry entered this league, he had trouble staying healthy those first couple years. He was wearing the active ankles, and he was having every single ankle problem you could imagine. And it was almost to the point where, boy, this would have been a good player if only he could ever stay healthy. Well, we don't have to worry about that because over all the years and decades now, he found a way to stay healthy. I'm always a little bit extra concerned when I hear him, an ankle, and a matter of more than 1 game being missed.
I think the fact that the Warriors released the original diagnosis in that he would be reevaluated today, and the Warriors are flying to Houston today. They're supposed to practice once they get to Houston this afternoon, and I think at some point in that span, either right before they leave or if they haven't already left or after they land, we'll get the latest update on Steph Curry as they practice in Houston. But the fact that it was not, hey, he'll be reevaluated in a week, I think was a very good sign as to this being more day-to-day than even week to week. Now, that being said, I would be surprised if he plays in Houston or Washington. And I think the likely scenario in terms of what they say here later this afternoon is he will miss those 2 games and then be reevaluated maybe Tuesday when they get to Boston, or he's going to start practicing a little bit today and he'll miss those 2 games and be reevaluated when they get to Boston on Tuesday to play the Celtics on Wednesday. I think the Boston game I would consider to be on the table, the 3rd game of the 5 on the trip, and the beginning of the most difficult part of the trip with Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. But the sense that I've had is that it is more day-to-day than something that was going to keep him out multiple weeks.
Plus, he played this summer, obviously, in the Olympics, and that's not nothing, right? I mean, you do have to exert your body a certain amount to ramp up into that and to perform like he did and put France to bed night. But I also think, too, it's the beginning of this season for the Warriors, and if you're going to try and have him go the duration of the year, if there's anything lingering right now, like, you want to make sure that you get rid of that, you take care of that here and now.
And I'll also say this, I mean, one of the biggest signs of optimism to me in the early going for the Warriors is the fact that they were able to win 2 games without Steph Curry. 2 games against anybody.
And that's why I look at the record.
No, really.
Even if it is the Pelicans.
In years past, in years past, when Steph Curry would go down, the last 2 years specifically, when Steph would go down,
it's a different team.
The immediate thought is, well, if he misses 10 games, are they going to go 1-9? Are they going to go 2-8? Can they go 4-6? You'd probably take that.
Right.
But to get 2 wins banked without him and without Wiggins, I do think against anybody, even though the Pelicans rested some guys in the second game and they have some of their better players out as well, it still is a bar that the Warriors haven't necessarily been able to hit in other years when he's missed time.
How about Wiggins in the back issue?
Seems
concerning?
He was questionable even Wednesday, so I think that trends more to being day-to-day.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he's out there today. But Wiggins has played well. That's another, I think, sign for optimism. He played really well the first 3 games. His best game being the game that they lost against the Clippers, but he's been aggressive on the boards. His defenses look good. He's attacking and looking for his shot, which I think is important. He just looks like he's in a better place physically and mentally than he's been the last couple of years.
Buddy Hield, new addition to the Warriors, obviously has played basketball in Northern California with the Kings for the 2017 to 21, right around the end of the 2010s. So
he was a part of 2 massive trades. He was a part of the DeMarcus Cousins trade when Cousins was sent out.
Yeah,
Buddy Hield came in, and then when Buddy Hield was sent out, Domantas Sabonis came in, which helped obviously turn their franchise for the better. So he was a part of 2 pretty significant Sacramento trades over the last 7 years or so.
Was Buddy Hield part of the first ever 6-team trade? Was it a 5-team trade or a 6-team trade?
He was, yes. That was this year with the Warriors.
Right.
Yeah. How the Warriors acquired him. Yeah.
He is an interesting study. There's no doubt about that. But no, I've liked the way that he's filled in. 21 points in his last game in 29 minutes. I know other players have a better plus-minus, I feel like, than Buddy when you look at his overall box score at the end of the night. But I feel like he fills a role, he fills a need, he fills a gap. And, I mean, look, they needed somebody else like him on this team. And it's one of those Nick Ahmed for the Giants type situations. Now, we'll see how the entire year plays out. But it's almost at the beginning, like, where would we be if that move wasn't made?
Well, he is playing the role that I think the Warriors wanted Klay Thompson to accept, but Klay Thompson really couldn't accept.
Right.
And they were willing to pay Klay Thompson more
to do that
role
yeah.
than ultimately they're paying Buddy Hield. But I think they wanted Klay to be comfortable with, hey, come off the bench, let it rip. And if you're cold, continue to let it rip because you might get hot. And Buddy is, I mean, that's who he is as a player at this stage. And he's somebody that's been a starter, varying degrees of success as a starter, team success as a starter. Really hasn't worked out a lot when he's been a starter. But I think as he's gotten older, shooting is always going to be at a premium in the NBA. Teams are going to need it. The Warriors, I think, even if they had kept Klay Thompson, needed more shooting. But Buddy Hield, to this point, all of the conversation and the biggest offseason conversation for the Warriors, who are they going to go get to be the number 2 scorer? Can they get a second star? They didn't wind up with a second star, but the question remained, who's the number 2 scorer going to be? A lot of people thought it had to be Wiggins or it had to be Kuminga. So far, it's been Buddy Hield, not only the secondary scorer, but he's been the primary scorer.
Right, some nights.
On some of these nights to help them earn these victories.
I like Pajemski. I like TJD. I mean, these are not new players, but I like
That's Mr. Plus Minus.
Exactly. I like their growth. I like their contributions. You know what? We'll get to those two players, plus Giannis talks resurfacing again for the Warriors. So there's all that, plus how many threes are NBA teams shooting these days? The numbers and the stats and the trends, they're going to blow your mind, including a number that the Warriors aim for every single game. JD's got a lot of insights on that. We'll get to it next here on Papa and Lund. It's KNBR on a Friday.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great, and I do mean great, the great Chris Mully. He joined Tolbert and Kerry Crowley yesterday and told them that Draymond Green had a different mindset heading into the season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Chill vibes as we return. Brody Brazil and John Dickinson. Coming up at 11:50, Matt Mayoko is going to join us. KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. Not even Mayoko gets the bye week off. I was watching his YouTube videos. He's going to join us. Matty, take a vacation, buddy. 8 weeks of football. You deserve it.
Plenty of time for that in February. Plenty of time for that in
late February,
June.
hopefully. Yeah, you could have just said March. It's Brody Brazil.
That's free agency.
Oh, that's true.
Well, I mean, the NFL calendar.
There's never a break.
Like if it's
OTAs, and
if the team you're covering is in the Super Bowl,
yeah, there's really no offseason.
It's like a week and a half, and then it's the combine.
Yeah, right.
And then it's like 2 weeks, and it's free agency, and then the next 6 weeks are just draft speculation.
But you know what? That's a business model that every other league could learn from, and I know they're all trying to get to that. They're trying to make baseball a year-round thing. But I'll tell you what, winter meetings, by the way, the biggest snooze fest ever. I've never seen so many dudes standing on their phones.
Get your coffee and stand in the lobby.
Oh, let's stand around and do nothing. Let's wait until something happens, and then when nothing does, we'll tweet about Arson Judge. I mean, that's basically, I was there, by the way, in San Diego when that happened. There was an audible gasp like throughout the convention center. And then I was right next to the Yankees people, the Yes Network.
And they're like, that's not real.
So I've never seen people scramble on their phones faster. I mean, there was a huge sense of panic. And I'm standing next to our people at NBC Sports and covering the Giants, and they're not panicked. They're more excited. But anyway, the point is all sports could develop a more year-round thing. And just so you don't lose people in the dead of the offseason. Like we're about to enter. We're not there yet. I guess the World Series is still kind of fresh, and there's a parade. Whoa, it's happening right now. Never mind. Don't talk about that. But I'm saying that we're about to enter the depths of baseball's offseason. It would behoove them if they had more of a presence, if there were more things year-round to captivate the baseball fan instead of like, well, season's over. We'll see you in February for spring training.
Well, you know what would really help? If they actually had a hot stove again.
I agree.
If there was actually
I agree.
Some buzz.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right.
5 days after the World Series. Free agency.
Start it right now.
And maybe it doesn't have to be 5 days after. Like maybe that even could get pushed back a little bit. But I think there needs to be some kind of a designated time. And I'm not saying there needs to be hey, you must sign by this date and all that. Like I know that's been thrown around. I'm not saying that. But there needs to be a designated day, I think, that Major League Baseball picks to where there's a lead up. And then there's free agency. And then behind the scenes, they got to figure it out where this thing doesn't drag out to where guys haven't signed until March. Like that
was a huge problem last year. And hopefully the Blake Snells and to a certain extent the Matt Chapmans, their examples will make that a less popular option for players when they see that, hey, if I don't get my full spring training in, or at least most of it, the important parts, that it might actually hurt me in my start as a player this year. Yeah, I totally agree. I'll also say that it's an interesting unwritten tradition in baseball that teams don't want to announce any type of news or moves during the World Series. And that kind of brings me back to the Giants and Zack Minasian, who was probably hired a week and a half ago. Right?
Yeah.
And the Giants just can't come out and say, well, we've done this during the World Series, because baseball teams do not like to overshadow anything while the World Series is going on. It's all about the World Series, and that's it. Point being, I think that's fine. But I think there should also be that day, like today or tomorrow or whatever it is. And let's just always say that it's 3 days after the World Series or 5 days. Let's protect a parade in there. Let's get that out of our system. But 5 days after every World Series ends, free agency opens up. All news can be announced. It can all come out on one day. And quite honestly, I'd rather have it never be a Sunday because that'll always interfere with football. Even a Saturday. Let's make it the first Monday after the World Series is over. And let's just have a blowout. And let's start that conversation right here, right now. So anyway.
I'm with you. But you know what it like in the NBA, you know what it is. In the NBA, it's July 1st.
Right.
June 30th.
Hockey has the same thing. When free agency opens, usually July 1st or 2nd.
And it's like, so you know the day, and the NFL, it varies in the middle of March. But it's like, all right, league year starts here. Guys are getting cut.
Right.
Guys are getting signed. Here are the big-time free agents. You might have some trades. But there's a month buildup with the combine in between after the Super Bowl to where there is that date that everybody is looking forward to. And I think as much as having that date, MLB needs to make sure that there's some action behind it.
Technically, free agency begins in baseball the day after the World Series ends. Technically.
Sure.
Also, technically, players aren't eligible to officially sign with their new team until 5 days after the World Series concludes. But my point is, let's make that a little bit more pronounced and official. Let's have some teams buying in on that type of action.
Yeah, let's have
they really
whatever
don't do it.
day one is. Let's have, because again, in the NBA, it's more structured with the salary cap and all of that. So guys know the max they can get, which is why it, I think, moves more fluidly. Like in the NBA, it would be, well, Juan Soto would know, hey, I'm a max player.
Right.
So somebody is going to pay me the max salary, and then he just has to pick what team is the best fit for him.
Who gets the chance?
And so that helps it move along further. I think it's the cap versus the non-cap that I think is how all this is able to fit together a little bit more seamlessly. But if we had, hey, Monday is the day that free agents can sign at noon,
right?
And at 12:01,
Floodgates open.
At 12:01, it's Jeff Passan. Juan Soto is signing with the New York. Blah, 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 blah.
Wait, why'd you say New York?
I think he's
the Mets. He's going to the Mets.
I think it's one of those two.
Wow. Well, we were talking earlier.
Unless he just shows up at the Dodger parade
he can't
today.
Go to the Dodgers.
What if he just shows up at the Dodgers parade today? What if they got everybody up on the stage at Dodger Stadium, the place is full, and they're like, "Hey, Dodger fans, we got a big surprise for you."
They can't defer him too, can they?
And they just up on the stage is Juan Soto, and he goes, "Hey, couldn't beat you, so I'm joining you."
Wow. This is a little sick and twisted.
I don't mean to be giving
JD fantasy here. For the Dodgers?
It's not.
Wait a second.
I don't mean to be giving. Today's bad enough for Giants fans. I apologize.
Now that I'm a Giants citizen, I don't subscribe to that.
They're going to revoke my citizenship.
I'll take your citizenship on the Giants side. No, and I'll just make one more point about that. I mean, we were talking about this hypothetical before on the deferred money piece with the Dodgers. Maybe it needs to be where baseball, like in the next CBA, they've got to figure this out because otherwise it's going to be a trend. I mean, everybody's seeing what just happened here. Could it be that maybe the CBA would allow for each team to have 2 or 3 slots of deferred money or a total amount of deferred money or some type of barrier or guardrails on this because otherwise every team's going to defer everything. And by the way, the business of baseball right now with those 12 Bally sports networks going out of business, at least 11 of the 12 networks deciding to stop carrying their team and paying those teams money. Baseball and money are going to be an interesting situation in the next 5 to 10 years.
It does seem like there is a bubble that is going to burst, potentially, and where the salaries come down. Like I get cap versus no cap and all that, but I think the cap, having a cap, some level of a cap, even if it's a really high cap.
How about a cap floor?
Cap floor is cap floor is part of it. A cap floor would be part of it.
I think a soft cap, no cap. No, that didn't work.
Right.
A soft cap at the top is the way to go for baseball. Because you're going to have those teams that want to spend more and they're going to want to, enable the luxury tax.
It just allows for the elite of the elite players
do what you do
to
get what they need.
To get theirs, but also not have, 500 could be 600 and 600 could be.
But a salary floor would make baseball a more competitive league overall, and it wouldn't be such a surprise that the Cleveland Guardians are in the ALCS, to understand my point.
Sure.
And baseball just needs more of that. Otherwise, you're going to have teams that never spend, that never now can compete with where the Dodgers are at. And again, I think, an amount of slots for deferred money would be a reasonable way to go moving forward so that it's not impossible, so that teams can utilize that if they really are willing to do that. It's strategy. Some teams will never be willing to do that. But if you are, you can do it to a certain degree. You just can't do it maybe more than once, maybe more than twice. I don't know what the number is.
I mean, have you seen the NBA CBA? And I mean, you need a
law degree.
You need to get a 4-year degree.
Yeah, which I do not have.
Which is and you don't want. I mean, it's too convoluted.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's too convoluted in the NBA with all the different rules. And you do this, and then you can't do that, and then you do that. And you
Baseball's a little bit tricky too. Our arbitration years and international slot money. I mean, it gets pretty deep pretty fast. Speaking of deep, I want to switch gears here and kind of go back to a little bit of a Warriors conversation, but more so a trend in the NBA. JD, in the last 10 years, you have teams shooting more threes by far than ever before. Let me give you an example. In 2015, the Cleveland Cavaliers shot the most threes in the NBA. It was about 33% of their shots. About a third of all their shots were from behind the arc. That same 33% is now what the team with the fewest three-point attempts shoots here in 2024, the calendar year so far. That's the Denver Nuggets, by the way, and even they are up about 34, almost 35%. It is a crazy percentage of shots that are being heaved up from behind the three-point line. And looking at last season, Boston led the way, 42 three-pointers attempted per game. Right behind them was Sacramento at 39.3 and the Warriors at 38.8. And then Dallas and Memphis, so that rounds out the top 5. But even if you look at the bottom 5 teams shooting and attempting threes in the league, they're not far behind 37 in Memphis. It's Chicago at 32, Detroit at 31, the Magic at 31, Denver at 31, and the Lakers at 31. My point is, you have the lowest shooting three-point team in the league still taking 31 threes a night last season. And this year, you're going to have teams in the low 40s. You're going to have teams easily shooting 50 threes a night this year. Like, that is going to happen. That's going to be sprinkled in once in a while.
It is a stated goal for the Warriors, or implied goal, to shoot 40. They want to shoot 40 a night. They want it to be a good 40. If it's not there, don't force it.
Right.
But based on the ball movement and the pace,
they can get open for at least 25, but 40's not even trying to push it.
Like,
honestly.
But it's like that is a mark that can be pushed for, but also I think easily achieved in a general flow if you're playing the way you want to play on a given night stylistically. And I think having multiple it's the old 3 versus 2 thing. It's the math equation. It's you can make 40% of your threes, and that's going to put you in position where you're scoring more points than making 50% of your twos. That kind of a thing.
Would you rather pull up for a 15-foot contested jumper or have a wide open three-pointer from 5 feet behind the stripe? I think teams would rather they would take the wide open shot even though it's from 17 feet further away.
And the two work hand in hand. If you have shooting and you can spread the floor out, then it makes it where there's more space to be able to drive, and then you're getting to the basket, so you're getting the shots immediately in the paint. You still want to get in the paint. You just want to get all the way to the rim and either score on the interior or get fouled. And then free throws, obviously the most efficient thing because the clock stopped and it's they're free. So it's threes, it's layups, it's free throws that are just that is the gold standard in terms of the way NBA offenses function. And I think the Warriors were, to your point, at the forefront of
changing the game.
Absolutely. And I think they acknowledged the last couple of years, and especially this offseason, in the way that they built their roster, I think they acknowledged that they maybe didn't keep up enough as teams caught up with them and then passed them in terms of the style that they made popular.
As we take it to break, I'll give you a quick history lesson. The three-pointer was instituted in the NBA in the 1979-80 season, even 5 years in, and they thought it was a gimmick at first. They thought the three-pointer was kind of like the dunk. Even 5 years into the three-point shot, teams were only averaging 2.4 three-point attempts per game. So from 2.4 in the mid-'80s to the 40s here in 2024, they've got pure shooters, and now they're using them in the NBA, and so you're seeing a lot more scoring because of it. All right, that is the basketball segment, three-pointers between Brody Brazil and John Dickinson. Here on Papa and Lund, we will eventually get to Matt Mayoko at about 11:50, so stay tuned here on The Sports Leader.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. It's karaoke hour here on KNBR. That's John Dickinson singing. I'm Brody Brazil. No, unfortunately, our voices are too distinct. They know that's me.
No, man.
You don't. Oh, you have an accent now. That's interesting.
No.
So we are here on a Friday filling in for Greg Papa and John Lund.
That's me doing Greg Papa, doing somebody else.
I'll tell you what.
John likes to talk to everybody but me.
That's sometimes factual. I'll tell you what, to even out our show today, I know we've been coming back in from segments or from commercials with Taylor Swift. If we had to come back in with Linkin Park eventually just to even things out, to give it a broader touch, I mean, we can do that too later. Just goes to show you the other side of Brazil. Or any type of EDM.
Okay.
We got Tiesto or Avicii, whatever you want to do. Some Calvin Harris.
Danny's on it.
Danny, you could, whatever you want to, just surprise me. I'll roll with the punches. Let's continue the Warriors conversation. Actually, we have something deeper to get into. We don't have time to do it now, though, but we want to wet your whistle. There's some more whispers about Giannis.
Yeah, the Bucks are in shambles, Brody. In the first week of the season,
is it like the puzzle pieces? Like, is it possible that the Warriors could somehow end up with him? I saw the video where it was suggested to him on a live comment, and he's like, "The Warriors." He goes, He didn't have any words, but he had the body language that certainly suggests, of course, I would entertain that.
Well, the Warriors have long
sought after him. Is that what you want to say?
Coveted.
Yeah, that's
Giannis.
Yeah.
And I think they've also coveted the ability to turn some of their young players into a bona fide, undeniable superstar to pair next to Steph. And I think that's part of the reason why there's been some inaction to this point. And the Bucks have won a title with Giannis. It has not gone well since they won that title in 2021.
That's a trade deadline move, though, for Milwaukee, right? That's not early in the season. Like, you get more out of him later, but maybe you're not. I don't know. Maybe you're just trying to get something now, salvage your season a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is you're starting to tear the thing down,
right?
If you're making that move, unless you're doing it for another star. There are a lot of components to it that we'll get into.
Interesting timing of all that too. So we'll get into that later. Brandon Pajemski. I don't know what it is, JD.
Your guy. He's kind of your guy.
I mean, I tend to like the obvious players, but I always tend to find one who's maybe it's kind of like Lamont Wade Jr. on the Giants, right? Like you could easily look at the back. You could look at jerseys at Oracle Park, and you could see who are people's favorite players, right? By the jersey they wear, or the person they talk about the most. There's not a lot of late night Lamont jerseys rolling around Oracle Park. There are some, but it's not like, the good old days of Buster and Panda and Lincecum and Matt Cain and Bumgarner and so on and so on. But my point is, there's just something about him. He has, and I don't know if it was when he was wearing the Phantom of the Opera mask or whatever, but he exudes something on the court, almost like a college basketball player. The hustle is there. Heads up always, looking for the next play to be made. He can run the floor. He can shoot the three. He can kind of step in and be a little bit of a jack of all trades. He has a multifaceted game.
He does everything. He can run the point. He can play off the ball. Like you said, he takes charges, which is, I mean, he led the NBA in charges taken as a rookie.
That's an amazing stat, number one. I think that's a storytelling stat, number two.
I mean, just led the entire league as basically a 20-year-old rookie. Also in taking charge. So he's not afraid to get his body in and make plays.
He can hit home runs. Did you see that this summer?
He can hit and I think, because he's a pretty confident young man, like I think he really believes that he could be a professional baseball player, which is kind of funny.
I'm going to tell you a story. So I was working this summer, a pre and a post game with Dave Stewart of the A's during an A's broadcast, and Pods comes in with Raymond Ritter of the Warriors. Yep. And he's doing something at our studio, and I don't even know that I knew he was coming in, but as soon as he walks in the door of the green room, I instantly recognize him. Stu did not recognize him, but that's Dave Stewart, baseball player, maybe not up to speed on all the Warriors players.
And again, he's a rookie. He's a 20-year-old rookie.
So I'm over here. I'm like shaking Pod's hands, like, hey, buddy, I want to know about his home run and his swing and all that stuff. And Stu's kind of like, whatever. And then Pod's like, can I take a picture with you, Stu? And so they did. He posted it anyway. I was like, okay, you just won me over for the fact that you, Brandon Pajemski, of how old is he?
He's 21 now.
So he wasn't even close to alive to watch the majority. Like he knew Stu's baseball background and accolades and all that stuff. So it struck me the right way. I was like, this is a young person who has studied the game. And I don't mean the game of baseball. I mean like the game of life. Knew who this was. Didn't take 2 seconds to figure it out. Has a respect for him. Anyway, and the fact that he would go out there and take some cuts at Oracle. Like, again, it all goes to me liking this player. So where do you see him at right now in terms of his development? I know he's early in the career. What does he pan out to be in 3 to 5 years?
He does a little bit of everything. I don't know. The one thing that I would wonder is, can he be a consistent scorer in the league? But he does everything else well. And he struggled with his shot early. I mean, he was a plus 34 in the opener and didn't score a point.
So why? I mean, why?
But then to his work ethic, he was out 2 hours after the game.
I saw that shooting after
in Portland.
Yeah, right.
He shot for 90 minutes. They were staying over in Portland before going to Salt Lake City. They get through media. They get through the post game, having a meal, treatment, all that different stuff, and he comes back out on the floor at Moda Center. This is probably 10 o'clock after a 7 o'clock game, and shot until 11:30.
I love that. How long were you there till?
A little later than 11:30.
Were you watching him?
And I know I was just watching him get shots up, like one after another.
Did he just go around the arc? He was getting
He's going around the arc. He brought out one of the assistant coaches, and it was rebounding for him. One of the workout coaches, and was rebounding for him, and he was going around the horn.
Were they putting a hand in his face?
He was running.
Was he just wide open?
It was a lot of open. There was some hand in the face. There was some like you throw the ball to him and then you close out.
Yeah, right.
You might throw, close out, go rebound. But he was getting a run, like he was doing like a sprint, like half court sprint, get the ball, pull up. So to work on pull up, like he was working on everything.
Free throws?
He was working on everything. Intermittently, you do a couple of free throws. After you get a good run in, you do a couple of free throws when you're a little tired. You kind of do like 3 or 4 and then you go back to your workout.
This is the opposite of you and I, because if we have a bad show, we just walk away. I'm not going to practice my intros and outros. I'm done.
No.
I don't think most people on their jobs.
And if I am, it's like at Old Ship.
You're having a drink too?
For those who know, no. Well, not during the show, but
here's the pour. Post show. Oh, yeah. You like IPAs? What do you like?
I'm not an
You're a mixed drink guy.
I'm not an IPA guy. I am vodka? I like.
Yes, I love vodka.
Correct. I'm a vodka soda guy, but I'm a vodka LaCroix, but like the flavored bubble waters.
Oh, okay.
So like I'll do like one of my go-tos it'll be like a Tito's with LaCroix, like a lemon LaCroix, splash of lemon, and that's it. Splash of lemon juice, or just splash of lemon, fresh lemon.
I love scotch,
and it's just refreshing. It's like a little vodka lemonade, but it's lighter than a vodka lemonade because you don't have the sugar in it.
I've rediscovered the Moscow Mule.
A Moscow Mule's great.
Yeah, it's just refreshing.
It is really refreshing. You get a lime in there with your ginger beer. I huge ginger beer guy.
Well, that concludes our beverage segment.
More on Giannis coming up.
Yeah.
Did you want it before? I know we're up against it.
Oh, that's right.
But before we get to Matt Mayoko,
yes, let's do that.
We can do it now or coming back.
How about
before.
this? Let's re-bring up what it is. I know what you're going to say, and then let's do it after the break because we need to reestablish this. It's been a while. I'm doing the test for my Giants citizenship. The A's are gone. That was my association for a lot of years. Now I'm a free agent, and I feel like it's not right for me just to come in and plant my flag and say, oh, I'm here on this side now. But I kind of want to go through the process. And we were taking calls. I got a lot of encouragement at 808 KNBR. But JD has come up with 5 questions. And these are kind of like my citizenship test to pass to be on the Giants side. So we'll get to JD's question. This will be number 3. I'm actually only 1 for 2. So I really need to get this one right. We'll have JD's question. Is it hard?
It's this one I would say is maybe the easiest one, I think, to this point.
We'll do that right after these messages here on The Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Close enough. Brody Brazil with John Dickinson. And real quick, question number 3 of my Giant citizenship is...
Name the significance of today's date.
Oh, November 1st. Of a certain year ago, huh? A certain yesteryear?
Name the significance of today's date.
Something was clinched, I think, on this date. You know what? I think I know it was a World Series win, right? 2010?
2010, the very first San Francisco Giants World Championship was 14 years ago today, November 1st, 2010. Where?
Ooh, that was the one against the Rangers.
That was the ballpark in Arlington.
Yep. So I was going to bring in Matt Mayoko to be my lifeline. I was going to dial a lifeline, but I didn't even need Matt Mayoko.
It was the easiest one.
He is still sponsored by TimberTech, decking and railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Matt joins us now courtesy of the UMA guest line. Mr. Mayoko, how are you doing on this Friday?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? Look at this, man. You got the dream team in there today.
Like we're sleeping? We're putting people to sleep? So, Matt, obviously it's the bye week. I know you're trying to take it easy, and I know thoughts are different right now. It's maybe more of a collective approach on how this season is going, and the trade deadline's right around the corner. The team's sitting at 4-4, and I don't know, going into this year with training camp and some questions about McCaffrey, and if you go back to Trent Williams in or out, or Brandon Ayuk in or out, little did we know that he would get hurt a couple weeks ago. 4-4, all things considered. Is this where you thought they would be? I think it has to probably be less, somewhere less than where you thought they would be.
Yeah, I think it's less than what just kind of seeing how the offseason played out. And then, it certainly didn't take any kind of stretch of the imagination to believe that this team would get off to a slow start. But then they played well in that Monday night against the Jets. And I'm thinking like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. I guess they're just going to pick right up. And so the way they lost those games to the Rams and to the Cardinals certainly would have to be concerning, just how they let those big leads get away. And then I think there was even like a few moments in the second half against the Patriots where it's like, are they going to let them back in this game? And they didn't. But then, of course, this last game against the Cowboys, a 17-point lead disappeared in no time.
Yep.
Next thing you know, Cowboys are down by 6 points with the ball. So I would say that there is certainly a lot of room for improvement. I don't know that anything that really happened in the first half of the season should be a surprise, considering they didn't have the NFL Offensive Player of the Year for the first 8 games. They didn't have a very significant defensive player. And where you look at where the 49ers were probably the weakest on the team, it very well could be that position that Dre Greenlaw plays. So, the thing that I kind of wrestle with is, do we just expect the 49ers to be the same 49ers and come back strong in the second half? Are they pushing their luck with this whole, under 500 or right around 500 at the break? So we'll see. The second half of the season will be very fascinating to see who comes back, who stays back, how effective McCaffrey and Greenlaw can be, and just what answers the 49ers have for all these teams, the 9 teams that'll wait here in the second half of the season.
Matt, I want to go back to the blown leads and the near blown leads. As you dissect their ability to get better in finish those games, because I think finishing is a big thing for them in the second half here, the final 9. Do you put it more on the defense wearing down, breaking down with the lead, or do you put it more on the complementary football aspect of there have been some games where they had leads that could have been even greater had the offense done a little bit more, and then maybe there's a little more wiggle room at the end of the game?
Well, I think when you look at the team, the offense is about where you would expect it to be. In fact, I think the offense has been very good, except for in the red zone. And when you're looking at the number 2 ranked offense in yards attained, through 8 games, it's hard to put a whole lot on the offense. I would say they've had more turnovers than they've had. Their red zone efficiency hasn't been as good. But then you look at the defense, and I think everybody felt like this defense was capable of being a lot better than just middle of the pack. So, that area of it, and then special teams, they've had some huge blunders on special teams. And, in recent weeks, they've shown signs of correcting those. I mean, there have been, there was a stretch there where they'd have, a really good special teams play, whether it was a blocked field goal return for a touchdown or, a fumble that they generated, a takeaway on a kickoff return. They did pretty good in this last game on special teams, particularly holding Cavante Turpin down on kickoff returns and punt returns. But there's always something bad too. This last game is the worst thing. This last game, and it's comparatively not that big a deal, was that they kicked they had a kickoff go out of bounds by a large margin. So, yeah, I would say it's the complementary thing. Ultimately, I think, I just gave you all the reasons why defense and special teams are to blame for some of that. But I think offensively, this is too good of an offense to allow any team to come back because, if a team scores on the 49ers defense, well, you know what? The 49ers offense is good enough that they should just match those points. So, and whenever you have an offensive-minded head coach, that's kind of where I would lean as far as where the blame has gone, just not being able to cash in those opportunities and score 7 points instead of 3.
Matt, switching from football to real life, Travarius Ward had to announce the passing of his, 1-year-old daughter. I believe she was about a month shy of turning 2 years old, his daughter, Amani Joy Ward. How does this, and I think I'm asking an obvious question, but you're around the team and you understand the impact. I mean, this was not the daughter of every player on the team, but I would have to think that even in a bye week and even when they're supposed to be resting and distracted, I imagine this weighs heavily on an entire franchise, an entire group, even though one family is truly going through it. That this must send a wave of feelings through that franchise.
Oh, there's no question. I don't think there was a player in that locker room who wasn't closely bound to that whole situation. I mean, it was a rough first year of Amani Joy's life, as well as Charvarius and Monique. So, he went through some things. Yeah. And, my colleague, Jennifer Lee Chan, spoke to Charvarius a year ago after, when he was going through, she had Down syndrome, and she didn't really take to her daddy right away. And that was really tough on Charvarius as a first-time dad to see that, his baby girl was really bonding with the mom, as you would expect. And so he's like, man, I just don't have that connection with my daughter yet. And when it happened, it was, her middle name is Joy, and it was all joy. And Charvarius really pointed to his play on the field being a direct result of how happy he was off the field. I mean, that's some heavy stuff. Yeah. And, a long time ago, a general manager, when I was young, a general manager told me that you can always kind of tell how a guy is playing, or I should say the other way around. I think you can always tell what's going on off the field with players by how they're playing on the field. When they're carefree and they're happy, they play a certain way, and you can see it, and you could certainly see it with Charvarius. And I think this season it's been that way too. Unfortunately, the opposite way. Jennifer had told me, and we talked about it on one of our programs on NBC Sports Bay Area, is that on Thursday, a week ago yesterday, she asked Charvarius, like, how's Amani doing? How's everybody doing? And he had expressed some concerns about she's feeling some different stuff. Things aren't whatever. It's not perfect.
Yeah.
And if that had been going on for a while, it explains some things, because I don't think Charvarius is playing as well as he'd like to on the field. And there's always, a lot of times there are reasons for why things look a certain way on the field. So long answer, but I will say this: Charvarius is a very popular guy in that locker room, and he is real, and he says it like it is, and he's got such a good spirit about him, and so everybody likes him. Everybody knows the situation, and I could tell you that everybody is just crushed for him and Monique, and just it's probably a really, I guess there's two ways to look at it. Probably a really good time that it's away, the team's away, that they can kind of reassemble and get back together. But maybe also it's always good to have that support of teammates and have a locker room to show up to and be around these guys. So we'll see. I don't know what what this means for the football side of it, but I can assure you that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will just kind of say, Mooney, do whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Football will always be here. Just take care of what you need to take care of.
Absolutely. And just, tragic and heartbreaking, and our hearts go out to Mooney Ward and his family and everything with that. Kind of getting back into the big football news here of the next few days, Matt, the trade deadline. How active do you see the 49ers being? Is it marginal improvements? And what would you say is the biggest position of need if they were going to single out one area where they could get even marginally better here for the stretch run?
Yeah, I would say, and John Lynch has said this, and he's fielding a lot of calls, but I would assume making a lot of calls, and that's in these days leading up to this. So, going into the weekend, certain teams have a mindset, and I know it's just one game, but I'm sure there are teams out there, when I look at, let's just say, Tennessee, Miami, I would have put the Jets in this boat, but maybe last night, they think that they can do something. But I would say, depending on what happens on Sunday with some teams around the league, that'll kind of determine whether those teams become, want to be buyers or sellers. For the 49ers, I don't know that there are any huge moves to be made, but I would think the defensive line would be at the top of the list. And part of it is because you play so many defensive linemen in the course of a game that you get somebody, he can play. He can play anywhere from 25 to 40 snaps in a game. Whereas, whatever the other positions are, if you get a wide receiver, unless it's a guy like Kendrick Bourne, who has been around and knows the system, it's going to take some acclimation to get ready. I just don't think that they can get a starting offensive lineman that can help them. And I'm not even sure they need a starting offensive lineman, but is it a depth piece? A linebacker, could they get somebody at linebacker? Well, you got Dre Greenlaw coming back. So do you need somebody? And if you get somebody to replace, say, Devondre Coleman, how long is it going to take to get that guy up to speed? And by the time he's up to speed, boom, it's probably, the 49ers are hoping anyway, that Dre Greenlaw's out there. So to me, the main position would be to find another rotational piece on the defensive line. And I think a perfect guy, and I'm not sure he's available, would be Arden Key, someone who's been here, had some success here, and also has that position flexibility where he can be a defensive end on base downs and then move inside to rush the passer. So I would think that either a pass rush guy, a run stuffing defensive tackle, if they get somebody, and it might not be a big name guy, but I think just for help, just for depth, that would be the area where I would think the 49ers would kind of focus in on being able to add somebody and, not give up anything significant, 5th round pick, 6th round pick, something like that. But that, to me, that'd be the biggest area.
Hey, Matt, it was fun to watch Isaac Guerrero kind of break out the other night against the Cowboys and have some good runs and maybe change the pace of the game, start the run game, open up some more of the passing plays for Brock Purdy. But obviously it's nothing like having the option of Christian McCaffrey in your backfield and either handing him off the football or throwing it to him. I know the 49ers are not going to put out like a statement today that says, oh, he'll be back, and I guess we'll wait until Kyle or John or somebody says something officially to understand that he might be coming back. Is it basically that everybody's kind of leaning on the educated guess and opinion that he probably will be back after this bye week? Has there been anything tangibly certified, or is that kind of just the assumption right now? And then also a second part of that is what would you expect from him? Like how many times, how many snaps, how many touches on the field? Like how would they target him?
Yeah, this week was going to be key for them because, the team is scattered, but the guys who are still going through physical therapy remain there. And so they're ramping it up with Christian McCaffrey. All signs point to him not having any setbacks. He's doing well. And so the team has stated, Kyle Shanahan stated that all things moving in the direction that they anticipate, they will open the practice window for him on Monday. So Monday is essentially a bonus practice because they have their usual day off on Tuesday, and then it's game plan starting Wednesday to get ready to face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So all signs are that when Monday rolls around, he'll be designated for return off of injured reserve. So here's the thing about McCaffrey. Yes, he plays running back, but I think running the football is the least of what he brings to the table at this point for the 49ers, because I do think that as a running back, Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero are fine, and they've proved that. I mean, their numbers show that.
Yeah.
One guy at 5.1 yards per carry, Guerrero at 6.1. But where McCaffrey is so unique and means so much to that offense is just how buttoned up he is in the passing game. And that's not only as a pass protector, blitz pickup, but it's being able to run routes from anywhere. If he's in the backfield, he could be in the slot, everything else. His ability to beat man coverage is a huge reason the 49ers red zone numbers aren't as good. But the other part of this is even when he's not running the ball or catching the ball, he is still a huge impact for the 49ers offense because wherever Christian McCaffrey goes,
you got to body him.
Defense goes.
Yep.
Yeah. And so now you have it opened up, especially in red zone situations, for other guys. McCaffrey scored 18 touchdowns in the red zone last year, and he probably in some way contributed to every other touchdown the 49ers scored in the red zone.
It's well put, and especially red zone conversion rate this year has not been one of their specialties. So I asked that question about McCaffrey, CMC, Maddie, because 49ers fans care so much, and every father in our neighborhood football league, fantasy football league, is wondering, like, is the number one pick going to play this year? I know that, it's the curse maybe of the Madden cover or not, but it'll be great to get him back. And obviously a 4-4 start to the year. We'll see what the second half brings. Matt, we really appreciate you coming on today. Best of luck, and keep it going on YouTube, buddy. I've been enjoying all that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Brody. And JD, I will see you next week.
Yeah, we'll see you next week.
All right, Matt Mayoko joining us there on the UMA guest line. Matt Mayoko of KNBR and NBC Sports, Bay Area, the 49ers insider over there. Mayoko NBCS is where you can find him on social platforms, including YouTube, JD. I wasn't kidding about that. He started the YouTube this year, and it's going swimmingly. I'm looking at, how well things are tracking and subscribers and, the type of content you would expect from Matty. It's all going well for him.
Yeah, it really is. I had a wonderful conversation. We were on the same flight back from Los Angeles after the collapse against the Rams. So we had we had a brew at LAX after spending the day at SoFi, and we chatted about a lot of those different things and the platforms and the subscriptions and the.
He's one of the good ones, and that's why he will have a good following there on YouTube. All right, what we'll do is in our next segment we can go back to the Giants. Zack Minasian has been announced as the team's general manager, but we also want to get to those rumors and whispers of Giannis. Maybe to the Warriors, maybe somehow, some way. JD's got some thoughts. He can debunk some things. He can add some fuel to that fire. But we'll find out more about that next here on The Sports Leader. It's Brazil and JD on a Friday.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike Silver, the great, now of The Athletic. He joined Lund and JD yesterday and discussed the 49ers' biggest needs ahead of the 2024 NFL trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hold up. My mom's in there. Oh, she about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
I mean, technically that is my life right now. It's baseball season's over.
Coming up at 2 p.m.
I'm not doing the Sharks anymore. But I'm here with JD on a Friday on KNBR. It's the sports leader. Brazil and JD in for Papa and Lund here on the first day of November.
It sounds so regal.
That introduction?
Yeah.
Did?
Brazil and JD.
I'm a professional broadcaster, JD. Trust me. We've talked about almost everything here on the show. The one thing we didn't get to yet, the San Jose Sharks on a 3-game heater. How about that?
Big time.
Will Smith last night.
They went from will they ever get a win
to winning three in a row. 3 in a row is officially a streak. They're doing it all. Well, now these 3 wins without Macklin Celebrini, the number 1 overall draft pick from last year, played in the opener, scored the first Sharks goal of the season on his first ever shot in the NHL, assisted on a second goal. I think Toffoli got that one. That was opening night at the Tank. Then has been hurt ever since then. He's back out there skating on the ice. He had practice yesterday. He's out there at practice again today. But last night at the Tank, Will Smith got his first and second ever NHL goals. And in a 3-2 game and a win over Chicago, like 2 goals obviously helps your team big time to victory. So congrats to Will Smith. And, the Sharks are, I'll say this, I'll just make a one comment on them and kind of paint this picture. They are the pre-dynasty Warriors right now.
That is
now. I don't know what the Sharks' eventual dynasty will be. Does that mean that they're going to be in the playoffs every year like they used to and, make some runs at it and have some chances? Or does it mean that, as EA Sports recently projected, that the Sharks are going to win 2 Stanley Cups in the careers of Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini? Yeah. Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, they are loaded with young talent.
They're
loaded.
Their minor league affiliate, their top minor league affiliate in San Jose, the Barracuda of the American Hockey League. They've been playing well lately. So you're finally starting to see the ship turn in the right direction for Team Teal. And I wanted to include them here in the equation. But their season well underway. It obviously got started on a rocky note, winless in 9 games. But now they've won 3 in a row. And a couple of those in front of the home crowd, which is always nice. But back to the Giants. And it's news that's now confirmed, right? Because you don't have news that's reported and then do a press conference at 2 o'clock today. Not a formal, introductory press conference, no cameras, no television. It's being done, on Zoom?
Yeah, Buster Posey and Zack Minasian, the new general manager, available on a Zoom call today, coming up at 2 p.m.
Zack Minasian has been the pro scouting director for the Giants since 2019. Was brought in by Farhan, and that is kind of the top story of today. It's the Giants officially making their first move of the Buster Posey era. It'll be kind of a trivia question, maybe 5-10 years down the road. Who was the first person Buster Posey brought in? And I think whoever that first player is going to be will remember them also. But this is technically kind of the first move. And I'll repeat what I said earlier today. I think that if you're wondering about this move and who Zack is, by the way, a huge baseball background. His dad, Zack Sr., longtime clubhouse manager for the Texas Rangers. His older brother, Perry, current Angels general manager, so he's got GM in the blood. He's the godson of Tommy Lasorda. His other brother, younger brother, Calvin, is on the staff of the Atlanta Braves. So the Minasian family deep in Major League Baseball, but it's a hire from within. And for a lot of Giants fans, I think just where they were at, considering, a 500 team and trying to take that next step, sometimes the feel is you need help from the outside. Now, I'm a big believer in promoting from within. If you know somebody and you like somebody and you've got that track record, why would you not at least...
Especially if things are going well.
Exactly. Well, or relatively well, to some degree, right? So,
which would be my question.
So you're against this, I can already tell.
I'm not.
You're not sold on it.
I'm not against it.
Okay.
But a hire from within, and I'll read from the Giants' release on Buster Posey's initial statement on the hiring. I'm not against it, but a hiring from within does tend to indicate, and my question would be that maybe when you do the internal evaluation, you're a little bit happier overall with the way things are being done internally than maybe you would have thought when you make the determination that you're going to let go of the prior general manager and president of baseball operations in Farhan Zaidi.
I mean, really, when you think about it, there's nobody from the outside that's changed places here. Buster was already within. Zack was already from within. So there's nobody new from the outside. You go right up, and Bob Melvin is still staying as manager, obviously, after one season. I'm so glad that in the chaos of all this, that he was not lost in the mix here, right? You have a transition of a new GM and a new president, and sometimes the manager, no matter who they are, no matter what their contract situation is, they just take the hit. Well, the new person wants their people. Glad to know that Bob Melvin is still Buster Posey's people, you know?
Yeah, and I think that was a given.
It should have been, but I'm just saying, you've seen that a lot in sports where somebody comes in and says, nope, this is my person, so I'll be bringing them in.
And if anything, and I know Bob worked with Farhan during his time with the A's as well, different role for Farhan Zaidi, but if you're doing the Buster Posey, Bob Melvin, Farhan Zaidi, which one of these is...
Who's going to stay?
Like, one's got to go.
Yeah.
Like, Bob Melvin and a former catcher and Buster Posey, a future Hall of Fame catcher.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Bob didn't exactly throw out praise for opponents during his time a lot, but the way he spoke admirably about Buster Posey during his time in other places, just as somebody that obviously has intimate knowledge of what it takes to be a major league catcher, let alone one at the high level, that, I mean, it was pretty clear that Bob deeply admired Buster Posey's talent.
I won't give away all of Bo Mel's like good friends in baseball, but I think this one is documented, so I can share this one. But he's got actually pretty close relationships with a lot of the players that he managed sometimes or was on a coaching staff of that team, but also a lot of players that he managed against. And I know Bob was up in Seattle, but Ichiro is like Ichiro literally whenever he's around or the Mariners group is around, that he still kind of travels with the team. He will make it a point to go find Bo Mel, hang out with Bob. Like, they still text, they communicate. Bob has such a good relationship with a lot of the big-time, big-name, legend-type players of the game. And I think Buster Posey was somebody he didn't know a lot of on a first-hand basis or a first experience basis. But I think that the respect was always there, and I think it's mutual. And I think they're a good pair. And so getting somebody kind of in between them, and it brings me to this next thought. Everybody's going to want Buster to be the face and the voice of all the moves the Giants make. Now, he will be on this Zoom call in an hour and a half.
Yeah,
but at some point, you're going to get Zack talking about the moves that Zack made. And I think the best way to probably dissect how the Giants do this is to have Buster Posey as your president, to have him deal with all the external stuff, to have him go try and smooth over a free agent. And I don't know if that's the typical president of baseball operations role, but I think in the Giants case, if you have him as kind of an ambassador, a brand ambassador, have him do that stuff and have Zack take care of the internal stuff, because scouting was his thing.
The nuts and bolts. And Buster Posey's statement, quote, "We are excited for Zack to take on this new role. Zack has brought a wealth of knowledge and a lot of experience to the organization in his 6 years here. He's also a thorough talent evaluator, but beyond that, he's a terrific person our community will be proud of. We believe that in this new role, he will immediately make us better as a team and organization, and I look forward to working alongside him." So he's got his guy with his scouting background, nuts and bolts. I'm still of the belief, and I said this earlier, I'll reiterate it, doesn't sound like it's going to be the case. Don't know much about Zack Minasian's personality type, and maybe that rings through as he starts to speak more. But I think messaging is as big a part of this thing, given where the Giants are, as anything. I would want Buster Posey on the microphone as much as possible.
You're trying to sell it to the fan base, right? You're trying to create those memorable moments, as he talked about.
Yeah.
And you want somebody, and I will say this, I think a fan base realizes that Buster Posey's never done this job before, but I also think they realize that they trust him. They feel like they know him. Now, I also don't know that that's fair entirely fair either. Just because you've listened to John Dickinson on the radio a lot. Do you actually know JD? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think fans are of the belief.
I'm a raging lunatic.
Well, they have an idea that Buster's a winner and they know his work ethic. I don't know about that. After a few drinks, you are. But the point is that it's one of those situations.
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Papa, is that you? It's one of those situations where everything that happens from here on out is going to be judged under the Buster Posey era, and this is kind of the first move. And I think at about a 500 record from last season, that was the frustration factor. They have to be almost instantly next year. If you really want to see results and change and progress, you have to be about plus 10 wins better next year than you were this year. You got to end next year 10 over 500, I think, for a lot of people to. You got to be flirting with 90 wins. for, I think, people to say, okay, things are going in the right direction. And whether that's a couple change of scenery type moves, or I don't even know if landing the big free agent's going to do it. We talked earlier about all the positions here. Shortstop, first base, a DH who can hit 30 home runs. There's a lot of things. There's actually a lot of work to be done in San Francisco. The fortunate part is there's a decent platform already. You're not talking about a team that only won 70 games last year, 65 games last year. This is not a 100-loss team. This is a 500 team. It is a platform. It is an opportunity for Zack Minasian to take this over. But that being said, it's easier said than done to get those next 10 wins.
It is, and I think there has to be a willingness to be creative. I think that was the one thing that was sort of promised with Farhan Zaidi and under-delivered was creativity on a significant scale. He was really good at the margins and building the 21st to 40th guys on the roster, the back half of a roster, the back 4 or 5 on a day-to-day roster. He was really good at filling that out. But and creative, and they did a lot of different. That wasn't viewed as the case in terms of the guys who are going to be playing the bulk of the time and the carriers and the guys you need big-time production for. So to me, a willingness to be creative is as important as anything. If you can't develop young players that can come in and be everyday hitters, if you can't sign them in free agency, the Juan Sotos, the Aaron Judges, those kinds of guys, the Shoheis, well, then you got to be willing to trade for them. Bring them in when they have to come with years left on their contract or in arbitration, and show them.
Yeah.
Almost, I'm jokingly say by force because they're under contract, but show them that it's not a bad place to be and a bad place to play and a park you can thrive in.
I think Buster's the first step in that. Like, he's the guy. He's the person that can at least start that conversation, right? He's got the leverage. He's got the credentials to reach out to anybody and at least start that conversation. So that Zoom call will take place with Buster, with Zack Minasian of the Giants, their new general manager, at about 2 o'clock. I would imagine that when Tolbert and Crowley come on later, it's Kerry Crowley filling in for Copes a little bit later on, that they will talk more about this. They'll have some probably interview clips of that Zoom call, but they'll also have Larry Krueger at 2:50, Dante Whitner at 3:50, and Marcus Thompson at 4:50. All right, we're going to step aside here. It's Brazil and JD filling in for Papa and Lund.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
I saw his ass, John, for the first time ever. I'm like, is that a shape of his ass?
I mean, I got the EDM, but I got a weird Greg Papa, John Lund interaction there. They've been fired, actually. I'm first to announce it because of that. Yeah,
not true. That is not true.
Yeah, actually, you can't even mess around like that anymore in 2024 because somebody might have heard.
November Fools.
Yeah, somebody might have heard that and said, wait, what? And then now it's on Twitter and then that gets shared. No, they're not. They're just they're taking some time off. It's the 49ers bye week. I'm so glad to be reunited with John Dickinson, who I first did radio with at some other studio across town, probably 10, 15 years ago, maybe?
Maybe not.
Have we known each other that long?
I would say, 10 to 13. I would say 10 to 13.
We went on
9 to 13.
We went on a hiatus. We just didn't get to do shows or talk to each other. I mean, we could talk to each other, but
it was like 2011 to like 2015 or 16.
Yeah.
It was pretty regularly.
It's good to be back with you. I've stated this before, but you know how much I've always just admired your sensible takes, your educated background, the fact that you are like embedded with the Warriors. So like when I trust somebody who's there. I trust somebody who watches Pajemski put up those, 90 minutes worth of shots?
Incredible.
At the Moda Center.
He's still going.
Yeah. I trust
he might
somebody.
be still there.
I like my sources who see it firsthand and then speak sensibly about it. So, JD, I just, I want to butter your toast a little bit before we get into this Giannis conversation.
Appreciate that, man.
This one is deep.
Likewise.
So, I mean, is this just going to keep happening every 6 months, 12 months, 18 months? We're going to hear some whispers about Giannis and the Bucks separating and the Warriors being the likely spot for him. Is this how it's going to go?
Well, the Warriors are always going to be connected to attempting to get one more star next to Steph Curry with some combination of the other complementary players that they currently have.
For how many more years is this going to go on, by the way?
Well, Steph Curry signed for this year plus 2 more.
So 3 more years as of right now.
So I would say at least the next 2. And part of the reason that it does continue to come up is the fact that the Warriors did try to get Paul George in the offseason. They did skulk around on Jimmy Butler a little bit, although it didn't go anywhere.
And they did get Durant back in the day. I mean, they actually have done this before.
And they went after Lauri Markkanen.
The extra piece. It's like the bonus afterburner piece.
And now it's not even the extra piece. I mean, Durant was the extra piece.
That's a good point.
Durant was the all-time extra piece.
You're saying Buddy Hield's not what do we call him, a splash buddy?
Well, you can be a splash buddy, but I don't think you can be your second leading scorer if you're going to be a contender.
All right.
As well as he's played. No shade on Buddy Hield. But the Warriors are in this unique position where, and Mike Dunleavy had referenced this during his season opening press conference, they're in this unique position where they really do like the team that they built. They like the depth. They think they can be a really good regular season team. They like the combination of old players and youthful players. The balance is there. It's just a much more complementary team. Steve Kerr really likes the way the pieces fit together on this team. I was skeptical maybe going into training camp as to how good this team could be, but going through the entire month of October from when they had training camp in Hawaii to the preseason to now these first 5 games of the regular season, watching it all kind of unfold, I can see what their vision was in terms of, hey, how could this team be a pretty good regular season team, mid to high 40s. I know they were 46-win team last year, so you're thinking, well, JD, how much better can they really get? But maybe it's instead of 46, it's a more fluid 49 or dare I say even 50. That's a conversation for the upcoming months. But while they like the team that they put together, Brody, they're also still impatient. And that was the word that Mike Dunleavy used back in late September before training camp. Impatient and wanting to find, in some ways, the perfect move or the no-brainer move to where, okay, we are now comfortable as an organization giving up 3 or 4 first-round picks plus maybe a young player or 2 because the player we're getting back in return is a bona fide superstar. And that's where that list of those kinds of players, preferably in their prime, and that list is so infinitely small in the league that Giannis fits. And he's the one, he's 29, going to be 30 in December. And the Bucks are in shambles, really, to start the season. They're not playing well. It's not clicking between Giannis and Dame. It's not clicking, it sounds like, with Doc Rivers, who took over in the middle of the season last year. They've gone through a couple of different coaches since they won the title in 2021. And you get this report from CBS Sports, Bill Reeder, within the last couple of days, NBA executives that he's talked to saying to him, quote, teams are circling and hopeful. That's a Western Conference executive telling CBS Sports Bill Reeder, and wouldn't be surprised if an Antetokounmpo trade happened by the February 6th trade deadline. Now, Reeder went on to say that Antetokounmpo's preferred destinations, according to a third Eastern Conference executive,
nameless,
might be Miami or Brooklyn. Okay. So the Warriors not necessarily in there, and I think there is one other team to watch out for in the West that would have all the goods to make a deal for Giannis. But he's always been the white whale, I think, for the Warriors, the guy that they feel would be, from a basketball standpoint, a star that's in a smaller market that they could maybe pluck away because he wants to play with Steph Curry and receive the accolades as Steph kind of phases out of stardom, and Giannis is still very much in the stardom category.
But if he comes here, there's two huge looming questions. Number one, can he and Steph and the Warriors get to where they want, right? Is he the missing piece? Because I think you alluded to that before. He's a needed piece. He's not the afterburner anymore. He's like the main engine component. This is not like adding another layer of icing to the cake. This would be the first layer of icing on the Warriors' cake. This is not the extra move. This is the move. The other part about it is, do the Warriors even have enough to give up to get Giannis? And if they did have enough, is that going to deplete them so much that it kind of cuts the floor from under them? Does that make sense? Like, are they going to hurt themselves by this move and thinking that, all right, we got the player we want, but because of it, we had to give up so much. We're not a team anymore. We're kind of in a different spot, maybe not even a better spot.
I think Giannis at 30, we'll just say 30 because he's going to be 30 in a month. Giannis at 30, I think, with multiple years still left on his contract after this year. He's got this year plus 2 more before he has a player option. So you'd basically...
So he lines up with Curry contractually.
He lines up with Curry completely.
Yeah.
This year plus 2 more. If you were to get him at the trade deadline, it'd be 2.5 years, essentially, of under control. He's making 54-1 and 58-4 over the next 2 years following this year. And then he can opt out in 27. He's an unrestricted free agent in 28, but that's far down the line. But he is, to me, such a no-brainer that, and to your point on, well, what would you have to give up?
That's kind of scary, to be honest.
It is. I mean, you would be talking Kuminga, potentially Pajemski.
Nope, not happening.
Maybe a Moses Moody and an Andrew Wiggins.
No.
For salary matching purposes. And I'm saying combination of those guys.
Yeah.
Some combination of those guys, plus, we're not done, Brody. I know you're like, are we done? Plus, the Bucks would want future first-round picks.
Yikes.
That would be beyond, they would try, and the Warriors, they could quibble, beyond the scope of, say, that you'd want the 27, 28. And you can't trade consecutive years. It would be 27, 29, 31.
Every other year.
You'd want
top pick. Yeah, that's
you'd want
future.
You'd want first-round picks.
That's Chase Center right now.
After Steph Curry. But you might have a chance to win 2 more championships.
I'm looking at a list here by the Sporting News of the top potential landing spots for Giannis. And the ones that make from the most sense to maybe the least sense. Thunder are listed here as number 1, close to a championship. They have 9 first-rounders that they could move.
They were the team that I was going to mention.
And Brooklyn is up there, like you mentioned. New Orleans actually 3rd. The Grizzlies and Cavs right after that, rounding out the top 5. I don't even see the Warriors here in the top, 15, 16. They're listed at 20.
That's stunning. They should be much higher. Are there odds attached to that?
No, it's just a list here of 20. They're actually right behind according to these odds from the Sporting News, the Sacramento Kings have a better chance of landing Giannis than the Warriors. Now, that's also an interesting conversation.
They do, I think.
The Kings don't make that type of splashy move that the Warriors would, though.
No.
Historically.
No, but I know, again, that's kind of like we were talking about with the Giants, like the way you get a guy like that in a small market would be to trade for him. But and I think you could make the case that they have more young prime talent on their roster, ready-made now talent that they could couple with picks potentially. But no, I think the Warriors are way too low on that list. And if he's available, he is somebody that I think they would be willing to make an offer for that would be dramatically different than any of these other offers that we've seen reported to a Paul George or a Lauri Markkanen in the most recent few months.
Let me ask you, if you were the NBA player at 30 years old and you're Giannis and you have his, his resume and you're exactly him right now, put you in his shoes. Would you rather try and go play with Steph, which I think is an experience all on its own, right? To be a teammate of his and get a lot of minutes with him and try and have success with him. And nothing's assured, but at least you like who you're going into battle with. Would you rather do that? Or would you rather go on to one of the maybe more front-running NBA teams right now that is more favored, more likely to win a title sooner than the Warriors would? Does that make sense? Is this all about individual experience for him, or is this about trying to hop on the right team?
He's won a title already.
That's part of, and that's why I said with his resume, it's part of like he's been there. So that might make him hungry to do it again, or that might make him say, I've got one, and I think this might be the next best way to do it again.
Yeah, he's got a title and a finals MVP as well. So he's done it. And so I don't think the Oklahoma City, assuming they wanted, I mean, that would be kind of a no-brainer from a basketball standpoint.
Right.
But it's small market to small market. Like, to me, the Warriors present a unique opportunity to contend for and win a title, but to do it with Steph Curry. And then also still, if Steph Curry is gone in 3 years, you're still 33. Like, you still have some prime left a couple of years after maybe Steph Curry is gone, or Steph Curry is the clear-cut number 2 at that point. It really offers a unique transition. Come and be the 1A next to Steph Curry, and then also transition into the face of one of the top NBA brands. Funny to say that.
Yeah.
Going back in our lifetime, when you think of the Golden State Warriors, but it truly is what they've become. Not just the NBA brand, but just global sports brand.
I'll give you the numbers after the break. They're one of the top valued teams in all of sports.
Yes.
And by far in the NBA. Well past the Lakers and Knicks. The Warriors are the most valued team in the NBA.
So I think there is a value to, one, playing with Steph, 2, coming to this market and doing it for one of those franchises that's already at the top of the mountain.
All right, and we should also have that discussion, too, about the Warriors preparing for post-Curry existence. I mean, there is a lot to unpack there, and I certainly don't hope that's sooner than later. I hope that's a long ways off, but while the Warriors are without him right now for a couple games and maybe a handful more as he deals with an ankle injury, certainly something to think and talk about. All right, this is Brody Brazil and John Dickinson filling in for John Lund and Greg Papa. No, I think he should drive that show. More after these messages here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN. He joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning and explained how the Warriors can not only tread water, but actually win a few games without Steph Curry this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you like pina coladas? Or getting lost in the rain? You like making love at midnight, John?
Oh, my gosh. Awkward.
I'm in Cabo, John.
I thought that was a live broadcast of Papa and Lund, the uncensored version. But no, they're off today.
It's a good show. That's actually a good show.
I can't even joke and say that, they got fired, whatever. That's not even funny, first off. But you can't even make that joke. It's just Brody Brazil, and it's just John Dickinson. I almost said John Lund again. I just got to call you JD from now on.
Get John Lund on the
Too
brain.
many Johns. Too many Johns.
Monday or Tuesday, right? One of these days.
Well, I'm going to do, this is weird. Election Day is also the NFL deadline.
Yeah, it's a big day.
And I'll be working with John Lund. Same shift here, 10 to 2, of which the NFL's deadline is, at 1 p.m. Pacific time? So we'll be on the air as the NFL's deadline comes and goes.
It's well ahead.
What was the NFL thinking on Election Day? You've got the NBA that says voting is so important that we won't even play games today or tonight. And then you've got football who says, you know what, we'll it's not a Sunday because it's always on a Tuesday, but we'll just plop one of our big statement events and calendar events right on Election Day. Like, they had the choice of that.
They were hell-bent on moving it back a week, and I think when they moved it back a week, they probably, somewhere in the league office, like, oh, that's going to be Election Day. And then immediately it was like,
so what?
Yeah, so what?
That is crazy.
We're the NFL. We're bigger than the election.
Do it on the Monday. I guess you can't.
We're the NFL.
Could you do it on the Monday? Would the game that night get in the way?
Yeah, it's harder. It really has.
Why not do it on the Monday night? Center that Monday night game, or games if it's two. Center them around the trade deadline night.
The NFL week, it really has to be a Tuesday because teams are always practicing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And if you're really going to make a move, you got to get your person out there. Right?
And you're not going to do it Saturday because everybody's it's the lead up to the game.
No, Saturday's not. But I'm wondering, is Monday off? Is it logistically impossible? I can't think of any reason why it's...
Other than the one Monday night game. Like, there are other transactions that can happen on a Monday, like roster moves that can happen on a Monday. But Tuesday's the
better
day
one. I get it.
Where guys will come in, like, for every week, teams will have on Tuesday on a normal week is, we need an extra running back. Let's try out 3 running backs.
Yep.
Let's try out 2 kickers.
Right.
Let's try out a safety we want to sign to the practice squad. It's like that's basically it's an off day for the players, but then it's the guys who are looking for jobs are coming in trying to win them on the off day.
And I mean, as much as we're here saying that the NFL might not have put enough consideration into the day they picked for the trade deadline, they get to make up this date. There's also the fact that they love attention. They love being the center of attention. And I just don't think that going up against Election Day in the United States is like you're not going to win that one. You cannot be the NFL loves to be in the spotlight, loves to be the headline, but you're not going to be that. You're not. It's not going to be like a football Sunday on Election Tuesday.
Yeah, man.
You think so?
I mean,
no.
I mean, the election tends to be more of an evening sport.
Yeah, I guess they think at 1 p.m. they're taking the first half.
When do we really start following it? If it's your sort of thing, and obviously go vote, all that.
Fair point.
But if it's really your thing, like when do you really start following it out here in the West Coast?
And that's
about
why
4 o'clock, right?
And that's why the NBA is smart for saying, you know what, games just do not make sense on this night.
You start following it just like you would the Eastern wave of NHL or NBA or MLB games. 4 o'clock, got some games on. 4 o'clock. Indiana's closed the polls, or North Carolina's closed the polls, whatever.
It's like in the NHL, they always play a couple games, and the Sharks have had this a lot of years, a game on New Year's Eve, but they play it at 4 Pacific time.
Sure.
Perfect, right?
Yes.
We're done by 7:30. What were you going to do on New Year's Eve before 7:30 anyway?
Well, it's funny because, the NBA's changed their protocol a little bit. The NBA never, for a long time, didn't play on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. And now they do play on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. It's really only Thanksgiving now and Election Day that are the two that they and the Monday of the NCAA championship game.
Can I tell you though that on Christmas Day having 6 NBA games, 8 NBA games is too much. You just need to have the good old 1 East Coast, 1 West Coast game. You need to have whoever and back in the day it was the Knicks and.
It'd be like the Knicks and the Bulls and the Jordan.
Celtics and Lakers at night out west or something like that. It's just It was more special, and there were not multiple games. And nowadays, I feel like they're trying to jam it in too much.
5 has been their magic number, really, for the last 15 years, 15, 20 years.
Too much. Well, speaking of the business side of sports, and we were getting into this earlier about Giannis and the Warriors, and would you want to come play here? Like, do you think that's a good fit? Is it just the Steph aspect? Is it the platform aspect? Is it the ability to win another Larry O'Brien trophy out here with the Warriors? Like, why would Giannis be lured into coming out to Golden State? And there's a couple things here that kind of tell a bigger story. Recently, Sportico came out with the valuations of the major U.S. sports franchises between the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL, and even MLS. The top valued team in all of North American pro sports, John Dickinson, is, do you know?
I would say the Yankees or Cowboys.
I'll give you a hint.
Lakers.
They were losers at Levi's Stadium last weekend.
Cowboys. Yeah, the Cowboys.
Cowboys are worth more than 10.
Well, that's true. NFL is king, and the Cowboys would be the number one NFL.
Nice
so
one.
That
Danny.
makes sense. But yeah, Yankees or Cowboys would be.
So the Cowboys are worth north of $10 billion. Do you know who the next highest valued team in all of professional sports is?
It's not the Warriors, is it?
It is the Warriors. More than the New York Yankees, more than the New England Patriots, and I'm listing them kind of as the next closest
more than
candidates.
The Dodgers.
More than the New York Giants. The Dodgers are well behind how about this? The Dodgers are well behind the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. Wow. NFL's king.
The Dodgers have about the same value as the Washington Commanders. Wow. Somewhere at about,
if that doesn't tell you the NFL's king.
$6+ billion. No, wait, how much of that $6 billion is in Ohtani's pocket, right? Well, in 10 years, actually.
Deferred money.
Yeah, shout out to those guys having their parade today. Yeah, whatever.
Wait, who?
Oh, that's right.
What?
Forgot about them. What?
Nope, Did they bring Juan Soto out yet?
We're live over the parade. Brody Brazil in Chopper 680. John, I see a bunch of drunk Dodger fans down there. One guy, did you see this, by the way?
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Wait, that's Clayton Kershaw.
Did you see the Dodger fan who lit off a firework and...
Oh, no, I did not. And
injured their hand and gruesome...
I don't talking about that in the bullpen.
Yeah, I don't want to even go into gruesome detail. But I mean, it's like, what are you? I'm assuming alcohol was involved, and usually people are. You got to be overprotective and safe. It looked like an accident, but I mean,
of course.
Oh, it was. And why is Twitter showing that to me? Excuse me. Why is X showing that to me? Without a warning, I didn't need to see what I saw in the end result of that. Anyway, point is, going back to the Warriors here.
It's the algorithm, Brody.
Here's the algorithm for you. $8 billion is what they're worth, and it just kind of makes you wonder whether they can sustain that value over the long period. And I'm morphing this conversation into the future without Steph Curry, which is eventually going to happen. And that's why maybe you're thinking about a Giannis as the next successor of that. Like, you have to have, with Curry's 2+ more years on the contract this year and 2 more, you've got to start thinking about this. And maybe why, even if you're going to give up what you're going to give up, maybe it makes sense to prepare for the future.
A big reason why the Warriors have been reluctant to force a move for the sake of making a move is because they are waiting for the perfect move. And they're waiting for the no-brainer move. They're waiting for, yes, we're going to mortgage the future and some of the present in terms of the younger players that are already playable in the rotation, but you're going to do it for a bona fide, undeniable superstar, preferably in their prime. And
which I think Giannis.
And that is Giannis.
Checks
and there
a
are
lot
just
of those
there
boxes.
are a few. Like Paul George doesn't fit that. Lauri Markkanen, I don't think, has been a good enough player in his career yet. He fits it maybe by age.
You could probably get him easier than Giannis, by the way.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler's too old. Well, and we've seen, and that's the thing. Like, we've seen the Warriors with Markkanen be unwilling to pay the price where it's 3 first-round picks plus Podziemski plus maybe Kuminga, or maybe Kuminga's not even involved because the Jazz are more interested. We've seen the Warriors defiant to doing that, but the reason that the Warriors have been defiant in doing that, Brody, is the fact that they're saving up for the one move that they feel would be that no-brainer. And again, I think, that's where you try to build a team that you like, but also be willing to pivot off of that if that one disgruntled star comes available. It's in some ways, and look, this Giannis thing I don't think is down to the point of no return, but it's certainly worth monitoring because he is the one type of player that I think the Warriors would risk a hell of a lot more than they've been willing to risk for older players such as Paul George or Jimmy Butler, or a player not established enough as a star in his career like Lauri Markkanen, even though he's younger.
Let's close out the Giannis conversation here with your proposal. What does it look like, JD? To you? What's the one that you think is reasonable that we could say yes or no to here for what the Warriors would have to give up?
To me, I think it would resemble something along the lines of, and I'll just ask you, would you do this?
I'm going to write down their salaries here, too.
Yeah, and that will help because I'm piecing it together on the fly a little bit with the math. So Andrew Wiggins would have to be in the deal for salary purposes.
There's like $26 million this year, $28 million the next year, and an option,
so
I think.
It goes
30.
by it goes by this year's salary if you're going to make the trade. It goes by the salary of the year you make the trade. So
$26 million, but it gives you an idea that his for what Milwaukee would be taking on 26, 28, and a player option.
And you've got Giannis at 50. So that basically is half of.
He's at what, 50?
Giannis is at 54.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Giannis is at 48.7 this year.
Okay.
So he goes
Even
up
even better.
So 48.7. So you've got a smaller gap.
All right.
That needs to be closed.
So with Wiggins, we're 26 in.
So yeah, and you got to be within. I think it's 15%, 20% maybe now. I think is what it was. The CBA changed a little bit. So Wiggins would have to be in there. Kuminga would have to be in there. Kuminga's making a little over 7.
7.6, yep.
Yeah, 7.6 for Kuminga. Moses Moody, I believe, is let's for the sake of this conversation say Moses Moody, but I think because he just signed an extension, he's ineligible to be traded for a period of time.
He's at 5.8 right now, by the way.
Yeah, so he's at 5.8, and then you may have to throw in like a Kevon Looney, who I think is making about 8. Are we within 20% yet?
He's making 8 flat.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so I'm just doing the math here. 26 plus another 12,
8 and 6,
20.
14.
So, but we're about 46. No, we're comparable.
Okay.
This is about 46, 47 to 48. Yeah.
So in terms of players going the other way.
That math shakes right there.
And maybe you could sub out a Moses Moody if you had to. You might have to sub in a Gary Payton II.
But you need to stay within that 15%.
But you need to stay within that 15, 20% margin. So that is a general, I think, framework of what players going out would be. Players come, but that to me is just this. Then you have to look at what really makes it worth Milwaukee's while, which would be
draft picks,
multiple draft picks. I would say 3 first-round picks. Now, you can't in the NBA trade your first-round pick in consecutive years, but the workaround is you can do a pick swap. So I think Milwaukee would want, say, a 2027 first, a 2028 swap, and a 2029 first, or just a 27, 29, and 31 first outright.
And wait a second, these would be years that potentially
you would want post Steph Curry years.
There's no Steph Curry on your team.
But Giannis is still there.
You'd have to re-sign him.
If you re-sign him.
Right. So this might have to be a trade with almost a guarantee that you'd get an extension on him.
And the negotiating point, if I'm Milwaukee and I'm asking for this, and you could play the role of the Warriors for this, you can either say yes or no, or you can counter.
Yeah.
But you may say, well, no, I would be willing to give up those picks, but I want it to be more like 25, 27, 29.
Right.
Or whereas, hey, we're going to be a better team. We're going to be where that pick's going to be maybe in the 20s, as opposed to have the potential to be near the top of the draft. So that's the wiggle room in terms of negotiation on the picks. But I think it would be some combination of those players that we mentioned plus 3 first-round picks.
Let's say it's 2028. Giannis is now 34 years old.
Yes.
He's 30 right now.
Yes.
And Steph has retired.
Steph is, you could say
maybe.
Steph. He's post his current contract.
It's like a 21-year career, if I have that right.
He's got 3 years left on his deal, so 25.
19-year career.
Yep.
Are the Warriors still that second most valued team in all of sports?
I think they probably are with Giannis. Do they win another title?
Because we're not saying
they might win another title between now and then
if they have to. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you're trying to replace Steph Curry. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to have something of equal value or interest, or make sure you're selling tickets or make sure that you're a competitive team or that you've got, like Steph Curry is a magnet right now. The fact that Giannis would say, I might want to come here just to play with you.
Giannis is box office.
Are there other players out there who might say, you know what, I want to go to the Warriors just so I could play with him? Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe
yes.
not to the same degree.
So are you doing the deal or you're not doing the deal? If you're Milwaukee, or are you countering the deal?
So, first, I don't want to speak for Milwaukee. I mean, I think that their motivation is to what? Because they're not really getting money off. They're not getting money off the Bucks.
Yeah, no, I'm
trying to blow
I'm
it up.
Milwaukee. You're the Warriors.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm making you an offer.
So
I'm
for
saying,
Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, Looney, and like, what do you say, 3 or 4
I'm saying
picks?
3 first-round picks. 27, 29, 31.
Okay, I'm gonna
27, 28, 29, 28, 29, 30. Some combination.
I'm gonna
of three.
try and cut somebody out of the deal. So, like if Kuminga, if I can cut him out and stay within that 15%, and I'm also gonna try and make it 2 draft picks.
Okay,
JD, you are
probably not doing it.
You are suggesting a 7 for 1. And I'm 4 players, 3 picks for 1 player in return.
This is a 29-year-old superstar.
I know he's already
won a title and a Finals MVP.
I know.
And yes,
he. By the way, is just he's a marketable looking human being too. He's model material. He's model material. I don't know if that helps or makes a difference. The guy looks good on a poster. You know what I mean? It doesn't help his basketball. It looks good on a poster.
He's a 2-time MVP. I mean, this guy. He's won Defensive Player of the Year, I believe, as well.
So I'm gonna kind
Twice.
of pour some water on this, some cold water on all this. Not that anything's happened right now, but just think of the competition for other teams that are out there. If this really is a conversation, and if he really is being shopped around or discussed, I mean, Milwaukee's going to have their choice of suitors here, right? It's not going to be just the Warriors and maybe the Pelicans in Brooklyn and OKC. And I mean, with the Cavs. Would they go for this?
Well, they're under no obligation to trade him to the Warriors. The other part of this, and this is the part of the discussion that maybe that we haven't mentioned to this point, I think for this to ultimately work for the Warriors, Giannis would have to pull a diva move in the sense that he would say, hey, I really only want to go here or there.
Wow.
Meaning two places.
Right.
Kind of a thing.
Right.
Now, the Bucks are under no obligation to trade him where he wants to go. I mean, Damian Lillard wanted to go to Miami.
That's right.
And the Blazers were like, Miami's not giving us near the best deal. Right. We're looking elsewhere.
Right.
And ultimately ended up with Milwaukee being a good team, a team that had won a title, a team that was a contending team, but not the preferred destination of Lillard. So I think you have to factor in all of that. I think I would do the deal. I think I would do the deal that I laid out.
You would go for it. The old 7 for 1?
I would. And here's part of it. I know we're up against it. I can finish this thought on the other side. We can be short with it and get into some other stuff. But there is a reason that we haven't discussed yet as to why I would do it. In addition to the box office, could win another title, franchise valuation stuff. I'll tell you what that is coming up.
All right. Save pods. That's all I care about.
I save pods in this deal, although he's from the Milwaukee area.
Went to Santa Clara. Come on, you got to keep pods. All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to JD's opinion and reasoning why on the other side of these messages here on the Sports Leader.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great, and I do mean great, the great Chris Mully. He joined Tolbert and Kerry Crowley yesterday and told them that Draymond Green had a different mindset heading into the season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I feel like I want to let that one ride for a little bit here. I'm feeling this on a Friday. First day of November. Everybody getting tipsy. Not yet, at least. Brody Brazil and John Dickinson. Just recap, your Halloween was good. I told you about mine. I was out later than I thought my son would make it. He had a good time. Lots of families, lots of kids. I kind of skimped out a little bit on the candy intake. I meant to hoard and save more, and I didn't. My wife was the same way. We're like, we don't have any candy to eat now when we got home last night. So.
Yeah, I threw on some eye black, as I mentioned earlier. I grabbed a pillowcase, and I kind of ripped my white shirt. It was half off, and I was just running around the neighborhood trick-or-treating as a washed-up ball player. It just, yeah.
A certain Kershaw?
No, that's mean spirit. I can't believe you would say that.
I saw so many people wearing Dodger uniforms, like that's what they dressed up as Halloween in our neighborhood.
Wow.
And I saw Mookie Betts, I saw an Ohtani. I mean, I will give them credit. These are the players you would expect.
Sure.
This wasn't like a random Dodger. These were the ones, and look, how should I say this? I like Mookie Betts. I like him as a player.
It's hard not to like.
I think Shohei Ohtani is very interesting as a ball player. Will he pitch next year again after a 50-50 season? I mean, why would you mess with something that's not broken right now?
Freddie Freeman's likable.
Yeah, what he's went through, most certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm live over the parade right now in my helicopter.
Oh, don't do this.
Chopper 680.
Don't do this to the people.
I'm dropping stuff on people from the helicopter. All right, so you want to finish off the trade talk here, the Giannis trade talk?
And
also we got to get into my Giants citizenship.
We do have a Giants citizenship question coming up. We got two more here between now and 2 o'clock. Walter. He
suggested
put this one into the hopper.
So we're going to do a question.
Has
right
one
now.
in the hopper. You want to do it? You want to finish the Warriors? Or you want to do a question?
Let's do one question, then we'll get back into Warriors. So to re-explain here, I'm a free agent. Don't have a full-time employer. My baseball team up and left.
Yes.
And so this is like a game show here. My Giants citizenship. Can I pass this test to officially be welcomed into the Giants fan base? We had some callers earlier. They said they were okay with it, but I don't feel right unless I actually prove it here. So, JD, I have two more questions to get to, and I probably need to get at least one more right out of the two.
Yes, at least. And I do have a bonus question at the ready.
Okay.
If the threshold is 5.
Yeah.
I think 80%, 4 out of 5 would suffice as passing.
I think 3 out of 5 is good, but okay.
I don't know. D's don't get degrees, Brody. And I think that, 60% is
okay. What do you got?
All right. So the Giants went 33 years between no-hitters from 1976 to 2009. In 1976, it was John the Count Montefiusco who threw a no-hitter. And then the next no-hitter for the Giants was in 2009, 33 years later. Who broke the drought for the Giants in 2009?
Jonathan Sanchez.
Whoa! That is correct.
I was working that night over at NBC Sports Bay Area.
That's correct.
I think. I might have got sent out, like our studio right down the street. I think I might have got sent out to the ballpark as the game was going on. Like, hey,
something special's going on.
We need to bolster our coverage tonight. Get your butt out there.
Wow.
So, yeah, Jonathan Sanchez.
Friday night in 2009.
Can I tell you another story? We were all, it was a bunch of young people at our studio back then. We were all, and then everybody, and I was young and single and going out after work.
Sure.
Like work didn't finish until 11, and then we'd go out.
Marina Brody was a big thing, man.
Yeah, me and Brian Wilson. There was a planned movie, like midnight movie night that everybody at the office, and you're right, it was a Friday night.
It was a Friday night. No,
everybody from the office was going to go see a movie over at the Metreon.
Okay.
And everybody was most worried about, okay, how long are we going to be on the air till tonight? And it was about 11:30. So we all finished and then ran over to the movie. I don't even remember what movie it was, but that's how I remember that night.
I remember I was not working. I was not even working in the Bay. I was still in Sacramento
Zack.
at the time. I was on a camping trip. And so I religiously would be following every single game and even would come down and cover some games from Sacramento from time to time. That was maybe the only game that season that I completely saw or listened to not a single second of. And I remember getting, and even had my phone put away because we're camping and we're out on the boat and we're just, like, I had my phone like in the trunk of my car. And I remember the next morning getting up to check email, and like one of the emails was like, Jonathan Sanchez threw a no-hitter.
You know, and I'm just...
I was like, oh, my God.
I'm just remembering here how the final couple outs took place. Was that Aaron Rowand in center field who made a tremendous catch?
That would have been that era.
With one out. It was a 2-0 count. Somebody hit it. They were up 8-0. They're going to obviously easily win the game. Watch, I'll replay it for you. Watch. I mean, I'm pretty sure from that era, that was Aaron Rowand right there. It's all standard definition video. Watch when he shows his face. That's him, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, Rowand completely saves it, and then it's a strikeout. It's a curveball to win the game. And to secure the no-hitter.
Wow.
So there you go. Hey, I got it right. So I'm sitting, 3 out of 4 right now?
Yeah, 3 out of 4.
It's all
so
going to come
good.
down to my final question.
That is good.
You'll give me a bonus just in case?
I'm going to give you a bonus. So if you miss it, you will get an opportunity to meet the threshold. We'll call it 4 out of 6.
What if I get denied my Giants citizenship? So the A's
Well, you can reapply.
The A's have defected, and the Giants don't want me.
You can reapply when... we also have to take into account the fan vote.
The callers were very 808 KNBR. If you're a Giants fan and you know my story, and if you wanna sponsor my citizenship,
that boosts your cred.
Right, that can help some
way.
points.
That boosts your cred
Right.
in a big way.
I'm not nervous for that last question. Yes, I am. Okay, back to Giannis.
Yeah, so just tying it up, and look, we can quibble about would the Bucks do the deal. I think the Warriors would be inclined to give up a Wiggins, Kuminga, potentially Moody, a Looney, maybe a GP2 subs in for a Moody or a Looney, depending upon how you do it, plus 3 first-round picks to get Giannis, assuming you're getting 30, 31, 32 Giannis to pair with Steph Curry here in the final 3 years of his deal. And I think that – but here's the other reason I think it works is because even the players that we're taking away in trade – you still would have Steph Curry. You would still have Brandon Pajemski in this scenario. You would still have Giannis. You would still have Draymond Green. You'd still have Trace Jackson Davis. You'd still have Buddy Hield. You'd still have Lindy Waters III. You look at a lot of these guys. You'd still have GP or Moody. Like, you would have a good chunk of this team. I think enough of it to be able to compete and contend with basically that being the one move. A Kyle Anderson would still be around. A DeAnthony Melton is still around, even though he hasn't played a lot yet due to injury. So it's the balance of you're giving up a ton and you're giving up a ton of future draft capital, but you still have enough of a team around. It's not like you're gutting the team to get Giannis.
I think that some intention has to be clear here. What is the intention? Is it to build your team and try and get that one, let's be honest, probably one last title. One last dance.
But also have Giannis as your face of the franchise beyond Curry, because you would project to re-sign him even beyond Curry.
Yeah. To the point, though, if you don't think, I think the ambition of winning a title has to be part of this regardless. That's a non-negotiable here. Like, you have to get this player to try and stay competitive. Otherwise, what else exactly are you doing here?
And Joe Lacob has hinted at this and Mike Dunleavy, it's the fact that you have one shot to push your chips in. So you better not get it wrong. Like if you get it wrong, if you do it for the wrong player, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You're done. You don't win the title. You aren't good enough the last couple of years with Steph. Maybe you would have been better off kind of rolling with the team that they've put together. I think that will be another part. Maybe not for a guy like Giannis, but as other players potentially are rumored to come available, Brody, I do think if this Warriors team continues down the path that they've been on at the beginning of this season, where they're playing well and they like each other and they're interesting, I do think it's going to become increasingly difficult to part with a chunk of that roster for one guy. Like I think that will be an internal debate but ultimately I think deemed worth it for the chance to win that one more title and get Steph specifically and Steph and Draymond from 4 to 5. Really, Steph. You get Steph to 5. I mean, that's a whole nother echelon between the guys who've won 4 and the guys who've won 5.
Hey, Danny, real quick, can I talk to Anna from Sunnyvale? All right, let's bring on Anna from Sunnyvale. Back to my Giants citizenship. Anna, are you welcoming me? Are you sponsoring me? Or are you telling me to get lost?
Normally, I would say get lost only because you should stay with the team until the very end. But as the Sharks and Giants fans, may I remind you, Barry Bonds showed up to Patrick Marleau's retirement. And, they do a lot together. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you said to stay with your team until the very end. It is the end of the Oakland A's. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
That is the genesis of this. I'm a Bay Area person. Sacramento's fine. I've got no beef with actual proper Sacramento or West Sacramento, but I'm from the Bay. I'm like you. So if somebody's leaving me, then I'm sticking with the Bay. If this is my place to be in the Bay, that's where I want to be. And I appreciate your Sharks connection too. So you're okay with this?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for us? That's it?
Go Sharks. Hopefully we continue that winning streak.
I'm with you. 3-game win streak. Will Smith was huge last night. Appreciate that. Is there one more, Danny? No more? Okay. I saw some other ones. I just didn't want to go to them yet. All right. Well, there you go, JD. I got one more question, and I've got the endorsement of some fans.
The caller vote carries weight.
She wasn't sure, though. She was like, normally.
Well, but you answered it beautifully.
Yeah, I mean,
it is the end. Like I continue to be stunned, and I'll leave the A's out of this part of it.
Yeah,
but
they don't deserve it.
I continue to be stunned at how many Raiders fans
continue to be fans.
Are still Raiders fans.
I always ask for an explanation. And a lot of times it's, hey, it's been passed on. It's my family thing. I don't know what else to do. I'm like, that's fine. But it's not for me.
Well,
at least the Raiders never said rooted in Oakland.
That's true.
The Raiders have always been a little bit like, we're here, we're there, we're everywhere.
But I can't imagine being like my father or my grandfather was a Raider fan, Oakland Raider fan.
And I'm okay with
they go
Las
to L.A.
Vegas. Yeah.
Maybe you're growing up kind of like we did when they were the L.A. Raiders most memorably until we were like high school. And then it's like, well, wait a minute. Okay, the Oakland Raiders are back. Well, I never knew them as the Oakland Raiders to begin with, but the Oakland Raiders being back was kind of cool. And then they go again.
I know.
And it just that one, I marvel and am also befuddled at I would be done. I would have been done with the Vegas. I would have been done.
End of the line. Yeah. Well, now they're a home field advantage for teams like Kansas City and Denver. And anytime Pittsburgh, the terrible towel comes in and dominates Allegiant Stadium. So we'll save more in my final question of my Giants citizenship test. Can I officially be welcomed into the fan base on this first day of November 2024? It's Brody and JD back after this.
Go Sharks.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does size matter?
What? As we back that thing up, it's a Friday. Happy November, everybody. Hope Halloween was well. Brody Brazil and John Dickinson here on KNBR, the sports leader. And we've had, obviously, a couple different things to discuss topic-wise. The Giants and Zack Minasian. He's now taking over as the team's general manager. In fact, he will do a Zoom press conference at the top of the hour here. We won't have it live for you on air, but I'm sure eventually later on, because of the nature of it's not like a formal press conference, JD. It's a Zoom session with media. So we'll have some clips to play from that a little bit later on. So you'll hear his first reactions as taking over this role. He's been with the Giants.
It's a promotion.
2019 pro scouting director, was brought in by Farhan, which I know is a different conversation for some people. Do you like the internal promotion? Would you rather have had an external candidate? But at least now it sets up the structure of who's the team president, who's the GM, and who's the field manager. We've also talked a little bit about the Warriors. Good start to the year, 4-1 record, even without Steph. Interesting road trip coming up. 5 games, 10 days. Circling the continental United States. 4-1, by the way, is a pace for a 66-16 season. Don't count on that.
I'm going to take the under on that.
Can't play the Pelicans every game, but it's been a good and interesting start for them.
Considering the fact that 2 of their championship teams in the last decade won 67 games.
There you go. That goes to show you.
I'm going to take the under on that pace.
You got to stay
the eye test.
You got to stay 4-1 on that pace for the rest of the season. Good luck with that. And we also talked a little bit about the Giannis trade whispers, and like every team that's in the market's going to be talking about him. But it sure would be interesting if he and Steph ever linked up as a duo for Golden State. But that brings us to the 49ers, JD. And I know it's an interesting week for them on a couple fronts. They got to 4-4. They beat the Cowboys. I was there on Sunday Night Football, so better than the potential 3-5. Could you imagine the spiral and how tight that would have been right now with the injury to Brandon Ayuk out for the rest of the year? You're expecting that McCaffrey's going to come back, but there just would have been so many more questions surrounding this trade deadline. I think they're in an okay spot. They're in a settled spot. They certainly hope to get some players back as a trade piece, even if they're not, even if it's just a health situation. CMC, the biggest part of that. Eventually, Dre Greenlaw. What do you think of this overall season, though, so far? I think if I had to write one sentence about it or make one headline, it's that this season has been way too interesting. It didn't need to be this interesting.
Well, think of how close they are, as bad as a lot of things have gone. And maybe the bad is the fact that they lost a couple of these, but they still are like fair. They should be 6-2.
They bad in the red zone. A couple late collapses to the Rams and to Arizona. Games that were winnable. I mean, they could have 2 more wins easily.
You can't undo it, but they could basically, you could feel the same way about their play, and they could be 6-2. Like, it would be a bad 6-2.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. Like, it would be a bad 6. You'd be like, oh, they're 6-2, but they should.
But I would say that they're a team that found a way to win. They found a way to lose a couple games, and even their last game, Sunday Night Football, it was in the bag. It wasn't necessarily fully in the bag.
They're showing that the game is never over with them in the bad way, because that's been the Achilles heel for this team, even in the Shanahan era when they've been close to winning Super Bowls, is they haven't been able to hold leads, whether it was the 2 Super Bowls against the Chiefs, whether it was the Rams NFC Championship game in 2021, January of 2022. That's been a part of this team's story. So to see it become a little bit more prevalent in the regular season, I do think is alarming. What do you make, Brody, of Kyle Shanahan's ability to get things going in the second half for this team and to get things going after the bye specifically? You go back 2021, they were 2-3 before the bye, 8-4 after. 2022, they were 4-4 at the bye, won 9 in a row to finish that season and a couple of playoff games. Last year, they started off great, 5-0, but then right around this time, they lost 3 in a row. They're 5-3, 7-2 after the bye. What do you make of? Is that a real tangible thing for you, or are they going to that well too much?
There are some tough opponents here remaining, but there's also some teams that the 49ers have either already beat, like the Seahawks again, or teams that they should have beat, like the Rams and Cardinals, still all over again remaining on this schedule. So I think the groundwork and the potential is there. A big part of it to me is now you've kind of traded. You don't have Ayuk for the rest of the year, but maybe you're getting Christian McCaffrey back. I think let's assume that that's the case. And I think the reason when Matt Mayoko joined us earlier, I think what he was repeating from Kyle Shanahan is that they're telling you everything is on track and on target for this to happen. You know why? Because they need to cover their butts. What if this week, this bye week, something has happened or is about to happen? And I'm not, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But they can't assure anything until he's actually back out there on the field during a game, not practice, until CMC is back out there doing his thing. But even then, JD, how much can you logistically expect? Like, how is he full bore? Is he 100% of what you would expect from, the Madden cover player and the number one fantasy drafted player of this past season or this current season? I mean, it's hard to actually know what you're going to get from him. And because of that, it's not a one-player team. But, I mean, that's the setting up, the running game setting up everything else offensively, I feel like is what they've been missing. And no knock on Miller, no knock on Garendo, but sometimes it hasn't looked like it's supposed to look with the running game. And even a lot of short yardage plays. It should be simple on 3rd and 2 to get a first down. And sometimes they're unable to do that.
He affects everything in a big way. It's a margin for error thing for me. Like, he's the guy that you can dump it to 3rd and 6. Play isn't there beyond the sticks. You dump it to him, and he gets 7.
Right. No, and that's short. Like I said, 3rd down usually, short yardage.
4th and 2, he gets 3.
Red zone usually.
4th and 2, he gets 3.
How about what Mayoko said earlier about how many times did McCaffrey punch the ball in anywhere in the red zone for the 49ers last year? He's in 17, 14, a teenage number of touchdowns. But the other point is that he's a threat as soon as he's on the field.
Well, and a lot of the key to the red zone is being able to run it in from outside.
Exactly.
Because it is so hard to throw it into the end zone because of the space issue, especially once you get down closer. So having somebody that has the ability to make somebody miss and find the goal line is important, and he's as good at that as I think anybody in the NFL. Also, he draws so much attention. I've made the Steph Curry comparisons a lot. At the NFL level of he just draws so much attention defensively that he allows for others to get wide open and allows Kyle Shanahan to cook up plays to where it's like, oh my God, like think of a lot of the Niner explosive plays. They're either yak plays, right, where it's perfectly timed to a point or perfectly blocked to a point where it's run after the catch on a relatively short play.
I like Kittle on seam routes too. I know that the yak plays or Kittle.
Or it's Purdy throws and a guy is wide ass open.
Right.
And those are the ones. Exactly. It's Ayuk wide open. Kittle wide open down the seam. But
how about the touchdown that was called back against the Cowboys?
Yes, Debo.
Talk about an explosive play.
Wide open.
Where's the holding on that?
The explosive plays, Brody, are it comes from a lot of it, the gravity of having to account for Christian McCaffrey in certain ways, and then Kyle Shanahan's ability, Brock Purdy's ability to execute, but Kyle Shanahan's ability to draw it up, knowing that the defense is going to be off balance in another spot.
I actually think, too, that Brock Purdy has not – I think his season started out sharper than it has been in the last couple weeks. But I also feel like even if we're witnessing him in kind of a – I don't want to say a lull, but even if we're witnessing him not at his best, he's still – I mean, it's so impressive. He's going to get paid next year. There's no question about it. I mean, Brock Purdy is one of the centerpieces here. But imagine if I told you going into this 49ers season – like in training camp, all right, Brandon Ayuk is holding in. Trent Williams is holding out. You'll get the Williams thing sorted away. You'll get the Ayuk thing sorted out. But eventually you lose Ayuk. You wouldn't have McCaffrey for basically the first half of the season. This whole saga of a year has had way too many bad headlines. Are they due for some better news? Are they due for some things? To your point about the second half, you would think they're due to get some players back, to go on a little bit of a roll, to win one that maybe they shouldn't have, or come back instead of come back on. If that's the word.
As tough as it has been, I don't feel like it's been abnormally abnormally against them or anything like that. And somebody was taking exception on social media with the fact that I said their record should be 6-2. I've heard so many people say that it's arrogant.
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not saying it should be. They're 4-4. They deserve to be 4-4. What I'm saying is, you're basically 2 plays from being 6-2.
Right.
And to me, it would be, I would have, and this is where I'm a little bit different. If they were 6-2 right now, yes, credit for overcoming, winning without your best stuff, whatever it is. But I would look at the 6-2 with some skepticism. But you'd still rather be 6-2 because it helps your overall seeding in the ability to. You'd still have to improve just as much, but that improvement can take you to a different level because you have those wins banked. That was kind of my point.
Nice insurance for the division, for sure. All right, we're going to step aside to our final segment. I can't believe, yes?
Do we want to do our question now, or do we want to wait? We want to hold it over. We can hold it over.
Actually, let's do that. Let's do that. We're not going to take a break. We're going to do this.
Let's do so our final question. I've got what I deem to be a pretty easy, a moderately easy one, and I've got a pretty tough one.
This is my Giant citizenship test.
Yeah. So do we want to go with the tougher one first, and then if Brody doesn't get it, we give him the final easier one?
Why don't we?
I'm going to let you choose.
Give me the hard one.
You want the hard one?
Let's go for it.
Here's the hard one. All right. This Giants outfielder was the final Giants batter for them at Candlestick Park.
Oh, my gosh.
And was the first Giants batter at Pacific Ballpark. This Giants batter, last batter at Candlestick in 1999. He was also the first batter.
Okay, now you've seen
in
me
2000. You've done nothing.
I've not touched my computer.
You have done nothing.
I'm going to go Armando Rios.
Oh, it is incorrect. No, it's close. It's close.
I felt so good about that one.
It is close.
Wait, gosh,
that is a great guess. I wanted to give it to you.
Okay, I was watching the replay of the broadcast of the last Giants game ever at Candlestick because the A's were preparing for their thing. Gosh, I'm gonna know this as soon as you say it too.
You are.
Wasn't FP, was it?
It was not FP, although FP was on that 99 team.
I'm trying to think. This is where I need a lifeline. Gosh, it is wasn't Richie?
Was not Richie. He's outfielder.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. This Giants outfielder. The last batter for the Giants at Candlestick Park. He was the first batter at Pacific Ballpark.
Definitely wasn't Shinjo.
Marvin Bernard.
Oh, Armando Rios. I was so close.
Marvin Bernard. Tying the two eras together.
I'm so upset that I should have had that one.
Armando Rios is a great.
I dropped the ball like Aaron.
Great answer. Armando Rios
like Aaron Judge
on both of those teams.
Yeah. No, I mean I've got a grasp of who was there. I forgot who it was. So now does it come down to the bonus?
So it comes down to the bonus. All right. Here's the bonus. We'll just get it out of the way now. Who had the most saves for the Giants in the 2014 World Series? Who had the most saves for the Giants in the 2014 World Series? That one courtesy of Danny Dunn.
Well, I know the obvious of what I'm supposed to say, but how many saves were there in that World Series? Madison Bumgarner?
Madison Bumgarner.
Correct.
With one.
See, that was a
there
trick.
There were no saves.
Okay, see, so that was honestly,
yes.
I did not know, but obviously, famously,
Yes.
I knew how he came back in and helped them win the game in the series. But the point is I was wondering if there weren't any other saves. And there were not any other saves.
They won 11-4 in Game 4.
No save situations.
He pitched a complete game in Game 5, so there was no save, even though it was a 2-0 game. And Game 1, I think they won 7 or 8-1, so there was no save, and he won that one as well. So he won 2 and then had the save in Game 7.
So are you telling me that I am now officially...
Congratulations, Brody Brazil!
Giant citizen.
You have yes.
All right. Wait. Hang on.
You are in.
Larry Bear's calling me. Hang on a second. Hi, Larry. Oh, good, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay.
He asked...
said my season passes are in the mail.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I thought he was saying, "Hey, your partner doesn't like our GM." What the what? No, I'm kidding.
Be a little bit more reasonable about it. All right, we are going to get to our buddy JR here because the 49ers are on a bye week, but there's plenty more action this weekend. And to help us out, we have JR of Taking Vegas.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
All right. Was this Shane McMahon's entrance song in WWE, I think, way back in the day?
It is.
We text to win 545454 to get started. You listen to JR. You can tune in at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning for more info. JR, welcome to the show. What have you got going for us this weekend?
All right, well, first off, happy Football Friday to all of San Francisco. Guys, we are here to get in the driver's seat and start making some real big money. We've been doing it all year, winter after winter. I'm sure you can hear it in my voice. We really are steamrolling, and here's what I'm going to do. I've got a game tomorrow in college football like no other, okay? You guys know how good my false favorite has been for the last 2 years. We hit this game every time I give it out. Last year, 13-1 on false favorites. I've got a game that's going to be an underdog in college football tomorrow that I'm telling you should easily be the favorite. It's my college football underdog game of the year, and it's yours absolutely free right now on the recorded line. Call this number now. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-9-WIN-NOW. You dial that number, and on the recorded line, guys, you're going to get this huge blowout winner absolutely free. Once again, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669 to get this blowout absolutely free. Again, on the recorded line, my college football underdog game of the year. 888-9-WIN-NOW. Now, I know you guys listened last week. I know you've been taking advantage of the free play here on air. I hope you guys have been just raking in the dough all year. We were 7-0 here in San Francisco coming into last week, and it took literally an act of nature to take us down. And you know what? I'm going to put an asterisk on last week's game. I told you to get in the over in the Bills-Seahawks game on Sunday. I gave it to you on Friday like we do here every week. Guys, it was a torrential downpour. When we got to game time at kickoff, it was coming down so hard. The ball was absolutely slippery as can be. They couldn't get it out to receivers. They could hardly hold on to it running the ball. That's why during the torrential downpour, there was only 6 points scored in that first quarter and a half. As soon as it stopped raining, the points started raining down. And then there was only 7 minutes to go. We needed 5 minutes and another torrential downpour. So, again, I know we lost the game on free on air last week. We're now 7-1 here on air, but guys, we've been killing it all year. For 12 years, 13, 14 years now, I've been doing the free pick on air. We've always been documented over 80%, not just this year, but every year. So once again, I've got an underdog that's going to win big. Call the number now. Get it free on the recorded line. It's my underdog game of the year in college football, a huge false favorite, and it's absolutely free. All you got to do is dial 888-9-WIN-NOW. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669 to get my biggest blowout of the year absolutely free. Again, a false favorite in college football, yours free. 888-9-WIN-NOW. 888-9-WIN-NOW. One of the things that we really talk about a lot here at Taking Vegas is not only the fact that we win like crazy, and that's why we have such a great retention of clientele, but guys, it comes down to also showing you the right way to manage your bankroll. How to not only hold on to your money, but watch it grow percentage by percentage. The idea in the beginning, you got to be a little overly aggressive. You need to build your bankroll, but you don't want to do it game by game. You do it by groups of games. Don't go up on one winner. You want to go up after you've got 5 net wins. Now, whether you go up 20%, 30%, or 50%, that's a game plan that we actually map out and will show you what's right for your bankroll. But it starts, guys, by getting in the door, seeing what we can do, and how we produce it. Now, not only do you need to call that number, but here, I'll make it simple. If you can't make the call, text the word WIN to 545454. Just text the word WIN to 545454. I will text you this huge blowout winner absolutely free. Again, my college football false favorite underdog game of the year, and it's free. Text the word WIN to 545454 right now to get the winner absolutely free via text message. Text WIN to 545454. Your free pick this week, guys, this is an easy one. You've got a huge, easy winner, in my opinion, in Minnesota. The Colts coming to town. Flacco taking the helm for Richardson. And I can tell you now, that defense, that Brian Flores defense, going to get all over Flacco and put way too much pressure on him. Look for the Vikings not only win, but win big. I'm looking for this to be a 14 to 24 point blowout winner. Get in the Vikings minus the 5 to easily get it done against the Colts. And one more time, text the word WIN to 545454 to get this college football blowout absolutely free. Again, text WIN to 545454. As always, guys, I want you to be safe, have fun, and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike Silver, the great, now of The Athletic. He joined Lund and JD yesterday and discussed the 49ers' biggest needs ahead of the 2024 NFL trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, problems, solve them. Yep, I'd be in here doing karaoke, JD, if this were not on the radio. Wait, is that you singing or is that me singing?
I think it was you. But I was in spirit singing along for sure.
Good for you for hanging along with my BS. We only have
your BS.
We only have like a minute or two left, but there was one important Jonathan Kuminga note that we didn't get to that we totally intended to earlier.
Yeah, reporting from Sam Amick and John Hollinger of The Athletic, and the gist of it, the headline from it is a great article. I'd encourage everybody to read it. We're going to talk about this tomorrow on Just Dubs. I do the Just Dubs weekly show Saturday mornings.
I'm more of a Dubs OT guy myself.
Yeah, I get it.
But I like all the Dubs shows.
Yeah. But yeah, we get both tomorrow because the Warriors are playing in Houston. So we're going to be on right around 7:15, 7:30 tomorrow night with Dubs OT. But 11 to noon tomorrow, Just Dubs, and going to be talking about this. The reporting from Sam Amick and John Hollinger that rival NBA executives believe the Warriors are, quote, more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, he was on our Giannis potential seven item trade, right? 4 players, 3 picks.
And Jimmy Butler was the other name that the Warriors reportedly monitoring.
Is Kuminga not happy here? Is he not fitting in right? Is he, what's behind that? I know we're up on time here.
Yeah, no, he has performed well coming off the bench the last couple of games, but I don't think he took to being brought off the bench with Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins out.
Well, there you go. Some reporting, some insight from John Dickinson. JD, pleasure, man. Really enjoyed today's show, and we will hand it over to Tolbert and Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Their program begins right here, right now.
Go Sharks.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. Tolbert is really feeling it. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam today. And today we are going to have Krug. Krug will join us at 2:50. Dante Whitner's 3:50. Marcus Thompson 4:50. Dr. Bob will join us at 5:15. Talked to him earlier. We'll go over a few football games. We'll have some pro games for you as well. Kerry's favorite Harmony will join us at 5:30, and I'm sure we'll have some. We'll have a banger of soup on a Friday. We usually do. What's up, Kerry?
Not a whole lot, Tom. How's your Halloween? How was trick or treating last night?
It was a dud.
Was it really?
Nope. Yeah, nobody. We probably got 40 kids, maybe 40.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was kind of a bummer. So we're just stuck with all kinds of candy, and it's always
tragic. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't need it around. I don't need the candy around. So,
I get it.
Yeah. So I was like, oh god, we got too much candy around. So what did someone do today? I'm not sure who ordered donuts. Sweet. So. Basically dough candy. It's like, I mean, it's just it's barely food. Damn, they're good though.
Oh,
and they
incredible.
got the crumb donuts. Like I can't.
Yeah.
I don't seek out donuts because if I do, I'm toast because I love donuts like anybody else. But there's only two I really like. If you can keep me away from like the 2 donuts, then I can like you can bring 100 donuts in the house. I won't touch them.
Yeah.
But if you bring crumb donuts in, and if you bring in cake donuts.
Okay.
Not the cake donuts. Just I crush those, and then if you go cake crumb, crush those as well. So that's my kryptonite when it comes to donuts.
Yeah, I'm a chocolate old-fashioned guy, and I think that those are far better than anything else. However, the crumb donut is pretty darn good. That's I'll take all donuts, though, over any Halloween candy. We didn't really get the chance to discuss this yesterday, but Halloween candy is so low on my dessert and sweet big board, which, of course, I've assembled through the years, that it just doesn't rank for me. Yeah. We got into that instant discussion.
Give me we got no Niners this week, so what's the dessert?
It's a bye week.
What is the dessert big board look like for you?
I think a butter cake or a brownie with ice cream on top covered in chocolate sauce. There's a lot of restaurants. Yeah. There's a lot of restaurants that'll do that, and I think that that's about as good of a dessert that you can get in a restaurant. If we're talking something that you're just opening up out of packaging, which we talked about at length yesterday. The cookie sandwich is really good. It combines my 2 favorite desserts, cookies and ice cream, and you follow that up with donuts are there somewhere. I've become more of a pastry guy over the last few years. Anytime I have the chance, the chocolate almond croissant is a go-to for me. And then far down the list, it's just candy that you can buy at the store. I've never liked the Halloween candy, Butterfingers, Snickers, M&Ms, whatever it is, it's so much worse than anything you can get that's fresh, homemade, or from a bakery, from a pastry shop, from a restaurant. So that's kind of how I feel about all of it.
No doubt, no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm not a huge dessert guy, so I don't need them. I like mint chocolate chip malt or shakes. I like chocolate malts, vanilla ice cream, chocolate sauce, and little malt in there. I'm good to go. Anything lemon, I'm pretty solid. Cobblers, I'm great. Fruit cobblers, blueberry cobbler, peach cobbler, cherry cobbler. Just cobbler it up. I'm good. Ice cream, don't need a lot of ice cream. Don't need a lot of cake.
Okay.
If I do eat cake, it's lemon sheet cake, and my mom makes me that for my birthday.
You ever had a Texas sheet cake?
I haven't.
Oh yeah, my soon-to-be father-in-law makes a dynamic Texas sheet cake. It's
what
like it's a long pan. No, it's not. It's like a long pan of brownies with this icing on top, this glaze that's just incredibly good. So it's like it's like if a brownie had kind of the extra touch that a cake has. So it's a mix there, and it's insanely good. So,
yeah, I mean you can't go wrong with brownies.
No.
You can't go wrong with brownies. And then we're getting into, I will add, as a special category, Christmas confections.
Ooh.
Because I love peanut butter balls. Peanut butter balls are incredible.
So good.
You know who always brings peanut butter balls is Tim Roy. He makes peanut butter balls. And he brings them to the game. I'm like, and he sits them next to him. I'm like, don't sit those right next to me. Don't put them over there. Make me at least work for him
a little bit. A quarter.
Because if you sit those next to me, man, I'll just hammer those things. And they're so rich, too. It's like, like 2s probably should be your max. And then you're like, I think this is my 5th one. Just like crushing them. My mom makes them, too. And I just like, please, just easy with those. Because I just, there's certain things that you put them in front of me, I'm going to eat them. And that's one of them. I can't do. Oh man! So
it's like the crumb donut. You get it in the house, and all of a sudden,
crumb donut.
Not eating
man.
anything else.
Yeah, I turn into a Tasmanian devil and just give them to me, and I'll eat them until they're gone. I've always wondered is maybe someone can figure this out on the thread. Is it better for you to eat like if I'm gonna eat? Let's say I'm going to eat 3 crumb donuts. Is it better to eat them all in one sitting or space them out throughout the day, like over a 14-hour period?
You're talking what's healthier?
Does that do anything for me? Can I burn any of it off before I get to the other ones? Is it better just to eat it all at once? That way I burn all the calories there and they leave the body quicker? Or is it I don't know if it means anything. I don't know. I just something I was thinking about. I think of weird stuff.
Something I was thinking about.
Yeah, I think of weird stuff like that. Like I think of weird stuff. I told people one of the weirdest things I thought of that I think actually holds some validity that's true is if you have a big afro, it helps cushion your head against concussions.
You know what? I kind of did in high school when I played football. My hair was insane. So I'll send you a picture during the break.
I think it does. I think it's like probably 0.00001%.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just stands to reason. The more hair you have, the more cushion you would have. Again, I don't think it's helping you at 1%. I think it's a lot less than that. But it has to help you some. It just does. It's physics. More cushion, that helps.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say go ahead and wear a J.C. Penney helmet out there to play football because you have a big afro. Hey, Tom said this is going to protect me. No, I did not. I most certainly did not. Anyway,
you should float that by Aaron Rodgers sometime. Yeah, we'll talk about that Jets Texans game where one of your favorite things in football happened last night.
Oh, God.
The guy dropping the ball before the end zone, a time-honored tradition, usually reserved for the college ranks. We saw it in the NFL. We'll touch on that at some point this afternoon. Giants have a new general manager. Blake Snell's opted out. You mentioned the guest list. We've got a great crew today. Larry Krueger. We've got Dante Whitner and Marcus Thompson, Dr. Bob stopping by. So a nice show. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here alongside Tom Tolbert on Friday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point sports leader.
The San Francisco Giants have officially introduced new general manager Zack Minasian. What do you think of the hire? Let us know in our KNBR YouTube chat.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes Friday afternoon, the 1st of November. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. The World Series is over, and the San Francisco Giants have a new general manager working under President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey. It's Zack Minasian, who's been in the organization for, 5 or 6 years now. He was originally hired by Farhan Zaidi, experience in the Milwaukee Brewers front office as well, working with David Stern. So, Tom, before we discuss this, let's hear a little bit from Buster and Zack as he was officially introduced today as the general manager. Here's what they had to say.
I'm thrilled to get to know him better, work alongside him. You know, the background work on him, it was just every person just spoke so highly of the character. I think number one for me is, you know, in this role is finding somebody that obviously is very astute in their baseball knowledge, which Zack is, but having somebody that I can trust, that we can all trust and share similar visions and goals for the San Francisco Giants was very important. And I think Zack most definitely checked all those boxes. And again, just really excited to get to work with him.
Yeah, obviously extremely excited. Just a huge thanks to Buster giving me this opportunity. Larry Baer, Greg Johnson, people I met with throughout the process. Just a special opportunity. It's an iconic franchise. So a huge thanks to them. A huge thanks to my family, my wife, Karina, our son, Nico, and my parents, my brothers, all the sacrifices that they've made to help me and to get to this spot. So I feel incredibly fortunate and proud to be in this role with this franchise in particular.
So there you have it. Buster Posey, Zack Minasian, the introduction. Not going to learn a whole lot about the vision on day one, Tom, but in the minutes after Zack Minasian was introduced, Blake Snell's opted out of his contract, so he saw enough. He's out.
He's out. He's out. It would have been better if he would have said, I want to thank Buster. Buster's probably like, Doe. You called him Jack. I slip of the tongue, obviously. Yeah. We're not going to know. We won't know until the beginning of the season. We expected that Snell would opt out, and he'll be wanting the deal that he thought he was going to get this year that he didn't get. And Chapman did. Chapman waited the year and then got it. He got it with the team that signed him and got him with the team that Snell opted out from, the Giants. So I don't think he'll be back unless it's a 3-year deal or less.
Ooh.
And I don't think it will be. But I don't think the Giants want to give him a 5-year deal. I just don't. And I don't even know if it's smart to give him a 5-year deal. Like, I just thought for Blake Snell, like last year's deal made perfect sense. They high reward, low risk. And even then, what'd you end up getting? You got a lot of really, really great starts.
When your team was out of it.
Yeah, you didn't get a lot of them, right? When they needed you, where were you? Nowhere to be found. And that's kind of Blake Snell.
Yeah.
That's kind of the MO of his career. When he pitches, he's usually really good. Sometimes he's not. Takes him a while to get going, but he can have his off years too. The 2 years, two Cy Youngs is pretty awesome. But those were by far the best years that he's had. He hasn't had other years where he's like, oh, he's second or he's close or somebody else just had a better year than him. Like, he just had 2 monster years and then 2 years. All the other years are like, nah, they're good. Some aren't even very good. So 5 years for me, it's just not appetizing. And if he can get it, hey, cool for him. More power to him. Go grab the money while you can. But that would not be high on my priority list. Now, I don't know exactly internally what they think of Harrison and Birdsong. I don't know the other young guys that I saw this year. I'm not like Black. I don't know. Maybe he's maybe a fifth guy, maybe an emergency guy. But I don't know that I want him in the starting five. Like even as a fifth guy. And I'm not sure where Birdsong and Harrison even fit in. I don't know. I guess there'll be 3-4, hopefully. I mean, best case 3-4, because best case Ray will be 2. And you'll have
you've got Jordan Hicks as well, but you've got Jordan Hicks for what, like 140? And it's easy to forget because he's never been a starting pitcher before, and he wasn't a starting pitcher in August and September.
Now we are assuming, and I'm kind of assuming this is going to happen. But I don't know for a fact, so I'll ask you. I mean, I'm just assuming that Robbie Ray's not opting out.
He shouldn't opt out. Robbie Ray is not going to get 2 years, $50 million on the free agent market.
That's what I thought.
Offseason. And that is the contract that he's got right now, essentially, with the Giants. So I guess he could opt out, and if he does, we'll learn more in the coming days. But he's not getting 2 years and $50 million.
Yeah, that was kind of my assumption, is that he would be back. So. Yeah, I mean, the rotation still, I'd like to add one more, but that's not super pressing. Like, I would like to get one more kind of legit guy, but you're right. I always forget about Hicks. And I think with Hicks, he was much better last year as a starter than he was a reliever. So, if he's the fifth guy, then heck, there's your top 3. The young guys are 4 or 5. And, I feel pretty good about that rotation. It's not like a dominant rotation, but it's a lot better than most have. Like a lot of teams would love to have that rotation. Again, if Robbie Ray can be Robbie Ray, again, now that's a big if. So, but I don't know. Would you go out and try to get Snell? Because my preference is I would not. If it's like 4 or 5 years, I'd just say, you know what? Thanks for the memories. We'll give you a video trivia board. We'll give you a video trivia when you come back because everybody gets
a video trivia for what? 16 starts.
Absolutely. Everybody gets them, Gary. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You play
it's
2
just
games.
You know they'd have enough time to put every pitch he threw in a video trivia if they did that when he came back.
Very well could.
I mean, all 27 outs of his no-hitter in Cincinnati, you'd get that on the video tribute, and that would be Blake Snell's contributions in a Giants uniform. But I don't know. I think you look at the top of the free agent market this year, and it's going to be Max Fried, the left-hander in Atlanta. And the last time Atlanta didn't get a guy who was in the organization, signed to a long-term deal, they let a guy walk, it was Freddie Freeman, and look what he just did. So they've clearly got some player development ability down in Atlanta. Corbin Burns is the other guy. He's from California, went to St. Mary's. I think he's more of a Southern California. He might be a Dodgers fan or Angels fan growing up. I don't know exactly what his story is. Well, yeah, no. The Angels have already spent all their money on Jorge Soler. So.
They really did. Like, we're done.
Day one of the offseason. We got our guy. That's it. Perry Minasian closing up shop down in Anaheim. But after that, there's a significant drop-off in the quality of starters. After Blake Snell and Fried and Burns, the next guys on the market are like Jack Flaherty and... Beyond Flaherty, you've got Sean Manaea and Michael Wacha, who, these are all guys who've pitched for 4, 5, 6 different teams in their career, and there's a reason for that. The best guys don't pitch for 10 teams. You stay with 1 or 2 throughout your career. You stay with the team that developed you and extended you, or you go get your free agent money from another team, and that's how it works. But I don't know that the Giants need a true Tier 1A ace to pair with Logan Webb. But I also don't think that you can go into the season just expecting that Harrison and Birdsong can hold down 2 spots for all 162 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. I wouldn't mind Fried. I mean, I don't know. His cost is going to be up there, too.
Yeah, but that's going to be 5-6 years, $200+ million.
Yeah, probably is, isn't it? he's quite a bit younger than Snell, is he not?
Well,
or
let's,
is he?
let's,
Maybe
let's
he's
run
not.
the numbers.
Yeah,
let's check this out.
You never know when guys come into the league, so maybe he's not all that young, much younger than Snell is. My assumption was he was like 3 years younger than Snell, but I could be way off. He's probably older. No,
Max Fried is 30, so
that's
Blake
older than
Snell,
I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Blake Snell is 31, but he turns 32 this offseason. So I don't have the exact birthday of Max Fried. I can only do so much
a year and a
research
half.
here.
So not as much.
Exactly.
Not as much as I thought.
So if Blake Snell, you're feeling fine about 3 years, would you give Max Fried 5 if it was $200 million and knowing that you're getting age 30 to 35 level production out of him?
No, not 40 a year, not 5 for 200. I might give him 5 for like 130.
Yeah, he will definitely sign for more than that this offseason.
Yeah, well, sorry.
So general manager Tom Tolbert is not rebuilding the Giants rotation.
I'm driving a hard bargain.
Exactly.
Because look, I'm hoping, and again, you don't want to go into the season hoping, but if Ray can get back to what he was, and again, a big if, there's your other tier 1A. There's your guy. I mean, you have a righty and a lefty. You got a ground ball guy and a power guy. I mean, it's a perfect complement to one another.
Yeah.
If he and like he showed in spurts last year what he's capable of, but it was just in spurts, and then he got hurt, and then they shut him down. He'll have a whole off season this year. He'll be able to go through his entire routine, and I would imagine probably feel a lot more comfortable starting off the season than he did coming in, jumping in midstream this year. So, and I agree with you. I'm not totally sure that that I trust Birdsong and Harrison to start 30 plus games, or even high 20s, because I'm not sure what Harrison is this year. He's going to be the one guy I look at and go, okay, what's his fastball say?
Yeah.
Is it 95 or is it 93? Because those 2 miles an hour make a massive difference for him. And then with Birdsong, it's just about control. I mean, if he can control the fastball, his velocity is not an issue whatsoever. Sometimes he can't throw a strike, sometimes he can, but it's not where he wants to be in the strike zone, and then it doesn't make his changeup and curveball as devastating as it can be. So, I mean, you see him, like you can kind of see the pieces with those guys. It's almost like the movie guy. I hope you don't hate Top Gun as much as Copes does. But,
I'm neutral on Top Gun.
Okay, it's like that scene in Top Gun where they're trying to get radar lock and the thing's moving and the radar's moving and the plane's moving and the radar.
Yeah,
they're kind of like that a little bit, where you can kind of see them, like you see it, but it's moving around a little bit, and you're like, I can't quite focus on what they are or what they're going to be. Like it's kind of there. I see the rough sketches and like what they could be, and if they are what they could be, then they're going to have no issues whatsoever, right? They're going to have no issues because those guys do have the capability, I think, of being like good starters. Maybe not ones and twos, but maybe 2s and 3s, guys like that. I mean, you could have a really nice rotation next year, but not quite sure.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Here it comes. Here it comes. No Tim today, but this show doesn't skip a beat with Jacob on the board.
Jacob,
I did not know that Coast was so anti-Top Gun. That's
for some reason
incredible knowledge.
My theory is, my working theory is, now he may not like it at all, but my theory is everyone else really likes it, and he probably saw it. I mean, to be honest, it's not a cinema masterpiece. It's just kind of like, hey, it's Top Gun. It's cool. It's a bunch of good-looking dudes going really fast in jets, and the lines are pretty cliche and stuff like that. And Tom Cruise is in it, so yeah. And then you got the guys saying you'll be flying rubber dog bleep out of the short little stubby cigar. That guy, love that guy. God damn it, Maverick. He's great. So I mean, it's just so I think it was built up. Then he saw it, it's probably like, oh, that sucked compared to what we said it was, or maybe he does think it sucks. That's also a possibility as well. But I get the feeling he's being a little bit of a contrarian on this one.
Yeah, I would get that sense as well. On the other side, we're talking NFL. We're talking 49ers, looking at the NFC West. Larry Krueger can join us at 2:50 today, and we'll talk about dropping the football before you reach the end zone. Tom's favorite move that you can pull. Crowley and Prokop's here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
I am dangerous.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Why the hell are guys dropping the ball before they get to the end zone? I always guess it must be a gang thing. I don't really know why, but I don't understand gang things. So I just, that's just that's just my theory. I don't think it's a good one. It's just the only one I have. I don't know why it's cool to drop the ball before you get into the end zone. I don't even know why it's cool to drop the ball right as you cross the goal line. I don't know why that's cool.
A little toss back here. Corley, plenty of room all the way to the end zone. Malachi Corley, a rookie.
The runner dropped the ball before crossing the goal line. The ball then subsequently rolled to the back of the end zone out of bounds, which is considered an immediate recovery. It is a touchback. It's a first down for the defense.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Friday afternoon. Second consecutive evening, you witnessed something truly inexplicable in the world of sports. Wednesday night, it's Garrett Cole with the opportunity to go cover first base and preserve a 5-0 lead for the Yankees. He fails to do so, and the inning implodes on the Yankees. Last night, it's Malachi Corley who, by the way, one career reception entering the game. This isn't Devontae Adams with the long history of NFL success. This is a guy with one career reception on the night, dropping the ball before recording his first career touchdown. And I don't know what's more inexplicable, Tom. Garrett Cole, the veteran pitcher, failing to cover first base in the World Series, or a rookie receiver dropping the ball before he crosses the goal line. But back-to-back nights, you see something new every single time you watch sports.
That's a great question. I think it may have been something I discussed, like we discussed yesterday, isn't it?
The Cole thing?
Yeah, I think didn't we discuss that? Didn't we talk about Garrett Cole not running to first base, and I talked about guys dropping balls.
Oh, and then it happened. It happened. Yeah.
Didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, that's exactly what you compared it to.
I think we might have sound on that.
Well,
maybe we
get
don't.
Jacob going through the skimmer. Hour one yesterday.
Maybe we don't.
Start from the top.
I tried to set it up. I thought it was there. Maybe it wasn't. Somebody pulled the okie doke on me. And he pulled the. You know what they did? Pulled the rug out from under me.
Yeah.
Where's Bob Costas when you need him? We need more cliches. Anyway, I don't get it. I never have gotten it. No one has come up with a plausible explanation for me, as to why it's cool to drop the ball as soon as you get across the goal line. Why can't you carry it halfway into the end zone? And then drop it. And so you got to drop it as soon as you get beyond the goal line, because that's cool. And every once in a while, you'll drop it a little too soon. I would literally want to cut someone right on the spot. I would. That would be my inclination. I can't have dummies playing for me. I just can't. And I don't even know. Corley could be a smart kid. I have no idea. And I don't know how smart he is. All I can base it off of is that. And that ain't smart. That's the absolute opposite of smart. Smart's on one end, that is on the other end. In fact, the people that are on the other end may be offended that that's actually in that category. That's near them. Maybe it should be further down the line. There is no category beyond smart, not smart, and galactically dumb, where you do stuff to cost your team points and take away, I think, his first touchdown, because he's a rookie, first touchdown of his career. Again, I don't want to hear, it's a learning moment. It's a learning lesson. Shut up.
Did you hear what Jeff Ulbrich said after the game?
No.
He goes, I'm definitely frustrated and angry, but what an amazing opportunity for this kid to grow and learn from.
I mean, God,
amazing
I hate that.
Opportunity.
I just hate that. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. And we say, they're young kids. I go, how long have you been playing football? How long has it been okay to drop the ball before you get to the end zone? How long has it been okay? It hasn't. It's never been okay. So they're young. I hate when people say that. When somebody makes it I understand mistakes when you're young, but not stupid-ass mistakes like that. Some mistakes, you're like, bro, you've been playing this game your whole life. You played it in college, high school, who knows how many years before high school, but that should be enough. High school and college should be enough. There are certain things you should know. You're not a rookie playing football. It's not some of these guys that play basketball, come over from different countries. They say he's only been playing basketball 3 years, or some of them live here and they've only been playing 3 or 4 years. I get that. You haven't been playing that long. But when you've been playing basketball 8 years, NFL 7 years, football 8 years, baseball 8 years, I don't want to hear about your age. It's not about your age. It's about how long have you played that sport. You may not be a veteran in that league, but you're a veteran of that sport. And you should just know better. So the learning lesson came along with the soft society-itis. It came with the juice boxes and the orange slices and the trophies for everybody and the pat them on the head and make sure everyone's having a good time and don't keep score at games and don't give grades because they don't want to crush people's dreams. I mean, come on, learning lesson.
Amazing opportunity.
This one I want to go back to my grandpa and probably even before, like where the coach just comes out and goes, "What a dumbass! Are you kidding me? Like, just come on. You should know better than that. You can't do that. Like, just." I mean, call it as it is. We beat around the bush too much. We don't call things as they are because we want to tiptoe. We don't want to hurt feelings. We don't want to go to HR. We don't want to do whatever. It's just like, just call it as it is. It shouldn't kill anybody's confidence. It shouldn't kill them. Like, oh my God, I'm folding. Like I can't do anything anymore. I can't move. I'm just like I'm emotionally crippled. I got to go in the corner and just curl up and die because you crushed me in public. Like, grow up. I mean, get some thick skin. Okay, I'm gonna sit down still on the porch, but I'm gonna sit down on the swing now. I'm no longer standing up on the porch. I'm sitting down on the swing with a beverage.
I say he's an idiot.
The thing that I love is, you've got Garrett Cole making that mistake in Wednesday night's World Series game.
Yep.
And it is conceivable that when Garrett Cole is running over to first base, something in his line of vision tells him that Anthony Rizzo might beat Mookie Betts to the bag. And so you could slow up. It's not the right move, but you could see some sort of world where that logic makes sense because of what's unfolding in front of Garrett Cole, the angle of running to first base. Maybe he thinks he's not going to beat Mookie Betts there. With Malachi Corley, he sees the end zone, and yet he still chooses to drop the ball ahead of time. There's nothing that I can conjure up to explain how this makes any sense.
No.
There's no field of vision for a wide receiver or a football player should tell you that you can drop the ball at the 1 yard line, that you can drop the ball ahead of time. It's entirely inexplicable.
Well, I just want someone to explain to me why it's cool to drop it as soon as you get across the goal line. Because remember, Deshaun Jackson was the first one that dropped it before. It was against the Cowboys. I want to say it was on Monday Night Football. He was a rookie with the Eagles. Mm-hmm. I think that was going to be his first touchdown, too. And he dropped it before he got to the goal line. It was just sitting there. It was right in the middle of the field, too. It didn't go out of the end zone. It just sat there. And I think the Cowboys came and picked it up. They're like, thanks. Appreciate that. Like, yeah, there's no one that's been able to explain to me, like, what's enticing about that? Like, what makes it cooler to drop it quickly? I don't know. I've asked that. Every time it happens, I've asked that. And
Deshaun Jackson did it twice. Do you know that?
I know he did. It's amazing. So much for a learning lesson, huh?
Amazing opportunity for Deshaun Jackson
that he obviously turned down. He did not heed the warning signs. Did not take the lesson. Oh my gosh! They're just certain things that guys do on the field, football, baseball, diamond, court. You're just like, what in the world are you thinking? Like, how is that even possible that you did something like that? Like, we could probably find more than what Garrett Cole did. You watch enough baseball, you're like, how in the world did you even... And usually with baseball, it's about not being in the game mentally, like you don't understand the situation, and you're like lost in your own head or looking at people in the crowd, or something's going on in your life that you're just like you're not there, and then you do something stupid with it. Like, I mean, Larry Walker throwing into the stands when there's 2 outs, pretty stupid. That's pretty dumb. Like, you're really not paying attention when stuff like that happens. But and again, like, that was kind of a funny ha-ha thing, because he kind of made light of it. And he says, I mean, even he said, I think, I'm an idiot. Like, what am I doing? But that was regular season. This one's gonna, man, I don't know that this one washes out. I don't know if he has enough bleach and enough Tide and anything. I don't know. I don't know that this one washes out. If it does, it's going to take a long, long time to wash out, because his excuse wasn't any better either. It was like, well, the angle I had. It's like, bro, I was watching you, or you're running right toward the bag. What do you mean the angle? What angle? With the bad angle that you were running toward the bag? Like, people were lighting him up too, and rightfully so. Like, when Roy Oswald, a former pitcher, crushes you on Twitter, He actually crossed out his stat line of 0 earned runs and put 5. He said it was all on him. I was like, God dang.
Aaron Judge drops the ball. Anthony Volpe's throw is errant.
Yep.
And there you go. It's all on Garrett Cole.
Roy just hammered him.
Runs. That's a very good take.
Take all these 5. Take all these 5. Oh, man.
That's awesome.
And that was the worst base running in the history of the game.
You know, my first day at KNBR, Lee Hammer sat me down in his office, and the very first thing he ever did was play that John Miller clip the entire way through, and just listen to Ruben Rivera running the bases. So, some great things,
clips of all time.
Some great memories there. Larry Krueger will join us on the other side, host of Niners Nightly here on KNBR, talking 49ers football as they head into this weekend with a bye. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Friday afternoon, KNBR, the sports leader. The great Bob Costas joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss what Buster Posey could do as the man in charge with the San Francisco Giants. Listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland on Friday afternoon. It's time to welcome in our first guest of the day. You hear him every night on Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger. Larry, how's it going?
What's going on, Kerry? Tommy, how you guys doing?
Krug, how are you?
Yeah, doing well on our end.
I'm doing great, man. Doing fantastic. Got the bye week, got a little extra rest this week. Got to see some Warrior basketball. I like what I see there. Giants making some news, so a lot of good stuff.
I know you're going to be shocked to hear this. Kuminga's in the news again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, in the news again. So they're more willing than ever to move off of him. So we will see what happens. I think
very risky.
They might be in the mood of Jimmy Butler, possibly. So
how do you feel about
happens. I don't mind moving off of Kuminga. I'm not as tied to him as anybody else. Everybody else, there's definitely risk, no doubt. I mean, because we don't know exactly what he's going to be yet. But apparently they were, $5+ million apart per year in contract negotiations, and I don't know. I don't know if he's that type of player. Like, I know he wants what like Franz Wagner got same year. I think drafted one spot ahead or behind him. I'm not sure. But he got like a full $220 million, 5 years. So he's making over $40 million a year, and I think he wants that. He's not worth that. But so I don't know. I wouldn't say, but you better get a really good piece, and I think they would. So I don't. Again, it's risky, but I wouldn't mind that. I'm kind of in the same boat with him as I am Poole, and I think Kuminga probably could end up being better than Poole. But they're good players. It's just what you're going to have to pay them. And what they did pay Poole was $30 million. They just realized that was too much money for what he was worth and traded him. So, that's the thing about sports, right? Like, you look at a guy and it's not just binary. Do you like him? Do you not like him? Well, I like him for this price. I don't like him for this price. So, it bears watching. And again, I think if you have a concern, I think probably what it would be is, right, we don't know exactly what he is yet, and you'd hate to give up on him like a year and a half, 2 years too early, and then all of a sudden it's like, damn, that guy's pretty damn good.
He is talented. He's super athletic, but, they're also getting at that point where it's time to either pay him or not, and if you don't want to pay him, then maybe you probably should trade him. I don't like the age, because isn't Jimmy Butler like 35?
Yeah, Jimmy Butler's mid-30s. But I think it's his last year of his deal.
Me.
So it's his last year of his deal. He makes a lot of money. So that would open up a big salary space. So I think that's probably what they'd be thinking is, look, we'll have him this year, but then next year we can maybe try to re-sign him if we want. If not, we're going to have a bunch of money to spend next year. And I still think with Steph being here, it's still an attractive destination. And I've said, I've shut people down on this for years because people are like, oh, let's get Giannis. We get Giannis. And I'm always like, shut up. We're not getting Giannis. Milwaukee's not getting rid of you. Not getting rid of Giannis. Giannis ain't going to leave Milwaukee. And now I'm watching him this year. I'm thinking, okay, let me start watching this a little bit closer because they have not played good ball early. Like, it's still really early, and they could turn this around. And then I would go back to my normal stance, my regular viewing. Shut up, they're not trading him. I don't want you to bring his name up. But if they're like 3-10, or they get off to a terrible start, and they're like, hey, we need to get younger, we need to get more athletic, because that team's like old. Then now, okay, now let's start looking at this and like, how do we make it work financially? And that's where the Butler thing helps, right? If I think he's only 1 year left, that opens up a huge hole. And they have a lot of room. They've never had this much room to work with before because of the salaries they've had. So this probably isn't just about now. It's about the future and how we get stuff in here and how we open up space to get stuff in here. So it'll be interesting.
He's $48 million. It's $48 million this year for Butler. I'm just looking at it. It's $52 on a player option next year. So the only thing I would say is Kuminga makes $7, so they're gonna have to come up with $40 million of salary to pair with him. But You know what? I like the idea. I don't. Steph is the focus, right? And I think you got to try to make a move to try to maximize Steph. And it just,
I agree.
I know, I love Kuminga and I love the upside, and he's gotten a whole lot better, but he's still not quite there yet. And there's some. It's a little frustrating watching him develop. So I'll have to see what that deal looks like. But yeah, no, I mean, if it helps them win a title or at least contend for a title this year, if it makes them a title contender, hey, maybe it's a smart move.
No, absolutely. All right, let's get to the Niners. Any injury news that is new that you've learned about it, or are we still kind of in a holding pattern with all these guys?
Well, I think Shanahan's made it clear that he thinks Jennings is coming back after the bye. So that one's kind of big because he wasn't even at the facility this week or last week that I could see with that hip injury. So, and you never know. I mean, you had hip surgery. You know how big a hip, can be. I mean, I don't know. He took a terrible hit on it, and it looked like tons of pain. Now, Kyle said it wasn't a hip pointer, but it may have been, I don't know, could it have been a dislocation or some kind of incredible contusion? But the hip is a huge one. So I'm looking for, that's the big one for me. And then I think it's still going to take a few weeks for CMC, still going to take, or for Greenlaw. CMC, we're going to find out probably Monday or, out there at practice. What does he look like? Because they're going to try to ramp him up this week. And so far we haven't heard anything. So maybe no news is good news. I think that's what I'm thinking there. And Givens is another key guy for them. He's got the groin, but I think the week off will probably help him. So they get some guys. I mean, Greenlaw is probably a December guy. That would be my guess. Probably another month.
Got it.
Larry, with the NFC West right now, obviously we'll sit back and watch this weekend with the 49ers off. You've got two teams playing against each other, Seahawks and Rams. Cardinals have won a lot of games late so far this season. Who's the biggest challenger to the 49ers right now? Because I think conventional wisdom might tell you it's Seattle, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's Seattle. I mean, maybe I'm judging it too much on the Niners took care of Seattle and handled them and didn't handle the other two, but I would say it's the Rams.
Okay.
I would say it's the Rams just because of Stafford, just because they've got a few pieces. They also have higher standards. And, Puka Nacua, is he going to come back later this year? I mean, I know Kupp, Stafford to Kupp is always a difficult, combo to defend. The Rams did lose their big-time guard, Steve Avila, so they're not getting him back this year. But I would say the Rams look to me like a team that kind of thinks of themselves because of Stafford as a 2024 deal, where I think everybody else in the division outside of the Niners, Arizona and Seattle, are thinking down the road.
Puka is back.
He is back.
Then he got hurt at practice.
He got hurt again?
Yeah, he came off the practice field, and it's the knee, so it's the same injury.
No, damn it.
Yeah.
Well, damn, Krug, you should have told me before I set my fantasy team. Bull crap.
You're playing fantasy?
No, yeah, I got sucked into West and got me. My kids got me into a league, but it's all his friends and like three of my friends, and that's about it. They sucked me into the league, and now I'm like, I got to pay attention because I can't embarrass the Tolbert crest. And so, yeah.
I'm having the luckiest fantasy year of all time. I got McCaffrey because I had the first pick in the draft. Of course, we know he hasn't played, and yet we're undefeated. And we're fifth in the league in scoring, so we are lucking out.
That's good drafting.
Well, no, it's lucky because we've won like 3 games by less than a point and a half or something. I mean, it's been very fortunate.
It's great coaching. Great coaching.
That's lucky. Yeah, great fantasy coaching.
Strength of schedule was in your favor. Commissioner set everything up right for you, Larry.
All right, what game are you going to be most interested in this weekend? Rams Seattle or Detroit Green Bay?
Yes, Detroit Green Bay.
Yeah.
I think Detroit Green Bay. Oh, by the way, last night, if you thought you were the Texans, of course, are going to beat the Jets. Oh man, I mean, there's so much for that. It just kind of proves that the NFL. You know what, Tommy? It's like I've told myself this. I wrote it down on a piece of paper. If I see a spread that makes no sense and makes me want to go against it, pause and go with it. But it's the hardest thing to do. It was hard. I was staring at it last night. I'm like, Jets -2. No. I can't do that. I cannot go Jets. I've seen the Jets in prime time. So I said, you know what? I'll hedge. I'll go Texans on the money line. Anyway, loser, to say the least. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Green Bay and Detroit because I don't know what Love's status is. I don't know exactly how good Detroit is. I kind of personally feel like the Green Bay Packers are the team that really stands between the Niners and the Super Bowl. I don't know. Maybe I'm
really
more of a
not
Packer
Detroit,
guy.
huh?
Interesting.
Huh.
They lost Aiden Hutchinson. I think that's going to burn them before long. And I just think that I like Green Bay's defense. I like Green Bay's weapons. I like the fact that Green Bay's got like all these guys that are roughly the same age. But Jordan Love's got to be healthy. And then they got Josh Jacobs. They can lean on Jacobs when they want to. But Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, Tucker Kraft, I mean, they got some good weapons. And defensively, Devontae Wyatt, Kenny Clark, I mean, they got some guys too. So I kind of like Green Bay as the number one contender.
Interesting. I mean, it's going to be a really fun game. I hope Love plays, and I hope he's able to move around a little bit. They are both really good teams. I just like Detroit because I think their offense is just, it's stacked, right? There's no weaknesses. It's receivers check, tight end check, running back check, quarterback check, and offensive line check. Like they do not have a weakness on their offense. It's going to be interesting, and I know I'm repeating a stat that everyone knows by now, but this is the first game outdoors Detroit has played since they played the NFC Championship game here last year.
Wow.
So it'll be interesting because Goff's nails inside. He always has been. Outside, it's a little bit different, and I'm sure they're going to try to get after him a little bit. So it will be interesting to see how they play. Now, if they finish with the number one seed, it's not going to matter until the Super Bowl. I don't even know where the Super Bowl is this year. Is that indoors?
New Orleans.
There you go. I think it was 3 games they have to play outdoors this year. I think it's Detroit, Chicago, and then they have one more where they play. Here in the Bay, they play the Niners outdoors. So there's your 3 road games. So this is one of them. So it'll be interesting to see how they play outdoors. But no, I'm with you though. I do like the Packers. I think the Packers are really good. They got a running back. I don't know how good their line is. I don't know if it's not as good as Detroit's, but it could be good. And the receivers, they got tons of them, man. They got receivers everywhere. So that's the game of the week for a reason, and we'll be locked in on that. Anything else going on over the weekend that you're kind of interested in watching now that it doesn't have to be Niner? Like, I know you guys are grinding all weekend when the Niners are in town, but now that the Niners have a bye week, what are you going to be this isn't the Birdsong week, is it?
No. You know what I'm doing on Sunday is I'm doing a meet and greet. I've been doing the YouTube channel for a couple of years, so I decided, I've done a couple of them. So I'm going to be in Corte Madera from noon to 6 at Pig and a Pickle.
Pig and a Pickle.
And I'm going to watch
True meat.
I'm going to have some barbecue. Yeah, I'm going to watch some ball and drink some beer and eat some barbecue and hang out, and we're just going to meet up with some people. So everybody's invited. Anybody who wants to come out and have some barbecue and it should be fun. My son's going to be there. We'll watch some football, and it's just a little give back to the good people at Pig and a Pickle for supporting us. But I'm looking forward to that Monday game too. Chiefs Buccaneers. I think that's going to be a hell of a game, and I think Vikings Colts could be good.
Yeah. Well, especially Flacco.
No Anthony
now.
Richardson.
Thank goodness.
It's Flacco, but.
Now
But I mean, is Sam Darnold real? I mean, is Minnesota real? I mean, they're 5-2.
Yeah, I know, but look who they lost.
It's November
to.
now.
They lost to the Rams with Puka and Kupp, and they lost to the Lions, and they didn't get embarrassed in either of those games. I mean, the Lions beat them on a last-second field goal, and the Vikings with a one-score game. So yeah, I don't read that much into that. Like, I didn't think they were as good as they were when they started, but I'm like, this team, they're still pretty damn good. Like they're a very, very solid football team. So you gonna be signing autographs out there at Pig and a Pickle?
Yeah, no flats
objects.
only.
No flats only.
Oh yeah, that's right. Only flat objects.
Yeah, you're the only one that says no flat objects. Don't make it easy on me.
No flat objects.
Make this hard.
I won't sign. I'm like Brock Purdy. I won't sign any cowboy gear. No, but I'm looking forward to Ohio State, Penn State. Because I love college football. Oregon in the Big House. I can't wait for that. There's some good college ball. Indiana at Michigan State. How good's Indiana suddenly?
They're good, man.
Surratt. They've got some guys.
Can coach. He can coach.
Yeah.
Coming over from where was he? James Madison.
James Madison.
Jimmy Madison. Yeah, he getting it done. Well, USC Washington is an interesting one. I'm kind of interested in watching that. It's not a great slate. Like, there have been better slates. Obviously, it's headlined by the showdown in Happy Valley between the Nittany Lions and the Buckeyes. But there's some good games. Like, there's some interesting games. I mean, SMU and Pitt for me is like, I kind of want to watch that one and see how that plays out. But yeah, I mean, it'll be
They handled Stanford, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
SMU dominated Stanford.
Who doesn't?
I'm an A&M fan, so I'll watch A&M against South Carolina. A&M's got a young quarterback. A&M's young quarterback,
Marcel Reed, right?
Marcel Reed. He's
Yeah.
just awesome, man.
He was great
He's just
last
awesome.
week.
Freshman, and it's like and he's the backup to Wigeman, and it's funny when Wigeman gets hurt, it's like all the Aggie fans are like, yes, it's like, because Marcel is he's easily the best quarterback.
Yeah, Wegman's not very good. He's just very, very okay, as I like to say. That's about it.
Yeah, thoroughly average.
Yeah. Well, enjoy picking a pickle. Enjoy chopping it up with the fans and watching some football and grabbing some beers, and enjoy your football weekend. You have the remote ready to go, and you won't be locked in on one team. So enjoy, my friend.
Thank you. I'm still probably 10 days to 2 weeks away from my Hayden Bird song. I'm missing Giants baseball. So
okay. Well, let us know. We want to be the first to know when you pop that thing in.
Hang on after Niners Nightly.
I may live tweet it. I may live tweet it. Bottom of the second here in Arizona.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Bird song.
Don't
still
clog up
looking
my feed.
good.
Don't clog up my feed. That's
I'm convinced, Tommy. By now you must have. If you follow me, you've muted me several times.
I don't mute. I just thumb. I scroll through. I just boom and scroll through everything. Last one before I let you go.
Yeah.
If you, off the top of your head, if you wanted to re-sign Blake Snell, what kind of contract would you feel comfortable giving him?
Ooh. Well, I mean, how many years? I mean, does he want big money? Does he want the big? Yeah. Does he want? I mean, I guess I think I would. With all pitchers, I'd rather go big money, short term.
Sure.
So how about
give it to him?
No, not for a pitcher. Not for a pitcher like him. Who? I mean, is he going to want to come back? I mean, I kind of doubt he's going to want to come back. I mean, he was complaining. He was saying that the Giants were using him and rushing him back and all that. I mean, I know he finished fast and obviously he had a great, he looked great as a Giant. And if he can just replicate that in the future, everybody wants him back. But the question is, what are you going to get? Are you going to get a guy who's ready to roll in April, or are you going to get a guy who's not ready to roll until June? I don't know. It's a lot of money, but he was so dominant that I think I definitely want him back, and I'd probably maybe like 3 years, $100 million, something like that, $33 million a year.
Okay.
What do you think? I mean, is that too low? You want him? No. He's going to want more than that, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
He'll want more years.
Yeah. Tom says that when Blake Snell comes back, he's getting a video montage. Is Blake Snell's Giants career good enough for a video montage?
I mean, if good enough for KD, I mean, no, I don't think so.
That's not the bar,
I don't think he'll get the video montage.
The bar is it good enough for it? It's just like, we want to attract free agents. Let's just give this guy a video montage.
Give him a montage when he comes back.
Let me give you one other idea on the Snell front.
Yep.
Now that Minasian is the general manager.
Yep.
He was in Milwaukee. Corbin Burns is went to St. Mary's. He might be the Snell replacement. Okay. I don't know. I could see Corbin Burns. I think Burns might be a little bit more dependable. Maybe not quite as high end with the stuff at this point, but I could see Burns. I could definitely see Corbin Burns being here.
I could too, and I want to get Burns. Just I think I'd rather have Burns, and I want to get Burns too, just so I could play the Simpson drop. Advantage Burns. That's really what I want. That's all I'm looking forward to. Krug, have a good weekend, my friend.
See you, Tommy. See you, Carrie. Have a great night.
See ya. All right. He is Larry Krueger. Great stuff as always. Appreciate his thoughts. When we come back, there's a Steph Curry update. Warriors getting set for their 5-game road trip. Very difficult road trip at that, so we'll discuss that and the Curry Melton updates that we've anticipated throughout this week. So you're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Friday afternoon, KNBR, the sports leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
The legendary Patrick Willis joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning to discuss his thoughts on the 49ers 2024 season. Let's listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes Friday afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Thanks to Larry Krueger for stopping by, talking some 49ers football as they head into the bye weekend. Hoping to get some guys back next week. It's time to talk some Warriors basketball. Speaking of a team hoping to get some guys back, latest injury update from the Dubs, Tom. Steph Curry, DeAnthony Melton remain out with their respective injuries, but Andrew Wiggins is probable for the start of the road trip in Houston.
Good news. I mean, just start getting some of them back. Even better news that we're listening to Rancid while we're talking Warriors. I mean, does it get any better? I don't think so. Jacob always does a great job with the ska on Fridays. See you, Tim. You're not missed. So, no, I mean, Wiggins is we'll see. He was really good the game he played where Steph left. Yeah. He took over 11 for 15. I mean, he scored more. He was way more efficient, but it wasn't that much more aggressive. He only took 15 shots. He just happened to make 11 of them. But we'll see if Steph's not back for a couple games, if he can kind of be that focal point of the offense for this team. And he's their best perimeter defender. He's the guy that will guard the other team's best perimeter player. So, Tatum, Donovan Mitchell, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, those guys at the end of the road trip will be guys that he will guard. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it'd be nice to get Steph back and Melton back. Those are your probably 1 and 2 point guards. Although Pajemski can play point. That's not a problem, him playing point. But I don't know how I feel about it. Like, would I rather have Steph back for the early part of the road trip or late part of the road trip? And I know it doesn't work this way, but the point I'm trying to make is, would you rather have your best player back in games that are winnable and become a lot more winnable with him, or games where you're going to be underdogs, you're just going to be less of an underdog with him? Like, they're going to be underdogs in all three of those games. They'll be much bigger underdogs with Steph. Steph gives you a better chance to win every game you show up in. But would you rather have him in games where you're more likely to win, like you're the better team, and with him you might be considerably better? Like, let's bag a couple wins. And then if he doesn't play in those games, fine. Those games are going to be tough to win anyway. And so I've kind of always wondered, like, what I would do if I had a choice. Like in back-to-backs, if you're going to rest a guy in a back-to-back, do I want him to play in the game where we're going to win? We're more than likely going to win, and I want to make sure we're going to win with him. And the other game's going to be super tough to win. More tough with him, but it'll be tough even with him. Like, which one? Just give me the one-on-one. Let's make sure we have one win under our belt. Again, I know it doesn't work that way, but what I'm trying to say is it sucks he's not playing the first two games, because with him, Houston and Washington, they become even more winnable games. And without him, those are not going to be easy games. They're not. Washington's better. Houston's better. Those aren't going to be easy games. So this is a tough road trip. I mean, if you're not careful, 4-1 can easily turn into 5-5 by the time you get off the road. I mean, that's not inconceivable to think you could go 1-4 in this road trip. To me, 2-3 on this road trip's fine.
Yeah.
3-2 is a success. Anything more than 3-2 is a party. And, anything, 0-5 is like a complete disaster, right? Where you just go and get mopped on the road trip. But 1-4 is bad enough. 2-3 is what I'm kind of hoping for. You know, 2-3, you come off the road, you're still playing 600 ball, you're 6-4. But this is, you're probably not going to find, maybe you will. I'd have to look at it. I was going to say you probably won't find a tougher 3-game stretch than at Cleveland, at Boston, at OKC.
I don't think for any team. Like,
that's tough.
This is as difficult as it gets in the NBA.
What is there, one loss between them?
Yeah.
And Boston lost at Indy.
Boston with the one loss. Cleveland 5-0 right now. Oklahoma City playing tonight as well. They're 4-0, and they're taking on Portland tonight, so they should be 5-0.
Yep.
So you can't expect much.
Rugged. That's rugged.
And Cleveland looked really good against the Lakers the other night, too.
They are. I mean, look, they mopped them up. It was close early, and then they just ran them out of the gym in the second quarter. They're the one team that, myself included, we always discount. We talk about the Eastern Conference.
Mm-hmm.
It's, Boston. Oh, let's see when Embiid and George get back. Let's see Philly's going to look really good. What about Milwaukee? They're not very good at all right now. Oh, the Knicks. Oh, Brunson and Cat. And the Knicks. And don't forget about Miami. You always forget about Miami. Okay, that's right, Miami. You get the Heat culture and Spoelstra and Miami. Remember Indiana last year? They were coming too. Yeah, okay. And then, like, way down the line, you might even be walking out the door, and you're like, wait, what about Cleveland? We forgot about Cleveland. Like, they're just not a team that jumps to mind. Like, it's a really, like, solid team. And I don't know that they have enough to win it all, but it's a pretty good team. I mean, they do it a little bit differently. They got the big guys, and then Mitchell. And then when Garland's shooting the ball well, like, they can be really good. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do this year. I don't know if I still put them in the top 3 of the East, but I don't know that I wouldn't because they've been pretty consistent over the last couple years.
They've also got Warriors legend Ty Jerome on that team. So
they do.
Does he get a montage when he comes through the Chase Center?
Yes, absolutely. Everybody does. Come on,
Everybody
gets a montage. They get a montage. Everybody gets a montage.
I love that. But I do think that this Houston game takes on added significance because there's no Curry, because you will likely have Wiggins available on Saturday night, and just because of the schedule that you mentioned ahead. Because those 3 games, you can't really count on a victory at any part. You hope that you beat Washington. You have the superior roster. They're still very young, mixing those lottery picks in, but Houston is a team that's on the rise this year, and if the Warriors lose this game, it could dictate the rest of the road trip in a way that you really don't want to be looking at 1-4 as the best possible outcome. But if they lose to Houston, maybe it is.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Then the Washington game takes on a much bigger meaning because you lose that one. Then you more than likely are staring at 1-4 in the face.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to take 2 out of the last 3. Not saying it can't be done, but they would be heavy underdogs to do so. So, yeah, it's like you're kind of easing into this road trip. And when it gets hard, it gets really hard. It does. You got the best team in the East, best team in the West on this road trip. That's why I say it's probably the toughest three-game stretch they're going to have all year because you're playing. You probably won't play. I haven't looked at the schedule, but you're probably not going to play OKC and Boston in the same homestand because that's the only way it could happen unless you're coming off an OKC trip or going to an OKC trip right after or before the Boston game. But, yeah, that's it's just tough. It is. Mm-hmm. And you'd like to be healthy, but I should go back. No, I'm not going to go back and look. Who am I fooling? I was going to say I should go back and look during, like, my playing days or during the 80s when I watched basketball extensively. How many guys got hurt, like, the first month of the season?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't remember it. And maybe it's because it's been so long ago that I don't remember it. But I just remember the season started and dudes played. They were, like, healthy, and you played against teams, and they had their guys, and you play against another team, and they'd have their guys, and you'd have your guys, and guys just played. Now it's like, you look around the league, I mean, so far, they've played the first 2 games, I believe, everybody played.
Mm-hmm.
Then they played the Clippers, Kawhi out. Then they played the Pelicans, the Warriors were out, right? Wiggins is out, Steph's out, Clay's out, and not Clay, I'm sorry. Clay's out.
Been out for a while.
And he's going to be out for all 82. Wiggins, Mel, and Steph were out. I was trying to jump ahead to the Pelicans because the Pelicans had Trey Murphy out. That was in their rotation.
Yeah,
and then the
Murray
next
out.
night, the same night, the Warriors had all those guys out again. And then McCollum's out. And Herb Jones is out. And Murphy's out. Like, all these games that I'm watching, there's just, like, guys that are missing every single game. Sixers. I mean, they're missing their two studs. The Bucks, off the top
speaking
my head,
of which,
Middleton.
did you see what Joel Embiid said today?
No.
First public
I'm
comment
afraid.
since his injury.
I'm afraid.
He said, "I've done way too much for this effing city."
Well, geez, come on.
That's as good as it gets.
What has he done?
That's as good as it gets from a player. Quote: "When you're criticized for your load management, just going off on the city of Philadelphia, taking them on. That's the fan base that you want to rile up too. Of all 30 fan bases around the league, it's Sixers fans who are going to take well to you saying you've done way too effing much for that city."
Except for winning a championship or even getting to a championship. Holy smokes alive.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to look that up. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Worth your time. Speaking of worth your time.
When you come out and say, I'll probably never play a back-to-back ever again, or I find it hard to believe I'll play a back, or whatever it was that he said. I'm paraphrasing, but I mean, come on. And then you don't play, and then you're just sitting there. What do you think Philly fans are going to do? Weren't you there? Weren't you on the team when Ben Simmons pulled his stunt? You were there for that, Joel. You saw how that worked out for him. I don't care who you are. They booed Santa Claus. They boo Mike Schmidt. It doesn't matter. They will boo anybody. I mean, if you think you're going to take on the Philly fan base, good luck. Mm-hmm. Enjoy, and I'll be back with the popcorn just to watch the whole thing unfold because it would be fun. But if he thinks he's winning this one, at some point he'll throw a little bit of a retraction out there. Like, look, I was frustrated. I was hurt. I just want to get back so bad, and I want to get out there and compete. But I've done. What?
City where he hasn't won a title.
Yeah,
I
what
love
are you
it.
talking about?
On the other side, it's time for our Friday afternoon tips and picks. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes, KNBR, the sports leader.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
All right, it's Friday afternoon here on The Leader. You know what time it is. It's time for our tips and picks, sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. And before we get into more of Tom's picks, earlier today he caught up with Kevin Ranahan discussing some of their favorite picks for the weekend. Here's that.
If Love was in this game, I think the spread would probably be Detroit -1, and I'd be totally happy with that. I think that the Green Bay Packers have, a little bit, they're behind in the spread, but if they win, then they're in first place, which, at this time of the season isn't exactly what we're looking for, because the Lions seem to be kind of dominating the division and maybe the best team in football at the moment. But that changes, especially when you look at the amount of sacks that Hutchinson had compared to the rest of this team. There's a few things defensively that I'd be worried about in Detroit if they can't put pressure on the quarterback. And Malcolm Rodriguez is out now too, I think. So they seem to be getting to the point where they've had their year and a half of health, and now they're going to come across what every team comes across at some point when they've been good for a long time, and that's the injuries, and can they overcome it? Detroit definitely overcame it last week, but now we had a real opponent here with Green Bay. I would be leaning towards Green Bay. If I have Love, I'm going to definitely be leaning towards Green Bay. I think that Green Bay can win the game if Love says, hey, I'm going to play. But we do have to be cautious about how healthy he is, because this isn't the first time he was limping around a field, right? This goes all the way back to week 1 when they played Philadelphia in Brazil, and Love hasn't looked 100% all year to me. So, they might not even put him out there.
So you can catch that full interview with Kevin Ranahan that Tom conducted earlier today on KNBR.com. But the folks really want Tom's picks, and we've got some great college football this week. Trying to sell it, Tom.
They really don't.
The last time I think I did this with you, because we haven't done this during football season on a Friday, you were taking like Pacific basketball unders. So hopefully the picks are a little juicier this weekend.
Doesn't matter. It's all worth the same as long as you find value, Kerry.
You taught me that well.
It's
searching for value in WCC basketball.
That's right, baby. It doesn't matter what it is. I'll take money from the WNBA. I'll take it from the WCC. It doesn't matter where it comes from. I'll take it. God, as far as college is concerned, I really would have liked to have had a pick on Penn State and Ohio State, but I just can't. I was leaning Ohio State, but I learned my lesson last time. Dr. Bob, who you'll hear later on, there's a trend that's like a 70-game sample size or something like that like undefeated, if you're 5-0 or more and you're an underdog at home, those teams are like 48-22. And I bucked that trend. I took Ohio State against Oregon and got smacked in the face for my efforts. So I'm not doing that again. I'm not bucking that trend again. So I'll stay away from that one. As far as I'm going to hate myself, and I'm not advising you to bet this. I'm not asking you. I'm actually asking you not to bet it, but since it's tips and picks, and I'm
tips
giving
and
you my
picks. Here we go.
Yeah, tips and picks.
Starts with 2 games to stay away from.
Please don't bet
Hell of a
this.
Friday.
No, I'm betting it. No, I'm betting this one. I'm going to take the Washington Huskies, getting the small token 2 at home against the Trojans of USC. Washington has been. They've been rough for me this year, even though I did have them covering against Michigan at home. They didn't cover against Rutgers. I thought they played better than the final score indicated against Iowa. I dodged a bullet last week. I was going to take them against Indiana, didn't, and I thought they deserved way better than a 14-point loss. Like, you look at the stats, you look at the yards per play, all the stuff that I would look at, like, it just looks at a game that was like a game that was much closer than that. I still believe Washington is better than their record says they are. Their metrics say they're better than the record says they are. All I'm worried about is Rodgers throwing picks or them doing something dumb inside the red zone. Missed field goal, turnover, 15-yard penalty. I mean, they've done it all this year. They drive the ball down the field and then do something dumb. That's the Washington way this year. But they're at home, catching a couple from USC. And look, USC, I think they might even be better than their record indicates. I think they're better than a 4-4 team. But they've had their troubles closing out games. They had their trouble closing out Michigan. Could have easily won that game if they'd have made a tackle. Had their trouble closing out Minnesota. Had their trouble closing out Penn State. I mean, you're talking about a top 5 team, and they had that team. They had them, and they just couldn't figure out they had to guard a guy named Tyler Warren. He was 44. It's right there for everybody to see, and USC couldn't figure it out. How does a tight end have 18 catches in a football game? 18! Like, at some point you have to say to yourself, you know what, they're going to this guy a lot. Maybe we might want to pay attention to this guy instead of letting him run all over the field and just crush us. But I still think Washington's better. I'm getting points at home, not a lot, but I'm going to go with the Huskies. And I swear if they outgain them and lose by like 4, I'll be like, okay, now I'm done with them. Because they could be that team this year. There's always one team. I look at the numbers, look at the metrics, and they're better than their record says they are. But then their record ends up costing me money. It's like, so I'm taking the Huskies. That's
well,
my
for the
college
record,
pick.
that's a pick, but not a tip, because you want everyone else to stay away from that. That's just for you.
Well, that's my tip. Don't take my picks.
Your tip is don't listen to the pick.
My tip is don't listen to my picks.
Yeah.
that is my tip. Pros, boy. I could give you one, but no one's going to want to hear this one.
Again, marketing is off the charts right now.
It really is. It's A1 is what it is. No one's going to want to take the Cowboys. No one's going to want to take the Cowboys. But here's if you don't mind swallowing hard and taking the boys who you probably hate anyway, but it doesn't matter. Money doesn't know hate. Money just knows green. That's all it is. Either money's coming or money's going, and I'm trying to get it coming to you, not going away from you. Dallas is pretty decent on the road. I think they're 3-1 on the road, where Atlanta's really good on the road, but they're not around the road. They're at home. They're 2-3 at home, and they've lost to Pittsburgh at home, Kansas City at home. Had a chance to win those games. Couldn't close them out, though, and then Seattle thumped them pretty good. Though here's the one thing that intrigues me about this game. I mean, obviously, I'd love to have Parsons back, and I'd love to have Lawrence back. I'd love to have all their guys back, Bland. But then the line wouldn't be 3. It'd be less than 3. Atlanta does not get to the quarterback. They do not rush the quarterback. And if you leave Dak in the pocket, he's going to find guys. I mean, he's a competent quarterback. He's better than a competent quarterback, and he has one of the better receivers in the game in CeeDee Lamb. So I think they'll be able to move the ball. I think Atlanta probably will too. But I'm just taking the points here. I'm taking the points with a team that's, starting to get into that desperation mode where they really need a win. And Atlanta's sitting on top of their division. And they haven't played great at home. And Dallas has played much better on the road, so they don't got to deal with the noise and all that. So I'm going to take the boys. I'm going to take the boys plus the 3 points, and I'm going to release that as a tip. Go ahead and take that one. Yes, go ahead and take that one. Yes.
Breaking new ground.
I'm working on my marketing skills.
The folks at Twin Pines are going to be thrilled.
If you don't mind swallowing hard. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, my gosh.
Does Copes usually offer picks and tips, or is it just you?
Occasionally. He'll throw something out there. He'll throw a tip or a pick out there. Or here's another one to keep an eye on. The Colts plus 5.5. If you can get 6, take 6. The Colts, I mean, they're not a great team, but Taylor's back. They're going to be able to run the ball, although Taylor ran the ball better with Richardson than he did with Flacco. So, I mean, I don't know. Take that for what it is. But Flacco can throw the ball. Flacco's not great. He might not even be good anymore, but he's competent. He can move the ball. And that's one weakness of the Viking defense is the pass. And they're going to blitz him, but Flacco's seen it all. And Pittman and Downs, they're more than just a fine receiving core. I mean, Downs has been really good when Flacco has been under center, and the Colts defense has been better. I mean, it's not Minnesota's defense, but it has been better. So I might be looking to take the Colts here too, getting 6 points. They come off a similar line. I think they're getting 5.5 last week in Houston. They covered that one up, took them to the very end of the game. With Flacco in there, I just feel better about the team. I feel like they're a more competent offensive team. They're going to be a more consistent offensive team. They might not be great, but 5.5, 6 seems like a little too much to me. So I might be looking to take the Colts on Sunday night against Skull Nation.
Never bet against Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco leading the Indianapolis Colts this week. Here's my tip. No pick.
Okay.
Pitt is undefeated this season. ACC 7-0.
Okay.
They're a touchdown underdog to SMU 7-1. If you're undefeated and it's 7 points, take that. I think that Pitt's a pretty good team. They could be in the ACC championship at some point. So,
It does sound like it sounds an awful lot like a pick, though, too.
It's more of a tip.
An awful lot like a pick. It goes really close to a definition of a pick.
Yeah, I think the good folks at Twin Pine Casino and Hotel, they sponsor this because of you and Copes, not because of me. So I'll just leave it at a tip, and we'll see about picks later on in tonight's show. Dante Whitner joining us this afternoon. He will come on next, talk some 49ers football during the bye week and what he's watching for around the NFL this weekend. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copeland here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Then you go Miami. I got them 5-0.
Hall of Famer Chris Mullen joined Tom and myself yesterday and believes Jonathan Kuminga is misunderstood and Draymond Green has really changed. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Kerry going to bring it in?
All right, we are back here. Tolbert and Copes Friday afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Time to talk some 49ers football during the bye week, and kind enough to join us on the UMA guest line. KNBR 49ers insider and analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area, Dante Whitner. Dante, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well on our end. Yeah. Looking forward to talking some 49ers football with you. And I'm going to ask you a question that's been floating around my mind a little bit with the 49ers on the bye week. Who's the biggest threat in the NFC West? Is it the Seahawks with their defense, Mike McDonald at the helm there? Is it the Rams with the pedigree of Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp? Or could the Cardinals sneak into this thing?
I think the Cardinals can sneak into it. Whenever you have a wild card, like they do at quarterback, that can take off and run the ball and create problems, and Kyler Murray, then that's a piece that you can't really account for. So I would say that the Arizona Cardinals are the team that the 49ers definitely have to worry about in the NFC West.
What about the team in the NFC? Is it Green Bay or Detroit?
It's definitely Detroit. I think Detroit right now is the favorite in the NFC with how strong they are on offense and defensive side of the ball, all the different weapons that they have on offense, and the way that Ben Johnson is calling that offense and getting everybody involved. So they believe over there. Dan Campbell really has the Detroit Lions feeling like they're the Super Bowl the Super Bowl favorites. And I think the NFC this year is going to have to go through Detroit.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, right now I think them and Kansas City are probably the two best teams in the league, although there's something, I know we're going to get to the Niners here in a minute, but there's got to be something to be said for your old team, the Buffalo Bills. They let Stephon Diggs go, and then they actually play better ball. Is there something, is there a correlation there, or is that just coincidental that he leaves and it seems to be the offense is flowing better without having to feed the ball to one guy?
Well, when you think about Stephon Diggs and what he's shown us as of recently, he's a me-first type of guy. And I can only imagine what those me-first type of guys are like in the huddle when the quarterback is calling the play and he feels like he's always open. So when you don't have that voice in the locker room, you have a bunch of guys that are really trying to earn their stripes, then you're going to have a willingness to work with the quarterback, and the quarterback is going to have a willingness to just throw the football to whoever's open, and he doesn't have that added pressure. So I feel like, yes, when you get rid of a guy who's pretty much a cancer type of situational guy in the locker room like Stephon Diggs, and you spread it around with a bunch of guys that are eager to win, you're going to have a lot more success on offense, and that's why the Buffalo Bills, in my opinion, are flying under the radar, but they're playing, excellent football.
Yeah.
Dante Whitner joining us here on Tolbert and Copes. Dante's appearances are sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Interesting point in the NFL calendar right now, Dante, is every team outside of really the 49ers and a few others getting set to go on Sunday. And then you've got the trade deadline on Tuesday, where it seems like in recent years there's been a little bit more activity. I think 15 trades at last year's deadline. What's it like in the locker room after Sunday's game, knowing that 48 hours later you could either be getting a major addition if you're a winning team or a big subtraction if you're a losing team? How did you handle that as a player?
It's an exciting moment, but also an anxious moment for a lot of players because you don't know if they're going to bring somebody in to potentially replace you. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those type of moments. But I tell everybody, just making a trade at the trade deadline doesn't make everything okay. The offensive and defensive systems in the National Football League are very intricate, and it takes a while to really absorb all of that information, to understand the communication, and then to be able to execute and when the live bullets start to shoot. So I don't think that, like in previous years when they went and got Christian McCaffrey or they went and got Emmanuel Sanders, those were some anomaly situations where you had veteran guys who were proven, who could learn the offense and defensive philosophies very quickly and then get out on the field and make it happen. Everybody just can't do that. Unless you get a defensive end who doesn't have to think much, I don't know how much trade right now is really going to help you. It's going to really boil down to those players in the locker room executing at a higher level and playing championship football.
What do you think will be the keys to the second half to kind of, get this momentum building as we start heading toward the playoffs?
Well, definitely on the offense side of the ball is getting Christian McCaffrey back. And that solves a lot of issues in itself. It solves a lot of issues with play calling for Kyle Shanahan, and it solves a lot of issues with allowing and helping other guys to get open, because there'll be a lot more zone coverage being played because Christian McCaffrey is just such a competitive advantage over anybody that will cover him one-on-one, which means defensive coordinators, they don't want to major in man coverage. They'll play a lot more zone, and that's when Deebo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall and Coween and George Kittle will really come alive. So I think Christian McCaffrey on the offense side of the ball, and then on defense, he's just continuing to tighten the bolts, tackle better, gap integrity in the run. But that's what it's going to come down to. It's not going to come down to just some magic pill or some magic trade. It's going to be getting back to basics and playing championship football and executing at a high level.
Yeah.
Dante, what do you think? What do you think of Malik Mustafa in his rookie season? I don't think the 49ers expected him to take on this big of a role at the safety position. The hope was that you'd have Hufanga and Jair Brown and maybe George Odom be able to play a little bit more. But Mustafa seems to be a guy that they're trusting and leaning on with Hufanga off the field right now. Can he be a full-time starter long-term in the NFL?
Definitely can be a full-time starter, can be a Pro Bowler, can be an all-pro safety, has all the tools and the qualifications to become that, and has the perfect system to be able to, put his skills on display. When you look at a guy like Malik Mustafa, they didn't really expect him to play this early, but they knew at some point he would have to play. And when you look at the 49ers draft picks in the past, such as George Kittle, they found a gem. Dre Greenlaw, they found a gem. Hufanga, they found a gem. And this is another one of those guys in alignment with the gems that they found in the past. They didn't expect him to start, but when you have starter qualities and you have contact courage and you really care and love the game of football, it's going to show. And that's what we've been seeing from Malik Mustafa. Each and every game, we've seen him get incrementally better. Pass breakups in the red zone, interceptions, big hits, tackles. It looks like he's playing at a different speed than everybody else on the football field. And that's what we saw from Talanoa Hufanga. So if he can return, they can have 3 healthy safeties back there. It'll give the 49ers a lot of depth moving into the playoffs, because they have to go on a run and have depth back there, because anything can happen at any time.
When Hufanga comes back, do you think it'll be a 3-man rotation with Mustafa, Brown, and Hufanga?
I'm not sure if it'll be a 3-man rotation, but they love Talanoa Hufanga. There's no diminishment in his skills or playmaking ability. It's just that he's coming off an ACL and a wrist surgery, I believe. And do you think that a 65, 70% Hufanga is better than a 100% Malik Mustafa? I don't think so. So I think until Talanoa Hufanga can get healthy, almost as close to 100% possible, you really have to go with the 2 guys that you have in Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa right now.
Yeah, because Hufanga and Mustafa, could they play together? Would they play together?
Well, truthfully, all of those guys are strong safeties.
Okay, that's what I. Yeah.
So, each and every play, one of those guys. Each and every game, one of those guys are playing out of position, and it's been Jair Brown who's taken over the free safety role, and they've delegated that strong safety role to Malik Mustafa and Hufanga and Odom when he's been in the game. So, they have right now pretty much 3 strong safeties, and that will be playing safety position.
Yeah.
I'll ask you a similar question about Renardo Green. Do you think he's better off as an outside corner or playing in the slot? Because I know the slot corner position can be so difficult for guys to adjust to, and he's played a little bit of it this season. Obviously, Lenore's played a lot, both sides, outside and inside. Where do you see Renardo Green's future?
I see Renardo Green as being an outside dominant shutdown corner, and we've seen it on multiple occasions this year in big moments in the game, where he has the ability to latch on to receivers and not give up much space, not panic with the ball in the air. He's ultra competitive. So I foresee him playing, primarily on the outside. You don't really want to cross-train him because you have Diamador Lenore playing at such a high level. Of course, when they do matchups and, Renardo Green is covering a guy that has to go in the slot, he'll go in there. That's a different skill set. You have to be able to cover really small, quick receivers. You have to, be really good in zone coverage with reading the quarterback and breaking 1/3 distance the ball in the air. You have run gaps, so you have to play some linebacker. You have to set the edge. So I don't know if he's ready for all of that responsibility yet. So the role that they have carved out for him on the outside is perfect for a rookie getting his feet wet.
Do they need another receiver once they get Jennings back, or are they fine once they get Jennings back?
I think they'll be fine once they get Jennings back. Think about Ricky Pearsall. He really took a step forward last time out. And, you know, you have Jacob Cowan, who had a 41-yard reception the previous game before that, and then George Kittle. And then you'll have Christian McCaffrey back along with Deebo Samuel, who are pretty much interchangeable in both wide receivers. And you add Jennings, Pearsall, Kittle. I think you have enough to, you know, go on a run, compete, and make it into the playoffs. I don't know if another addition at the wide receiver position is really going to elevate that room that much more. I think they're going to have to roll with the guys they have, and the rookies have to take a step.
It seems to me that, like, I get every NFL game's important. There's only 17 of them, so it's not like you could waste one. It almost feels like they've wasted two, because they really should have beaten the Cardinals and they should have beaten the Rams. They should be 3-0 in the division, but they're not, so they are where they are. But it really feels, Dante, like that Tampa Bay game is just such a massive game to get your heads above water a little bit more, to get over 500. They've been fighting, like, it's seemingly since the beginning of the season to try to get over 500. They lost their next two after they beat the Jets, and since then, they haven't been able to pop their heads up over 500. I know they're all big, especially second half of the year. This feels like it's even bigger, like, just to get over 500 and feel like, okay, now we can start building some momentum, right?
Yeah, and that's what we've seen from them in the past. That's their track record. When you look at the first 8 games of the season, through Kyle Shanahan's tenure with the 49ers, they've always seemed to struggle. And a lot of it is Kyle not really having the data accumulated from the first half of the season to be able to tag defenses. Some of it is Christian McCaffrey not being out there. But once you get all these pieces back together, solidified and healthy, it's when you can really go on a run. And this is what we've seen from them in the past. And I don't think that this year is any different. The bye week came at the perfect time. It's a time to self-evaluate, to you know, really comb through your film and data with a fine, you know, tooth comb. And that's what the 49ers do. And then after the bye week, they go on a run. But this first one is going to be huge. Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield. I believe they have some injuries at the wide receiver position.
They do.
But, you know, Scott Bowles is going to come with those 4 overload, you know, weak blitzes like we've seen from Arizona this year and the Minnesota Vikings. So the 49ers have to be ready to protect Brock Purdy. But if they can get the ball out quickly, they shouldn't have an issue with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers like we've seen them handle those guys in the past. So this is going to be a huge game coming out of the bye week, having 2 weeks of rest. They have to get this one to get over 500.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Dante just about the 49ers' red zone struggles on offense and what you've seen in that regard this season, because it feels like, you know, outside the 20-yard line, Brock Purdy's been incredibly efficient with this team. They've been able to move the ball pretty well. Then you get inside the 10, and all of a sudden, there's no separation from the receivers right now. When they want to run the ball, they're moving backward. What has hindered them from a schematic standpoint or a play calling standpoint? What do you put your finger on and say that's the issue?
Well, no Christian McCaffrey, first and foremost. When you think about Christian McCaffrey and having 18 touchdowns in the red zone last year, that'll solve your issues.
Yeah.
And there's some things out there that he does in the run game that you can't teach, with setting up his blocks, patience, vision, bursts, toughness. You can't really teach those things. And then some of the time with the 49ers offense and struggles, they condense the formations too much down there. And you know that you can't run deep and everything happens quickly. So safeties and defensive backs, they can sit on routes. They can double guys with barely moving, and you can disguise what you're doing because you don't have far to go. So in my opinion, I think they need to spread it out like they did some last week. They had some design quarterback run for Brock Purdy. And then, like they've been doing, find George Kittle in the red zone. The 49ers can increase that percentage in the red zone by, 10, 15%. That'll add 14 points a game to their point total. And I don't really think they'll have any issues. But the number one thing is you have to get Christian McCaffrey back, because he's an automatic weapon in the red zone. He's an automatic touchdown scorer. So hopefully he comes back healthy and he picks up where he did last year.
Do anything fun for Halloween last night?
Yeah, I went to the SLS on Miami Beach for a little Maxim pool party. Halloween, and then I went over to, then I went over to, I was Jesus. I was Black Jesus for Christmas. Yeah, I had the whole Jesus outfit on. And then I went over to a hookah lounge called Habibi, and then I went to bed. So normally I don't celebrate Halloween. I was just feeling it and had a lot of fun.
Okay, what were the best costumes you saw at the pool party?
Well, my good friend had Beetlejuice. It probably took him 5 hours to get the costume on.
Damn.
He had so much paint on his face and a wig and a hair color, and he still has it in today. So he sacrificed a lot. He'll be walking out in public with green hair for pretty much the next week. Right? So I think that was the best one that I've seen. It was a Beetlejuice with the entire suit. It was incredible.
That's awesome. Yeah, the Beetlejuice. That's a commitment. 5 hours. That's a commitment to get ready for that one. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah. I appreciate it, but it couldn't be me.
It couldn't be you. Well, I mean, you don't have hair. You can't have green hair. You don't even have hair.
Well, I can glue it on.
Well, then you can. Yeah, but
that's
you can
a whole nother issue.
Yeah, see, you're like me. You could glue it on, but we could take it off. You go green hair, like you said, you're stuck with it for a while. That's a commitment.
Yeah, it was all in his ears. It was in his nose. So, yeah, I'm glad that I'm not him. He's still trying to get it out right now.
Did you hear any confessions last night, being that you were Black Jesus?
Yeah, I heard a lot. It's incredible how people reacted. I actually wore it to a restaurant before I did anything, and nobody else in the restaurant were dressed up. So that's pretty interesting, walking in and everybody just staring at you. But I guess it makes it more unique, being that we're the only ones dressed up in our costumes. It was awesome. I'll do it again next year. I tell you
That's great. That's Miami, so you got to go in there with the sandals on. No big deal.
The Jesus sandals. Prayed for everybody. Prayed over the food. Lots of good content,
That is outstanding. That is outstanding. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, Dante, thank you so much. We always appreciate it. That's beautiful, man. We'll talk to you again next week, and enjoy the weekend. Again, enjoy the Ohio State Penn State game. That should be a good one.
I will. That's our Super Bowl. We don't show up this time. We don't deserve it.
Man, this is true. Well, have a good time. Enjoy watching the game, Dante.
I will. Thank you. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Man. Have a good one.
Oh, man.
That is beautiful. Blessing food in the restaurant.
As the only person with a Halloween costume on.
That's a commitment.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. When we come back, we will do our sound soiree in a moment. But first, the Warriors have released the first injury update, the full injury update, I should say, on Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton. So they noted that Curry is making good progress, and as a result, he's been cleared to return to segments of the team's practice. He won't play tomorrow against the Rockets, but he will be reevaluated Sunday. So it sounds like the rest of the road trip could be possible for Steph Curry at some point.
Okay.
As for DeAnthony Melton, he was reevaluated earlier today. He's also making good progress. He won't play against Houston, and he won't be reevaluated for another week. So seems like they could be out without Melton for a little bit here, Tom.
Oh, man. That ain't good.
No.
It'd be nice to get him back. So, yeah, they're not even, which means if he is not reevaluated for another week, then I won't say you can scrap the road trip, but you come close to scrapping the road trip. Because I think they play every other day. So I think it's Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, something like that. So, yeah, bang the road trip. Bang the road trip. Because if you're not going to be reevaluated until Game 4, there's not going to be time for you to get to 5-on-5 and play Game 5. So that's too bad.
Yeah, it's a back issue, which is never fun.
Yeah, those are not fun.
Not easy to deal with. So that's the latest on Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton. Warriors start their road trip tomorrow evening in Houston. You can catch just Dubs on Saturday morning and Dubs OT tomorrow night on the Leader postgame. When we come back, it's time for our sound soiree. Crowley and for Copes here on Tolbert and Copes, KNBR, the sports leader.
I like the hot women.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
The San Francisco Giants have officially introduced new general manager Zack Minasian. What do you think of the hire? Let us know in our KNBR YouTube chat.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have in your home all feeding off the Wi-Fi? What does happiness include nowadays? A strong Wi-Fi connection. It shouldn't be different on different devices, tablets, phones, TVs. It shouldn't be different in different rooms. It shouldn't be different on different floors. It should all be the same for everyone. One good thing, Xfinity's engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Now through December 31st, get Xfinity Gig for $25 a month for 12 months with Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost when you add unlimited mobile, or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fees apply. Call, click, or visit today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, internet rates apply. Currently $96 a month. Actual speeds do vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone in the entire family gets, even guests. You will love Xfinity.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Oh, we're back here Friday afternoon. It's time for the Sound Soiree. Thursday, we had the privilege and pleasure of catching up with Bob Costas, who was making the rounds, by the way. He did a number of different interviews on Thursday as he didn't announce his retirement from play-by-play broadcasting. He'll do that next week on MLB Network, but he certainly was talking about the World Series a lot, and he was on with Le Batard's show and made some headlines for this comment. Let's play it, Jacob.
You know, by the way, I don't know who to pin this on, but one of your limited frame of reference peanut gallery guys, and the only reason I know this is because sometimes I follow you, Dan, said at one point, you know, I don't even know why he's called Bob. He's the kind of guy that really should have been, even in grade school, would have demanded that he be called Robert. This is what happens when you don't know jack shit, okay? Saturday Night Live, Letterman, Leno, Carson, Conan, basketball, Pootie Tang, The Paper.
Yes.
You know, if somebody knew as little, even if they were 20 years old, knew as little about baseball history, and then was talking about last night's game with no frame of reference, they'd be laughed out of the room. You know, laughter, that kind of thing that humorless people supposedly have no grasp of. You know what I'm talking about? You know?
Forgot about Pootie Tang.
I forgot about Pootie
We'll
Tang.
never forget about basketball.
That is Billy Gill. I'm disappointed that Billy's not here. I was not expecting that word to get back to Bob Costas and Bob Costas to slap him across the face with a fish. I wish he were here because, yes, he spoke ill of Bob Costas in his career, and I thought it was disrespectful. But
not just disrespectful. Disrespectful is less damning than ignorant.
Damn.
Could have been worse for us, I suppose.
Damn, Bob went at him. No, I wouldn't be that stupid.
No.
I mean, that's what happens when you get to young guys who they have no context for anything. They're just like, man, that was pretty funny, though. That was funny.
This is what happens when you don't know jack shit. Okay,
there you go. When you don't know jack bleep, that's what happens. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah,
that's funny.
That's
is
great
funny.
stuff. Yeah, Bob yesterday was golden on the World Series, and apparently, good thing that we were not talking any trash behind his back. So good stuff from Bob Costas.
I work
Long
with him.
list.
I can't talk trash.
Yeah, I love him.
He's my NBC partner back in the day. It was one of the funniest stories is when we were going to interview Vanessa Williams was on at halftime, married to Rick Fox, and she was coming on at halftime. And I mistakenly thought, I'd only been there for that year, that Bob Costas was sitting there, right, getting ready to do the interview. And I thought, I'm going to stay here, too. I'm a part of the set. Well, we're going to both do the interview, right? And then somebody got up and goes, hey, Tom, can you move over a little bit? I go, oh, yeah. Oh, you guys don't want me a part of this. Okay, good. I'm going to go get I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back. They're like, yeah, that'd be good.
I'll be back when you need me. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Sound Soiree continues with one of our favorites, Draymond Green. He's responding here to Boston Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla, saying that there needs to be more fights in the NBA. Here's Draymond.
I get what Joe's trying to get at, and more so what he's saying is the intensity. You know, the talking, guys getting testy. Like, we take so much of that out of the game today. And so I think that's what he's getting at. But like actual physical fights, Joe, I'm here to petition against you and say, no, we're not doing that, because where that almost led me, my man, I don't want none of that. I'm cool. No. Y'all can have the fighting, Joe. I'm going to leave that to Joe. Joe, you go fight.
That's basically what I said. I like the chippiness. I like when teams get chippy, especially during the playoffs. It adds a little spice to it. We don't need Kermit Washington, Rudy Tomjanovich again. We don't need guys getting laid out. And Joe Mazzulla, his reference points for this, I mean, they're just dumb. Like, well, hockey does it. Well, they're on skates. They're on skates, okay? So it's different when you're on skates and when you're in sneakers on your natural footing, your natural home soil as a man, as a woman, as a human. Yeah, you're going to get better leverage on your punches than you are when you're on ice. And those guys still hit the crap out of one another.
Yeah.
But it ain't here. I mean, usually fights don't amount to much anyway. But I don't want to say, hey, like, go ahead and fight. We're good. Guess what? You guys can fight now. Then it'll be like a free-for-all. But I wouldn't mind more chippiness back in the game, hard fouls, stuff like that. But the fighting was just a wild take. Like, let's have a penalty box and let's fight. Like, okay, so you want to be hockey then?
Joe Mazzulla, pro Malice at the Palace.
Yeah. I'm like, Joe, we have a sport that does that. It's called hockey. Maybe you should coach hockey. Go watch hockey. That should give you a fix. That'll be good for you.
Joe Mazzulla, by the way, emboldened by the Celtics winning the title. He's always said some of the crazier things coming out of an NBA coach's mouth, but I think that over the last few months, he's going to make some future sound soirees. No doubt.
There's no doubt. And not only that, because he won a championship, people pay attention to him now.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
yeah. So up next on the sound soiree, what do we have here? Let's go to Colin Cowherd talking about the Dodgers' next move after winning the World Series. Agree or disagree with this take from Colin Cowherd?
Best thing that could happen to Major League Baseball, dead serious here, is that Juan Soto for the Yankees is arguably the great young player in the game. He and Ohtani would be for the Dodgers to outbid everybody and the Dodgers to add him to Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, Kershaw, Soto. It would be the ultimate villain outside of Los Angeles. Couldn't take your eyes off it. Major League Baseball has not had a dynasty since like the early 2000s.
And he's got it. And the Giants have won. They have won the World Series for the third time in 5 years.
I don't think that was included in the rant. But, yeah, I mean, if I'm the Dodgers, I double down on it. I mean, hell, Ohtani's only making $2 million, so I got more than enough cash to go out there and spend. Pitching might be a more prudent way to go. They didn't win with pitching this year, so obviously their offense is fine. They're going to have some guys are going to have to deal with Teoscar Hernandez. I think was only on a 1-year deal. But, yeah, I mean, I'm all about, like, teams getting, like, as good as they can get. I don't know if it's great for the sport, but maybe it is. Like, I didn't like it even when the Warriors were that good. Just from a fan's perspective, it took all the drama out of the season.
Yeah.
It just, you knew the Warriors were at least going to be in the finals. I know Warrior fans loved it, and I loved watching it because stylistically it was incredible to watch all those guys play basketball together. I just like a little drama in a season that's going to be 5 months, and there really wasn't much back then. Baseball's a different animal, though. You can stack your roster all you want. That doesn't mean you're going to win. There's injuries. There's a pitching aspect of it. So it's not just, hey, let's get the best players. Obviously, if you put him in there, I mean, can you imagine a top 4 of Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, and Soto? I mean, come on. That's absolutely absurd is what it is. But I don't know that I agree. I don't know that I disagree either. I'm kind of in the middle there. Like, yeah, if I'm the Dodgers, I go for it. I don't know if it's great for the sport, but ratings, I mean, people do love dynasties. They do.
Speaking of,
ratings show
take any issue with Colin Cowherd overlooking the Giants dynasty of 10, 12, and 14?
Well, I didn't even really pick up on it just because he even calls himself a baseball casual.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't think about stuff like that. Like, he's not into baseball.
No purposeful slight there.
No, not at all. He just didn't. He didn't remember. He didn't think about it.
Yeah,
because it wasn't top of mind for him because he's not a baseball guy, which is interesting. I mean, as big a national guy as he's been forever and ever, but like the one thing about Colin, and I think Colin would probably even admit this, like he loves the big sports, big stars, big teams. Like, when Bama was rolling, it was Bama. Then it was Georgia. It was USC under Carroll. It is the Packers. It's the Niners. It's the Chiefs. It's it's just whoever is the really big team. And the NFL is the dominant sport. Mm-hmm. So that's what he's more concentrated on. And, obviously football now, the Fox has a big noon kickoff and all that. And they talk about that a little bit. But, yeah, baseball, no. Baseball Baseball for him is probably like soccer for me, or hockey for me. No,
Soccer, I was going to say, we did a segment a few weeks ago where it was like a 10-minute intro on whatever Champions League game you watched that afternoon.
We absolutely did.
Talk about marketing for a program.
My Leeds beat Sunderland lather, but I think they're close to first, trying to move on up the Champions League. Not Champions League, it's Champion League, I think is what it is. Whatever the lower tier is to get to the Premier League. It's not the Champions League because, well, that's all the champions, of course.
Yeah.
But, that I don't know. I don't think there was anything there. I don't think he did it to slight the Giants. I just don't. It didn't even occur to him. It didn't even occur to him that the Giants had a dynasty for like 5 years. I guarantee you it did not.
Final piece of sound in our sound soiree. Joe Burrow, quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals, asked, "Do you like Halloween?" Here's what he said.
You big Halloween guy or no?
No.
Why not?
I'm not into celebrating something just to celebrate it, but like what exactly, I don't know exactly what we're celebrating there. Just like dress up to dress up, I don't know.
You're not a big dress up guy?
I'm not a big dress up guy. I've always been like anti dress code, like if somebody tells me I gotta wear something, I don't want to wear that. That's just always how I've been.
Any reason why? Just like,
I don't know. I guess I'm a contrarian sometimes.
Well, there'll be many kids. There'll probably be many kids dressed up as you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a contrarian like Cope's with Top Gun.
What are we celebrating? I don't know. Dia de la Muerte. I mean, Day of the Dead. I mean, isn't that kind of what we're celebrating? The spirits coming out one night. I think that's what we're celebrating. I don't know that that's all that complicated. What Halloween is. You don't have to be a Halloween guy, though. That's fine. No. And he's clearly not. He answered it very succinctly. No. I love Halloween.
We get the quarterback once a week, and we're asking the hard-hitting questions. Are you a Halloween guy?
Are you a Halloween guy?
No.
No.
There you have it. Joe Burrow out on Halloween. When we come back, some Warriors conversation, some interesting stuff with Jonathan Kuminga in the news today, as well as a big picture look at this Warriors team and franchise. That conversation on the other side. Marcus Thompson at 4:50 this afternoon. Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
This is what happens when you don't know jack shit, okay? Saturday Night Live, Letterman, Leno, Carson, Conan, basketball, Pootie Tang.
There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
All right. We're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Friday afternoon. Marcus Thompson, columnist at The Athletic, going to join us just a few minutes, 4:50. You got Dr. Bob, his picks, the NFL and college football around 5:15 this evening. Good slate ahead here, and we're going to continue talking Golden State Warriors here. A few injury updates to keep you apprised of. Steph Curry, not cleared to come back yet, but Curry has been allowed to participate in portions of the team's practice in Houston this evening. He will be reevaluated on Sunday, which means that it is possible the Warriors could get Curry back before their Washington game on Monday, although it feels like the final 3 games of this road trip potentially more likely for Steph Curry. The other update, DeAnthony Melton dealing with the lower back strain. Melton won't be reevaluated for at least a week. So as Tom and I discussed, unlikely that you will see DeAnthony Melton on this road trip. And speaking of the Warriors, some interesting intel dropped today on The Athletic. Sam Amick reporting that the Warriors might be open to potentially trading Jonathan Kuminga at some point during this season. And Tom, I know that you touched on this a little bit with Larry Krueger earlier this afternoon, but what's your impression of a potential Kuminga move? And do you see it as something that the Warriors may pursue if this season's going well and if Kuminga isn't contributing as much as they thought that he might?
Well, here's the first thing you have to wonder is who would go with him, because he doesn't make nearly enough money to get one of these big dudes on the roster. So it's going to have to be somebody else.
Yeah.
Is it Wiggins? Is it a combination of guys? Like, when you look at their roster right now, they don't have a bunch of high-priced dudes. It's Draymond, 25. That's not huge.
You're not getting rid of Draymond.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to think of guys that are making the money. Steph's probably 50, I'm guessing. I know he's going up to 60 in a couple years, but he's probably maybe mid-40s, 50. Wiggins, I think, is around 27, 28. And the rest of the guys are all pretty reasonable, I think, if I'm not mistaken. They're all young guys. So I don't know. I mean, to make a deal work with a guy who, makes $40 million, you would think Wiggins is going to be the guy.
Yeah.
So you'd have to look at it as, okay, 2 for 1. Maybe get somebody back in the deal to give you another roster spot, but they're deep enough. So, I mean, they're off to a really good start, so they don't have to do anything right now. It's just, okay, at some point we're going to have to make a decision on Kuminga. They couldn't reach a contract now. Can you reach one during the offseason? And if not, then you have to wait till, he's a restricted free agent and then match a deal or, maybe lose him. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe this was the kind of tip the scales a little bit, because I know there's always been, and I've always said it, there's been a back and forth in the organization as to who Kuminga is, what he is, and how valuable he is. Well, maybe the fact they couldn't get a deal done kind of pushes you to the other side a little bit, like, well, if we can't get a deal done, then maybe, I would be more open to trading him. Now, that doesn't mean they're taking pennies on the dollar for him. I mean, they still think highly of him, and they're going to want a pretty good haul for him. So, yeah, it's not like, okay, we're trying to get rid of him. Quite the contrary. They don't really want to get rid of him, I don't believe. But they're willing to. Like, willing and wanting to are two different things. Willing is like, okay, if we can't come to an accord with this player, then, okay, we'd be willing to trade him, but we're not giving him away. So it'll be interesting to see what the packages are. And this also gives you some intel. How does the league view him?
Yeah.
Does the league come calling? who are they offering for him? So that also gives the Warriors some added information about how everybody views them, because it's nice, and guys do that. Teams do that all the time. They used to do it on the waiver wire in baseball because they wanted to get intel on their players, like how many people want to claim him, how many people want him, or when you talk about trade talks, like what do people think of my players? I mean, the more information, the better. So I've always been okay. Like I like Kuminga. I'm not in love with Kuminga. I still think he has a ways to go. The question is, can he get there? And that I don't know. He could. He also, maybe he doesn't get. There's a possibility he doesn't get there, and he could be one of those guys that looks great, puts up decent numbers, but doesn't impact winning as much as you would like someone like that to do. So it is an interesting development, though, especially now that they're off to a 4-1 start. I read Anthony Slater said that he wasn't happy going to the bench. That's not a great sign for me if I'm the organization or if I'm Steve. It's like, who cares? Who cares? Like, I mean, just go play. Play well, and you'll play more. It doesn't matter if you start or you come off the bench. I mean, I don't know if he thinks it's a big status thing. If, like, hey, look, my people are looking at me, and I'm not starting, and I got to say why I'm not starting. Or they're saying, why is this guy starting? You're better than this guy. And who cares? There's a bunch of minutes divvied up. Go get them. Go get those minutes.
And he played more minutes when he came off the bench.
I know. It's like, who cares? Are you that tied to the light show and the fun handshakes you do? I mean, whatever.
It's a lot of memorizing in those handshakes.
Yeah, exactly. Way too much. Way too much. So that would be my advice to him. Start, don't start, doesn't matter. Just play well. Someone's going to pay you. You're going to be in the league a long time, and you're going to get paid, and you're going to make a lot of money. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. It's not like he had been a long-time starter. We were 4 games into the season, and Steve decided to do it because of the trying to shuffle the lineups with everybody being out. And he probably felt like, well, I'm the next best guy on the team. I should be starting. Well, obviously Steve doesn't see it that way. So we'll see where it goes. Hopefully, he'll keep a good attitude, because other teams don't want to see that. They want to see someone like, oh, he's pouting because he's not starting, or
can't wait to bring him in.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need that here. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on it, though, because I think that's the first time I've really heard the organization or somebody say that the organization is more willing to part with Jonathan Kuminga. That's always been like, no, we're not going to get rid of Kuminga. No, we're going to keep Kuminga. So this seems to be a little bit a different change of tune.
Well, here's exactly what Sam Amick wrote in The Athletic. While rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude, the fact remains that they're setting their sights very high in terms of possible targets. One name to monitor is Jimmy Butler, the 35-year-old Miami Heat star who league sources have said has drawn interest from the Warriors, including during the offseason. So is Butler a name that moves the needle for you here, Tom? Is he someone who you think could transform the potential of this Warriors team?
I love Jimmy Butler. Yeah, I think he's a badass, and he plays his butt off. He gets after it defensively. Like, he's a winning basketball player. He does winning things on the court. I'm just trying to think how it all gets put together. Like, if it's Kuminga and Wiggins for Butler, I mean, geez. I mean, like, you don't need to lose your best players. And Wiggins, hopefully, is going to be their second best player, like, consistently, all around. Like, Draymond's really kind of the second best guy when it comes to just, like, the feel of the team, defensively, like, just IQ, knowledge, all that. But Wiggins is, like I've always said, he can be really good defensively. Like, he's their best perimeter defender, and there is massive value in that. So I don't even look at it as like 1-for-1. I look at it as, okay, Wiggins seems to be the most logical guy to go because of, and I will say this too, the Warriors always have an eye on the future. If they do this isn't just about now. It's about who's coming up in free agency, who they have heard through agents and discussions wants to move, and trying to, set the groundwork for something that may not even take place until the following year. So I always try to keep that in mind. But I do like Butler. I do like the way he plays. I don't know him very well. He seems like a dude that just wants to win. Like and if you don't want to win and you're not willing to put in the time that he's willing to put in, he could be a little prickly. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I know Riley wasn't real thrilled with some of the comments that he made last year during the playoffs when, well, they weren't even in it, and he was talking about the Celtics. It's like, bro, I think Riley was like basically saying, "Shut up, that's enough." Like, nobody wants to hear from you right now, and but that's something that would definitely interest me. I just don't know how it impacts like winning this year. I love the idea of Steph, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond together, but I don't know exactly what's around it. I don't know if they have enough around it. I guess what I'm saying is I like it. I don't know how much better it makes them.
Yeah.
Like, does it make them a lot better? A little better? Kind of, a couple wins better? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, like you said, the Warriors always have their eye on the future, and so any potential trade would indicate that Kuminga is obviously not a part of that future, and they are thinking about clearing some space to bring someone in. And yesterday was also maybe the first significant report in a long time that if the Bucks don't pick things up, that Giannis may not want to be in Milwaukee that much longer. They're off to a slow start. It's it's very early in the season, small sample size, but they've changed coaches. They've done a lot of different things over the last 12 months to try and get that organization back and rolling, and they're off to a 1-3 start. Could you foresee a future of Giannis in the Bay? I mean, this is something that you referenced this with Larry earlier, that you've always said he's not leaving, but if he were to leave, I think the Warriors make sense.
Oh, I've always people bring this up, and I always say, shut up. It ain't happening. It's not. It's not. Why would Milwaukee want to get rid of him? They still have a team that can compete, but now it appears they might not have a team. Let's see what happens when Middleton gets back. But they just seem like they're an old team, not super athletic, and they've gotten off to a really bad start, and not just a 1-4. They've gotten smoked in a couple of them, like games you wouldn't think they'd get smoked in. You're like, damn, what is going on with that team? So if that happens, and he wants out, and Milwaukee thinks, okay, we need to kind of rebuild here and get some picks and get some players and get some youth and try to get some athleticism on this team, I could definitely see Giannis being interested in playing with Steph. I definitely could see that. But I also could see Giannis being interested in playing other teams and other teams being interested in Giannis too.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one thing now is like some of the packages that teams could put together. Like, that's the scary thing about OKC. They have so many picks and so many players that they could put together maybe the best package of any good team in the NBA. That's why they're really scary, because they're just loaded with everything. Loaded with players, loaded with assets, just everything. But as far as where Giannis would want to go, I mean, I've always heard that him and Steph have a great relationship. I know the Warriors would like to have somebody that's, I think he's, what is he, like 8 years younger than Steph, 9 years younger than Steph? Like, he's considerably younger than Steph.
Yeah.
Like somebody, a new face of the franchise that kind of like wants Steph, like maybe in a couple years starts, getting closer to the whole 18, that he's the guy that can help you win, you market around, all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, that's something that up until maybe even a week ago, I never even considered, never even thought about. But then I started like looking at Milwaukee and looking at the way they were playing. And again, this could all change 10 games from now. They can go 8-2 over the next 10. And then you go, well, he's not going to go there. Because I think ideally Giannis does want to win there. Mm-hmm. But he wants to win. He's not just going to, I don't think he's just going to hang out in Milwaukee when they're getting their heads kicked in or they're winning 40 games a year, 41 games a year. I think he probably would want to leave and go somewhere else. And it probably would be smart for Milwaukee to do that. To kind of just get this thing moving, rip the Band-Aid off, and a new generation of players there in a new era, and you get your one championship, so you got that, and then just move off of that. So I if they keep playing like this, I'm definitely more open to thinking about that idea of him coming here. I don't think we're, it's still a ways away.
Oh yeah,
from that, and it would take a ton. You might have to give up your draft picks for the rest of the century. Like, sorry, you have no picks until 2094. Oh gosh, I can't even imagine what you'd have to give up to give somebody like that. But yeah, I would actually entertain that and start looking at that. I'm sure people are like, because they've said it forever. Everybody says that. Like, well, sure, you want Giannis. Everybody wants Giannis. They're not going to get Giannis. They don't have the assets to get him. Now, with some young players and some picks they have now, and maybe the picks are going to be a little bit better. Although if Giannis comes, your picks aren't going to be that good.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, but yeah, that's one that I look at and go, okay,
Well, there are a lot of guys who would love a Milwaukee homecoming on the Warriors roster one day, because it feels like half the team over the last 5 years has been from the Milwaukee area or has had some tie there. So when we come back, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic going to join us, talking Warriors basketball, maybe a little 49ers football as well. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes Friday afternoon on KNBR, the sports leader. The great Bob Costas joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss what Buster Posey could do as the man in charge with the San Francisco Giants. Listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland on Friday afternoon. Hoping to make a connection soon with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. As we continue here discussing the possibility of the Warriors' next big move, Tom, I do think it's worth pointing out that the NBA has changed its cap rules and the luxury tax stuff to the point where I think it's going to be really difficult for teams in future seasons to stack rosters the way that maybe we saw in recent years with 3 or 4 stars. You really could be kind of capped at having 2 max players and then having to build your supporting cast that way. And the Warriors may have gotten it right this time around with the way that they built their roster, a deep roster, some young talent contributing that they've drafted in recent years, and obviously Steph at the top making the most money. We'll ultimately see, but I think it's an interesting situation to be in.
No doubt about it. I believe we've just hooked up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, Kerry Crowley, yours truly. Marcus, what's going on?
T and KC. I love that. TT and KC. That sounds like a band. Which one of y'all sing?
Me.
Certainly not me.
Do a little dance. Make a little love.
Yeah, that's not singing. That's humping.
That ain't any. That I don't even know what. That's a new category. That's garbage, is what that is.
Exactly.
That's terrible. It doesn't even sound good in the shower, Marcus. Trust me. It's like I'm like, how come? At least I should be able to sound good. I don't even sing in the shower. It's like you figure you're in the shower, you're by yourself, you're good, but it's like I almost feel like I'm embarrassing myself to myself when I sing in the shower.
Oh, I'm incredible in the shower. Like I am like a mixture of Sam Cooke, Barry White, and Teddy Pendergrass. Like all in the shower.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Nobody. Depending on the song, you feel me? It might be a little Michael Jackson in that thing, too, I'm who I need to be for the moment.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Depends on the mood.
Oh, my
There'll be
God.
some Freddie Mercury in there, too, if I'm feeling it,
Oh, man. So what do you make of the Warriors kind of, I don't know if it's a change of stance, but it feels like it is a little bit, in them saying they would be willing to move off of Kuminga. It's going to take it's going to take something. They're not giving away for pennies on the dollar. They're going to want to get like a premium player back for him. But it doesn't seem like I've heard this before. It's mostly like, well, some people in the organization would like to trade him. Some people in the organization do not, under any circumstances, want to trade him. This seems like a little more, maybe a little more flexible. Do you think it's because of the contract?
I think it's the contract. I think it's the play style.
Yeah.
I think it's a tough fit. I even think part of them, there's some people who just might want to do right by him. Mm-hmm. Like, look, man, this really don't fit what you can do. We're trying. I mean, you have a very confusing window for him. You got Draymond Green who wants to play power forward, and it's clearly a valuable player to them. And then you got Steve Kerr who's saying he can't play small forward, he should be power forward, right? So it's like he doesn't really have a home. And then, you can't put him at the 2-guard spot, and he can't play 5. So it just feels like the way they play, the style they play, doesn't really fit what he does. And it doesn't seem like they're in position to change how they play, because it would require either finding a stretch big, which they can't find, or moving on from Draymond. So that's kind of the choice. So you could leave him in this, and there's a part of you that's probably like with Moses Moody. It's like, listen, Moses, you could be here for 10 years, 15 years, right? Like you're gonna be here, you're gonna be part of what we do. You can do that. But Jonathan Kuminga, if he can go be a star somewhere, if somebody can mold him into an elite scorer and kind of clear the way for him, like that's probably the best thing for his game and what he needs. It's just going to be tough to fit him in that. And I think the resistance all along was what happens when Steph and Draymond leave, and now you have this dude who can take over, but like when is that and how long does he wait? You know, like that's the type of thing. It's like I think there's a part of him like, hey, man, when Steph and Draymond are gone, like Kuminga will be perfect. You can build the offense around him. But that might be like 2030 knowing these dudes, so what you waiting for?
Oh, the two timelines finally dead. It's officially dead if Kuminga leaves. But here's the question I have. Let's say they do move off of him. And right now, I have no indication they're going to. I'm just saying it seems like they're more willing to, which really doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot other than, okay, now we'd be willing to listen. Doesn't mean we're going to like what you offer, but we'd be willing to listen a little bit more. But the players they would have listened
before, right?
Yeah, exactly.
An offer will make you listen.
But Jimmy Butler's a guy that's always mentioned, and I'm like, well, wait a minute now. Those salaries don't line up. So it's not just Kuminga leaving and somebody coming. Like, somebody else has to go. And the only guy, if you're going to get a big-time guy, Wiggins is the only guy. Because Dre ain't going, Steph ain't going. Those guys are here. And nobody else makes enough money, not unless I'm missing somebody. Nobody else makes enough money to even make those things come close to working. So what you're talking about is bringing somebody in, and you're losing, your two most athletic players, if I'm reading it right. I mean, do you think that would be the case?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it would work without that. I mean, the other option is like you just rack up the Podziemski, the Moody, and you just collect enough salary by basically giving up your young players, which they don't want to do.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger issue is, like, we don't know what Kuminga's number is. And I don't know, like, another team has to believe in him enough to pay him the money that he's going to command. Because the truth is, he's still an elite talent, right? Like, he's still physically, skill-wise, he's an elite talent. And people pay for elite talents. Like, the value is high. Now, it may not be as high as he thinks, and especially in a market where it feels like they've done a good job suppressing salaries with the second apron. So it may not be that number, but people will pay for an elite talent. So he deserves a certain amount, and then, like, who knows? Like, in 2 years when that Amazon money starts kicking in, if he's a baller, like a real baller, then whatever you pay him won't look that great anyway. They won't look that bad anyway. So to me, they're just it's a really tough spot to be in. The way I see this playing out is he finishes the year, and then they say, go get an offer sheet, right? And if he can, then he can, and he wins. But it's going to be tough to move him because you just don't know what you're giving up, and you're probably not going to like what you're getting back because everybody knows this situation, right? Like, that's what happened all summer. I don't know why it would be different this time of year, unless it's like a monster blockbuster deal, and it's like, Milwaukee says, all right, we're done. What you got for Giannis? Then it's everything, right? So that's kind of a situation where it makes most sense.
Got it.
Could you envision a scenario where Milwaukee does that? Like, if things get really bad this year, they've already changed their coach last year, going to Doc Rivers. Is there a scenario in which you think within the next calendar year, 12 months, Giannis could be on his way out?
I mean, yeah, of course. Stars do it all the time. I think the reasons are so much different now. Like, there was always this thought before, like, Giannis would have to leave Milwaukee to be like the Giannis, but that's kind of dead now, right? Like, you can be, I mean, look at Anthony Edwards in Minnesota, right? Yeah. Like, you can be whoever you need to be, wherever you are. But the question is, if they're not winning, if they're not competing, and they're looking at, like, Boston, who's young and not really going anywhere, and they might have a salary crunch, but as long as they eat it, they're good. Oklahoma City, who's only getting better, and if you're already not better than these teams and you're getting older, like, it's a tough call if you're Milwaukee. Now, obviously, the easy answer is just build again around Giannis, but does Giannis want that? So, look, we've seen players do this all the time. So the idea that it can happen is wild. And I think the fact that he won a title will make him a little less, he wouldn't feel so bad about it since he did deliver a title. Now, I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm not ruling it out at some point because they do not look good at all. And if you notice, they're running the same players out there. Now, these players are good players, but after a while, it's clearly not working together. Like Chris Middleton, it's the same. Pat McConnaughton, Bobby Portis, like they had their run, but the league has adjusted, and it's tough to keep running the same team out there again, right? Like every year. Like that's tough. So if you're looking at how they did their roster, how can they do that with them massive contracts on the board? So you can't get a third one anymore because of the second apron. So they're going to be in a tough spot unless they turn it around. And I don't know how we've read the reports. Like he didn't come from Dame's mouth, but there's been reports he's not the biggest fan of Milwaukee. So maybe he's the one who goes and they rebuild around Giannis again. But I will tell you this, Casey, there's somebody's monitoring Giannis's movements. Mm-hmm. And, that person is somewhere in San Francisco.
Just think how much Milwaukee kind of screwed up by trading Drew Holiday to get Damian Lillard. I mean, Drew Holiday was such a better fit for them. Such a better fit. And not only did they miss out on keeping Drew Holiday, which would have given them a better chance to win a championship, Boston ends up getting Drew Holiday. It's like
win a championship.
Yeah,
and
could that
have the favor to do it again?
Could that have gone any worse for Milwaukee? Like literally any worse. Like we're worse, they're better. We're worse for the foreseeable future. They're better for the foreseeable future. I mean, kudos. I mean, if you're trying to sabotage yourselves, you really did a fantastic job. And the scary part, if Giannis leaves, Marcus, is like, unless he demands like he's going to LA and play for Steph, the worst part of it is Oklahoma City could probably put together a better package than most Western Conference teams because they have all their picks, and they're already the best team in the Western Conference.
And they've got young talent for days. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's why all the GMs know to Sam Presti the best GM, right? Like, he is set. And, again, you don't have this like, big market, small market dynamic anymore in this world of streaming and all that. And, like, it's there. It's just not the deal breaker it used to be. You're not like in an oblivion if you're in Oklahoma City anymore. So you can't even play that. Like, they could really do this thing if they wanted to, right? Like, they're positioned to beat everybody. But to me, this kind of underscores the Kuminga thing, right? It's like Damian Lillard is an incredible player. He's going to the Hall of Fame, but Drew Holiday fit better. Like, that's just really what it is. Like, and that's one of the fears with Kuminga. Like, there is a very real situation where Kuminga goes to another team and he's incredible, and then we're gonna be like, but you had him. It's like the dude who used to be with Beyonce. Like, how would you like to be that guy, right? Like, that's tough, man. He's got to be a secure fella. I don't know. Do you tell people that, or do you just like not let people find out? Because part of you like can brag, like, yeah, I got Beyonce was my girlfriend. Here's this proof. But then it also means you lost Beyonce. Like, that's a tough one. I think I might be quiet on that. The words won't be quiet if they trade Kuminga and he becomes a star. It'll be the indictment, and it may not happen. They may trade him, and it may work out where he's a good player, but still not the one they needed. And they get a player who works. I think this year is showing maybe you don't need a $200 million player. They like the Buddy Hields and the Lindy Waters, and they're like, you can kind of cover up some weaknesses. And I think I wrote about this in The Athletic. I think a lot of teams are looking at that now. Instead of going to paying a dude $40 million, can I find 3 players and pay him $15 and get the same thing or close enough to it that I'm not paying these penalties for paying all this money to 3 players. So, like, you're starting to see guys like T.J. McConnell and Josh Hart and Jaden McDaniels. It's so much easier to pay them 20 and then another guy 12 than to go out and pay one star 40. And I do think part of this is the Warriors are saying, yeah, we could always find some pieces, but they do need that second star, and it's going to be tough to get it if you pay Steph, Draymond, and Kuminga, and then the other guy they got to get to be the number 2.
Yep. And well, look at OKC, right? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Holmgren. Those are your 2 guys you pay. I like Williams.
I don't know, man. How you not pay Jalen?
Well, I mean, look, but I think if you have those two, I think you can find the other pieces. Like if you'd like to pay Jay Will,
those are the ones you can't replace. Yeah, those are the ones.
Those are the two like that are cornerstones, right? And they got inside, they got outside, they got a defensive guy. Well, they got two defensive guys, and those guys. You got a game closer. I mean, like they're set up. Like if they're injury free, they're set up. And I agree with you. I mean, Jay Will is he's a fantastic player, and he's going to want his money too. There's no doubt. Then that's when you start running into problems when you have the three massive contracts.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying they have two, and if they wanted to keep it that way, then Sam Presti said, okay, we're going to move Williams before we have to pay him all that money. I mean, they could just keep shuttling those guys in because they have the one thing they have a real good idea of what type of player they want, what type of person they want, and who fits OKC. So, I mean, that's what you want, the two guys, because Kerry was saying it earlier, Marcus, like, it's hard to have three guys now. It's just the cap. Like, everybody put a kibosh on that after the Warriors were, like, collecting all these guys. Like, nah, you're not going to do that anymore unless you want to pay penalties. And if you want to pay penalties, go ahead and sign them up. But if you don't want to pay penalties, we're getting to the point, aren't we, now, that it's like 2 stars, and that's about all you can afford.
Yeah, and it's not even just the money anymore. Like, they set it up so, like, the Lakers and the Bombers can't just, like, buy their way out of it. Now you're losing picks. You're losing trade ability. You're losing exceptions. And so it's really hard to just do it, to eat it. The Clippers were in that situation. They paid Kawhi Leonard. They paid James Harden. They wanted to pay Paul George. They offered him a deal. But in the end, they decided, you know what? If we do this, we're going to be on the hook for like 4 years, and then we're going to lose picks and all that, and just decided to let them walk for nothing. And then, if you ask the Warriors, that's partly because they don't want to help the Warriors, but that's a wild decision to make. To say, yeah, our star's going to go for nothing. And we could have had them, and we could have traded them, but we just said, nah, for nothing. You're starting to see teams do that because the penalties are so great. This is the league Adam Silver wanted, and he works on behalf of the owners, so they wanted it. They don't want anybody to say, I'm about to outspend you at the club like Kerry Crowley used to do. Go in there and just making it rain.
You used to do, yeah. Hard to compete when you're on a beat writer's salary.
Yeah, I don't want to snitch and say what he was doing last week because I don't know his relationship situation, but we was at the club last week, and he was just, he brought a big old plastic bag, got on stage, and just let it go with his cornrows and everything.
Really? What do you have in it? Pokemon cards?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, it was Monopoly money, but they didn't know till it came out.
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah, that's about right. Oh my gosh. Not to switch gears too much, Marcus, but a debate that Tom brought up yesterday, and you're talking OKC a few minutes ago. How sure are you, and is everyone, that Victor Wembanyama is going to be better than Chet Holmgren in the long run?
Sure? I don't know. I don't know about better. He's going to be better. I'm just not so sure.
Yeah.
Here's the way he ends up better. He might just have a better team around him the whole time. Right? That might be a thing. He might have less pressure on him, and that ends up working out. Like, Chet's so good, man. But this is the level between, like, Jordan and, like, Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Like, it's like, all right, old people will still say Magic is the best, but Jordan is the best. So it's like, it has the potential to be that. I don't – before last year, I would have been like Wemby, clearly, but Chet's so good defensively that I just don't know. And if he's got a good team, he might end up winning more. He'll get more awards. He'll get more championships, right? Like, that could happen, and then we'll say Wemby was a better player, but look at Chet's resume. So then you're in that situation where Steph in, where it's like, Steph's got all the accolades, but let's say other people are better, right? I could see that happening.
Yeah, you said it exactly the same way I did. Like, I think Wemby is a better talent, singular talent. I mean, you look at all the stats he puts up and just fills the entire box score. He's incredible. But he has to do that. He's in San Antonio. Like, they're relying on him to do that. Holmgren doesn't have to, so I don't think he can do all the things that Wemby could do, but I'm not positive because he doesn't have to do it. He doesn't have to go out there and fill up every single part of the box score. But damn, what he does do is he's really, really good. And like I'm with you, I think Wembanyama is going to end up being better. I just do, but I'm not as certain as I was last year, or when I watched them both play, I was like, yeah, Holmgren's really good, but yeah, Wembanyama's going to be better than this guy. He could be the best. Like, his like comp was best player ever to play the game. Like that's who
Literally,
people expect
right,
like he could be. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, maybe he's still that. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying when I watch those two play, I'm like, man, I'm not positive anymore. That's all I'll say. I think you're with me. We'll take Wembanyama, but we're not putting the house on it. We're not putting the mortgage on it.
Nah, I'm not booking that one. I'm not.
No, you're not booking
that one. I'm not. There's no way. Like,
speaking of,
you know what's crazy about both of them is they both like are so frail.
Yep.
So you can't even say, "Oh, his body gonna hold up." Like I'm worried about both of them.
Mm-hmm.
They both look like they might fall over at some point. So I don't know which one. Like you know, you hate to bring it up, but like that's part of it too. Like how healthy do they stay? How much stronger can they get? How can they endure? I mean, obviously being a big man in this day and age isn't the bruising proposition it used to be, but you still got to deal with Jokic, right? You still got to deal with like Embiid. Like so, each of them I can see it. To me, Wemby's the more like jaw-dropping specimen of a player, but Chet is so effective and has such a high ceiling for championships that like this might end up close. This might be Bird Magic type deal. It could be. I hope it is. That would be great for the game.
No doubt about it. All right, switch over to the Niners, and I'm going to need a book it from you. What are you most intrigued? What are you most intrigued by in the second half for the Niners? And with 9 games left, I want you to book a record for me. What are the Niners going to finish in their final 9 games?
So, you know, since you put me on the spot here, I'm booking. Dang, if I really want to say 12-5 or 4-4, like that would be a wild.
Damn.
That would be out there. Like, I mean, that's
nice.
Yeah, like that's crazy. That's literally what 8-1 the rest of the way.
Yes, it is.
So let's book it then. Let's go.
Stop. Get out of here.
Give me 2 losses. Give me 2 losses.
I was like, so you want 11-6?
No, I'm saying you can't guarantee me 2 losses on that schedule. Who you worried about on that schedule?
I'll give you 2 losses.
Lions, Packers, Bills.
Yeah, I can give you 3 tough
Lions
ones.
and Bills is the best you got.
Really?
Lions and Bills. Packers? Nobody worried about
Packers in Green Bay?
Yeah. When is it?
Okay.
Is it December? Is it December? No, it's like next week.
No, yeah, it's like November. Yeah, it's like 3 weeks from now. 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, you catch them in December is all right.
Okay.
Coming off a bye with Christian McCaffrey potentially, they're not losing to the Packers. You booked that one. What else you got? The Buffalo Bill was on the road is tough, and the Lions is tough. So I'm gonna go. All right, I'll go 11-6. I'll go 11-6.
Okay, 7-2 then. The rest of the way. You're
Wow.
You're gonna book that one. Okay, what are you most intrigued to see in the
for that? Right? Nothing they've done to make.
What are you most intrigued to see in the second half of the season?
Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
If he can come back, if he looks like himself, because if so, that's a game changer. Like that's a massive game changer. But like to me, the most intriguing thing, the thing that will make the difference between whether they do go 7-2 and 8-1, is just like the continued growth of Purdy. Like if you look, some of these road games are pretty daunting. Like you know, like they've got to go to some places. They got to go for some different time zones. Like at Miami, look easy, but you know that could be a good game once if Miami's healthy. I mean, they've got some tough. Like, you got to go win games out there. And so I'm intrigued to see, like, Purdy. He may not have McCaffrey, or at least at full strength for all of them. He won't have Brandon Ayuk, right? So, like, he's got to play ball. And I feel like he's doing that. So I'm intrigued to watch that growth. And I think by the end of the year, if they are as good as they should be, it'll be because, like, Brock Purdy has graduated from I'm a guy just getting it to the weapons to I'm the weapon. Right? I need him to have that Neo moment where like the bullets is flying at him and he's just like, no, I'm the one. I'm the chosen one. And then the bullets fall. Like that's the Brock Purdy they need for the rest of the year. And I think he's starting to figure that out. I wouldn't be surprised if he's ready to tell Kyle, yeah, we're not running that. And to me, that's like the mark. When you could, I mean, you ain't got to start shoving a coach like Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, don't put your hands on me. But you could also be like, yeah, I know what you called, but yeah, this is what I was feeling. So to me, that's a level I think Brock can get to. And if he gets there, then I'm really going to be right about this 12-5.
There you go. There you go. Marcus, have a great weekend. Enjoy all the leftover Halloween candy, and we'll talk to you next week, my friend.
All right, TT and KC, holla at me. Let me know when the album's dropping.
See you, Marcus.
Oh, good stuff. TT and KC back with you on the other side. Dr. Bob with picks for the weekend, college football, NFL. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley, and Adam Copeland, KNBR, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
The legendary Patrick Willis joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning to discuss his thoughts on the 49ers 2024 season. Let's listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
It's Friday. That means it's football time. And look, I know the Niners are on a bye. That doesn't mean we don't continue on. We talk football whether the Niners play or not. We're here every single week. We don't have byes. We talk football on Fridays, and we break it down with Dr. Bob every single Friday, talking a little college, a little pro. DrBobSports.com if you want to go get some really, really good information. Bob, how are you?
No, I'm doing all right. I was just watching again this replay last night. This guy dropping the ball before he crosses the goal line. Like, what is up with that? I don't understand how that makes you look cool. Anyway, on to the games.
All right, let's get to the game. All right, let's go to the Big Ten. Not the big one. We're going to get to that one. But I watched the Washington-Indiana game, and I'm like, I wanted to take Washington. I didn't, thank goodness. But I still watched that game and go, if I would have, I'd have said the same thing. Washington's that team to me this year. They're just that team where they do things. I'm like, what in the hell is going on with this team? Like, you look at the box score, that's not a box score where you get beat by 14 points. Hell, it might not even be a box score you lose, but they end up losing the game. Anyway, one pick set them up. I think it was a pick six. Another pick set them up inside their own 45-yard line, and they did get one themselves. Washington got a pick that turned into a short field touchdown. But Indiana, I know O'Rourke's supposed to be back this week. He will be back this week. But I'm impressed with that Michigan State team because that's a game they very easily could have won against Michigan. Like, I don't think they deserve to lose that game by 7 points. Childs has been playing much better. And I always like Jonathan Smith going back to his Oregon State days as an underdog. I just think they're a good underdog team. I mean, there's something about Indiana this year. They just find ways to cover. Why? It doesn't matter. They're going to find a way to cover. I want to take Michigan State here, getting 7.5, maybe even 8. How do you see this one?
Well, Indiana doesn't find ways to cover. The last week was their worst game by far that they played all season as their backup quarterback. They weren't running their normal offense. They were being super conservative. But they're normally covering easily. And they've covered the spread every game. And they've got a head coach that's over 70% against the spread in his coaching career.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this guy, I mean, this is one game where they didn't play particularly well. And the first game of the season against FIU was sort of 31-7, but, but then they crushed UCLA. They beat the crap out of Charlotte. They crushed Maryland. They crushed Northwestern. They beat Nebraska by 49 last week. So it was one game. That they haven't.
See, it's that Washington thing that it's sticking with me, Bob. I can't get rid of the Washington thing.
Yeah, Washington. Oh boy. Michigan State is improved, and I also like the coach. And I thought, well, this is the first time my model has been close to the spread with Indiana because I started the season with Indiana rated way higher than the market, and I bet them over 5.5 wins, which is easy. So this is the first time it's been close. Because my model's picked Indiana every single week, and this time it's a little bit closer. I make it like 9.5, and there's actually a situation that favors Indiana, so I kind of bump it up to like 10 or 11. So I would rather have Indiana minus 7.5, but it's not a game I'd bet. If it went down to 7, I'd actually probably recommend maybe a small bet on Indiana, but probably not going.
Okay, got it. All right, let's get to the game in the Big Ten. The game. In the national consciousness this weekend, Penn State hosting Ohio State. Traditionally a game Penn State does not win. They just don't win these games. They don't beat Ohio State. There's something about Ohio State that's just not quite right. Like Will Howard, I like him. He's a fine quarterback. He's good and all, but it's used to seeing these dynamic Ohio State quarterbacks, and he's not that. I mean, he can run and he can throw. I mean, he's fine. The one game that sticks in your mind, or sticks in my mind, obviously, is Ohio State going to Oregon and just getting beat. Their defense didn't play as well as their defense I thought would play. And then last week against Nebraska, boy, I thought they'd be able to run the ball. Nebraska's good against the run. I will give them that. But I thought it's Ohio State, right? They got to be able to run the ball. Well, not so much. They won the game 21-17. 17. If this one I'm going to say the same thing I said against Oregon and lost, by the way. If this gets down to 3, I might be forced to take Ohio State. I don't even know if it's the right side to take because it certainly wasn't in the Oregon game. But do you have any feel on this one?
Yeah, I've done that. I've worked this one up detailed, and it looks like Penn State's quarterback's going to play, so he's been up there probably. Okay. Yeah, that's going to help. You're right, Penn State. I mean, I don't know if this is a whiteout. It seems like it'd be a whiteout game at Penn State. They lose whiteout games all the time. They always make it their big game of the season, but they don't win big games. They beat everyone except for Ohio State and Michigan. And they just seem to lose to this is a game they could win. I'm with you on Howard. Like Kansas State's offense is just fine without him, same as it's ever been. I could average 8 yards a pass play, with wide open receivers running down the field, for Ohio State. He's not doing anything special, but he's also not doing anything stupid either.
Yeah.
He's just sort of running the offense and hitting guys running free 20 yards down the field. Their offense is just set up to have guys running open. They have so many fast wide receivers. Someone's open, and he's a veteran quarterback who can find the open guy and hit him. So, he's an upgrade over last year, but he's not as good as, traditional Ohio State, good quarterbacks, but good enough. And Penn State's got a good defense. Surprisingly, Penn State's offense ranks, maybe only a half yard per play worse than Ohio State's offense. So Penn State's offense has been pretty good, but a lot of trickery, and it's one of those things like, is Ohio State going to fall for that? Ohio State's defense is really good. So you kind of wonder, are they going to fall for that stuff? Maybe, because sometimes trick plays work better against aggressive defensive teams like Ohio State is. And I mentioned when we went over the Oregon game a few weeks ago, they're so fast that you could, those little quick things, and then the Oregon aired it out. They're like, all right, they're going to jump on the stuff we've been doing all year. There's little short passes that Gabriel throws for Oregon. And instead they decided to air it out because they knew Ohio State was going to try to jump those. And then they, the guys get open deep. I wonder what Penn State's going to do. They have a great offensive coordinator, so I think they might look at that Oregon tape and be like, that's interesting. But we go back to the same thing we talked about with Ohio State and Oregon. They have an unbeaten home dog. Unbeaten home dogs 5-0 or better. Unbeaten home dogs are now 48, 22, and 3 against the spread since 1980. 20-2 against the spread the last 12 years, including Oregon beating Ohio State a few weeks ago. So I'm not bucking the unbeaten home dog angle. Not a game I'd bet either way because I don't trust Penn State either. They tend to always lose these kind of games, but I don't know. They've got the offensive coordinator finally that might be able to come up with something.
All right, let's switch to the NFL. Usually do one NFL game. There's no Niners this week, so we can kind of jump around. I wanted to ask you about a couple afternoon games that have some impact on the 49ers. One's in the division, and one's two of the best teams in the NFC. Let's go with the Rams Seahawks. Nakua cut back, so obviously that changes the dynamics quite a bit for the Rams and their offense. And the Rams have done well in Seattle. They've done well at home against Seattle. They just played Seattle very well. Now that was Carroll, this is McDonald, so I'm not sure how much that translates. But they're going to lay 1 point in Seattle. I don't know what I'm getting with Seattle. Seattle's the team. You're like, oh, I figured them out. No, I didn't. They do like almost the exact opposite you think they're going to do. How do you see this one?
Yeah, I would rather have the Rams. With everyone back now, they got their offense back together. Their defense has held up pretty well, actually, better than maybe you thought. And I have the Rams by 3 points. The model does, so I'd rather have the Rams. I bet the under. I think it's still 48.5. It's a pretty good. Seattle's got some banged up. DK Metcalf is a little bit banged up, and he's gonna be up against the Rams' best corner, Kobe Durant, who ranks 8th in the league in yards per cover snap allowed. So I think that's a tough matchup. And as far as the other side of the ball on the under, Seahawks defense has struggled at times, but they really do pretty good against a team that doesn't run a lot of heavy sets. I mean, they tend to struggle against teams that run, extra tight ends and stuff, but the Rams don't really do much of that. So Seattle should match up pretty well against a team like the Rams. So I think the matchup is pretty good for Seattle's defense relatively to what they've been facing lately. So even with the Rams' offensive weapons coming back, I still think the total's too high here. So I bet the under 48.5, and I lean with the Rams.
Got it. All right. We got the Lions at the Packers. Don't know who the quarterback's going to be for the Packers quite yet. And I was trying to figure out what the line, because I would like to take the Packers with Love, but I don't know. I figure if I find out until game time and Love's announced in, then the 3 is going to be gone. Probably go down to 2 or maybe.
It's already gone. Yeah.
Oh, has it? Oh, okay.
Well, some books still have +3, -115 or -120.
Okay.
It's trending toward him playing. The line's gone down from 4 to mostly 2.5 right now.
Okay.
So it's trending like he's going to play. The thing is, it's a groin injury. You played basketball. I played basketball. Like groin injuries, you don't really move laterally very well when you have a groin injury, and you can't really sprint, or you're gonna mess it up again.
Yep.
So I wonder if his mobility will obviously be an issue if he does play. So I don't think he's going to be able to move around the pocket as much. I don't think he's going to be able to scramble. So it'll be interesting if he does play. I don't think he'll be his best self. I took that into account in the model. I think without him, 3.5 or 4 was the right line. And with him, I would make it around a pick, or maybe Green Bay by 1. If you're fully healthy, more than that. But who knows? I think if he plays, even if he's limited, I think I would rather have Green Bay, +2 or more. But it's not a game that I'm going to bet either way.
Got it. What about the Lions box score last week? 52 points. What was it, 226 yards, something like that?
Yeah, but, it's all return yards and stuff. But if you look at yards per play, and people were saying, because I had Pitt last week against Syracuse, and Pitt had 3, interception return touchdowns. Yeah. People are like, oh, that was a lucky win. Like, Syracuse totally outgained Pitt. I'm like, yeah, well, Pitt had 3 fewer offensive possessions because they intercepted the guy and ran him back. So then they kick off right back to Syracuse. So Syracuse had 15 possessions. They're going to have more total yards yards per play. Pitt dominated. So people look at the box score and look at total yards is an archaic statistic. Yards per play is all it is. It's like people going time of possession. Well, they really dominated in time of possession. Well, yeah. Well, if you were the perfect offense, and scored on every play, you would be last in the league in time of possession, but first in the league in points scored. So time of possession and total yards have some value, but yards per play is what you need to look at. And Detroit won in yards per play. So they deserve that. Well, they didn't deserve to win by 30 or whatever, but they were the better team.
No doubt. Have a great weekend. I always appreciate the time. Enjoy. Denver probably starting to get a little cool in there. Denver, isn't it?
It was a crispy Halloween night. Yeah, it was cold.
There you go. Well, have a great weekend. I always enjoy the conversation. We'll look forward to doing it again next week.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. And once again, drbobsports.com if you want to go. It's not just college, it's pro as well, and you get a lot of good stuff on there. So make sure you check it out. All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert, actually Crowley and Tolbert, here on The Sports Leader. Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have in your home, all feeding off the Wi-Fi? What does happiness include nowadays? A strong Wi-Fi connection. It shouldn't be different on different devices, tablets, phones, TVs. It shouldn't be different in different rooms. It shouldn't be different on different floors. It should all be the same for everyone. One good thing, Xfinity's engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Now through December 31st, get Xfinity Gig for $25 a month for 12 months with Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost when you add unlimited mobile, or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fees apply. Call, click, or visit today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, internet rates apply. Currently $96 a month. Actual speeds do vary. You love sports, you love high def. You love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone in the entire family gets, even guests. You will love Xfinity.
All right, it's time for everyone's favorite segment of the week except for mine. So I'm going to let Derek introduce Harmony today. Derek, take it away.
Oh, Carrie, get excited. It's time for Harmony. All righty. So, guys, actually, let's turn one of those music bed down, Jacob. He's got multiple ones
Jacob
going
might
at the
be the
same
most
time
excited
here.
person around right now.
No, it's all good. All righty. Harmony's double banger. Everybody knows the deal right now. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent each and every week to let you bang the buck, and we get her from Gizmo Gals. It's a little place in Hoboken, New Jersey. Here's the deal, though. AI has taken over everything. So when we come in today, Harmony comes in usually on a Friday. She's always toweling off. And she looks the same, but Gizmo Gals failed to tell us that she's going to sound a little different. She's been updated.
What?
I know. It's lame. It actually is. It actually is really lame. So Harmony, it's the same old Harmony, but be prepared. Her voice might sound a little different. So let's bring her in. What's going on, Harmony? Hello.
Hello, boys. I know I sound a little different, but I'm blossoming as a woman, which really means Gizmo Gals changed my speech. I see that Copes isn't here. He must be enjoying Gizmo Gal's amazing weekend sale to all sad Giants fans who had to watch the Dodgers win the World Series. The Yankees sure did blow it, and I would know a thing or two about that. Wait a minute, do my robot eyes deceive me? Is that my precious Kerry? It is. Oh my sweet darling Kerry, where art thou been? I've waited ever long for you. I thought you and I would never be reunited. I know I make you uncomfortable, but I'm sure I'm charming in a Pepe Le Pew way. I know you were able to get out of soup yesterday by convincing Tom to talk ice cream. You silver-tongued devil. That won't work on me. I'll only talk ice cream with you if we discussing which flavor you're licking off me. Too much. All right, let's do some pics.
Whoa, Harmony, jeez, Carrie.
I really need to rewrite a contract here to get out of this. I think.
Hey, you agreed to fill it on Friday. Everything's fair game. All right, let's go to the first game.
So.
Let's go to the first game, everybody. Ohio State taking on Penn State. Ohio State favored by 3. Tom, which way you leaning here?
How about I'm not leaning any which way? I'm straight up and down. I am perpendicular.
Kind of like Harmony.
Exactly. I'm short circuited. I maybe Gizmo Gal's got a hold of me too. I'll go with Penn. Screw it. I'll go with Penn State. I want to go Ohio State. I was already burned with Ohio State laying the same exact number in Oregon, although I do think Oregon's better than Penn State. I don't know. I have no feel on this whatsoever. I won't be touching this game. Unlike Harmony, who'll be touching Carey apparently a little bit later on, but I'll go Penn State. I'll go the Nittany Lions.
All right, so Tom has no feel, no touch, but let's see what Harmony has for Ohio State and Penn State.
Well, I know Dante Whitner will be watching this game, but I doubt the game will be as fun as his Halloween. Damn, that sounded wild. Anyway, I'm surprised the All Eyes are favored in this game against the undefeated Nittany Lions. I figured since Penn State was home they may get the upper hand in the spread. See what I did there, Kerry? That's it. Get nervous and sweat for me, you delicious doll. If this game was in Ohio, I think it would be a little more steamy. Mike Crew Cow knows about things getting steamy in Ohio.
The game can shine on you, or it could take a steamer right on your chest.
I know Ohio State plays in Akron and not Cleveland, but that I couldn't resist. I do love my eyes, but give me Penn State and their big tight end to win the game for the upset.
All right, so Harmony's taken the Nittany Lions, and that's a real quote from Mike Kruko earlier this week.
Yes, it is.
All right.
By the way, the text line hates Harmony's new voice.
Really?
People
well,
are
everybody,
furious.
I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Look, everybody, Harmony's transitioning from a lady of the evening to, I think she's going the Miss Doubtfire route. She's trying to maybe clean things up a little bit, go legit, and be a nanny.
Yeah, you can blame these damn new AI websites.
Yeah,
anyway,
we're gonna try. We're always gonna be on the lookout. Okay, we're gonna be. There'll be no stone unturned to look for the Harmony's true inner voice, and if we can find that, you will definitely have it. This is not by choice. Trust us.
Yeah, we'll be looking, and I know Tacky, that sad man, is probably very upset that voice changed. All right, moving on here.
Well.
Dallas at Atlanta. The Falcons are 3.5-point favorites. Tom, how do you see this one?
Oh, give me the Cowboys. I like the Cowboys +3. I'm certainly going to go the Cowboys +3.5. So give me the boys.
All righty, Harmony, what do you got?
The Cowboys are going through some trouble lately, on and off the field. Some of their players are getting into it with reporters after losses.
What were you doing then?
It seems Trayvon Diggs would rather discuss his nuts over him not making a tackle, and I for one couldn't blame him. Even Jerry Jones is concerned with other things than football.
I want me some glory hole.
Even though Kirk Cousins has me a little hot and bothered lately with his play,
You like that? You like that?
I can't pick against the Cowboys 2 weeks in a row. After all, Debbie Does Dallas is my favorite movie. Harmony does Dallas as well. Give me the Cowboys.
It appears we've lost Carrie from the stream here.
Have you really?
You're gone.
We would just see a
Carrie,
black
did you
screen.
take your pants off? What the hell's going on over there?
Believe me, we're still here. I can
Sure, Carrie. Sure.
You hear my voice. So.
We've never had that happen before. Just somebody go, you know what?
I'm out.
Somebody put a hat over their camera. They're like, I'm enjoying
legitimately,
Harmony.
this is better for me. The less I'm associated with this, the happier I am.
Fair enough. All right.
I don't know. Good excuse, I guess.
All right, we got another college matchup here. The Oregon Ducks are 4.5-point favorites over Michigan. Tom, what do you got?
I can only. I mean, I already know what's coming. I know what Harmony's going to think of the Ducks. There may be a letter change here or there, but that's a lot of points for a good defense. But man, their offense isn't very good. They're going back to their quarterback that I saw when I saw Texas just whoop them opening day in Ann Arbor. So I figure if Texas could whoop them, the Ducks could whoop them too. So I'm going to go with the Ducks in this one. I'm going to lay the Harmony like this. I'll lay the wood with the Ducks.
Nicely done, Tom. All right, Harmony, how do you see this one going?
Oregon's 14-point spread might be too big, even for me. Michigan has had a hard time scoring this season, worse than Tim Webb on Halloween night when he dressed up as the 69 guy. He literally just put on a 69 jersey and told women he's a big deal on the Tolbert and Copes show. Michigan hasn't been the same without Harbaugh, although he was a little creepy at times.
Pull it in, or you could pull it down, like grab it and...
Oregon no doubt should win this game, but I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan slides back in for a little backdoor action. You know what I'm talking about, Kerry. Give me the Wolverines.
And there you go.
Thanks, Derek. That was.
It's
that
not
was
me.
special.
That's Harmony.
No, I'm there's
lost Kerry once
there's
again.
a lot to be thankful for. Yeah, you lost me, and you might lose me the rest of the way.
All right, last one here, guys.
There's more.
Yeah, just a few more, Kerry. Calm
There's
down.
always a 4-pack, Kerry. Always a 4-pack.
It's a double banger. Come on.
Yeah.
Not a
How
6-pack.
could I
A
forget?
4-pack. Okay.
Yeah. All right. All right. We got the Lions as 2.5-point favorites on the road in Green Bay. Tom, who do you like?
Give me the pack. I know Harmony enjoys a good pack, so I'm going to go the pack, get the points at home. The first game of the year the Lions have played outdoors, so I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed that Love can, if he's not 100%, he won't be, that he at least plays. But I think I think the Packers get one here. So yeah, give me the green and gold, green and yellow, whatever the hell you want to call them.
All righty, let's see what Harmony has. Harmony, who do you like with Lions and Packers?
I do love Dan Campbell and the ferocious Lions.
Thank you.
No problem, Dano. Say, would you like to bite my kneecaps?
No.
All right then, I'll find someone else who would.
He bit a kneecap off! Woo! Let's go, Lions.
Gruden, get out of here, you weirdo. I'm not sure if Jordan Love will be able to play in this game with his injured groin. I volunteered to help him rehab it this week, but they didn't want me to help for some reason. The Packers' defense has been very stiff lately, but the Lions have the easiest time getting in the end zone. The Lions score easier than I'm sure Kerry did back in the day. Look at that hunk. Hubba hubba. All right, I'll move it along. I see Jordan Love getting his groin right and the Packers winning this game.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
All right, there you have it. Kerry, it's over. Don't worry. Well, kind of. All right.
We may have run out the clock on soup, too. So,
all right, we'll say a quick goodbye to Harmony. Harmony, thank you for stopping by. And I love your new voice, even though most people don't like it.
Have a good weekend, fellas. Kerry, it was a pleasure to see you again. I know I made you uncomfortable today, but I'll keep it appropriate and just say I respect you as a radio host and writer. You are quite the cunning linguist. I had to. I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to enjoy this weekend by making Anthony Richardson more tired.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie.
Hope everyone likes my new voice.
All right, and that's Harmony. If you didn't like it, it probably wasn't for you, and we're sorry about the voice.
if you didn't like it, it probably wasn't for you. It's a good tagline, Derek. There you go.
Oh my gosh, we never had somebody go complete blackout during Harmony. I question that.
Of course, there's a lot of questions, and I'm afraid we don't have time to find the answers this evening.
We got plenty of time for you.
Yeah, Larry Krueger coming up with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. We'll be back on the other side to wrap things up. I don't think the bowl of soup is very big tonight. You're listening to Tolbert and Cope's KNBR, the sports leader.